I am a mysterious transfer student at Hogwarts, hailing from a distant land in the East. My magic does not consist of spells, but rather the art of emotional perception, allowing me to discern the hearts of others, and the calming technique to soothe inner turmoil. Chapter 1. Ravenclaw had a soul so vast, yet so empty. Where shall I place you? A faint, ancient voice resonated directly within Ling Yun's mind, imbued with an unprecedented perplexity. This was no mere illusion. Ling Yun sat in a daze upon the high stool, the tattered pointed hat atop his head trembling slightly. Akin to a scholar grappling with a lifelong conundrum, he could distinctly sense the emotions of the Sorting Hat. It was not just a simple magical artifact, but a remarkable being imbued with a millennium of memories and will. Currently ensnared in a state of confusion, in stark contrast to the hat's bewilderment. The atmosphere within the Great Hall of Hogwarts simmered with fervent emotion. Hundreds of young witches and wizards cast various glances filled with curiosity, scrutiny, anticipation, and a subtle hint of exclusion, their emotions weaving a vibrant tapestry in the air, forming an invisible net. Meanwhile, the emotions emanating from the faculty table were far more profound. The stern-faced witch, clad in square-framed spectacles, radiated a tense anxiety, while the elderly figure of Albus Dumbledore, seated in the central position, exuded a deep, starry anticipation, twinkling with an elusive quality. The Eastern youth, seated beneath the Sorting Hat, was absorbing memories that were not his own. It was a curious coincidence that the owner of this body also bore the name Ling Yun. He had just been indulging in takeout, while reminiscing about the plot of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Yet fate took a cruel turn when an unseen Jerry severed the power cord of his notebook, and a soda fortuitously spilled upon it, resulting in Ling Yun's untimely demise as he inadvertently made contact with the power line. Having resigned himself to death, Ling Yun opened his eyes to find himself in the world of Harry Potter, just as the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Upon absorbing the memories, Ling Yun realized that his former institution, an Eastern Academy of Cultivation, sought to engage in academic exchange with Western magical schools. And being a top student, he was dispatched abroad for study. Who would have thought? Ling Yun mused. After watching Harry Potter countless times, I now find myself living it. The Sorting Hat silence stretched on for a full 5 minutes. Whispers gradually arose, from hushed tones to louder murmurs, crashing against the hall like a rising tide. Merlin's beard, what is it doing? Is it asleep? It's been 5 minutes. I believe the difficult cases usually take about this long, right? Professor McGonagall's anxiety was palpable as she frequently glanced towards Dumbledore, silently questioning whether intervention was necessary. Yet Dumbledore merely tapped his fingers gently against the table, calmly signaling her to remain patient. The focal point of this conflict was none other than Ling Yun himself. The hat was unable to categorize him, for the state of his soul diverged entirely from any category it recognized. It sought not courage, loyalty, wisdom, or ambition. Ling Yun could feel the Sorting Hat's logic spiraling into a deadlock, fruitlessly searching among labels like seeds of bravery and sparks of wisdom. He even sensed a pair of cold eyes observing him from the corner of the faculty table. The emotions there dark and complex, like a murky swamp brimming with loathing, doubt, and deeply entrenched pain. Severus Snape. Ling Yun silently repeated this name in his mind. He knew he had to put an end to this farce. He did not wish to become an unsolved mystery on the very first day of school. Gryffindor's courage was commendable, but overly reckless. Slytherin's ambition was boundless, yet excessively dark. Hufflepuff's loyalty was endearing, but painfully mediocre. Only Ravenclaw, which esteemed wisdom and contemplation, seemed a fitting choice. Thus, he conveyed a gentle thought to the nearly collapsing Sorting Hat through his consciousness. A clear intention enveloped in Ling Yun's awareness was sent directly into the hat's mind. The hat's trembling abruptly ceased. The ocean of knowledge knows no boundaries. The pursuit of wisdom recognizes no east or west. Ling Yun continued to transmit his suggestion through his mind. If a home must be found, then the ideals of Ravenclaw warrant consideration. The Sorting Hat fell silent for a moment, akin to a student who, upon receiving a hint, suddenly finds clarity. At that moment, Snape could no longer contain himself. His somber voice, though not loud, possessed a unique penetrating quality that resonated throughout the hall. Dumbledore, is this truly the special talent you insisted on recruiting? His words dripped with unabashed sarcasm, his gaze a venomous blade piercing directly at Ling Yun on the platform. An individual whose origins are so obscure that even the Sorting Hat cannot discern them. Has the threshold of Hogwarts fallen so low as to become a venue for some dangerous experiments? Each of his words struck like ice, shattering the recently softened atmosphere. The students fell silent, their whispers extinguished. All eyes darted between Ling Yun, Snape, and Dumbledore. Draco Malfoy wore a smug grin, reveling in the misfortune of anyone, especially a celebrity like Harry Potter, while this new Eastern arrival was clearly an even more enticing target. In the face of such sharp, almost public humiliation, Ling Yun remained immobile. He merely waited. He awaited the Sorting Hat's decision in the next moment, as if to respond to his intent, and to conclude this standoff, the Hat proclaimed, "Ravenclaw." With all its might, the Sorting Hat let out a resounding shout. The hall fell silent for an instant, then erupted into polite yet enthusiastic applause from the Ravenclaw table. The cacophony of the Great Hall was instantly subdued by an imposing voice: silence. Professor McGonagall's tone was sharper than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. All students turned their gazes towards the faculty table. Dumbledore, the silver-haired elder, stood smiling. His blue eyes sparkled with a depth surpassing the stars. "Students, this year we welcome a special guest." His voice resonated like the ancient chimes, echoing throughout the hall. The air was thick with curiosity and speculation, starkly contrasting the earlier jubilant atmosphere. "He comes from a distant land in the east, an ancient and mysterious realm." Dumbledore's tone was grave, differing slightly from his usual casual demeanor. He extended his hand towards Ling Yun, who had just completed the sorting ceremony. His long black hair was tied in a simple ponytail, starkly contrasting the tousled styles of Western wizards. His gaze was serene like a still lake, yet profound as an abyss. He donned a modest Eastern robe, standing in stark contrast to the Hogwarts wizarding attire. In that moment, the entire hall fell eerily silent. This silence was not ordinary, it was a stillness subdued by an unseen force. Ling Yun felt everything around him. The air was thick with excitement, curiosity, skepticism, and even a hint of hostility. What is the true background of this transfer student from the East? At the Gryffindor table, a red-haired boy whispered to a black-haired boy with round glasses, his emotions bare and unmasked in pure astonishment. Beside them, a girl with chestnut hair, appearing somewhat precocious, gazed at Ling Yun with a scrutinizing eye, her demeanor a blend of insatiable curiosity and a hint of skepticism. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger. Ling Yun could effortlessly connect their distinctive emotional fluctuations to the information stored in his mind, without even needing to glance at them. Chapter 2. The Resonance of Fear. As Dumbledore's voice faded, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be ensnared by an enchantment of stillness. Everyone's gaze was directed toward the boy in the Eastern robe that he indicated, Ling Yun. He descended from the high stool, his movements deliberate yet imbued with an ineffable composure. After a moment, he turned and approached the long table adorned with the blue and bronze banner of Ravenclaw. The students erupted into a slightly more fervent applause, mingled with curious whispers. "He appears so unique," remarked a senior girl in a hushed tone. "Indeed, that robe and his hair. Did you hear what Dumbledore mentioned?" From the distant east, an ancient and mysterious land. Ling Yun could distinctly perceive these sentiments. Curiosity predominated, accompanied by the scholarly inquisitiveness typical of high achievers. He found an empty seat and sat down, greeted by a friendly smile from an intelligent-looking Asian girl wearing glasses. "Hello, E.M. Chuzank." He offered no further words, choosing instead to remain quietly seated, akin to an observer detached from the unfolding scene. This rendered Xiao Zhang momentarily silent, her eagerness to converse stifled. The banquet commenced. Golden platters materialized with an array of delectable dishes, roast chicken, steak, and the aroma of pudding wafting through the air. The students' attention swiftly shifted to the food. Ling Yun partook only symbolically, his stomach still adjusting to the richness of the fare. His focus drifted more toward the Gryffindor table not far away. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was animatedly chatting with his new friend Ron Weasley, piling food onto his plate, his face alight with unprecedented joy. Ling Yun could feel the pure elation radiating from him like a warm ray of sunshine, dispelling long-standing gloom. Yet beneath this sunlight, he also sensed an almost imperceptible, profound shadow. It was fear, an instinctual dread, rooted deep within the soul, directed toward a certain existence. Voldemort, Ling Yun silently intoned. This fear was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate at any moment. "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" A freshman blurted out. "The Sphinx's riddle. The answer is man." The door swung open. The Ravenclaw common room was spacious and airy, its walls draped in blue and bronze silk, while the ceiling was adorned with a painted starry dome. Everything here exuded an aura of wisdom and tranquility. Ling Yun found himself enamored with this ambience. He refrained from joining the excited discussions of the newcomers and wandered alone to the window, gazing out at the forbidden forest and the Black Lake. The night was profound. This magical world was both familiar and foreign to him. familiar in its narrative, foreign in its tangible reality. He could feel the magical elements flowing through the air, hear the distant sound of the thestral's wings, and smell the fragrant blend of earth and vegetation. Everything felt astonishingly real. System, manifest, Ling Yun silently commanded. Since his arrival in this world, the so-called system had remained eerily silent, causing him a sense of unease. Without the system, what could a mere novice cultivator accomplish in this realm? Was he truly destined to be but an exchange student, passively observing the unfolding of events, ultimately relegated to the role of a mere backdrop during grand scenes? No, he refused to accept that. Having come this far, he must leave a mark of his existence. As night deepened, he sat cross-legged upon his bed, attempting to channel the foundational techniques from the memories of his predecessor. A faint aura began to stir within his dantian, only to dissipate almost immediately. It became evident that he had merely inherited memories and lacked any of the prior owner's powers. Was he merely a spectator to a holographic experience? Just as Ling Yun contemplated surrendering to slumber, a sudden jolt of apprehension surged through him. A sharp, needle-like fear emanated from the direction of Gryffindor Tower. This sensation was so potent that it caused a slight throbbing in his temples. It was Harry Potter. He was in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yun sprang to his feet and exited his chamber. The corridors of Hogwarts Castle lay deserted in the dead of night, illuminated solely by the flickering torches adorning the walls. Guided by the resonance of that fear, he hastily traversed the hallways and descended the stairs, heading toward the Gryffindor common room. Although he was unaware of the password, he felt an undeniable compulsion to reach his destination. Upon arriving at the portrait of the fat lady, he halted. The fat lady appeared to be dozing. Yet the source of the fear was unmistakably emanating from behind her portrait. What to do? Should he force his way in? That would surely trigger an alarm. In that moment, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He extended his hand, refraining from touching the portrait, and instead cautiously projected a faint thread of his consciousness. He endeavored to convey a request for entry through this mental probe. Miraculously, the dozing fat lady seemed to respond to a whisper from her dreams, mumbling, "Oh, very well. Come in," as the portrait swung open of its own accord. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback before swiftly slipping through the opening. Inside the Gryffindor common room, the fireplace glowed dimly, its flames nearly extinguished, leaving only a bed of smoldering embers. A slight figure was curled up on the sofa, trembling uncontrollably. It was Harry, his complexion pale, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead glowing an unnatural shade of crimson, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. He was evidently ensnared in a nightmare. Murmuring in torment, Ling Yun rushed forward, acutely aware of a chilling, malevolent force seeping through Harry's scar, insidiously eroding his consciousness. This must be the remnant of Voldemort's soul wreaking havoc. It was imperative to intervene. But how? Could he employ magic? He was utterly untrained. Was it possible to use his cultivation techniques? At that moment, he couldn't even muster a trace of true energy. Just as Ling Yun was consumed by desperation, a cold, mechanical voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected the key figure Harry Potter, experiencing intense negative emotions and fear due to a soul link. On the brink of mental collapse. A new novice task has been triggered. Resonance of fear. Task objective: alleviate Harry Potter's mental anguish and stabilize his emotions. Task reward: Level 1 of Tai Chi Mind Cultivation Technique. At last, the system has arrived. Ling Yun felt a surge of joy in his heart, but soon regained his composure. The system had merely issued a task without revealing how to accomplish it. Alleviate his suffering? How could that be achieved? Observing Harry's anguished struggle, Ling Yun suddenly recalled some teachings from his previous life in the Eastern Cultivation Academy. Among these was a course entitled Calming Herbs. The instructor had once mentioned that certain plant scents could directly influence a person's spirit, promoting tranquility and focus. For instance, he had hidden a few dried leaves of heart-calming herb in his robe sleeves. This was a personal habit used to aid concentration during meditation. He wondered if it would have any effect on the wizards of this world. It was worth a try. Ling Yun retrieved a dried leaf from his sleeve and hurried to the fireplace, grabbing an empty cup and a kettle from the nearby table. He placed the heart-calming leaf into the cup and performed a basic warming spell, conjuring hot water that filled the cup. An ethereal and delicate fragrance immediately wafted through the air, as if it possessed a life of its own, gently penetrating the nostrils and instilling a profound calm within the restless heart. "Harry, wake up," he softly called. However, Harry remained ensnared in his nightmare, unable to extricate himself. It seemed he would have to administer it forcefully. Just as Ling Yun prepared to act, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Harry? What's wrong? A drowsy voice inquired. It was Ron Weasley, rubbing his eyes as he descended the stairs. Upon spotting Harry on the sofa, and Ling Yun standing beside him, holding a cup of unclear liquid, Ron's sleepiness vanished, replaced by a palpable wariness. Who are you? What do you intend to do to Harry? He demanded, lowering his voice yet brimming with suspicion, stealthily reaching for the wand tucked in his pajamas. He is having a nightmare and is in great pain, Ling Yun succinctly explained. A nightmare? Ron stepped closer, only then recognizing Harry's ghastly pale face and the inflamed scar. Merlin's beard. He is having nightmares again. What is in that cup? Ron's gaze fell upon the cup in Ling Yun's hand, rife with skepticism. A calming tea, Ling Yun replied. Yeah, I don't believe you, Ron retorted. Suspicion etched on his face. How do I know you're not a Slytherin sent to harm Harry? At that moment, another clear, slightly haughty voice echoed from the staircase. What is going on? Hermione Granger had also come down, clad in a tidy nightgown, a book in her hand, clearly having been reading before bed. Upon assessing the scene before her, her brow furrowed immediately. You're that Ravenclaw exchange student? She recognized Ling Yun. What are you doing? It is now curfew, and you should not be here. Hermione's tone resembled that of an interrogator. Moreover, what is that in your hand? An unidentified potion should not be administered to fellow students, as it contravenes Article 113 of the school regulations. Ling Yun felt a slight headache. These two individuals, one fiercely loyal to friends and the other strictly principled, were certainly not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, Harry's condition was deteriorating rapidly. His body began to convulse, and the murmurs escaping his lips transformed into anguished groans. There was no time for explanations. Ling Yun spoke tersely. If he did not calm Harry down soon, irreversible damage to his brain might ensue. This was no mere exaggeration. He could feel the chilling force relentlessly battering against Harry's consciousness. How do I know you're telling the truth? Ron remained obstinate. We can take him to the hospital wing. Hermione promptly proposed the correct solution. There's no time. Ling Yun shook his head. It would take at least 10 minutes to reach the hospital wing. His consciousness would not endure that long. Just then, Harry, who had been slumped on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was vacant, filled with boundless fear. He coming. Harry's voice was hoarse and trembling. Harry, you're awake, Ron exclaimed, both startled and overjoyed. Yet, Harry's gaze was fixated intently on the cup of tea in Ling Yun's hand. He did not know what it was, but he could detect an unusual aroma that provided a fleeting sense of clarity and tranquility amidst his chaotic and terrified mind. His instincts told him he needed this. Give it to me. Harry extended his hand, his voice faint but resolute. Harry, you cannot drink that, Ron hurriedly cautioned. Yes, Harry, it's too dangerous, Hermione echoed. However, Harry paid them no heed. His eyes remained locked on Ling Yun, filled with a plea for help and trust. Ling Yun hesitated no longer. He leaned down and brought the cup to Harry's lips. Harry eagerly drank the warm tea in one gulp. A wave of warmth cascaded down his throat into his stomach, transforming into a peculiar energy that surged into his brain. The chilling force that had tormented him seemed to encounter its nemesis, swiftly receding. The searing pain from the scar on his forehead miraculously subsided. Harry let out a long sigh of relief, his entire being slumping against the sofa. He was saved. Ron and Hermione stared in astonishment at this unfolding scene, rendered speechless for a moment. This is it? A cup of tea? More effective than potions? Ling Yun exhaled in relief as he observed Harry regaining his composure. Simultaneously, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Reward granted. Level 1 of Tai Chi Nourishing Technique. In the next instant, a torrent of complex yet pure information surged into Ling Yun's mind. At the same time, a wave of warmth emerged from his dantian and swiftly traversed an intricate meridian route, completing a full cycle. This is true Qi. Ling Yun felt a profound transformation occurring within his very being. His senses had become extraordinarily acute. He could discern the sound of the wind rustling through the grass outside, detect the myriad scents of magic mingling in the air, and observe the flickering embers in the fireplace with remarkable clarity. More importantly, his mental acuity, or spiritual strength, had experienced a significant enhancement. He could even perceive the remnants of fear within Harry, slowly dissipating, while Ron and Hermione's emotions were a tumultuous blend of shock and skepticism. Ling Yun rose, gazing at the two who were rendered speechless, and calmly spoke. Now, do you believe me? His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable steadiness. Ron opened his mouth, intending to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Hermione furrowed her brow tightly, regarding Ling Yun with the eyes one might reserve for a creature of legend. She was bewildered, This was entirely beyond anything she had gleaned from her studies. This is not magic. Who are you, really? Hermione finally articulated the question that had been nagging at her. Chapter 3. The Calming Technique, and Tai Chi. His gaze shifted to the now revitalized Harry on the sofa. How do you feel? Harry propped himself up, looking at Ling Yun with gratitude. Much better, truly. Thank you. He still felt a lingering dread. That sensation of being engulfed by boundless fear was more vivid and terrifying than ever before. What was that? Harry inquired, gesturing towards the empty cup. Tea brewed from calming herb. Ling Yun elucidated, a plant known for its soothing properties. Calming herb? Hermione's scholarly instincts kicked in. I've read 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and it never mentioned this plant. Because it does not fall under the category of magical herbs, Ling Yun replied nonchalantly. It contains no magic. It merely affects the mind. The mind? Hermione looked even more perplexed. Are you referring to emotions? That is one way to interpret it. Ling Yun nodded. He understood that explaining concepts of spirit and mindset to these children, raised in the magical world, would be overly complex. He had to communicate in a manner they could grasp. Your nightmares stem from the fears buried deep within you, Ling Yun remarked, his tone taking on a serious note as he regarded Harry. That cup of tea can only provide temporary relief. It addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. If you wish to eradicate it entirely, you must learn to master your own heart. Master my heart? Harry was utterly bewildered. Ron scratched his head, wearing an expression that clearly conveyed his confusion. Only Hermione regarded Ling Yun thoughtfully, seemingly striving to comprehend this novel concept. What must I do? Harry asked, desperation evident in his voice. He had endured enough torment. He was willing to try anything if there was even a glimmer of hope. Ling Yun surveyed the surroundings and replied, This is not the appropriate setting. Tomorrow morning, at sunrise, meet me by the Black Lake. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. Wait, Hermione called after him. You haven't explained how you got in. I walked in, he answered, and without further ado, he made his way towards the portrait door. Remarkably, the portrait seemed to anticipate his departure, opening automatically for him. Ling Yun's figure vanished beyond the door. In the common room, only Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained, exchanging glances filled with confusion. I don't know, Hermione murmured, shaking her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity and bewilderment. But he certainly isn't just an ordinary exchange student. There are secrets within him. Harry remained silent, his gaze fixed on his hands. He could still feel the lingering warmth from the tea coursing through his body, a previously unknown and profound tranquility enveloping him. He had made a decision. Come morning, he would venture to the edge of the Black Lake. Upon returning to his chamber, Ling Yun closed the door and promptly settled into a cross-legged position. He was eager to experience the transformation brought about by the Tai Chi mind-nurturing technique. As he calmed his mind and turned his focus inward, he was astounded. Within his dantian, a strand of golden chi, akin to a nascent dragon, began to glide gently. Though delicate, this chi was extraordinarily pure, surpassing all the inner strength he had amassed through a decade of arduous cultivation. He attempted to guide this chi, maneuvering it through his meridians in accordance with the first level of the Tai Chi mind-nurturing technique. Wherever the chi flowed, a soothing warmth spread through his limbs and bones, as if every cell in his body rejoiced in exuberance. After a complete cycle, he felt invigorated, his mental acuity magnified several-fold. Indeed, the Tai Chi mind-nurturing technique was wondrous. He mused. This was merely the first level. What marvels awaited at higher tiers? Suddenly, he was filled with anticipation for the future. Though this system had arrived somewhat late, the rewards seemed to be genuine treasures. He once more extended his consciousness. This time, his perception reached farther and clearer. The entire Ravenclaw Tower, even a portion of the castle, fell within his awareness. He could see students slumbering in their rooms, hear Peeves' mischievous laughter echoing through the distant corridors, and even catch the complex aroma of 100 potions wafting from Snape's office. Wait, Snape's office? Ling Yun's thoughts sharpened. He sensed an extremely cold, obscure, and potent mental force emanating from that direction, enveloping the office like an impenetrable black shroud. Was this a protective barrier? Indeed, Western magic lived up to its reputation. With his current strength of consciousness, he could barely perceive its existence, utterly unable to penetrate it. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, and he swiftly severed his probing awareness. Nevertheless, he still felt a faint prickling pain in his brain. That was close. This Snape truly was a master. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Ling Yun reined in his thoughts, refraining from any further dangerous explorations. He devoted all his energy to solidifying his grasp of the first level of the Tai Chi mind-nurturing technique. The night passed in silence. The following day, before dawn, Ling Yun opened his eyes, feeling no trace of fatigue, but rather an invigorating vitality. He donned a set of comfortable attire and quietly departed from the Ravenclaw Tower. The early morning at Hogwarts was shrouded in a delicate mist, serene and beautiful. As Ling Yun arrived at the edge of the Black Lake, the sun peeked over the distant mountains, casting a golden glow upon the surface of the water, which shimmered like diamonds. Harry was already waiting there, appearing somewhat anxious yet hopeful. "I have arrived," he greeted Ling Yun upon spotting him. "Please, have a seat." Ling Yun gestured toward a flat patch of grass nearby. Harry complied and sat down. "What shall we do now?" he asked curiously. "We shall do nothing," Ling Yun replied. "Close your eyes, relax your body, and regulate your breathing." Although Harry felt perplexed, he followed the instructions. Inhale slowly, deeply, feeling the crisp morning air fill your lungs. Exhale gently and fully, sensing all the negativity being expelled from your body. Ling Yun's voice was calm and imbued with a unique rhythm that naturally induced relaxation. Following his guidance, Harry gradually adjusted his breathing. Initially, he struggled to concentrate. Fleeting images of Quidditch matches and Draco Malfoy's loathsome face invaded his mind. Yet, predominantly, he was haunted by that dreadful green light and his mother's piercing scream. "Do not resist those thoughts." Ling Yun's voice resonated again, as if attuned to his turmoil. "Accept them, observe them, and then let them go. Your heart is like the vast sky, and those thoughts are merely clouds drifting by. The sky remains unchanged by the passage of clouds." Harry endeavored to visualize his heart as an expansive sky. The chaotic thoughts appeared like dark clouds, drifting towards him. He ceased to chase them away, choosing instead to simply observe. Remarkably, as he relinquished his struggle, the dark clouds gradually thinned and dispersed. "Well done." Ling Yun sensed the shift in Harry's emotions. "Now, try to feel the deepest essence within you. Not fear, not distractions, but the deeper power that belongs solely to you." Harry's spirit sank deeper and deeper, traversing the fog of fear and the thickets of distraction. He beheld a warm light, faint yet imbued with immense warmth and purity. He saw a gentle woman with red hair, smiling as she cradled a baby. He saw a young man with glasses, gazing at them with adoration. That was his father and mother. This was not the scream and green light of nightmares, but a vision filled with love that he had never encountered before. A tremendous wave of warmth surged from the depths of his heart, radiating throughout his entire being. The scar on his forehead no longer throbbed with pain. Instead, it emanated a comforting warmth. Harry suddenly opened his eyes, tears glistening in their corners. I saw them," his voice trembled. Ling Yun gazed at him silently, offering no words. This was the effect of the heart-calming technique. It does not create power, but rather assists one in discovering the strength that resides within. Harry's most formidable power is the unique love bestowed upon him by his mother. At that moment, a serious voice echoed behind them. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Ling Yun, what are you doing here?" It was evident that she had taken a morning stroll and fortuitously stumbled upon the scene. "Professor McGonagall." Harry quickly rose, wiping away his tears. We were watching the sunrise," he explained somewhat sheepishly. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept over the two, ultimately resting on Ling Yun. "Mr. Ling Yun, I need you to come with me," she stated with an air of authority. "Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you." Harry's heart leaped at the thought. Dumbledore wanted to see Ling Yun? Could it be regarding last night's events? Ling Yun remained calm, aware that this day would inevitably arrive. "Oh, all right," Harry said anxiously, watching him. Ling Yun nodded reassuringly before following Professor McGonagall towards the castle. Throughout their journey, McGonagall remained silent, yet Ling Yun could sense the tension and concern in her demeanor. They arrived at the stone statue before the door to the headmaster's office. "Lemon sherbet," McGonagall uttered the password. The statue rotated aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Inside the office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, smiling as he regarded them. His blue eyes sparkled with an insight that seemed to pierce through all. "Minerva, thank you for your efforts," Dumbledore addressed McGonagall. "I would like to speak with Mr. Ling Yun privately." McGonagall nodded, casting a worried glance at Ling Yun before turning to depart. The office door closed behind her, leaving only Ling Yun and Dumbledore, along with the beautiful Phoenix, Fawkes. "Please, have a seat." Ling Yun, Dumbledore's tone was gentle, reminiscent of a benevolent elder. Ling Yun settled into the chair opposite him. "Would you like some cockroach clusters?" Dumbledore offered a jar of sweets. "Thank you, but no." Ling Yun politely declined. Dumbledore, unfazed, took one for himself and happily munched away. Silence enveloped the office for a moment. I am aware of last night's events, Dumbledore initiated. Breaking the quiet, Ling Yun was not surprised. In this castle, it seemed nothing could escape his notice. You alleviated Harry's suffering, for which I am grateful, Dumbledore continued. But I'm also intrigued. His azure eyes appeared to delve into one's very soul. The magic you employed is unlike any we are familiar with. It is an entirely different system of power, one that directly influences the mind. Dumbledore leaned slightly forward, his tone growing solemn. Can you enlighten me, Ling Yun? Where does your power originate? Chapter 4. Fragility Beneath Pride. In response to Dumbledore's inquiry, Ling Yun displayed no signs of panic. He understood that this question was unavoidable. Prior to arriving at Hogwarts, the Eastern Academy had already communicated with Dumbledore, laying the groundwork regarding his uniqueness. Indeed, the foundations laid were rather nebulous, merely suggesting origins from an ancient Eastern tradition. Cultivation? Dumbledore echoed the term, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. Yes, it is an ancient method for refining both spirit and body, Ling Yun elaborated, which we refer to as cultivation of truth. Cultivation of truth, Dumbledore pondered the phrase, as if savoring an entirely new flavor. It seemed to bear some resemblance to alchemy, yet remained distinctly different. You might understand it this way, Ling Yun continued. Alchemy seeks to transmute base metals into gold and concoct elixirs for immortality. In contrast, our practice aims for inner completeness and harmony. We believe that when one's heart is sufficiently fortified, it can summon the forces of the universe. Dumbledore's azure eyes brightened. Inner completeness and harmony. How eloquently put. This is precisely what the magical realm lacks. We possess formidable magical prowess, capable of moving mountains and reshaping the very fabric of time and space. Yet, we often find ourselves unable to govern our most fundamental emotions: love, hate, fear, jealousy. Voldemort serves as a prime example. Endowed with unprecedented magical strength, he was ultimately enslaved by his own fear of death, leading to his own annihilation. Dumbledore's words stirred something within Ling Yun. It appeared that this great white wizard possessed a profoundly insightful understanding of the essence of magic. Thus, when you employed your methods to assist Harry, I was neither surprised nor dismayed. Rather, I was filled with anticipation, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. The scar within Harry's heart is not merely a curse of dark magic, but a fissure in the soul, a vent for negative emotions. Western magic, whether through healing spells or potions, can only provide temporary relief but cannot eradicate it. Your practice reveals to me a novel avenue for guidance rather than mere suppression. Ling Yun listened intently, aware that Dumbledore had discerned the crux of his abilities. I am curious, what is the name of the method you taught Harry? Dumbledore inquired. The Serenity Technique, Ling Yun replied. Dumbledore nodded. A splendid name. Would you be willing to teach this method to more students? Ling Yun paused in surprise. He had not anticipated such a request from Dumbledore. It aligned perfectly with his subsequent plans. That would be splendid, Dumbledore exclaimed, genuinely pleased. The curriculum at Hogwarts has remained unchanged for centuries. Perhaps it is time to introduce something new. He retrieved a piece of parchment and a quill from his drawer. I shall discuss with the professors about establishing an elective course for you. We shall call it the Art of Serenity. What say you? That sounds agreeable, Ling Yun nodded. However, Dumbledore's tone shifted. This endeavor may encounter some resistance, particularly from the Ministry of Magic, which harbors considerable caution towards any non-traditional forms of magic. Also from Professor Snape. Ling Yun added. Dumbledore chuckled, a glint of mischief dancing in his blue eyes. Severus merely employs a hardened exterior to shield his tender heart. Give him a bit of time. He shall come to understand. Ling Yun remained non-committal. He certainly did not perceive Snape as an easily swayed individual, especially when he sensed the icy wellspring of regret buried deep within Snape's heart. The conversation concluded. Ling Yun exited the headmaster's office, feeling as though he had just awakened from a dream. Everything had transpired with an almost surreal smoothness. Not only did Dumbledore harbor no suspicions towards him, but he also offered unwavering support. The wisdom and magnanimity of this venerable man were indeed commendable. However, Ling Yun understood that this was merely the beginning. The true challenges lay ahead. The first flying lesson was held on the lawn outside the castle, where 20 broomsticks were neatly arranged on the ground. Madame Hooch, a witch with hawk-like eyes, sternly scrutinized the group of first-year students. Well, what are you waiting for? She exclaimed, instructing everyone to stand to the left of a broomstick. Hurry up. The students clumsily scrambled into position. Extend your right hand above the broom and say up, up. They all shouted in unison. Harry's broom immediately leapt into his grasp. Hermione's broom merely rolled slightly on the ground. Ron's broom, after several hesitant calls, finally rose reluctantly. As for Ling Yun, he simply observed the broom at his feet in silence. He extended his hand, refraining from uttering the incantation. Instead, he enveloped the broom with a faint, newly cultivated stream of qi, and with a mere thought, the broom gracefully leapt into his hand like a docile puppy. This display went largely unnoticed, save for Harry nearby and Hermione, who had been quietly observing him. A flicker of surprise and understanding crossed Harry's eyes, while Hermione's brow furrowed even further. What was this? Yet another manifestation of that non-magical power? The lesson continued. Under Madame Hooch's guidance, the students began attempting to mount their brooms and take to the skies. Most wobbled unsteadily, as though intoxicated. Only Harry, upon his first flight, felt as though he had discovered a missing part of himself, soaring high and steady. He was a natural-born flyer. Another standout was Draco Malfoy, who clearly had practiced extensively at home, executing each maneuver with effortless grace and a smug smile adorning his face. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. Poor Neville Longbottom, overwhelmed by nerves, took off before Madame Hooch could even blow her whistle. He shot into the air like a cork, only to scream as he plummeted downwards. Madame Hooch rushed to catch him, but despite her efforts, he still suffered a broken wrist. After examining the injury, she said, "All right, child, get up." Turning to the other students, she added, "While I take him to the hospital wing, none of you are to move. Place your brooms down, or before you can utter the word Quidditch, you will be expelled from Hogwarts." With that, she led the sobbing Neville away. No sooner had she departed than Malfoy erupted into a fit of laughter. "Have you seen that foolish look on his face?" "Silence, Malfoy," retorted a Gryffindor girl, Parvati Patil. "Oh, defending Longbottom, are we Patil?" sneered Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin girl. Malfoy's gaze fell upon a glass orb that Neville had dropped, a memory ball gifted to him by his grandmother. Malfoy bent down to retrieve it. "Look at this," he proclaimed, lifting the memory ball triumphantly, something that oaf Longbottom dropped. "Give it back, Malfoy." Harry immediately interjected. Malfoy laughed derisively. "I think I shall hide it away for Longbottom to find himself." He mounted his broomstick and soared to a height nearly level with the top of an oak tree. "Come and get it, Potter," he taunted. Without hesitation, Harry climbed onto his broom. "Don't go," Hermione urgently cautioned. "Madame Hooch has forbidden us to move. You'll get into trouble." But Harry was beyond listening. He shot into the sky, hurtling towards Malfoy, prompting gasps from the students below. Ling Yun remained motionless, gazing upward at the two figures in the sky. His attention did not linger on Harry, but was fixed intently on Malfoy. In that moment, the cold voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Key figure Draco Malfoy detected. Emotional distortion caused by familial pressure and a longing for validation. Side quest activated. The fragility beneath pride. Quest objective. Plant a seed of authenticity within his heart. Quest reward. Empathy insight. Empathy insight? It sounded like a most valuable ability. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Ling Yun's lips. Unlike Harry, who sought to resolve matters through anger and confrontation, he perceived things differently. His newly acquired Tai Chi mental cultivation had enhanced his emotional perception. He could clearly sense that, at this moment, Malfoy exuded pride and arrogance. Yet beneath that hard exterior lay profound fragility and insecurity. He could feel Malfoy's emotions, rife with fear of his father, Lucius Malfoy, and a near-pathological obsession for paternal approval. Every action he took today, this childish bullying of the weak, was merely an attempt to prove to everyone, especially to the father he imagined, that he was a worthy Malfoy, a true Slytherin. It was rather tragic. In the sky, Harry and Malfoy faced off. "Hand it over, or I shall knock you off your broom," Harry threatened. "Is that so?" Malfoy scoffed, then tossed the memory ball high into the air, sending it sailing towards the distant grass. Harry dove sharply, racing like a bullet towards the small glass orb. Just as the memory ball was about to touch the ground, he extended his hand and grasped it firmly. A jubilant cheer erupted from the ground as Harry landed gracefully, surrounded by his fellow students. In stark contrast, Malfoy descended nearby, his face a mask of fury. He had succumbed to defeat, losing to his most detested rival, Harry Potter, in front of all. He felt the piercing gazes of those around him, mockery from Gryffindor, disappointment from Slytherin, and even whispers from other houses. These stares pricked at his heart like 1,000 needles. Clenching his fists, the turmoil of anger, humiliation, and resentment threatened to engulf him. A sinister thought briefly flickered in his mind, to rush forward and cast a curse upon Potter. At that moment, a calm voice resonated within his mind, as if spoken directly to his soul. "Is this truly what you desire?" Who spoke? He turned to see Ling Yun, the exchange student from the east, standing quietly at a distance, observing him with tranquil eyes, devoid of any emotion. Yet, Malfoy felt as though his darkest thoughts were laid bare before those penetrating eyes. Was it worth tarnishing his image for a glass orb, merely to prove something to those he deemed beneath him? Was he merely playing the role of Draco Malfoy? Or was he revealing his true self? Malfoy's complexion drained of color. How could he know? How could he discern my thoughts? An unprecedented panic seized his heart, more terrifying than his defeat by Harry Potter. It was the sensation of his very soul being exposed. Just then, a stern voice broke through the tumult. Harry Potter. It was Professor McGonagall, flanked by the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team. Their Captain Oliver was beaming with excitement. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Ling Yun had recalled. Harry was not expelled. Rather, Professor McGonagall appointed him as the seeker for the Gryffindor team, a decision that set the Gryffindor students into a frenzy of cheers, while Slytherin students seethed with jealousy and rage. No one paid heed to Draco Malfoy, who stood isolated. Except for Ling Yun. He observed as Malfoy, head bowed, hastily exited the pitch, his posture no longer proud, but rather marked by a sense of disarray and haste. Ling Yun recognized that a seed had been sown. When it would sprout depended solely on Malfoy's own journey. Ding. Task. Completion degree of vulnerability beneath pride. 10. Please continue your efforts, host. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Only 10? It appeared that altering a person's deep-seated beliefs was indeed no simple feat. However, Ling Yun was in no rush. He had all the time in the world, and there were more pressing matters to attend to, such as delving into the nature of the reward known as the insightful heart technique. Chapter 5. The Collapse of the Library. The commotion from the flying lesson quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. Harry Potter, a first-year student, had been exceptionally appointed as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This is undoubtedly a significant revelation. In an instant, Harry has become the most radiant star within the castle. Wherever he goes, people point and whisper about him. The students of Gryffindor regard him as a hero, while those of Slytherin harbor hostility towards him. Particularly, Draco Malfoy has declared his intention to engage Harry in a wizard duel at midnight. Without hesitation, Harry and Ron have consented. Ling Yun overheard this news in the common room of Ravenclaw, where several upperclassmen were animatedly discussing it. Have you heard? Potter is set to duel Malfoy. Is that true? A first-year daring to duel? What spells do they know? Who knows, but it promises to be quite the spectacle. Ling Yun shook his head. It was, after all, a familiar narrative. He understood that this so-called duel was merely a trap set by Malfoy, intended to provoke Harry and Ron into violating school rules, resulting in them being caught by Filch. Should he warn Harry? After some contemplation, he decided against it. Some tumbles must be taken on one's own. The incident with the troll was the cornerstone of the trio's bond. If he intervened and something unfortunate happened to Hermione, it would be a regrettable consequence. His primary focus now was to enhance his own abilities while fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system. Speaking of tasks, he had yet to thoroughly examine the reward for the insightful heart technique. It was neither an offensive spell nor a form of mind reading. Rather, it resembled a passive skill. Once cultivated, it would allow Ling Yun, based on his perception of others' emotions, to delve deeper into the roots of those feelings, as well as their innermost obsessions and desires. Just as he sensed Malfoy's pride during the flying lesson, he only comprehended its origin, the yearning for his father's approval, after receiving the system's prompt. Mastering the insightful heart technique would enable him to perceive this directly, proving invaluable for completing his task of emotional transference. Clearly, this task needed to be accomplished swiftly, Ling Yun pondered. To achieve it, he would have to maintain contact with Malfoy. Though this could not be rushed, Malfoy currently resembled a startled hedgehog. Anyone approaching him would be pricked by his barbs. A suitable opportunity was required. In the ensuing days, Ling Yun's life followed a remarkably structured routine. Each morning, he practiced Tai Chi by the Black Lake, solidifying his vital energy. During the day, he attended classes. The magical courses at Hogwarts were both novel and intriguing to him, particularly the charms and transfiguration classes, which deepened his understanding of the world's laws. He discovered that Western magic operates more like a directive to harness the forces of the universe. Spells serve as the commands, wands act as the medium, and a wizard's mental prowess grants the authority to issue these commands. This was starkly different from his understanding of the Eastern cultivation system, yet both paths ultimately converge. In the evenings, he would frequent the library. In the Ravenclaw's eagle-shaped archway, a different riddle is presented each day. For Ling Yun, who possesses memories of his past life and extraordinary mental fortitude, this is a mere trifle. He has even earned the title of the Riddle Prince among the new students of Ravenclaw. The Hogwarts Library is a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. The abundance of its collections far surpasses Ling Yun's imagination. Like a sponge, He fervently absorbs the wisdom contained within its walls, delving into subjects ranging from the history of magic to contemporary magical theories, from magical creatures to the defense against dark arts. The more he reads, the more he realizes that while the magical system of this world is formidable, it undeniably harbors a significant blind spot: the study of the mind and emotions. Almost all texts regard emotions as mere byproducts or distractions in spellcasting. Rarely does a work delve into the very energy of emotions themselves. This realization bolsters Ling Yun's conviction that Dumbledore is indeed correct. The Eastern wisdom he brings might truly unlock a new door for this world. That evening, as usual, Ling Yun made his way to the library. It was tranquil, the only sound being the soft scratching of a quill against parchment. He settled into his usual corner. But as soon as he sat down, he sensed a deeply unstable emotional fluctuation. This emotion was rife with anxiety, fatigue, and an overwhelming pressure that seemed on the verge of snapping. Following the source of this emotional turmoil, he spotted Hermione Granger not far away, hunched over a table cluttered with books. Before her lay several thick tomes, accompanied by a densely written scroll of parchment. Her brow was furrowed, her lips moving as if reciting something. Yet, her condition appeared dire. Her complexion was pale, and dark circles under her eyes were prominent. Ling Yun could feel her spirit was like a taut string, ready to break at any moment. This girl was too ambitious, striving to excel in every subject, determined to prove that even as a muggle-born, she could surpass any pure-blood wizard. The weight of this pressure was nearly crushing her. At that moment, Ling Yun's mind was pierced by the voice of the system. Ding! Key figure Hermione Granger detected, on the brink of mental collapse due to overwhelming academic pressure. Side quest triggered. The Scholar's Dilemma. Quest objective: alleviate her negative emotions and help her find a balance between study and relaxation. Quest reward: formula for concentration elixir. The concentration elixir? It sounded like something that could be used for potion making, an essential component of the cultivation system. This reward was one he must obtain. Ling Yun rose, intending to approach Hermione for a conversation. However, before he could draw near, an unexpected incident occurred. Hermione let out a sudden, sharp scream as a bottle of ink before her exploded without warning. Black ink splattered everywhere, ruining the lengthy essay she had just completed. But the ordeal was far from over. As her emotions spiraled out of control, a surge of chaotic magic erupted from her being. The books on the surrounding shelves began to tremble violently before cascading down like a torrential rain. With a thunderous crash, an entire bookshelf toppled over. The students in the library were taken aback by this sudden upheaval. Silence. Silence. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, a gaunt woman resembling an emaciated vulture, screamed as she rushed over. Upon witnessing the disarray and finding Hermione buried beneath a pile of books, her face contorted with fury. "Miss Granger, what have you done?" She shrieked in a voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. "You destroyed my books. You've ruined my library." Hermione crawled out from the wreckage, her clothes soiled with dust and ink, looking utterly disheveled. As she gazed at her ruined paper and the chaos around her, tears streamed down her face. It was not intentional. She was simply overwhelmed with fatigue. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry," she stammered through her sobs. "Is a mere apology sufficient?" Mrs. Pants was relentless. "I will report you to Professor McGonagall. You shall serve a month of detention." The students nearby murmured amongst themselves, some sympathetic, others reveling in her misfortune. Hermione buried her head lower, her shoulders shaking, appearing utterly pitiable. At that moment, Ling Yun approached. He navigated through the crowd and stood beside Hermione. Without uttering a word, he extended his hand gently, placing it atop her head. A soothing, tranquil aura emanated from his palm, enveloping Hermione in an instant. This calming presence stemmed from his practice of the tranquil heart technique. Gradually, her sobs subsided. She could feel the suffocating anxiety and pressure being gently eased by this warm energy. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching Ling Yun's, brimming with confusion. Even the chaotic magical fluctuations surrounding them began to settle under the influence of this aura. "Is it you?" Mrs. Pants narrowed her eyes at Ling Yun, her brow furrowed deeper. "The exchange student from Ravenclaw? What do you intend to do? Shield her?" "Madam, please, calm yourself," Ling Yun replied calmly. "Hermione is merely exhausted. That is why her magic spiraled out of control. It was not her intention. I care not whether it was her intention." Mrs. Pants screamed. "She must be held accountable for the destruction she has wrought." "Of course." Ling Yun nodded. "I shall assume full responsibility." At this declaration, a stunned silence enveloped the room, affecting everyone, including Hermione and Mrs. Pants. You? Mrs. Pants regarded him skeptically. On what grounds do you claim responsibility for her actions? Simply because I possess the capability to restore everything to its original state, or even better, Ling Yun asserted confidently. He turned to Hermione, retrieving a blank parchment and a quill from his pocket, offering them to her. Write down all your worries, everything that weighs heavily upon you. His voice was gentle. Hermione stared blankly as she accepted the paper and quill, uncertain of his intentions. Trust me. Ling Yun smiled at her before turning to Madame Pants. Madam, may I have an afternoon? He asked. I will restore all the fallen books to their rightful places, and I shall employ a novel method of knowledge association to reorganize the books in this area. I assure you, it will be more efficient and accessible than your original arrangement. Madame Pants was taken aback by Ling Yun's declaration. Knowledge association? What was that? Having managed this library for decades, she had relied on the Dewey Decimal Classification without a single error. How dare this impudent young man claim his method is superior? With a scoff, Madame Pants retorted. And what if you fail? Ling Yun met her gaze with unwavering resolve, stating clearly, should I fail, I willingly accept double the punishment and will personally write to the Ministry of Magic to admit my culpability in the destruction of these books. His words resonated with authority. Madame Pants was momentarily silenced by his conviction. The surrounding students regarded Ling Yun with incredulous eyes. Had he lost his mind? After all, these were hundreds of books. Hermione anxiously tugged at Ling Yun's sleeve. Ling Yun, please. It's my fault. Without acknowledging the crowd any further, he bent down to pick up the scattered books. His movements were deliberate yet unhurried. Each book received a glance at its title and author before being placed in a different location, as if a comprehensive new classification blueprint had already formed in his mind. Madame Pants observed him, her expression shifting between skepticism and intrigue. Finally, with a cold huff, she declared, very well, I shall grant you an afternoon. I am eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. With that, she turned and departed. Yet it was evident that she would be monitoring the proceedings from a distance. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Hermione watched Ling Yun's diligent figure, glancing at the parchment in her hand, biting her lip. Ultimately, she found a quiet corner to sit down and began to inscribe her worries upon the parchment. There are too many spells and charms. I fear I won't remember them. The theories in transfiguration are so challenging. I worry I might fail the exam. Professor Snape seems to always be targeting me. Ron said I'm a know-it-all. Does he dislike me? As she continued to write, tears streamed down her face once more. However, this time, it was not due to stress or despair, but rather a sense of relief and understanding. For the first time, she realized how liberating it was to articulate the burdens she had kept bottled up inside. Chapter 6. The Boundless Ocean of Knowledge. In a corner of the library, Hermione wrote fervently. She poured all her anxieties, worries, and even grievances regarding her classmates into that parchment without reservation. With each line, she penned. It felt as though a weight was lifted from her heart. She had been carrying so much. In truth, she had long utilized the term excellent as a facade to mask her inner turmoil and insecurity. She feared the scorn of others, anxious about being ostracized due to her mundane origins. Thus, she exerted herself relentlessly in her studies, striving to validate her worth through her academic achievements. Yet, this relentless pursuit of affirmation only served to exhaust her further. Upon inscribing the final word, she exhaled deeply, feeling an immense weight lift from her being. She raised her gaze to the distance, where Ling Yun was methodically arranging books at a leisurely pace. His movements possessed an unusual grace, resembling not mere labor, but an artistic endeavor. Occasionally, he would pause in contemplation, then deftly place a book in its precise location. Sunlight streamed through the lofty windows, enveloping him in a golden halo. At that moment, Ling Yun radiated a mysterious and compelling charm in Hermione's eyes. She rose and approached him, whispering, I have finished. How do you feel? He inquired. Much better, Hermione replied sincerely. Thank you. No need to thank me. Ling Yun smiled. You have saved yourself. He took the parchment filled with her writing, barely glancing at it before a small flicker of golden flame erupted from his fingertips, instantly reducing the parchment to ashes. Hermione was taken aback. Expressing or writing down your troubles resolves half the issue, Ling Yun stated. The remainder is to let it go. Let go? Hermione still did not comprehend. Yes, let go. Ling Yun's gaze swept over the towering stacks of books. Knowledge is an ocean, boundless and infinite. You cannot drain an entire sea. Learn to find a cup of water you need, and that will suffice. Education is meant to enhance your wisdom and joy, not to render you a slave to knowledge. His words struck Hermione's heart like a lightning bolt. Throughout her upbringing, she had been taught that hard work and top ranks were paramount. No one had ever conveyed to her that the purpose of learning was to find joy. She stood there, lost in thought, repeatedly savoring Ling Yun's wisdom. Ling Yun chose not to elaborate further. Some truths must be grasped independently. He turned back to continue his grand endeavor. Time passed, minute by minute. The afternoon swiftly approached its conclusion. Madame Pants arrived punctually, accompanied by several head students from Ravenclaw, a hint of schadenfreude evident on her face. She found it hard to believe anyone could accomplish such a monumental task in a single afternoon. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, her expression instantly froze. The once chaotic area was now transformed into a paragon of order. All the books were meticulously arranged on the shelves, and the floor was immaculate. How is this possible? Have you really organized everything? Madame Pants could scarcely believe her eyes. Impossible, exclaimed one head student, even with all of us working together. We couldn't have done this so swiftly. Did he employ some sort of magic? Another speculated. Ling Yun merely smiled, offering no explanation. Of course, he had used magic. However, it was not the kind of magic they understood. After practicing the Tai Chi spirit cultivation technique, his mental faculties experienced a significant enhancement. Multitasking, having an excellent memory, were merely fundamental operations for him. He could simultaneously scan the contents of a book with his consciousness, construct a classification model in his mind, and direct his body to place the book in the most suitable position. Such efficiency was beyond the imagination of an ordinary wizard. She casually pulled a book from the shelf, titled The Art of Medieval Magical Duels. When might I find a book on the historical evolution of shield spells? Asked Madame Pants, presenting a challenge. In the original classification, these two books belonged to entirely different categories, one to the history of magic, the other to standard spells. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Yun pointed to a nearby bookshelf. Madam, please look at the third shelf of that bookcase. Skeptical, Madame Pants approached. Indeed, on that third shelf, she discovered several books regarding shield spells. Next to these were ancient defensive magic runes, the forging and enchantment of fairy armor, and the power of knightly spirit and oaths of protection. In the original classification, these books belonged to various categories, such as ancient magic, magical artifacts, and muggle studies. Yet now, they had been ingeniously placed together, forming a knowledge cluster centered on defense. Any student wishing to study the subject could find interrelated knowledge from diverse fields right here. This was nothing short of a genius idea. Madame Pants was left speechless. The Ravenclaw prefects stood astonished as well. As top students in their respective years, they could clearly discern the brilliance of this classification method. This was not merely an organization of books. It was a profound understanding and reconstruction of knowledge. So what do you think, madam? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Madame Pants's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. She wanted to find fault, but realized she had no grounds. Ultimately, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I suppose you pass. With that, she stormed off, her expression darkening. As soon as she left, the Ravenclaw prefects immediately gathered around. My goodness, Ling Yun, how did you do that? This method of knowledge association is remarkable. How did you come up with it? Can you teach us? Their gazes were filled with admiration and reverence. In Ravenclaw, wisdom was the ultimate passport. What Ling Yun had demonstrated today transcended mere cleverness. It bordered on extraordinary brilliance. Hermione stood nearby, watching Ling Yun surrounded by admirers, feeling a mixture of emotions. Gratitude, admiration, and a tinge of jealousy stirred within her. Yet more than that, there was a sense of relief. She thought perhaps Ling Yun was right. Learning should not be a life-and-death competition, but rather a delightful journey of exploration into the unknown. Just then, the system's notification sounded in Ling Yun's mind. Ding! The side quest, The Scholar's Dilemma, has been completed. Task evaluation, perfect. Reward, recipe for the Tranquility Pill. A surge of information flooded into Ling Yun's mind. It was an ancient recipe, meticulously detailing the necessary herbs and the procedure for concocting the Tranquility Pill. As its name suggests, the Tranquility Pill is a potion designed to enhance mental fortitude, assisting cultivators in achieving serenity and guarding against the intrusion of inner demons. For Ling Yun, this was akin to a timely blessing. What he currently lacked most were resources to aid in his cultivation. He examined the ingredients required for the recipe: moonlight grass, serenity flower, unicorn horn powder, and griffin feathers. Most appeared to be products of this magical realm. It seemed he had much to attend to in the near future. Ling Yun politely declined the senior's invitation to dinner and left the library alone. He needed a place to thoroughly study the recipe. Watching him depart, Hermione bit her lip and hurried after him. Ling Yun, wait, is there something else? Hermione approached him, bowing earnestly. I truly appreciate your help today. Not only did you rescue me, but you also taught me so much. It was a mere effort, Ling Yun replied modestly. No, it means a great deal to me, Hermione said, lifting her gaze, her eyes clear and resolute. I think I now understand the significance of learning. That's good to hear, Ling Yun nodded. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Can I also learn that technique you mentioned, the tranquility method? She looked at him with eager anticipation, yearning for the power to master her own mind. Chapter 7. The King's Insecurities. He pondered. The tranquility method was not an esoteric practice. Sharing it with her would pose no issue. Additionally, Hermione's talent and comprehension were exceptional. If she could master it, it would greatly benefit her. More importantly, through Hermione, perhaps the practice of meditation could gain better promotion as a future elective. After all, the name Hermione Granger is a prestigious emblem within the academic elite. Very well. Ling Yun eventually nodded, but you must be prepared. This path is entirely different from the magic you are accustomed to. In some respects, it may even be contrary. Understood, Ling Yun said. Starting tomorrow, come to the Black Lake with Harry in the mornings. Upon receiving affirmation, Hermione nearly leapt with joy. Thank you, Ling Yun. I will be there on time. With that, she skipped away, her steps light. Ling Yun watched her retreating figure and smiled. It seemed that within the trio, two had already begun to establish a foundation of trust with him. Only one remained, Ron Weasley. As for Ron, Ling Yun had scarcely seen him in recent days. Ever since Harry was chosen as the Seeker, Ron had seemingly been shadowing Harry, serving as his most loyal fan and support. Yet, Ling Yun sensed that beneath Ron's joy for his friend lay a subtle undercurrent of insecurity and disappointment. As the youngest son of the Weasley family, he has always lived in the shadows cast by his remarkable brothers. After much effort, he finally made a friend, only to discover that this friend is none other than the renowned savior. The burden of such an illustrious presence must be quite heavy. Ling Yun shook his head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts. He had more pressing matters at hand, researching the formula for a focus-enhancing elixir. Moonlight grass, which flourishes in the cool, shaded areas bathed in moonlight, should be found in the Forbidden Forest. Tranquility flower, a commonly known herb for calming the mind, is undoubtedly abundant in the potions classroom storeroom. Griffin feathers pose a slight challenge, but they can be procured from the magical supplies shop in Diagon Alley. The most troublesome ingredient, however, is powdered unicorn horn. Unicorns are pure creatures, and hunting them is an exceedingly malevolent act. Consequently, their horn powder is prohibited for sale in the market. Only the potion storeroom at Hogwarts contains a limited supply obtained through humane means for educational purposes. It seems he must devise a way to acquire some horn powder from under Snape's watchful eye. This is no easy feat. Ling Yun furrowed his brow. At that moment, he heard the familiar voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Detecting key individual Ron Weasley. Experiencing intense feelings of inferiority due to family background and the halo of friendship, affecting his emotional stability. Triggering side quest, the King's Confidence. Quest objective, guide Ron Weasley to recognize his own worth and build self-confidence. Quest reward, fragment of the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra, Ling Yun's heart raced. This is a higher-level mental technique than the Tai Chi meditation. Although it is merely a fragment, it is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. The system has truly invested significantly this time. It appears that resolving Ron's emotional turmoil is even more crucial than he had envisioned. Ling Yun promptly set aside his focus elixir endeavors. The immediate priority is to complete this task. How can he guide Ron to establish confidence? Ling Yun fell into deep contemplation. Would simply telling him to be confident be effective? Surely not. It would likely make him feel pitted. He must find an opportunity for Ron to realize his own value. Soon, that opportunity presented itself. The first Quidditch match at Hogwarts was about to commence, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The entire castle was enveloped in a fervent atmosphere. The day before the match, the Gryffindor common room was bustling with excitement. Students rallied to cheer for Harry. The twins, Fred and George, brought forth an array of prank items to enliven the mood. Yet, Ron sat alone in a corner, dejectedly fiddling with his old wand. His broomstick, a hand-me-down from his brother Charlie, the Clean Sweep 7, was as slow as a snail. He knew he could never shine on the field like Harry. He didn't even qualify as a substitute. All he could do was sit in the stands, a mere spectator, a common person clapping for the friend of the savior. This feeling was utterly disheartening. At that moment, a figure settled beside him. It was Ling Yun. Pensive? Ling Yun inquired calmly. Ron was startled, glancing up at him for a fleeting moment before hastily lowering his gaze. No, not at all, he muttered. He was not well acquainted with this exchange student from the East, and, following Harry's recent nightmare, he felt a tinge of wariness towards Ling Yun. Are you troubled about tomorrow's match? Ling Yun seemed unfazed by Ron's aloofness, speaking to himself. "It's none of your business," Ron retorted a bit brusquely. Ling Yun remained unperturbed. From his pocket, he produced a small wooden box and placed it on the table between them. He then opened the box to reveal a set of intricately carved jade chess pieces. Black and white, smooth as jade. "What is this?" Ron inquired with curiosity, having never seen such a game before. "Go," Ling Yun replied, "an ancient board game from the East." As he spoke, he unfurled a chessboard, an archaic wooden surface marked by 19 horizontal and vertical lines. "Care for a game?" Ling Yun invited. Ron hesitated. His forte lay in wizard's chess, and he felt utterly unprepared for this unfamiliar game. Yet, upon seeing Ling Yun's serene expression, he found himself nodding. "All right. The rules are quite simple," Ling Yun began to explain. "The black stones go first, and players alternate turns, aiming to surround more territory than their opponent. Stones completely surrounded by the opponent are removed from the board." The rules did indeed sound straightforward, and Ron quickly grasped them. "I will play black. You can take white?" Ling Yun stated. "No, I'm accustomed to playing with the black stones," Ron immediately countered, as he always favored black pieces in wizard chess. "Very well," Ling Yun shrugged nonchalantly. The first game commenced. Ron, sticking to his wizard's chess instincts, launched an aggressive initial attack. His pieces surged forward like a battalion of soldiers, fiercely advancing upon Ling Yun's territory. In stark contrast, Ling Yun's strategy was entirely different. Before long, Ron captured several of Ling Yun's stones. "Huh, you're too weak," Ron boasted. However, as the game progressed, he began to sense something amiss. Although he had claimed a few enemy stones, his own territory was being methodically divided and encircled by Ling Yun's seemingly scattered pieces. His soldiers found themselves ensnared in an immense, invisible trap. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Ling Yun gently placed a white stone on the board, and in an instant, a significant number of Ron's black stones lost their vitality, becoming dead stones. Ron stared blankly at the board. Had he lost? And so decisively? How could this be? He struggled to believe it. "Your play was quite aggressive and courageous," Ling Yun remarked calmly, "but you were overly fixated on immediate gains, neglecting the broader perspective. In Go, there's a saying, to give and to take. To give and to take?" Ron echoed the unfamiliar phrase. "Yes, sometimes. Sacrificing a small number of pieces is a strategic move to gain greater advantage, ultimately leading to victory." Ling Yun gestured toward the chessboard, elucidating, "Observe here. In your attempt to capture my 3 pieces, you deployed 10 of yours in pursuit. Consequently, your stronghold was effortlessly breached." Ron followed his gaze, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, it was true. "What does this have to do with Quidditch?" Ron inquired, somewhat disgruntled. "It has everything to do with it," Ling Yun replied with a smile. "What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of a Quidditch match?" "You're right," he continued, "but capturing the golden snitch is merely one method of concluding the game. The essence of victory lies in teamwork and the application of tactics. You may not possess Harry's innate flying prowess, nor does your broom rival Malfoy's in speed. Yet, you possess something they lack." "What?" Ron asked instinctively. Ling Yun's gaze locked on Ron's eyes. "A tactical vision. I've heard Harry mention that you excel at wizard's chess. You can command those pieces like a true general, skillfully maneuvering them. That is your gift." Ron was taken aback. "Good at wizard chess? What kind of talent is that?" "It won't help me score on the Quidditch pitch." "What do you think is the most vital responsibility of a Quidditch team's keeper?" Ling Yun posed another question. "That's only half right." He shook his head. "An exemplary keeper is not merely a defender. They should embody the eyes of the entire team, serving as the commander of the defense. Positioned before the goal, with the best vantage point, they must discern the overall dynamics of the field. They ought to vocally alert teammates to dangers and opportunities, directing their pieces, akin to a general in chess, to defend and attack." Ling Yun's words resonated within Ron's mind like a thunderclap. A keeper is a general? A commander? He had never contemplated Quidditch from this perspective. He had always assumed that the keeper was the most tedious, passive position. "But my broom is too slow," Ron still felt uncertain. "Sometimes, slowness can be an advantage," Ling Yun replied, "for it allows you to observe the situation with greater calmness, rather than flailing about like a headless chicken, merely chasing after the ball. Remember, Ron, equipment is never the sole determinant of victory. What truly matters is the mind of the person wielding the equipment. You possess the mind of a tactical master, which is far more precious than any Firebolt 2000. With that, Ling Yun rose, gathering the chessboard in pieces. "Think about it," he said, leaving Ron alone in the common room. Lost in contemplation, his gaze fell upon the empty tabletop, as though he could still envision the stark contrast of the chess game. A tactical master's mind. Is this truly my gift? A thought, like a seed, quietly began to sprout within him. Perhaps I too can become someone exceptional. Perhaps I might also discover my own place upon the Quidditch pitch? Chapter 8. The Birth of a Tactical Master. The long-awaited day of the Quidditch match has finally arrived. The sky is clear, devoid of clouds, perfect weather for a contest. The entire Hogwarts is abuzz with excitement. Students pour from the castle towards the Quidditch field, each face radiating enthusiasm and anticipation. The stands are already a sea of humanity. The scarlet of Gryffindor and the green of Slytherin are distinctly separated, resembling two opposing oceans. Ling Yun, Hermione, and Neville find a seat with a good view. Hermione holds aloft a large banner she conjured with magic, emblazoned with sparkling purple letters proclaiming, "Potter must win." Neville clutches his binoculars nervously. Ling Yun has not prepared such things. He simply sits quietly, his gaze sweeping across the stands. He spots Ron, who, unlike the other Gryffindor students, does not shout or cheer for Harry. He merely sits in silence, holding a pair of binoculars gifted by Harry, his eyes intently fixed on the pitch, lost in thought. Ling Yun senses a significant shift in Ron's emotions compared to the previous days. The feelings of inferiority and disappointment have notably diminished, replaced by a burgeoning eagerness mixed with tension and expectation. It seems that his words from that evening have resonated with Ron. A seed has begun to sprout, Ling Yun muses. With Madame Hooch's whistle, the match officially commences. 14 players ascend into the sky. Harry, riding his Firebolt 2000, darts through the air like a red flash, searching for the elusive golden snitch. The Slytherin players, however, exhibit a rather brutish demeanor. Their captain, Marcus Flint, a hulking figure reminiscent of a troll, deliberately collides with Gryffindor's chaser, Angelina Johnson, seizing the quaffle. Foul! The Gryffindor students in the stands erupt in a chorus of outrage. Yet, it appears Madame Hooch remains oblivious, and the match continues. Slytherin scores first, 10-0. The ensuing game devolves into a one-sided display of bullying. The Slytherin players leverage their physicality and broomstick advantages to repeatedly collide and foul. And Madame Hooch, it seems, is always conveniently blind to these infractions. The Gryffindor students' spirits diminish, their cheers weakening. "This is unjust," Hermione exclaims, her indignation palpable. "They have been fouling continuously." "That is the nature of Slytherin," Neville murmurs quietly. Ling Yun remains silent, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Harry. At that moment, disaster strikes. Harry's broom begins to buck violently, akin to a frenzied wild stallion attempting to throw him off. Good heavens! What's wrong with Harry's broom? He is going to fall. Gasps ripple through the stands. Everyone's heart races to their throats. Hermione immediately grasped the telescope and directed her gaze towards the staff table. "It's Snape," she exclaimed in terror. "He is casting a spell. He is cursing Harry's broom." Ling Yun also turned his attention to the staff table. But what he perceived was markedly different from Hermione's interpretation. He could distinctly sense two opposing yet immensely powerful forces of mental energy engaged in an invisible struggle. One was a chilling, malevolent curse emanating from Professor Quirrell, who was shrouded in a scarf, his lips moving subtly, his eyes filled with malice. The other force was resilient, imbued with a protective instinct originating from Snape. His complexion was ashen, and he too was muttering incantations, countering Quirrell's dark spell. Understanding dawned upon Ling Yun as he witnessed this iconic moment. Snape, this seemingly cold-hearted man, indeed was protecting the child of the one he cherished, albeit in a manner that remained misunderstood by all. At that instant, Hermione sprang into action. She thrust the telescope into Neville's hands and dashed towards the staff table recklessly. Ling Yun realized she intended to set fire to Snape's robes. He did not intervene, recognizing this as a pivotal moment in the unfolding narrative. His gaze shifted back to Ron in the stands, where he observed an unusual expression on his friend's face. Unlike others, who were in a state of panic watching Harry in the sky, Ron had his all-purpose telescope trained on the entire Quidditch pitch. His brow furrowed. He repeatedly murmured something. "Left. Angelina, watch your left. The Slytherin chaser is about to strike from there. Katie, pass the ball to Fred. There is space in front of him. Wood, be careful. They're adopting the hawkhead formation." He was actually directing the game. Though his voice was barely audible and the players on the field could not hear him, he was indeed participating in his own way, acting as the eyes of the team. A faint smile of appreciation appeared on Ling Yun's face. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the staff table. Snape's robes had caught fire. Professor Quirrell was knocked to the ground, interrupting the curse he had cast on Harry's broom. Instantly, Harry's broom regained stability. He seized control once more and, like a bullet, plunged towards the ground. Everyone believed he was about to crash. Yet, he halted just a foot above the ground, then gagged slightly, and a tiny golden object fell from his mouth. It was the golden snitch. He had caught the golden snitch with his mouth. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch, shouted commentator Lee Jordan with all his might. Gryffindor wins. The Gryffindor stands erupted in a deafening cheer, akin to a tidal wave of exuberance. The students embraced, leaped, and celebrated this hard-won victory. Harry Potter had once again emerged as a hero. However, amidst this sea of jubilation, Ling Yun's gaze remained fixated on Ron. He observed that, after the initial surprise, Ron did not succumb to the fervent celebrations like the others. He simply lowered his head, having set aside the telescope, lost in contemplation. The previous self-doubt had vanished from his face, yet the joy of victory was absent. Instead, it bore a complex, thoughtful expression. Ling Yun understood that, although Harry was the victor, it was Ron who had truly experienced growth. He had discovered his own path. No longer was he merely a shadow beneath Harry's brilliance. He had unearthed his own value as a born tactician. Though this master was still but a nascent form, Ling Yun believed that one day, the entire magical world would marvel at his wisdom. At that moment, a long-awaited voice echoed in Ling Yun's mind. Ding! Side quest: the king's confidence completed. Task evaluation: excellent. Task reward: fragment of the Heart Sutra, a torrent of information, tenfold greater than the previous Tai Chi meditation experience, surged into Ling Yun's consciousness. It was an ancient, obscure, and profoundly mysterious scripture. Each word seemed to encapsulate the ultimate truths of the universe. The Heart Sutra is not about cultivating true energy or the physical body, but rather the heart, a supreme method of refining mental power to its utmost. Ling Yun felt his sea of consciousness expand infinitely in that moment. What was once a mere pond now began to resemble a nascent ocean. His perception grew exponentially. He could even distinctly sense, deep within the castle, beneath the watchful gaze of the three-headed dog Fluffy, a stone emanating faint magical fluctuations. The Philosopher's Stone. Ling Yun's heart raced. This Heart Sutra was indeed powerful. Suppressing his excitement, he redirected his gaze back to the field. The Gryffindor players surrounded Harry, descending from the pitch like heroes. Ron was also amongst the crowd, genuinely rejoicing in his friend's victory. Yet his eyes had transformed completely. They now held a resolute expression, one that signified he had found his place. Ling Yun knew that from this day forth, Ron Weasley would no longer be the self-doubting boy overshadowed by his brothers and friends. He would become the king on the wizard's chessboard and the most trusted commander on future battlefields. Moreover, having completed this task, he had received the coveted reward. It was a victory in which everyone had experienced growth. Ling Yun rose, preparing to leave. He needed to find a quiet place to deeply contemplate the Heart Sutra. However, as he turned, he encountered someone he wished to avoid: Snape. Professor Snape stood a short distance away, his cold, penetrating eyes fixed intently upon him. His complexion appeared more forbidding than usual, evidently troubled by the recent incident involving the burning robe. It seemed he had attributed the blame to Mr. Ling Yun. Mr. Ling Yun, Snape began in his characteristic oily tone, I wish to discuss certain matters regarding Eastern herbs with you. Please accompany me to my office. His words carried an undeniable weight. Ling Yun sensed that trouble was at hand. Chapter 9. Snape's Potions class. Snape's office was adjacent to a dim, damp classroom in the subterranean depths of Hogwarts. There were no windows. The light was muted, and the air was thick with a peculiar, pungent aroma of formaldehyde mingled with various herbs. Along the walls, glass jars contained an assortment of bizarre animal specimens, their grotesque forms illuminated by the flickering candlelight. The entire room exuded an oppressive discomfort. Seat? Snape gestured toward the chair in front of his desk, his voice devoid of any warmth. Ling Yun calmly took his seat, fully aware that Snape's invitation was not for a simple discussion about Eastern herbs, but rather a probing inquiry, or perhaps a warning. Snape remained standing, pacing the room like a predator, his obsidian-like eyes never leaving Ling Yun. I have heard, he finally spoke, his voice lowered to a near whisper, that you used a particular Eastern tea to cure Potter's nightmares? It is called Serenity Grass, Professor. Ling Yun corrected him, a plant known for its calming properties. Serenity Grass? Snape scoffed. I have perused all the herbology texts at Hogwarts, including those in the restricted section, and found no mention of such a miraculous plant. Without the use of magic? Snape's tone became increasingly sardonic. Then, pray tell, Mr. Ling Yun, how did you manage to gain entry from the fat lady? And how did you quell Miss Granger's uncontrolled magic in an instant? Was it also the miraculous effect of your non-magical Serenity Grass? His questions grew sharper, revealing that Ling Yun's every move at Hogwarts was under scrutiny. A chill ran through Ling Yun. He had underestimated Snape's perceptiveness and acuity. This man was far more astute than he appeared. Secrets? Snape halted, towering over Ling Yun, his gaze as frigid as steel. At Hogwarts, any secret that poses a threat to student safety must be uncovered, especially when it pertains to an exchange student of dubious origins. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. Ling Yun could sense Snape's emotions, akin to a deep well frozen for a millennium. Yet beneath that thick layer of ice surged a tumultuous tide of complex and intense feelings. Hatred, suspicion, pain, and a buried, profound regret. A profound S-rank, emotional black hole of endless remorse has been detected within Severus Snape. A long-term task has commenced. Illuminate the depths of the ice spring. The system's prompt resonated within Ling Yun's mind. An S-rank, emotional black hole? Endless remorse? Ling Yun's heart sank. He understood that this remorse was intricately tied to Lily Potter, linked to his own actions that had thrust the woman he cherished into Voldemort's merciless grasp. This regret had tormented him for over a decade, becoming an inescapable curse in his life. How could one hope to illuminate such darkness? Professor, Ling Yun raised his head, locking eyes with Snape. The power I possess will not harm anyone. On the contrary, it can aid those tormented by their own inner anguish. His voice was soft, yet imbued with a peculiar strength. Snape's body trembled imperceptibly, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. Those tormented by their own inner anguish. This phrase acted like a key, triggering something deep within him. However, he swiftly regained his icy demeanor. Flattery, he scoffed. It seems the men of the Potter family excel at this. Ling Yun recognized that further debate was futile. He needed to substantiate his claims through action. Professor, if you do not believe, let us wager, Ling Yun proposed. A wager? Snape raised an eyebrow. In next week's potions class, please choose the most challenging and emotionally impactful magical plant and assign it to me. If I make any mistakes, I submit to your judgment. Yet if I succeed flawlessly, I hope you will permit me to borrow a small amount of unicorn horn powder from your private stores. He finally revealed his intent. Snape's eyes narrowed instantly. Unicorn horn powder? What do you require that for? It is an exceedingly rare and strictly regulated potion ingredient. On what grounds do you assume I would agree to such a ludicrous wager? Snape's tone grew colder. Simply because you wish to ascertain the nature of my power. Ling Yun incisively pointed out Snape's inner thoughts. Snape fell silent, his gaze fixed intensely on Ling Yun, as if trying to discern a flower blooming upon his face. This Eastern youth was enigmatic, composed, and perilously dangerous. He bore no resemblance to a mere teenager. His eyes were as profound as the starry sky, utterly inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally extracted a word from between clenched teeth. Fine. He was eager to see what this audacious boy was truly capable of. 1 week later, in the potions classroom, the underground chamber was cold and damp, filled with various unpleasant odors. The students sat in pairs before their cauldrons, anxiously awaiting the lesson. Snape swept into the classroom like a dark whirlwind. Today, we shall concoct a remarkably significant potion, the calming draught. He spoke in his characteristic tone, one that silenced all, declaring that this potion could quell anxiety and soothe the spirit. The formula was inscribed upon the blackboard. I hope at least one among you can replicate it flawlessly. His gaze purposefully swept over Harry before shifting to Ling Yun. As for you, Mr. Ling Yun, a cruel smile curled at Snape's lips. Your task today is rather unique. From beneath the podium, he produced a glass box shrouded in black cloth. When he unveiled it, a collective gasp echoed throughout the classroom. Inside was a plant, entirely black, adorned with twisted claw-like vines. Atop the vines bloomed a peculiar black flower that opened and closed rhythmically, emitting an intangible, disquieting aura with each bloom. This was the despair vine. Snape introduced it in a tone akin to that of an art connoisseur, describing it as a rare specimen of dark magical flora. It absorbed the hope and joy of surrounding beings, radiating a potent wave of despair. Anyone approaching it would swiftly succumb to endless sorrow and hopelessness, even contemplating self-harm. The students' faces turned pale. Merely gazing at the plant felt suffocating, as if all joy had vanished. Your task is simple, Snape stated, fixing his gaze on Ling Yun. Extract its stamens completely before class concludes. Oh, and for the sake of fairness, he added, you are prohibited from using any protective spells or wearing any protective gear. This was no longer a mere challenge. It was tantamount to murder. Compassionate glances were cast towards Ling Yun by all. Harry and Ron were particularly eager to protest. Yet Hermione held them firmly in place. Trust him, she whispered, uncertain of why she possessed such faith in Ling Yun. Perhaps it was due to that serene yet powerful figure she had witnessed that afternoon in the library. Ling Yun's face bore no expression as he calmly rose and approached the glass box. "Professor, may I begin?" he inquired. Snape huffed dismissively, granting tacit approval. Ling Yun reached out and lifted the lid of the glass box. A dense, palpable aura of despair surged forth, enveloping him instantly. The students shivered involuntarily, with several sensitive girls weeping openly. Even Snape instinctively furrowed his brow. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Ling Yun remained unperturbed, not even blinking. The overwhelming despair that could shatter a wizard's spirit flooded into him, only to dissipate without a trace, as if it had never existed. His heart, after the operation of the Infinite Heart Sutra, had transformed into an expansive void. No negative emotion could stir a ripple within it. How could this be possible? Snape's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly believe his eyes. No one could come so close to the despair vine and emerge unscathed. Unless, perhaps, this individual harbored no hope of being affected. A hopeless person? No, that was not right. Snape immediately dismissed the notion. He felt no hint of despair emanating from Ling Yun. On the contrary, what he sensed was an extraordinary tranquility, a vast calm that seemed to embrace all. Just as Snape was struck with astonishment, Ling Yun had already taken action. He employed no tools. Instead, he simply extended 2 fingers, swiftly plunging them into the constantly opening and closing black flower. His movements were quick, precise, and decisive. At his fingertips, he grasped a delicate stamen, as translucent as obsidian. The task was complete, all within a mere 3 seconds. The classroom was engulfed in silence, as everyone stared in awe at the spectacle. Snape's expression was a masterpiece of emotion. Shock, skepticism, confusion, and a trace of deep unease. Yet, Ling Yun's performance was far from over. He approached his cauldron with the stamen in hand, and then undertook an unexpected action. Rather than following the recipe on the blackboard to concoct a calming potion, he cast the stamen, imbued with profound despair, directly into the cauldron. Next, he produced several dried leaves from his robe sleeves, calming herb. He tossed them in as well. Subsequently, he added the juice of moonlight grass and crushed sacred beetle. Each ingredient he introduced was entirely unrelated to the recipe for the calming potion. "What are you doing?" Snape finally snapped back to reality, his voice sharp. Ling Yun remained focused, stirring the liquid in the cauldron with a silver dagger in a clockwise motion. Remarkable transformations ensued. The liquid, once rendered as dark as ink by the addition of the despair-laden stamen, began to evolve into a clear, sky-like blue under the neutralizing effects of the calming herb and the other ingredients. A faint and serene fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Upon inhaling this scent, the hearts of all the students, previously weighed down by despair, were instantaneously calmed. The weeping girls ceased their sobs, and the anxious students relaxed their furrowed brows. The entire classroom was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of peace and serenity. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Ling Yun halted his stirring and, using a small crystal vial, filled it with a blue potion before approaching Snape. "Professor," he said, extending the vial, "I have named this forgetting worry water. It cannot heal pain, but can grant a brief respite from sorrow." Snape fixed his gaze on the vial of blue liquid, then glanced at Ling Yun's serene, undisturbed eyes. His throat constricted painfully. Forgetting sorrow. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? If it does, he is willing to pay any price to obtain it, even if it is merely for a fleeting moment. Chapter 10. The Exploration of Dreams Through Divine Consciousness. Ultimately, Snape accepted the vial of forgetfulness potion. He uttered not a single word, merely gesturing with a wave of his hand, indicating that Ling Yun could depart. Yet, Ling Yun understood that he had triumphed. Not only did he win the wager, but he also cast a stone into the icy lake of Snape's heart, a stone capable of creating ripples. After class, Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately surrounded him. "Ling Yun, you were incredible," Ron exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. "How did you manage that?" "It was the devil's snare." Snape's face turned pale, a satisfaction that was deeply gratifying. Harry chimed in excitedly. Hermione, however, wore a look of concern as she examined Ling Yun's well-being. "Are you truly all right? The emotional contamination from that creature is quite severe." "I'm fine," Ling Yun replied with a smile, a warmth flooding his heart. The sensation of being cared for by friends was quite pleasant. "Did Snape agree to give you the unicorn horn powder?" Hermione inquired with genuine concern. "I believe he will," Ling Yun replied confidently. As expected, that very evening, an owl belonging to Snape soared to the Ravenclaw Tower. It delivered a small package to Ling Yun. Inside was a crystal vial containing silvery powder, the unicorn horn powder. The package also included a parchment, inscribed with Snape's elegant script, bearing a single phrase. "This is a one-time occurrence. Do not expect it again. Ling Yun smiled at the note. This man, still so contradictory in his words and actions. Now, the only ingredient missing for the creation of the focus potion was the feather of a griffin. This would have to wait until his next visit to Hogsmeade. Days passed by. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron rushed against the tide of students towards the troll to rescue Hermione, who had retreated to the restroom in tears. Provoked by Malfoy's words, Ling Yun observed quietly from the Ravenclaw group, refraining from intervening. He understood that this was a necessary path for the evolution of their Iron Triangle relationship. Indeed, it was not long before Professor McGonagall brought the disheveled trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, before everyone. Hermione took full responsibility, claiming she had wished to challenge the troll. Harry and Ron followed to protect her. In that moment, the bond of friendship among the three was truly forged. Ling Yun could distinctly sense the emergence of an emotional connection defined by trust and attachment among them. A connection pure and potent. Meanwhile, beneath the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy, Snape was momentarily distracted by the troll, allowing Quirrell to slip inside. Yet he still failed to unravel the enchantment set by Dumbledore. He suffered a bite to the leg from Fluffy. All of this unfolded exactly as Ling Yun remembered from the storyline, instilling within him a peculiar sensation of being both a participant and an observer. He felt like a player wielding a strategy guide, watching the NPCs in the game proceed through the narrative in an orderly fashion. Yet at the same time, he was acutely aware that these NPCs were, in fact, living beings. They possessed their own joys and sorrows, their own emotions and struggles. This realization was quite extraordinary. The only concern weighing on his mind was Harry's condition. Ever since the Quidditch match, Harry's nightmares seemed to have intensified once more. Although he diligently practiced the calming spell with Hermione each morning, the pain from his scar had become increasingly frequent. Ling Yun understood that this was due to Voldemort's lingering soul. Growing ever more desperate to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, his anxiety and longing were incessantly transmitted to Harry through their soul link. The ordinary calming spell was nearing its limits. On this particular night, Ling Yun was in his room, contemplating the Infinite Heart Sutra, when he suddenly felt a stirring in his mind. A wave of fear, sharper and more agonizing than ever before, surged towards him from the direction of Gryffindor Tower. Like a tsunami. Harry! Ling Yun's eyes flew open. He could sense that Harry's consciousness was being violently torn apart by a cold, malevolent force. His mental realm was on the brink of collapse. Ding! Emergency mission issued. Abyss of Dreams. Mission objective. Delve into Harry Potter's dream. Purify the source of negative emotions within their soul link and stabilize his mental realm. Mission warning. This task is extremely perilous. The host's consciousness will confront the will of Voldemort's lingering soul. A momentary lapse could result in spiritual damage or even assimilation by the adversary. Mission reward. Mastery of empathy. Will you accept the mission? The system's voice was unprecedentedly grave. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yun replied, accept. He knew he must proceed, not only for the sake of the reward, but because Harry was his friend. He could not stand by idly while his friend was consumed by inner demons. He immediately rose and hastened towards Gryffindor Tower. This time, he did not resort to any clever tricks, but approached the fat lady's portrait directly. Let me in, he commanded, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This force acted directly upon the fat lady's consciousness. Without even opening her eyes, the portrait swung open. Ling Yun rushed into the common room. Just as before, he found Harry curled up on the sofa, convulsing. However, this time the situation was far more dire. Harry's eyes were tightly shut, yet his eyeballs rolled frantically beneath his eyelids. The sounds escaping his lips were no longer mere murmurs, but rather agonized, suppressed cries. The lightning scar on his forehead was so red it seemed as though it might bleed. It was futile. Ling Yun realized that the ordinary calming tea was no longer effective. He had to resort to a method that was riskier, yet more direct. Entering the dream. This was an exceptionally advanced application of consciousness. Only by cultivating the Infinite Heart Sutra to a certain level could one hope to attempt such a feat. The practitioner can immerse a fragment of their consciousness into the dreams of the target individual. Within this dreamscape, they may communicate with the target's subconscious, even assisting them in battling nightmares and inner demons. However, the risks are considerable, for dreams represent the most vulnerable and chaotic realms of one's mental landscape, fraught with unpredictable peril. This is particularly true for Harry's dreams, which harbor the lingering essence of a formidable Dark Lord. A moment's carelessness could result in Ling Yun's own consciousness being consumed by the tumultuous storm of fear that resides there. Yet, there are no alternatives left to him. Ling Yun took a deep breath and seated himself cross-legged upon the carpet beside Harry. He closed his eyes and began to channel the Infinite Heart Sutra. Gradually, the sea of his consciousness became tranquil and ethereal. He then extracted a strand of the purest consciousness, akin to an invisible, delicate silver thread, cautiously probing towards the dark. Swirling miasma emanating from Harry's forehead. The instant his consciousness made contact with a lightning-shaped scar, a colossal torrent of chaotic, brutal, and fear-laden information surged back along that slender thread. Ling Yun felt as if his head had been struck violently by a massive hammer. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he nearly lost consciousness. He forced himself to stabilize his mind, clinging to a thread of clarity within the chaos. He realized this was the first barrier to entering Harry's dream, a mental fortress erected by Voldemort's lingering soul. If he could not breach this barrier, the subsequent challenges would be insurmountable. Calm. Ling Yun silently recited the calming incantation from the Infinite Heart Sutra. In a vast expanse of his consciousness, an otherworldly light began to emanate softly. Wherever this gentle radiance touched, the tumultuous torrent of information seemed to encounter an adversary, gradually subsiding. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yun propelled his consciousness forward with vigor. As the scene before him cleared, he realized he had succeeded. He had entered Harry's dream. However, upon discerning the surroundings, his heart sank. There was no sky, no ground, only an endless expanse of ruins shrouded in swirling black fog. Crumbling walls, charred beams, and shattered furniture lay scattered. This was Godric's Hollow, the remnants of the house where Harry's parents had met their tragic fate. Yet, it had been magnified countless times, transforming into a colossal mental prison steeped in despair and death. A blinding green light flickered deep within the ruins, each flash sending tremors through the entire dreamscape. In the center of this desolation, a frail figure knelt, hands clasped over his head, weeping in anguish. It was Harry, or rather, the embodiment of Harry's subconscious. He was ensnared by numerous chains formed from the dark mist, the other ends tethered to the source of the flickering green light. Harry! Ling Yun attempted to call out to him. Yet Harry remained unresponsive, ensnared in an abyss of unrelenting anguish and terror. Another tiny creature appeared. Was it there to accompany him in death? As this thought echoed, the surging black mist began to writhe violently. Gradually, it coalesced into a colossal, indistinct humanoid silhouette. It bore no facial features, save for a pair of crimson eyes, brimming with cruelty and madness. The emotional specter of Voldemort. He had finally made his entrance. Chapter 11. The Battle in the Ruins of Dreams. Those crimson eyes fixated intently on Ling Yun. A wave of pure, unadulterated malice surged forth like a tangible tsunami, crashing towards Ling Yun's consciousness. This malevolence was 100-fold more terrifying than the despair exuded by the vine of hopelessness. It sought not merely to instill despair, but to fundamentally warp one's will, to corrupt the soul, transforming one into a creature of slaughter and hatred, much like himself. Ling Yun felt as though his consciousness had been plunged into a cauldron of boiling sulfuric acid, every inch corroded and seared. The excruciating pain threatened to shatter his human form. So weak, so utterly weak. That hoarse voice dripped with mockery and cruelty. A soul so feeble dares to trespass into my domain? Let you taste the exquisite torment this boy has savored daily for the past decade. As the words fell, the entire dreamscape trembled violently. The surrounding scenes began to shift rapidly. Ling Yun realized he was no longer standing in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, but rather trapped within a narrow, dark cupboard. Outside, he could hear a man's harsh shouts and a woman's cutting, scornful voice. That freak. He broke Dudley's toy again. Lock him up. Don't let him eat. A profound sense of abandonment, abuse, and injustice engulfed Ling Yun in an instant. This was Harry's most profound childhood memory. The scene transformed once more. He found himself in the corridors of Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy, flanked by 2 lackeys, stood before him with a look of disdain. A filthy mudblood's friend. Potter, how pathetic. Humiliation, anger, and resentment surged within him like a tidal wave. The scene shifted again. It was that room bathed in green light. A red-haired woman stood with arms outstretched before a crib, pleading desperately. Please, do not harm Harry. Kill me instead. Get away, foolish woman. A flash of green light erupted. The woman fell. An endless sorrow and despair pierced Ling Yun's heart like a dagger. This was Voldemort's method of assault. Rather than directly attacking Ling Yun's consciousness, he summoned the most painful and profound negative memories belonging to Harry within this dream space, allowing these emotions to overwhelm and assimilate Ling Yun. This was far more insidious and effective than a direct assault, because as long as there exists sentient life, emotions are inevitable. With emotions come the susceptibility to influence and contagion. Ling Yun's consciousness, in the face of relentless emotional onslaughts, grew increasingly nebulous and tenuous. He felt his awareness being devoured by the anguish that belonged to Harry. He could scarcely discern whether he was Ling Yun or Harry. Resignation seemed the only option. Struggling was futile. To merge with me is to attain eternal power. No, I cannot succumb. In the final moments before his consciousness was entirely engulfed, an indomitable roar erupted from the depths of Ling Yun's heart. He fervently summoned the Infinite Heart Sutra. With a heart as clear as ice, the heavens shall not alarm. Amidst the myriad transformations, tranquility prevails, and the spirit remains serene. The ancient and profound verses transformed within the ocean of his consciousness into golden characters that spun and danced. The once turbulent sea of his mind began to restore its calm at an astonishing pace. The vast emptiness capable of encompassing all things reemerged. All the negative emotions belonging to Harry that flooded into his consciousness were gently embraced, enveloped, and purified by this void. Like sunlight dispersing fog, Ling Yun's consciousness solidified once more. He opened his eyes, which now shone with clarity and determination, devoid of any confusion. The enormous black silhouette emitted a sound of uncertain surprise. Clearly, it had not anticipated that this intruder could extricate himself from its tempest of emotions. How intriguing. It seems this little insect is somewhat sturdier than I presumed. However, it is of no consequence. In this realm, I am the deity, the black figure roared, extending a gigantic hand composed of black mist, forcefully descending upon Ling Yun. The very space itself seemed to warp and wail in the wake of that colossal hand. It embodied pure destructive power, coalesced from the remnants of Voldemort's will. Confronted with this cataclysmic strike, Ling Yun chose not to endure it head-on. He understood that, given the current strength of his consciousness, to withstand it would only lead to certain demise. With a shift in his thoughts, he activated another technique, the Tai Chi nourishing spirit skill. His consciousness, with hands poised before his chest, traced a circle. Azrori rotating Tai Chi diagram, composed of black and white energies, materialized before him. The interplay of yin and yang, the cycle of life, is eternal. The immense black hand crashed down upon the Tai Chi diagram. No earth-shattering explosion ensued. The violent, annihilative force, upon contact with the Tai Chi diagram, was gently guided aside by a soft yet resilient power. Then, it was artfully redirected, transformed, and dissolved by the opposite end of the Tai Chi diagram. To overcome the rigid with the supple, 4 ounces can deflect 1,000 pounds. This is the essence of Tai Chi. What in the world is this? The black figure emitted a furious roar of disbelief. It could not comprehend why its pure destructive was neutralized by such an odd force. This transcended his comprehension entirely. Ling Yun offered him no opportunity to ponder further. He understood that he must take the initiative. Yet, his target was not the shadow conjured by Voldemort's emotional torment, but rather Harry, bound by dark chains in the center of the ruins. To capture the leader is to subdue the followers. This dreamscape was Harry's mental realm. If he could awaken Harry's self-awareness and instill a will to resist within him, then this nightmare, dominated by Voldemort's residual soul, would unravel of its own accord. Ling Yun transformed into a fleeting ray of light and instantly appeared behind Harry. Harry, awaken. He extended his hand, resting it upon Harry's back. Gradually, he infused his purest essence of consciousness, devoid of any impurities, into Harry's being. Simultaneously, he began to recite the principles of the Clearing Heart Sutra into Harry's ear with his consciousness. With a heart as clear as ice, the heavens shall not alarm. As stray thoughts cease, the empty chamber shines bright. His voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring, cascading into the chaotic and parched terrain of Harry's heart. Gradually, the anguished cries of Harry subsided, and his trembling form began to regain its tranquility. He slowly raised his head, and a glimmer of light flickered in his vacant gaze. Is that you, Ling Yun? It is I, Harry. Ling Yun's voice resonated with encouragement. Do not fear. This is your world. You are its rightful master. My world. Harry gazed vacantly at the surrounding ruins and black mist. Yes, Ling Yun affirmed. The strength within you is far greater than you realize. Embrace it. Summon it. I possess no power. Harry's voice trembled with self-doubt and timidity. I am but a burden. No, you do. Ling Yun's tone was resolute. Have you forgotten your mother? She sacrificed her life to protect you. What she bestowed upon you is the most potent magic in this world. And that is love. Love? Harry murmured the word. As it resonated within him, the warm glow, previously kindled by Ling Yun's teachings, reignited deep within his soul. Initially faint, the radiance swiftly intensified, growing brighter and more fervent. A wave of warmth, imbued with the essence of protection and sacrifice, surged forth from the depths of Harry's subconscious. Roar! The distant black figure seemed to sense the threat of this newfound power and let out an enraged howl. It tightened the black chains coiling around Harry. Harry cried out in anguish once more. The light that had just emerged began to wane again. Not enough. Still not enough. Ling Yun felt a surge of urgency. Relying solely on Harry was insufficient to combat the mental demons Voldemort had instilled over the years. He needed to stoke the flames further. With a resolute gaze, Ling Yun made a bold decision. He would manifest the power of love through his own consciousness. He infused his understanding of love and his insights on guardianship into his essence. Then, he wielded his consciousness as a quill and the dreamscape of Harry as parchment. Beginning to illustrate, he conjured an image of a gentle and beautiful woman with flowing red hair, Lily Potter. Although Ling Yun had never encountered Lily, he shaped her likeness perfectly through Harry's emotional memories and his own understanding of maternal love. The Lily, materialized by the power of consciousness, slowly approached Harry, extending her arms to gently embrace him. "Do not fear, my child. Mother is here." An indescribable warmth and formidable force enveloped Harry instantaneously. The chains forged from black mist that bound him crackled and hissed in the presence of this power, melting away like snow under the fierce sun. Harry stood entranced in this embrace. Though it was but an illusion, the love he felt was undeniably real. Tears surged forth from his eyes once more. But this time not from pain, but from joy. "Mother," he choked out, uttering a name he had only whispered in dreams. In the distance, a shadowy figure let forth an unprecedented roar filled with terror and loathing. The protective charm left by Lily Potter was the greatest bane of his life. What he feared most was this love, an enigma he could neither comprehend nor conquer. He frantically summoned all the black mist, transforming it into a grotesque, enormous serpent's head, opening its gaping maw to devour the phantoms of Lily and Harry. At that moment, within Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, the void formed from the Heart Sutra quaked violently. He sensed a chill, powerful yet tinged with urgency and concern, probing frantically from afar within the real world of Hogwarts Castle. This presence was familiar, severe as Snape. Snape had detected the aberrant fluctuations within Harry's mental realm. He was attempting to investigate, perhaps even intervene, in his own manner. Two powerful forces belonging to different realms clashed fiercely in the narrow space between reality and dreams. Boom! Ling Yun felt as if his sea of consciousness had been detonated by a nuclear explosion. The entire dreamscape began to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. He knew he must leave immediately. Remaining any longer would result in a chaotic merging of his and Snape's mental energies, turning Harry's mind into a tumultuous mess. He glanced at Harry, still enveloped in maternal love, and then at Voldemort's shadow, consumed by the light of love, yet roaring in furious rage. He understood that this purification, while not entirely vanquishing the inner demon, had nonetheless inflicted severe damage upon it. More importantly, he had reignited the flame of love within Harry's heart. From now on, Harry could rely on his own strength to confront the darkness. "Harry, remember this feeling. Remember, you're not alone in your battle." Ling Yun uttered his final words, then summoned his consciousness, preparing to exit the impending collapse of this dream. However, just as he was on the verge of departure, his heightened awareness, sharpened by the Infinite Heart Sutra, caught a faint yet distinct emotion lurking beneath Voldemort's overwhelming hatred. Was it fear? No, that was not quite right. It was something deeper than fear, a sense of being torn apart, an incomplete wail. It was as if Voldemort's very soul was enduring immense torment. This revelation caused Ling Yun's heart to plummet. The soul artifact. In an instant, he understood. Voldemort's soul, fragmented into countless pieces, was in a state of extreme instability, on the brink of collapse. The brutality and madness he exhibited might merely be a facade to mask his own vulnerability and pain. This insight provided Ling Yun with a fresh perspective on the battles to come. Perhaps the most effective means of dealing with Voldemort was not to obliterate him, but rather to heal him. This audacious thought flashed briefly through Ling Yun's mind. He had no time for further contemplation. He needed to leave immediately. With a sudden jolt, Ling Yun opened his eyes, gasping for breath. His complexion was ashen, drenched in cold sweat. The toll of this venture into the dream realm had been immense. Yet, before he could regain his composure, the door to the Gryffindor common room was flung open with a violent crash. A dark figure surged in like an enraged bat. It was Snape. His face was grave, wand clenched tightly in hand, its tip aimed directly at Ling Yun, who was still seated cross-legged on the floor. A menacing green light flickered at the wand's tip. "Speak. What have you done to Potter?" Snape's voice was as frigid as if it had emanated from the depths of the underworld. Chapter 12. The Uninvited Guest's Interrogation. The green light at the tip of Snape's wand glimmered ominously, akin to the eye of a venomous serpent poised to strike. The temperature in the Gryffindor common room seemed to plummet several degrees with his entrance. "I ask again." Snape's voice emerged, each word laced with chilling malice. "What have you done to Potter?" Ling Yun remained seated on the floor, his pallor a testament to the immense depletion of his energy. He raised his gaze to meet the furious man before him, feeling a sense of helplessness. "Goodness, I just finished a boss battle and am utterly exhausted. And here you are, my supposed ally, pointing a wand at me? Must you be so dedicated, Batman?" "Professor, I believe you may have misunderstood," Ling Yun attempted to explain, his voice still weak. "Helping him?" Snape let out a short, cruel laugh. "You mean to say you helped him with a dark magic that directly invaded his mind? Do you take me for a fool?" Severe as Snape's emotions were acutely perceptible to Ling Yun, a tumultuous blend of rage, suspicion, and a hint of panic that even he himself was unaware of. Just moments ago, he had sensed through his unique mental shielding that Harry's psyche was undergoing a violent upheaval. It was a powerful external mental force that he had never experienced before. Instinctively, he believed someone was attacking Harry and immediately retaliated with his own mental energy to create a barrier. However, his mental force collided with an invisible wall, soft yet astonishingly resilient. No, it was not merely a wall. It resembled an unfathomable vortex. The sensation was terrifying, far beyond his comprehension of mental shielding and soul extraction. Thus, he had lost his composure and barged in. "Professor, if you are employing soul extraction, I assure you I am not." Ling Yun rose slowly, channeling the recently acquired Heart Sutra of Infinite Realms, swiftly calming the tumult within his sea of consciousness. "I merely entered his dream to expel some unclean entities." "In a dream?" Snape's brow furrowed even deeper. "Utter nonsense. Dreams are the most chaotic realms of the mind, and even Dumbledore would not dare to tread lightly there. What right does a first-year child have to utter such words?" "Believe it or not," Ling Yun replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Engaging in reasoned discourse with one so enraged and biased was an exercise in futility. With that, he prepared to bypass Snape and depart. "Halt!" Snape stepped forward abruptly, blocking his path. "You shall not leave until I ascertain what manner of creature you are." Without warning, Snape launched an attack, an invisible, sharp mental probe aimed directly at Ling Yun's mind. He intended to uncover the secrets concealed within this child's brain. Yet, the moment the mental probe breached Ling Yun's consciousness, it seemed to plunge into a boundless void. There were no memories, no images, no emotions, nothing at all, merely an endless, haunting stillness. Snape felt his mental energy being drawn into a vast black hole, severing all connection in an instant. An unprecedented terror gripped his heart. What manner of monster is this? His mental shielding was empty. In that moment of shock, Ling Yun's gaze sharpened. The Heart Sutra of Infinite Realms activated automatically, and from the depths of that void, a powerful recoil surged forth. "Ugh!" Snape emitted a muffled grunt, feeling as though his head had been sharply pricked. Stars exploding before his eyes as he instinctively took a step back. He had been countered? In this mental confrontation, he had been bested by a mere teenager? How could this be? A surge of humiliation and rage instantly clouded Snape's mind. His pride as a master of potions and a master of mental occlusion was utterly shattered. "You seek death." Snape had completely lost control. He raised his wand, and the faint green light at its tip instantly became blindingly bright, an ominous aura permeating the air. Ling Yun's heart sank. He realized that Snape was serious now. The energy within him began to surge rapidly, preparing for the impending battle that might ensue. In the common room, the flickering flames of the fireplace cast elongated shadows of the two figures locked in confrontation. The atmosphere was charged, ready to erupt. At this critical moment, a voice interjected, "Enough, Severus." The tone was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Snape's raised wand seemed to be held in place by an invisible force, unable to advance even a fraction. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing quietly at the doorway, as if he had always been there. He donned a purple robe adorned with embroidered stars and moons, his silver beard long enough to tuck into his belt. His piercing blue eyes sparkled with an all-seeing light behind crescent-shaped spectacles. Snape's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, an extreme pallor. He slowly lowered his wand, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ling Yun. akin to a lone wolf deprived of its prey. Headmaster, he managed to utter through clenched teeth. Dumbledore disregarded him and approached the sofa, bending down to examine the peacefully sleeping Harry. Harry's breathing was steady, his complexion rosy, and the scar on his forehead had returned to its normal hue. No longer the alarming shade of crimson. A faint, warm magical essence emanated from Dumbledore's fingertips. The mental fluctuations are stable, and the contamination in the soul link has been largely purified. Straightening up, Dumbledore's tone carried a hint of approval. It seems there are no lingering side effects. His words, seemingly self-directed, were actually intended for Snape's ears. Snape's expression darkened further. He could certainly sense that Harry's condition was unprecedentedly good. Yet this revelation did nothing to assuage his doubts. Instead, it deepened them. The effects observed were beyond any healing magic or potion he had ever known. The unknown posed an even greater peril. Perhaps you might consider a sip of your newly concocted forgetfulness potion. I have heard from Minerva that its effects are rather commendable. Snape's body stiffened suddenly. His hand, concealed within the folds of his robe, instinctively tightened around the crystal vial containing the blue potion. Dumbledore was aware of this as well. In this castle, nothing could truly evade his notice. But Headmaster, Snape attempted to argue. There is no but, Dumbledore interrupted, his tone remaining gentle, yet imbued with an unassailable authority that rendered the air in the room palpable. Severus clenched his teeth, his chest heaving violently. Ultimately, he succumbed. He cast a venomous glare at Ling Yun, a look that seemed to convey that this matter was far from over. Then, with a fierce swoosh of his cloak, he departed like a gust of black wind. As Severus left, the oppressive and frigid atmosphere in the common room dissipated. The flames in the fireplace resumed their joyful dance. Now, only Ling Yun, Dumbledore, and the slumbering Harry remained. "Well done, my child," Dumbledore said, turning toward Ling Yun, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, reminiscent of an ordinary, kind-hearted grandfather. "Your bravery and wisdom have exceeded my expectations. You're too kind, Headmaster." How much does Dumbledore truly know? His previous remark regarding the contamination within the soul link was evidently not something a typical headmaster would utter. He must be aware of the truth behind Harry's scar. However, Dumbledore shifted the conversation. "Your method, while effective, is indeed perilously reckless. The collision of your and Severus's mental energies occurred at the fringes of Harry's dream. Had I not severed the link in time, I have no doubt you would have turned Mr. Potter's brain into a bowl of Gryffindor-flavored pudding, complete with slug slime." His metaphor made Ling Yun's lips twitch. This old man certainly retained his peculiar flavor. "I apologize, Headmaster," Ling Yun replied. "The situation was urgent, and I had no choice." "I understand." Dumbledore nodded, a fleeting, elusive light glimmering in his azure eyes. "At times, we indeed have no choice." Then, he gazed at Ling Yun again, his expression becoming profoundly contemplative. "It seems the tales of the Easter emotional conduit are not merely fabrications." Boom! This revelation reverberated like thunder in Ling Yun's mind. He knows. He actually knows about the emotional conduit. ISNT, this term exclusive to me, a time traveler in my system? Could Dumbledore also be a time traveler? Or perhaps he is the GM of the system? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Ling Yun's mind. He felt as though his greatest secret had been laid bare. Observing Ling Yun's undeniable astonishment, Dumbledore revealed an understanding smile. "It appears you seem to know something." He refrained from pressing further and instead gestured invitingly. "This is not the place for such discussions. I believe it is time for us to engage in a genuine, uninterrupted conversation. Mr. Ling Yun, would you care to join me in my office to sample a delightful new batch of cockroach clusters?" Chapter 14. The Truth Within the Pensieve. Dumbledore's office remained just as Ling Yun remembered it. The spacious, circular room was adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all feigning slumber within their respective frames. The room was filled with an array of curious, silver magical instruments, some spinning, others emitting clouds of vibrant smoke. The beautiful phoenix, Fox, perched upon its branch, tilted its head and curiously regarded Ling Yun with its obsidian-like eyes. "Please take a seat." Dumbledore gestured toward a chair in front of his desk. Ling Yun complied, striving to maintain his composure. Yet he was acutely aware that the ensuing conversation could irrevocably alter his perception of the world. "Roaches?" Dumbledore, with the same enthusiasm as before, offered a jar of sweets. "Thank you, but I shall pass." Ling Yun politely declined once more. He simply could not fathom why anyone would relish such a snack, the very name of which evoked a visceral reaction. Dumbledore, undeterred, took one for himself and chewed contentedly. "Ling Yun, I must confess, you are the most extraordinary young individual I have encountered in my lifetime." Dumbledore broke the silence, his voice imbued with warmth. The system of power you possess is in stark contrast to the magic we are familiar with, yet in certain respects they converge. Prior to your arrival, the Eastern Cultivation Academy merely informed me that you were a student with a unique talent for mental studies. Dumbledore gazed at Ling Yun, the wisdom shimmering in his blue eyes. However, I did not anticipate that your gifts had ascended to the level of emotional transference. Ling Yun's heart sank, resolute in his decision. He chose to forego pretense and speak candidly. Headmaster, what exactly do you know? Perhaps I know more than you might imagine, or perhaps less, Dumbledore replied enigmatically. Long ago, one of my predecessors engaged in profound discourse with a formidable practitioner from the East. That practitioner bestowed upon Hogwarts a gift. As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved an ancient compass, fashioned from an unknown bronze from a cabinet. The compass was adorned with intricate markings that Ling Yun could not decipher, resembling runes. This compass possesses no magical power in itself, yet it is capable of sensing the currents of emotion within this world. The practitioner left behind a prophecy. Dumbledore's tone grew solemn. He foretold that when the Western magical realm, burdened by prolonged conflict, prejudice, and fear, allows negative emotions to accumulate, an invisible chasm of emotion will form. From this abyss, an embodiment will emerge, one that will unleash the world's negativity in the most extreme manner. Ling Yun's heart raced. The embodiment of the chasm of emotions? He thought of Voldemort, the dark wizard enslaved by his own fear of death, who sustained his power through the propagation of dread and hatred. The mission of the transferer is not to eliminate that embodiment, but to purify the source of the emotional chasm. Ling Yun comprehended fully. It became evident that his transmigration and the system he possessed were not mere coincidences, but rather an inevitability dictated by the rules of this world. So, you knew my identity from the very beginning? Ling Yun inquired. No, Dumbledore replied. I only knew of the prophecy. Dumbledore shook his head. It was only when the sorting hat rested upon your head and sensed a void so profound that even it could not comprehend that my doubts began to surface. It was only when you calmed the dark forces entwined within Harry's soul with that cup of calming tea that my conviction solidified. So that is how it is. Ling Yun let out a long sigh of relief. With the mystery unveiled, he felt a considerable weight lifted off his shoulders. However, Professor, Ling Yun raised his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as he regarded Dumbledore. Given that you are aware of Harry's suffering, that you understand the chasm within his soul serves as a conduit for emotional turmoil, why must he endure all of this? Why place him in the Dursley's care, subjecting him to a decade of abuse and solitude? Is this not merely pouring more negativity into the depths of his emotions? This was a question that had long eluded Ling Yun's understanding. A flicker of pain and fatigue crossed Dumbledore's face. Because I need him to be strong enough. Ling Yun, what you see is Harry's current agony. What I perceive is the destiny he must inevitably confront. Voldemort murdered his parents, leaving a mark upon his soul. This mark serves both as a curse and a form of protection. It allows Harry to be the only one capable of approaching Voldemort without being consumed by his sheer darkness. I left him with the Dursleys to distance him from the magical world, to shield him from the flattery and adoration, so that he might experience a relatively normal childhood. More importantly, it was to ensure that the ancient blood protection charm, bestowed by his mother in the name of love, would remain effective until he reaches adulthood. This was the best means of safeguarding him that I could conceive, an imperfect method, fraught with sacrifice. Dumbledore's voice resonated with resignation. For the greater good, Ling Yun softly uttered the phrase that had defined Dumbledore's life. Indeed, Dumbledore did not refute it. I cannot agree. Ling Yun shook his head. No individual's suffering should be the price paid for the greater good. Protection should encompass the vibrant souls of each moment. In that instant, the two philosophies clashed fundamentally for the first time. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy. Dumbledore gazed at the clear-eyed, resolute youth before him, and, after a long pause, sighed. Perhaps you were right. My methods are outdated, laden with compromise and sacrifice. Then, let me show you the true nature of the enemy we face. Dumbledore rose and approached a stone basin. The pensive, some things cannot be articulated in words. Only by witnessing it firsthand can you grasp the terror that lies within the emotional abyss I speak of. With his wand, he extracted a silvery memory from his own temple and placed it into the basin. Please, Mr. Ling Yun, do not fear what you are about to see. Ling Yun took a deep breath and buried his face in the swirling silvery memory. Chapter 15. The final mission of the Extraditer. The scene before him spun chaotically. As Ling Yun regained his footing, he found himself on a desolate, dreary island devoid of life. The sky loomed overhead in a leaden gray. while the sea lay silent and still. The air was thick with a suffocating chill of despair. Azkaban. He beheld countless rotting creatures clad in black robes, swirling ominously in the air. Dementors. They hovered like a swarm of ravenous vultures outside the prisoners' cells, bowing their heads to draw near to their captives, seemingly kissing them. Yet, they siphoned not the air, but rather the joy, hope, and beautiful memories from the prisoners' very souls. Ling Yun could distinctly perceive tendrils of black energy, laden with fear and despair, being extracted from the prisoners and consumed by the Dementors. However, the Dementors did not wholly digest this energy. Like diligent bees, they transported this emotional nectar through some invisible connection to a destination, a vast, pulsating core of darkness deep within the bowels of Azkaban. The scene shifted again. He witnessed the era of Grindelwald, where countless wizards screamed in terror, clashing amidst the flames of hatred. Their fear and animosity transformed into streams of blackness, flowing into that subterranean core of darkness. The scene changed once more, revealing an ancient castle of a pure blood family, rife with twisted grievances and madness born of inbreeding. These resentments, too, merged into the core. He saw enslaved house elves, their deeply buried sorrow spanning generations. He saw the discriminated werewolves, filled with profound self-loathing. He saw the greedy goblins and the haughty centaurs. The entire magical realm, with all its negative emotions, regardless of the era, race, or corner from which they hailed, flowed into that immense abyss of dark emotions beneath Azkaban, like rivers converging into the sea. This abyss swelled and pulsed, akin to a womb on the verge of giving birth to endless calamities. At last, the scene crystallized, the core of the abyss. A concentration of the purest and most intense darkness began to coalesce into the form of a man, a striking young man with dark hair. Tom Riddle. He opened his mouth, unleashing a soundless roar filled with ambition and a terror of death. In the next moment, the entire abyss erupted in tumult. Ling Yun abruptly lifted his head from the pensive. Gasping for breath, his face ashen, he was shaken, profoundly shaken. It dawned on him that Voldemort was not merely a dark wizard. He was the first vessel chosen by that millennia-old abyss of accumulated emotions, a manifestation of all negative sentiments brought to life. Even if this Dark Lord is vanquished, as long as the abyss of emotion persists, there will inevitably arise a second and a third Dark Lord in the future. This is merely a superficial remedy, not a solution to the root of the problem. Do you understand now? Dumbledore's voice resonated with exhaustion. Our true adversary is not the Dark Lord, but rather ourselves. It is the dark emotions that reside within each of us. Ling Yun fell silent. After a considerable pause, he slowly lifted his head. The bewilderment and confusion in his gaze had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented determination and clarity. I understand. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, delivering an unprecedentedly solemn proclamation. Ding! The host has recognized their destiny. The final main quest is now activated. Quest title: Purification of the Abyss of Emotion. Quest objective: to fundamentally cleanse the millennia of accumulated negative emotions in the magical world, reshaping the world's causality and restoring balance to all thoughts. Quest reward. It has begun. Rather than feeling fear, Ling Yun's heart surged with a sense of noble ambition. This is my true mission. I am not here to serve as a caregiver, providing psychological counsel to these troubled souls. I am here to conduct a thorough and profound cleansing of this beleaguered world, from the depths of the spirit to the essence of the soul. Headmaster. Ling Yun gazed at Dumbledore and spoke deliberately. I accept this mission. However, I require your assistance. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with interest. Speak, my child. As long as it is within my power, I intend to transform this world. Ling Yun's tone was imbued with undeniable strength. To purify the abyss, relying solely on my own strength, is akin to attempting to empty the ocean with a ladle, utterly futile. We must, at the source, turn off the faucets that incessantly pour waste into the abyss. I want every individual in this world to learn how to confront and master their emotions. I shall establish a brand new course at Hogwarts. In Ling Yun's eyes, stars seemed to shimmer. This course will not teach spells, transformations, or potions. It will teach but one thing: how to attain genuine tranquility within oneself. I shall name it the art of inner peace. This proposal was groundbreaking. To introduce an unprecedented, non-magical course led by an Eastern exchange student in the venerable institution of Hogwarts, which has thrived for a millennium, is undoubtedly a challenge to the traditions and authority of the entire magical world. However, upon hearing this, Dumbledore displayed no sign of hesitation. Instead, a heartfelt, Reassuring smile graced his face. His azure eyes sparkled with the joy of a child receiving a cherished toy. An exquisite proposal, he exclaimed joyfully. Hogwarts curriculum has not seen fresh blood in centuries. Perhaps it is time for a small revolution. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing at the tranquil campus outside. Undoubtedly, this endeavor may encounter some minor obstacles. His tone was nonchalant. However, there is no cause for concern. I believe the professors will comprehend. As for the Ministry of Magic, I shall communicate with them as well. So, Professor Lingyun, when do you intend to commence your inaugural class on the Art of Serenity? Chapter 16, Confrontation in the Professors' Meeting. The following day, in the Hogwarts Staff Lounge, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Dumbledore had summoned all the professors for an impromptu emergency meeting, an unusual occurrence. The professors settled into their armchairs, whispering to one another, speculating about the significant matter at hand. Could it be that the one who must not be named is up to something again? Silence. Dumbledore occupied the head of the table, gently tapping his fingers on its surface. The room fell silent in an instant. Esteemed colleagues, I have gathered you here today to announce a decision. Dumbledore's gaze swept over each professor present. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, and finally, his gaze lingered momentarily on Snape's perpetually stoic face. I have decided to introduce a brand new elective course at Hogwarts, commencing next week. This news momentarily stunned the professors. A new course? Such an event had not occurred in decades. The course shall be titled The Art of Serenity. Dumbledore continued. Its primary focus is to teach students how to recognize, manage, and channel their emotions, thereby achieving inner peace and enhancing their control over their own magical abilities. Upon hearing this, the staff lounge erupted into a flurry of discussion. The Art of Serenity? What is that? Professor Flitwick, the diminutive master of charms, inquired curiously. It sounds akin to a form of mental magic. Yet, is it comprehensible for first-year students? I find the idea quite promising, Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, remarked gently. Today's youth certainly face immense pressure. If we could provide them with a means to relax, it would undoubtedly benefit their mental and physical well-being. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and wore a serious expression. Albus, is this not a bit hasty? We lack any relevant textbooks and suitable candidates to teach this course. Who will instruct it? This query struck at the heart of the matter. All eyes turned to Dumbledore. He smiled faintly and then glanced towards the door. I believe we have the most suitable candidate. As he spoke, the door to the staff lounge swung open. Lingyun entered calmly. All the professors focused their attention on the young man with an Eastern visage. Snape's expression darkened the moment he laid eyes on Lingyun, a foreboding sense of unease settling within him. I would like to introduce to you all. Dumbledore's voice resonated with delight. This is Mr. Lingyun, the pioneer and lecturer of our course on mindfulness. What? Professor McGonagall was the first to rise, her face etched with disbelief. Albus, surely you jest? He is merely a student, an exchange student at that. To appoint him as a professor? This is utterly unprecedented. It contravenes all decorum. McGonagall's agitation was palpable. She had always been the staunchest defender of Hogwarts traditions and regulations. Absurd. It is simply outrageous. A cold voice echoed from a corner of the room. It was Snape, rising in his billowing black robes, resembling a storm cloud. Dumbledore, I have long maintained that admitting this unknown lad is a grave error. His tone dripped with unmasked sarcasm and ire. And now, you intend to have him teach the so-called mindfulness, a subject that even the tomes on dark magic do not cover? Do you wish to transform Hogwarts into a venue for his perilous experiments? Or has your senility progressed to the point where you no longer distinguish between students and professors? His words were venomous and merciless. The atmosphere in the staff room plummeted to frigid depths. The other professors fell silent, aware that only Snape dared to speak so boldly to Dumbledore. In the face of Snape's near-personal attack, Dumbledore maintained his gentle smile, appearing entirely unfazed. Meanwhile, Lingyun stood quietly, as if Snape's words pertained to another individual entirely. Severus, I appreciate your concern, Dumbledore began. However, did we not witness Mr. Lingyun's capabilities firsthand last night? His implication was unmistakable. Snape's expression shifted once more, recalling how his infallible legilimency had faltered against a mere boy's mind, and how his astonishing blue potion, dubbed the Forgetfulness Elixir, had defied all expectations. These memories left him without retort. I disagree, Snape insisted stubbornly. I will not permit my Slytherin students to partake in such a nebulous and perilous course. Oh, the previously silent Lingyun finally spoke, his gaze calmly fixed on Snape. Professor, are you afraid? Afraid? Snape scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest jest. Would I be afraid? I, Severus Snape, Afraid of a mere child? You are certainly not afraid of me, Ling Yun replied, shaking his head. Rather, you fear that your students, upon mastering mindfulness, will see through the hardened facade you maintain and uncover your true emotions hidden beneath. You dread that they will realize you are not as unfeeling as you portray yourself to be. You are apprehensive, fearing that the malevolent persona you have meticulously cultivated over the years may now shatter. Each utterance from Ling Yun pierces through the layers of Severus Snape's guarded heart like a sharpened, poisoned scalpel, laying bare his innermost turmoil. Snape's body quivers violently, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Gazing at Ling Yun, his eyes reflect a tempest of shock, indignation, and a trace of panic at being so thoroughly exposed. What manner of creature is this young man? How could he possibly possess such knowledge? In the staff room, a profound silence envelopes the atmosphere. All the professors stand transfixed, their expressions a tableau of astonishment at witnessing someone so effortlessly unnerve Snape. Albus Dumbledore observes the unfolding scene, a glint of cunning flashing behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. He discerns that the moment has arrived for him, as headmaster, to deliver a decisive verdict. Well then, since there are no further objections, Dumbledore states cheerfully, dismissing Snape's murderous glare with nonchalance, let us proceed with the establishment of the elective course in meditation. We shall hold classes in the abandoned classroom of ancient runes on the 4th floor. I trust it will provide a sufficiently tranquil environment. Mr. Ling Yun, I hope your course will delight us with unforeseen revelations. Chapter 17. The First Class of Meditation. The news of the forthcoming meditation course swept through Hogwarts like a gust of wind. Reactions among the students varied significantly. The Gryffindors exhibited a mix of curiosity and support, bolstered by Harry and Ron, who were tirelessly promoting their friends' endeavors. Hey mate, did you hear? Ling Yun is starting a class. Of course. I'm definitely attending. Just think of a class that could put Snape in his place. How exhilarating. Conversely, the Hufflepuffs approached the prospect with a more casual attitude, pondering whether it might alleviate the pressures of the impending final exams. On the other hand, the Slytherins dismissed the idea with scorn. Under their headmaster Snape's stern prohibitions, few dared to enroll. An Eastern mudblood daring to assume the role of professor? What a farce. Indeed, anyone who chose to attend such a course would be deemed a traitor to Slytherin. The Ravenclaws, however, responded with the greatest enthusiasm. Following the incident involving the Library's Knowledge Association, Ling Yun had ascended to a near-mythical status among the Ravenclaw scholars. His course possessed a magnetic allure for these intellectually ravenous students. The inaugural class was scheduled for a weekend afternoon. Upon entering the Ancient Runes classroom, which had been cleared by Dumbledore, Ling Yun was surprised to find a considerable number of attendees, more than he had anticipated. Harry, Ron, and Hermione occupied the front row, showing their unwavering support for their friend. Neville was also present, appearing somewhat anxious, yet brimming with anticipation. The back half of the classroom was filled with Ravenclaw students, each armed with notebooks and quills, ready to engage earnestly. A few Hufflepuff students were scattered throughout the middle, adding to the diverse gathering. What astonished Ling Yun the most was the sight of a familiar figure nestled in the most inconspicuous corner of the classroom. With hair as radiant as platinum, it stood out distinctly in the afternoon sunlight. Draco Malfoy. To his surprise, he had actually come. His head was bowed, a hood obscuring much of his face. Seemingly fearful of being recognized, Ling Yun could sense the complexity of his emotions, curiosity, reluctance, struggle, and a hint of desire that even he was reluctant to acknowledge. It appeared that the seed sown during their last flying lesson had quietly begun to sprout within him. Ling Yun chose not to address him directly. He ascended to the podium, where no textbooks or handouts awaited. Welcome, everyone, to my inaugural class on mindfulness. His opening remarks were simple and direct. I understand that many of you are curious about what this class entails. It does not instruct you on how to wield a wand, nor how to recite incantations. It teaches you but one thing. Ling Yun's gaze swept across each student present. How to coexist peacefully with yourselves. He eschewed grand theories and esoteric principles, instead urging all students to set aside their belongings, find a comfortable position, and settle in. Now close your eyes. Do not think of anything, nor do anything at all. Simply feel your breath. Inhale the crisp morning air as it fills your body. Exhale, releasing the fatigue within you. Initially, the classroom was a cacophony. Some students could not resist the urge to sneak a glance. Others fidgeted restlessly as if afflicted by an unseen pest. Ron nearly succumbed to snoring. I know this is challenging. Ling Yun's voice resounded once more. Your minds are undoubtedly cluttered with a myriad of thoughts, Quidditch matches, potions essays, what to have for dinner. Do not resist them. nor chase them away. Your heart is akin to a vast sky, and these thoughts are but clouds drifting by. All you need to do is observe them as they come and go. As Ling Yun guided them, he gently released the serene and tranquil energy cultivated during his own practice, enveloping the entire classroom. Gradually, the atmosphere quieted. The restless students began to find their calm, and the chaotic thoughts seemed to fade into the distance. Hermione felt her ever-busy mind, perpetually racing through a multitude of questions, finally experience a genuine emptiness for the first time. It was an unprecedented sense of ease. Neville sensed the feelings of inadequacy and fear that had long haunted him being gently enveloped by a warm force, rendering them less daunting. Even Malfoy, lurking in the corner, perceived the once overbearing figure of his father becoming somewhat blurred in his mind. 15 minutes passed. All right, everyone may slowly open your eyes now. Ling Yun's voice gently roused the assembly from their enchanting reverie. Many students blinked awake, their faces adorned with a hint of bewilderment and lingering satisfaction. How does it feel? Ling Yun inquired with a smile. It feels wonderfully comfortable, a Hufflepuff girl murmured softly. Indeed, I feel as though I have enjoyed a restful slumber, more invigorated than ever. Another Ravenclaw boy concurred. Now, please take out your wands. Although the students were puzzled, they complied. Try casting the simplest of spells, Lumos. They chanted in unison. Streams of light illuminated the classroom, yet most of these beams were somewhat dim or flickering, unstable in their brilliance. Remember the brightness and stability of your light, Ling Yun instructed. Now, let's engage in another 5 minutes of mindfulness. This time, the students found their focus much more swiftly than before. 5 minutes later, Ling Yun announced, all right, please cast Lumos once more. New beams of light burst forth. To their astonishment, each student discovered that the illumination from their wands was significantly brighter and steadier than before. The radiance resembled not the flickering flame of a candle, but rather the twinkling of numerous bright stars. Has my magical power increased? One pondered aloud. No, it is not the magic that has strengthened, Hermione was the first to realize, raising her hand, her face alight with excitement. It is our mental focus that has sharpened. The inner tranquility reduces the energy loss during spellcasting, thus enhancing the spell's effectiveness. Exactly right. Ling Yun commended her with a knowing glance. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Hermione's face flushed with pride, a joy surpassing even her triumph in mastering an intricate spell through study. The classroom erupted in exuberance. The tangible and quantifiable comparison before them proved far more convincing than any lofty theory. It became evident that this Eastern practice of mindfulness was indeed beneficial, with immediate and noticeable effects. In a corner, Malfoy gazed at the bright and stable orb of light in his hand, his expression fraught with complexity. He exited the classroom in a hurried manner, a touch of disarray in his demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a mischievous ghost, known for its pranks, emerged from the wall. Peeves, initially intending to wreak havoc by tossing some dung bombs, upon drifting into the classroom and sensing the lingering aura of tranquility, Peeves found himself unexpectedly perplexed. It feels so comfortable here, he thought, abandoning his plans for mischief. He scratched his non-existent head and silently floated out through the adjacent wall. Chapter 18. The Clue of the Griffin Feather. The inaugural lesson of the meditation course was a resounding success. This remarkable Eastern discipline, capable of genuinely enhancing the efficacy of spellcasting, quickly spread among the student body. In no time, Ling Yun became a prominent figure at Hogwarts. Even some upperclassmen began inquiring whether they could audit his classes. Naturally, where there is joy, there is also discontent. Severus Snape's countenance grew increasingly grim with each passing day. He discovered that some of the students in his house had begun clandestinely attending the classes of that Eastern youth. This was nothing short of a blatant affront to his authority. Yet, he found himself at a loss. After all, Dumbledore openly supported the course. Moreover, the class did not impart any dangerous knowledge. Surely, he could not punish students for learning how to relax. That would be utterly unreasonable. Snape could only suppress his ire within, and in potions class, he doubled down on tormenting Harry Potter. Ling Yun observed all of this, but chose not to intervene excessively. He had more pressing matters to attend to, brewing the Tranquility Elixir. The unicorn horn powder had been procured, and now, only one final essential ingredient was lacking: griffin feathers. This substance was even rarer than unicorn horn powder. Griffins, being exceedingly proud magical creatures, would not permit anyone to approach them easily, let alone pluck a feather from their bodies. One might find some naturally shed griffin feathers at the magical shops in Diagon Alley. However, those feathers would be devoid of their inherent spirit and would not meet the requirements for brewing the Tranquility Elixir. It was imperative that the feathers be willingly offered by the griffins, imbued with their own pride and essence. Where could one possibly find such a thing? Ling Yin pondered for a moment before deciding to seek out someone who might know where to find a griffin. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. A half-giant who possessed boundless affection for all magical creatures. Ling Yin found Hagrid in front of his hut in the Forbidden Forest, chopping wood. "Good afternoon, Hagrid." Ling Yin greeted politely. "Oh, it's you?" "Ling Yin," Hagrid replied, pausing his work to wipe the sweat from his brow with his large hand. He held a favorable impression of this seemingly gentle boy from the East, especially after hearing that he had managed to put Snape in his place. "What brings you here? Care for a cup of tea?" "I just baked some rock cakes," Hagrid warmly invited. "Thank you, Hagrid. However, I have come to inquire about something," Ling Yun stated directly. "Do you know where there might be griffins near Hogwarts?" Upon hearing the word griffin, Hagrid's expression instantly turned wary. "Why do you ask?" "Griffins are not to be trifled with. They are quite dangerous. Don't even think about having designs on them." His tone was somewhat stern. "You misunderstand," Ling Yun quickly clarified. "I have no intention of harming them. I am filled with reverence for such a noble and beautiful creature, longing to behold it with my own eyes." Ling Yun spoke while adjusting his emotions to a state of pure goodwill and respect for nature and life. Hagrid observed the clarity in Ling Yun's eyes, devoid of any impurities, and felt the comfortable aura emanating from him. His vigilance gradually diminished. "Well, you don't seem like a bad kid," Hagrid remarked, scratching his tousled beard. "However, you must not divulge this to anyone. It is a secret." He lowered his voice. "Professor Dumbledore indeed keeps 2 griffins in a valley deep within the Forbidden Forest. He rescued them many years ago from a Greek dragon dealer. They are the guardian beasts of Hogwarts, known only to the headmaster and me. Can you take me to see them?" Ling Yun implored. "I promise to merely observe from a distance, and I will not disturb them." Hagrid hesitated. Ordinarily, this would be against the rules. Yet, gazing into the boy's hopeful eyes, he found it difficult to refuse. Furthermore, he was curious. What peculiar display would this boy, who could best Snape and make Peeves flee, exhibit before the proud griffins? All right, Hagrid finally relented. "Follow me, but we must be cautious not to be discovered." Under Hagrid's guidance, Ling Yun ventured for the first time into the perilous depths of the legendary Forbidden Forest. They traversed the thick, sun-blocking woods and arrived at a hidden, beautiful valley nestled among the mountains. In this valley, filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, bathed in sunlight, it resembled a paradise. By a clear lake, 2 magnificent creatures were leisurely preening their feathers. They possessed the heads and wings of eagles and the bodies and tails of lions. Their golden plumage shimmered in the sunlight, and their eyes radiated pride and majesty. "These are the griffins. Do not approach any closer," Hagrid whispered. "They are highly sensitive. Any nearer and they will attack." Ling Yu nodded, refraining from advancing. Instead, he found a patch of grass, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He did not contemplate how to obtain a feather. Rather, he emptied his mind entirely. He harmonized his spirit with the natural essence of the valley. He felt the flow of the wind, the breath of the grass, and the song of the water. He became one with this natural world. The aura he exuded was no longer that of a mere human, but an essence of pure harmony, resonating with all living things. The 2 griffins, preening by the lake, simultaneously ceased their actions. They lifted their proud heads, their keen eyes directed towards Ling Yun. In their gaze, there was no longer any wariness or hostility, but rather a profound curiosity. Hagrid stood nearby, anxiously gripping his crossbow, fearful that these 2 magnificent creatures might suddenly erupt with fury. However, what transpired next nearly caused his eyes to bulge from their sockets. One of the griffins, slightly larger in stature and seemingly more mature, began to stride gracefully towards Ling Yun. It moved slowly and elegantly, akin to a king surveying his dominion. Upon reaching Ling Yun, it halted, lowering its noble head to regard the diminutive human seated before it with its golden, wisdom-filled eyes. Ling Yun, too, slowly opened his eyes, and the 2 beings locked gazes. Without uttering a single word, it felt as though they were engaged in a profound exchange of souls. After a long moment, the griffin emitted a resounding cry reminiscent of an eagle's call. Then, it performed an act that Hagrid would remember for a lifetime. It extended its sharp, hook-like beak and delicately plucked the longest, most exquisite feather from its resplendent golden wing. Gently, it laid the feather before Ling Yun. Hagrid was utterly petrified, his mouth agape in disbelief. Good heavens, they voluntarily gifted their feather? This was a privilege even Dumbledore had never received. Who on earth was this young man from the East? Chapter 19, The Alchemical Furnace in the Basement. Ling Yun, holding the shimmering griffin feather, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Hagrid. Still in a state of profound shock, Hagrid merely waved his hand, muttering that it was nothing. His perception of Ling Yun had shifted from seeing him as a decent young man to recognizing him as an enigmatic figure of great depth. He understood that the process of crafting a concentration elixir would undoubtedly create significant commotion, necessitating a place of absolute safety, free from interference. A location came to mind, the Room of Requirement. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. Although the Room of Requirement was extraordinary, its very existence was fraught with uncertainty. Moreover, it concealed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Diadem of Ravenclaw. To concoct potions in such a place could potentially awaken the powers of the Horcrux, leading to unpredictable consequences. Such a risk was unacceptable. Where then could be suitable? As he walked, Ling Yun extended his heightened awareness, cultivated through the practice of the Infinite Heart Sutra, to meticulously probe the entire structure of Hogwarts Castle. Each brick and secret passage within the castle formed a vivid, precise map in his mind. Suddenly, his consciousness paused in the dark, damp area of the underground classrooms. He discovered a hidden space behind the wall of an abandoned potions classroom. This space was sealed by an ancient stone door imbued with a sealing spell, showing traces of magical fluctuations indicating that no one had entered for at least several centuries. This is the place. Ling Yun promptly made his way to the underground classroom, swiftly locating the abandoned room. Inside, dust and cobwebs adorned the surroundings, and an odor of decay permeated the air. Approaching the wall, he extended his hand and gently made contact. A faint stream of true energy flowed from his fingertips, cautiously probing the structure of the sealing magic embedded within the wall. This was an ancient form of magic, akin to a coded lock, requiring specific incantations and a precise frequency of magical energy to unlock. However, this posed little challenge for Ling Yun. Without attempting to decipher the spell, he merely heard a soft click as the stone door slowly slid open, revealing a hidden chamber that had been concealed for centuries. The chamber, though modest in size, contained treasures that dazzled Ling Yun's eyes. At the center stood a massive furnace crafted from an unknown black metal, its archaic design intricately inscribed with complex runes reminiscent of fairy scripts. This was no ordinary crucible. It was a genuine alchemical furnace capable of producing advanced potions and elixirs. The craftsmanship suggested a creation of the fairies, a remarkable find indeed. Ling Yun nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that this furnace would significantly enhance his success rate in concocting the spirit concentration pill by at least 30%. He closed the stone door, ensuring that no one would stumble upon this hidden sanctuary. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his focus to its peak. The alchemical process began. First, he employed a cleansing spell to purify the furnace. Then, eschewing his wand, he directly infused a strand of golden true energy into the furnace's mouth. In an instant, a blazing golden flame of extraordinary heat ignited within the chamber, a nascent form of the three fires, albeit still feeble, yet more than sufficient for potion crafting. Following the sequence outlined in the recipe, he began to add the ingredients: serenity flower, moonlight grass. With each addition, he enveloped the herbs with his formidable consciousness, keenly observing their transformations under the intense heat. Next came the three pivotal primary ingredients. He first introduced the flower stamen plucked from the despair vine, imbued with profound despair. The moment it entered the furnace, the entire alchemical apparatus quaked violently. A plume of black smoke, thick with negative emotions, billowed forth, threatening to taint the entire chamber. Ling Yun's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a firm command: freeze. Channeling the full force of the Infinite Heart Sutra, his vast consciousness morphed into an invisible net, instantly compressing the black smoke within the furnace, preventing even a wisp from escaping. Subsequently, he added a crystal vial containing powdered unicorn horn. This powder encapsulated the purest and most sacred life energy. Upon contact with the dark energy of the despair vine's stamen, a fierce clash erupted within the furnace, a striking contrast of black and white, of righteousness and malevolence, as two diametrically opposed forces collided violently within the confines of the chamber. The entire alchemical furnace began to emit a resonating hum, as if on the verge of explosion. At that moment, Ling Yun remained utterly composed. He cast the feather, imbued with the pride and spirit of the griffin, into the furnace. The griffin's feather served as a perfect, neutral harmonizer. It neither leaned towards the sacred nor the dark. It represented an absolute pride and balance, belonging to the king of the skies. The instant the feather entered the furnace, the impending explosion of energy was miraculously quelled. The sacred white and the despairing black began to slowly intertwine, and transform under the proud golden harmonization, forming a peculiar energy that was chaotic and gray, yet teeming with infinite vitality. The first step was a success. Next came the most demanding phase for the alchemist, the process of condensing the pill. This required the alchemist to infuse their spirit and energy into the chaotic energy, guiding it to slowly coalesce into a pill. This process was exceedingly lengthy and immensely taxing on the mind. Ling Yun sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, his hands forming an ancient seal, eyes tightly shut. His consciousness and true energy continuously flowed into the furnace. Time passed, moment by moment. Outside the chamber, night fell and dawn approached once more. Ling Yun maintained this posture, utterly motionless throughout the night. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Just as his true energy and consciousness neared depletion, a clear sound, akin to jade, striking jade, resonated from within the furnace. It was complete. Ling Yun abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of fatigue and joy crossing his features. An indescribably pure and tranquil fragrance instantly permeated the entire chamber. At the base of the furnace lay a pill, the size of a longan, completely translucent and seemingly swirling with light from within. The concentration pill. However, at the moment the concentration pill was formed, a colossal wave of pure spiritual energy surged forth from the center of the chamber. Although this wave flickered momentarily, it nonetheless stirred certain entities within the castle. A crisp explosive sound echoed. A small sprite, clad in a tattered pillowcase and sporting bat-like ears and eyes the size of tennis balls, suddenly appeared in the chamber. It was Dabi. He gazed at Ling Yun and the furnace, exuding an extraordinary fragrance, his large eyes filled with awe and unparalleled fear. Chapter 20. The Final Examination. The final examination had finally arrived. The students were engulfed in intense revision. Even in the class of meditation, more students had appeared, desperately seeking last-minute help. However, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found no joy in this. Their thoughts were entirely preoccupied with the exam. They were increasingly convinced that Snape was poised to make his move to steal the Philosopher's Stone that very night, as Hagrid had inadvertently let slip. He informed them that, guarding the Philosopher's Stone, in addition to the three-headed dog Fluffy, were Professor Sprout S. Devil Snare, Professor Flitwick S. Keys, Professor McGonagall S. Giant Wizard Chess, Professor Quirrell S. Troll, and Snape S. Potions. Coincidentally, on this very day, Dumbledore had been summoned to London by an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic. Everything seemed far too coincidental. "We must inform Professor McGonagall," Hermione exclaimed anxiously. They rushed to McGonagall's office, spilling their suspicions in a fervent rush. However, McGonagall's response left them greatly disheartened. "Potter, Weasley, Granger," she said, rubbing her temples, her face weary, "I know not where you have heard such nonsense. But I assure you, the Philosopher's Stone is absolutely safe at Hogwarts. Professor Snape is a teacher here, and he would never, but we saw it with our own eyes." Harry attempted to argue. The three were dejectedly ushered out of the office. "What do we do now?" Ron asked, his face filled with despair. "No one believes us. We'll have to rely on ourselves." Harry clenched his jaw, his gaze resolute. "We must retrieve the Philosopher's Stone before Snape does." "That is utterly mad, Harry," Hermione said, though fear flickered in her eyes, her determination equally unwavering. "But I'll go with you. Count me in." Ron puffed out his chest as well. Just then, a calm voice echoed from behind them. "I believe you require a more seasoned guide." "Ling Yun," Harry exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "What are you doing here?" "I've been here all along," Ling Yun replied with a smile, having listened to their conversation through his heightened senses. "You want to join us?" Ron asked incredulously. "Of course," Ling Yun said casually. "How could I miss out on such an adventure?" Though he spoke lightly, a grave weight rested upon him. Moments ago, his immensely powerful perception had detected a faint yet malevolent wave of intent emanating from someone they had never suspected, Professor Quirrell. It seemed that Hogwarts would not remain tranquil this night. However, before they set off, Ling Yun looked at the three, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "I have prepared a little gift for you." He produced 3 small porcelain vials from his pocket. "This is a newly concocted stimulant potion. Drink it, and it will keep your minds sharp and spirits high throughout the upcoming adventure." Although the trio was skeptical, they accepted the vials and gulped them down. As the potion slid down their throats, a refreshing sensation spread throughout their bodies. They felt an unprecedented clarity in their minds, with most of their tension and fear dissipating. Of course, this was no true stimulant. It was merely a placebo, diluted 100-fold from the leftover residue of a previous potion Ling Yun had brewed. While it bore no actual effects, psychological suggestion can often wield considerable power. Well then, brave souls, Ling Yun said, smiling at his fully armed friends. Our adventure is about to commence. The night was profound, and 4 figures, shrouded in Harry's precious invisibility cloak, stealthily slipped out of the Gryffindor common room. Their destination, the forbidden trapdoor in the corridor on the 4th floor. Let us proceed. Ling Yun's voice shattered the silence of the corridor. The quartet, cloaked by Harry's invaluable garment, traversed the hushed halls of Hogwarts Castle with utmost silence. The forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor remained as eerie as ever. Behind the ajar door came a series of deep, thunderous snores. Fluffy was asleep. Harry whispered, relief evident in his tone. It seems Hagrid's words were indeed true. It falls asleep upon hearing music. But what if the music stops? Ron nervously swallowed, his gaze fixated on the darkness seeping through the door's crack. It had better not awaken before we open the trapdoor, Harry remarked, already grasping the doorknob. Wait, Ling Yun interjected. What is it? I believe we can employ a more civilized approach, Ling Yun asserted, boldly stepping forward to push the door open. Are you mad? Ron and Hermione exclaimed in hushed horror simultaneously. The massive, 3-headed canine lay atop the trapdoor, soundly asleep. One of its heads drooled, forming a sizable pool on the ground. Beneath it rested a harp, evidently enchanted, automatically playing a soothing melody. However, the moment Ling Yun opened the door, the hypnotic tune was abruptly disrupted. The 3 colossal heads simultaneously opened their 6 lantern-like, crimson eyes. We're doomed. Ron's face turned as pale as the wall. Harry and Hermione tightened their grips on their wands, bracing for a fierce confrontation. Yet, Ling Yun made an unexpected move. He neither drew his wand nor retreated. Instead, he found a clean patch of floor and sat cross-legged. Then he closed his eyes. What is he doing? Chanting a death spell? Ron whispered in despair. I have no idea. This isn't recorded in any book. Hermione exclaimed, nearly frantic. Fluffy's roars grew louder as it stood up, its massive body nearly brushing the ceiling. Its 3 gaping maws dripped with putrid saliva, aimed at the insignificant human before it. Just as it was about to pounce, a peculiar, tranquil aura began to emanate from Ling Yun. This essence, intangible yet palpable, seemed to soothe all the tumult and ferocity in the world. Fluffy's impending leap suddenly froze. Its 6 crimson eyes brimmed with confusion. This diminutive figure before it emitted neither the hated magical fluctuations nor the familiar scent of fear. Instead, the aura radiating from him was comforting, akin to dozing by a warm fireplace or basking in the sun on the grass of the forbidden forest. Gradually, Fluffy's roar subsided. It tilted its 3 heads, curiously observing the human seated cross-legged. Then, under the watchful gaze of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, whose eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, the 3-headed hellhound yawned and lay back down. Resting its 3 heads upon its forepaws, it resembled a docile large dog, its 6 eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Ling Yun. In those eyes, there was even a hint of subservience. The entire room fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Having composed himself, Ling Yun opened his eyes, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his robes. We could descend now. Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved mechanically, their stiff feet shuffling towards the trapdoor. Harry opened the trapdoor, revealing a bottomless, pitch-black chasm below. I'll go first to ensure it's safe, he declared, preparing to jump down. No need for such trouble, Ling Yun replied, producing a rope from his sleeve. Is this a muggle rope? Hermione recognized it. No, it's crafted from spider silk and the mane of a nightmare, Ling Yun explained. Quite sturdy. He securely tied one end of the rope around the leg of the hellhound, which offered no resistance, but rather cooperatively lifted its leg. All right, hold on tight. The 4 of them slid down into the profound darkness. They navigated through Professor Sprout's devil's snare, with Hermione deftly dispelling it using a well-executed sunlight charm. They then traversed Professor Flitwick's flying keys, where Harry showcased his remarkable talent as a seeker while riding a broom. Eventually, they arrived at a vast room reminiscent of a grand hall. Chapter 21, The King's Gambit. The floor of a room was a colossal chessboard, composed of alternating black and white squares. At the opposite end of the board stood a massive stone door, and scattered across the chessboard were life-size chess pieces, intricately carved from stone. They bore no faces but emanated a chilling, menacing aura. It's Wizard's chess, Ron exclaimed, the moment he laid eyes on the chessboard. His demeanor transformed entirely. The anxious, somewhat timid boy vanished, replaced by a sharp-eyed, confident commander. We must win this game of chess to proceed, Ron stated, his voice steady and powerful. Which pieces shall we play? Harry inquired. Ron quickly scanned the board, his mind racing. The game was missing a rook, a knight, and a bishop. He swiftly deduced, Harry, you'll replace the bishop and stand at f8. Hermione, you'll take the rook's place at a8. Ron inhaled deeply. Mounting a stone horse will be the knight. And what about me? Ling Yun asked with keen interest. Ron glanced at him, hesitating momentarily. You could be my pawn, standing in front of me at e7. Ling Yun shrugged nonchalantly and took his position. Once they had all taken their positions, the opposing white pieces sprang into action. A white pawn advanced 2 squares forward. The war had commenced. Harry immediately followed suit. The white queen glided forward with a fierce momentum, raising her stone arm to strike violently at the position where Harry had just stood. Hermione, move to c6, check. Hermione promptly complied. The white king was compelled to evade the onslaught. For the next 20 minutes, the entire room transformed into Ron's personal stage. He orchestrated his pieces with precision, directing his friends as they charged across the enormous chessboard. His mind functioned like the most sophisticated of computers, calculating the potential outcomes of each move. Every maneuver he executed was both accurate and lethal. Harry and Hermione were utterly captivated by Ron's tactical brilliance. They had never witnessed him so composed, so resolute, and so brimming with wisdom. Ling Yun remained steadfast in his position, not having moved an inch. He observed Ron's commanding presence, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. This young man had finally discovered his true battlefield. He was no longer merely the friend of the savior, nor the inconspicuous youngest of the Weasley clan. In this moment, he was the king of the chessboard. However, the tide of battle soon became stalemated. The white pieces, being genuine magical creations, coordinated seamlessly and launched a relentless offensive. One by one, Ron's pieces fell to the enemy. Massive stone blocks crashed down around them, the oppressive atmosphere instilling a sense of dread. Eventually, only a few remnants remained on the board, and the path to victory narrowed to a singular route, a route requiring sacrifice. Ron's expression turned gravely serious. He gazed at the opposing white queen and then at Harry beside him. He understood what he must do. Ron, Harry's voice trembled, seemingly coming to a realization as well. Listen, Ron's gaze remained steadfast on Harry. This is the only way. I must allow that queen to take me. Only then can you approach the king and deliver the final blow. No, Hermione screamed. You'll be killed. It's just wizard's chess. Ron declared, though a hint of fear tinged his own voice. He turned to Ling Yun, seeking reassurance in his eyes. Ling Yun slowly nodded in response. Sacrifice, he whispered, in a tone only they could hear. Ron's body jolted. He recalled that night when Ling Yun had taught him the game of Go. Sacrifice is for the sake of a greater victory. In that moment, all his fears and hesitations evaporated. Are you ready, Harry? A relieved smile broke across Ron's face. He then yanked the reins decisively, sending the stone knight charging forward. Knight to h3. The white queen hesitated not for an instant. She turned around, raising her stone-like sharp arm, and struck down fiercely towards Ron. The immense force sent Ron crashing from the stone, falling heavily to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Go, Harry. Ling Yun's calm voice roused Harry from his sorrow and fury. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain. Wiping away his tears, Harry's red eyes brimmed with resolve as he approached the White King. General, the White King discarded his sword. Victory was theirs. The stone door on the other side slowly creaked open. Hermione nodded tearfully. Ling Yun, let us go. The two passed through the stone door, entering the final challenge. Chapter 22. Reinforcements always arrive late. Behind the door lay a vast circular chamber. In the center stood a colossal, ancient mirror, the mirror of Ariste. Before the mirror stood a figure, an unexpected individual. It was not Snape, but rather the stuttering, timid professor of defense against the dark arts, Quirrell. You? Harry could scarcely believe his eyes. Quirrell slowly turned around, his face devoid of any timidity, replaced instead by a sickly, fervent smile. His characteristic stutter had vanished. It is I. His voice was sharp and cold. Surprised, Potter? Snape has always been. Snape? Quirrell let out a contemptuous sneer. That fool has indeed been a nuisance. During the Quidditch match, had he not been chanting counter curses, you would have fallen from your broom long ago. And tonight, if he had rushed to inform Dumbledore that I might come here, I wouldn't have acted so swiftly. Harry's mind was in disarray. Snape was protecting me? But the giant troll. That was my doing, Quirrell boasted, to divert everyone's attention. Unfortunately, that fellow Snape didn't fall for it. He guessed I would come here directly, but it no longer matters. Quirrell's gaze fell greedily upon the mirror of Ariste. Now, no one can stop me. You will never obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Harry bravely positioned himself in front of the mirror. Oh, really? Quirrell chuckled. I already know how to retrieve the stone from this mirror. I merely need a person who truly wishes to find it, but does not seek to exploit it. And you, Potter, are the key. Now come here. He pointed his wand at Harry. Yet, Harry did not move. Ling Yun remained still as well, merely observing Quirrell with a hint of pity in his eyes. You are quite noisy, Ling Yun suddenly spoke. Quirrell paused, taken aback. What did you say? I said. Ling Yun's gaze seemed to penetrate Quirrell, as if perceiving something behind his head. The one in your mind is far louder than you are. Quirrell's expression shifted dramatically. You. How could you? Let him out, Ling Yun remarked. To hide one's head and expose one's tail, akin to a rat scurrying in the shadows. Do you not find that profoundly tragic? The provocation ignited a furious wrath within Quirrell. Yet, from his lips emerged a hoarse voice, imbued with an overwhelming authority and malice. Let him see. Quirrell's body trembled violently as he extended his quaking hands to slowly unravel the enormous, garlic-scented purple turban that adorned his head, layer by layer. As the turban was completely unwound, Quirrell turned away. Harry inhaled sharply, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Where Quirrell's crown should have been, a face emerged, a visage of sheer horror. Pale as chalk, with eyes gleaming red, split like a fissure, and nostrils resembling serpents devoid of holes. Voldemort, that face, if one could even call it such, was more a grotesque amalgamation of pure malice and suffering. A tempest churned within Harry's stomach, fear coiling around his heart like a frigid vine, rendering him breathless and voiceless. Voldemort, a name that dwelled solely in nightmares and hushed whispers, now manifested before him in this eerie and dreadful form. However, Ling Yun's reaction was starkly different. His pupils constricted slightly, yet his gaze bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was a frigid scrutiny akin to that of a seasoned physician observing a previously unseen terminal illness. Do you see, Potter? Voldemort's voice, emanating from Quirrell, was hoarse and distorted, laced with venomous resentment. This is the price I must pay to survive. Like a parasite, I dwell within this fool's body. Indeed, your mother perished to save you. A cruel mockery tinged Voldemort's voice. What I find most intolerable is this squandering of courage. Now, hand over the Philosopher's Stone. The crimson eyes of Voldemort abruptly shifted towards Ling Yun, unleashing a terrifying intent to kill. You worm from the east, know nothing. Quirrell pivoted sharply, facing Harry in the mirror of Eriste once more. Enough of this nonsense. My master requires the stone. He roughly shoved Harry before the mirror. Look into the mirror. Tell me, what do you see? Compelled, Harry gazed into the mirror. There. He beheld his own reflection, which smiled warmly at him, retrieving a blood-red stone from its pocket. In that instant, Harry felt an unexpected weight in his own pocket. The Philosopher's Stone, it truly resided there. I saw it. Harry struggled to steady his voice. I saw that I gave it to Dumbledore. He lies. Voldemort's shriek reverberated inside Quirrell's mind. Quirrell spun around, his face twisted with murderous intent. He snapped his fingers, and a circle of purple-black flames erupted, sealing all exits. Then die, Potter. Quirrell lunged forward like a rabid dog. Yet a figure moved faster. Ling Yun sprang into action. He neither uttered an incantation nor drew his wand. With an extraordinarily fluid and natural grace, he advanced. His hand traced a circle in the air. Tai Chi Quirrell's hand, reaching for Harry, was deflected by a gentle yet unyielding force. He felt as though his strength had dissipated into a cloud of cotton, rendered utterly ineffective in an instant. Kill him. First, kill Potter. Voldemort's will pierced Quirrell's mind like a venomous needle. Quirrell let out a furious roar, disregarding Ling Yun, and lunged once more at Harry, his hands gripping tightly around his neck. At the moment Quirrell's hands made contact with Harry's skin, an unearthly, piercing scream erupted from Quirrell's lips. His hands, as if seared by a branding iron, emitted plumes of thick black smoke, the skin visibly transforming into char and ash. What sorcery is this? Quirrell gazed in horror at his hands, disintegrating before his very eyes. Harry was equally stunned. He looked at his own hands, then at the writhing Quirrell, a sudden clarity washing over him. Fool! Seize him! Voldemort's voice thundered. Yet Quirrell, engulfed by pain and terror, dared not touch Harry again. In that moment, he felt his head as if pierced by a multitude of glowing steel needles. Your soul is weeping. Ling Yun's icy voice echoed deep within his very essence. He shut his eyes, his hands forming a peculiar gesture, emanating an aura vast and ethereal. The Heart Sutra, a spiritual assault. He did not attack Quirrell directly, but rather transformed his pure spiritual essence into an invisible blade, striking fiercely at the anguished, fragmented soul of Voldemort. Oh! This time, the scream erupted from the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's lingering soul, assaulted by an unprecedented agony that pierced the core of its being. seemed on the verge of being torn from Quirrell's body. Quirrell's form convulsed violently, black blood oozing from all his orifices. His control over Harry utterly disintegrated. Seizing the opportunity, Harry, uncertain of the power coursing within him, yet aware it was his sole chance, propelled himself forward, pressing his hands firmly against Quirrell's face. No! Quirrell's scream was abruptly silenced. His body, like a weathered sand sculpture, began to disintegrate into ash, starting from his face. His clothing, robes, and that garlic-scented turban all slipped away. In less than 3 seconds, a living being was utterly reduced to dust before Harry and Lingyun. Yet the ordeal was not over. From the mound of ashes, a black, humanoid specter ascended with a piercing wail. Its crimson eyes brimmed with boundless malice and hatred, fixated intently on Harry. It lunged forward with great ferocity. Regrettably, Ridgeon had no time to react as the dark specter of resentment surged through his body. An indescribable anguish, as if his very soul were being rent asunder, coursed through Harry in an instant. His vision darkened, and he fell backward, completely losing consciousness. The black specter, having traversed through Harry, became significantly more tenuous. It did not linger, shrieking as it passed through the walls and fled from the scene. Just as it was on the brink of vanishing, Lingyun, who had been seated with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A brilliant golden light flickered in his eyes. A thread of consciousness, finer than a strand of hair and nearly imperceptible, silently adhered to the escaping specter like a relentless parasite. After accomplishing this, Lingyun's body swayed slightly, his complexion as pale as parchment. The dual exertion of contending with Voldemort's consciousness while also marking the specter had proven exceedingly draining. Gasping, he rose and approached the unconscious Harry. The blood-red, softly glowing magical stone lay quietly on the floor. Lingyun bent down to retrieve it. The room was enveloped in profound silence, save for the undying purple-black flames that continued to burn tirelessly. He sensed a powerful and familiar surge of magical energy, tinged with a hint of urgency, rapidly approaching. Glancing at the magical stone in his hand, and then at the unconscious Harry, a weary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Reinforcements always arrived fashionably late. Chapter 23. Unending troubles yet endearing. The purple-black flames in the basement flickered silently, illuminating Dumbledore's unusually grave expression. He appeared almost at the moment the flames extinguished, moving with a swiftness uncharacteristic of his age. He beheld the ashes that marked the end of Quirrell's life, the unconscious Harry, and finally, the pale-faced Eastern youth leaning against his knee, clutching the blood-red stone that emanated the allure of immortality. "Your item, Headmaster," Lingyun panted, extending the magical stone, adding with a teasing tone, "and your reinforcements could use a speed boost." No sooner had the words left his lips than the taut mental strength sustaining him finally relaxed completely. A wave of dizziness engulfed him, and darkness surged like a tide. In the final moments of consciousness, he felt himself falling into a warm, dry embrace, his nostrils filled with a peculiar scent reminiscent of lemon sorbet and aged parchment. When he awoke again, it was to the clamor of a heated argument. "Ron, you can't eat anymore." That's for Harry and Lingyun as a consolation. "Just one." "Hermione, I promise it's the last chocolate frog. Look, I even got Dumbledore's card." Lingyun opened his eyes, the familiar ceiling of the Hogwarts hospital wing coming into view. Next, he noticed a mountain of candies and cards piled on his bedside table. The sight was nearly sufficient to establish a branch of Honeydukes. On the adjacent hospital bed, Harry had just awakened, gazing bewilderedly at his prized possession. "You're awake," Hermione exclaimed joyfully, shoving aside Ron, who was attempting to pilfer a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. "Hey," Ron protested in dissatisfaction, but upon seeing his two friends conscious, a broad smile spread across his face. "How do you feel?" "Madame Pomfrey said you were merely exhausted and that a good sleep would remedy it." Merlin's beard. You should have seen Snape's face. He looked as if someone had swapped his entire stock of slug repellent for pink bows. The trio animatedly shared their experiences, exchanging words in a lively manner. Upon hearing Ron describe how he commanded the chess pieces, sacrificing himself for victory, both Harry and Lingyun expressed genuine admiration. Hermione, with a proud puff of her chest, recounted how she had logically deduced the solution to Snape's potion riddle. The warmth of friendship dispelled the chill of the dungeon. Just then, a gentle voice resonated from the doorway. "Good afternoon. It seems I've missed the most thrilling part." Dumbledore entered, his face adorned with a kind smile. He first assessed Harry and Lingyun's conditions, confirming they were unharmed, before settling into a chair beside the bed. "The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed," he stated candidly. Nicholas and I had a profound conversation yesterday afternoon, and we both believe it is time. For an orderly mind, death is merely another grand adventure. Harry nodded, some understanding, then posed his most pressing question. Professor, why can't Quirrell touch me? Ah, because of your mother. A tender glow emanated from Dumbledore's blue eyes. She died for you, bestowing upon you a protection unmatched. This love is imprinted on your very skin. Voldemort, a soul steeped in hatred and greed, cannot touch such pure beauty. He then turned to Ling Yun, his gaze deepening considerably. As for you, Ling Yun, you have shown him his greatest fear, a complete and tranquil soul that inflicts a pain greater than any curse. Thank you. The phrase was delivered softly, yet carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy, but Dumbledore swiftly lightened it in his characteristic manner. He picked up a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from Ron's pile of snacks. Bertie Bott's. In my youth, I regrettably tasted a vomit-flavored one, and since then, I have kept my distance. However, I believe I can safely indulge in a toffee flavor now. He pinched a seemingly normal bean, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed with delight. In the next instant, his expression froze. Alas, unfortunate. He struggled to swallow, his face betraying a profound disillusionment. Earwax flavor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione erupted in laughter. Even Ling Yun's lips curled slightly into an imperceptible smile. The end-of-term farewell feast arrived as scheduled, with the hall adorned in the green and silver banners of Slytherin. The students of Slytherin House, with an air of superiority, reveled in the envious glances cast by their peers. Even Severus Snape bore an unprecedented hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, and an immediate hush fell over the great hall. Another academic year had come to a close. He joyfully announced the results. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 312 points. In third place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And finally, in first place, Slytherin House with 472 points. The Slytherin table erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Indeed, well done, Slytherin. Once the applause subsided, Dumbledore continued, yet certain recent events warranted consideration. The hall fell into a profound silence. Firstly, I must commend Mr. Ron Weasley for orchestrating one of the most brilliant games of chess Hogwarts has seen in years, awarding Gryffindor an additional 50 points. The Gryffindor table burst forth in jubilant cheers. Ron's face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, who, in a moment of crisis, demonstrated remarkable logic and wisdom, shall also receive an extra 50 points for Gryffindor. Hermione excitedly covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Thirdly, Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore's voice imbued with warmth, displayed unparalleled courage and valor, earning Gryffindor an additional 60 points. The Gryffindor students went utterly wild. They had drawn level with Slytherin. Dumbledore's gaze then traversed the Gryffindor table, landing upon the quiet Eastern boy at the Ravenclaw table. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. The Ravenclaw students, initially taken aback, then erupted into cheers even more fervent than those of Gryffindor. They had overtaken them. Snape's expression instantly shifted from smug satisfaction to a pallid fury. Yet, Dumbledore was not finished. Courage manifests in myriad forms. He looked towards the far end of the Gryffindor table, noting that while defiance against an enemy requires tremendous bravery, standing up to our friends demands an even greater courage. Therefore, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom an additional 10 points. This final increment detonated like a bombshell across the hall. Gryffindor now stood at 482 points. They had triumphed. The Great Hall was engulfed in a wave of jubilation. The green and silver banners overhead were swiftly transformed into Gryffindor's scarlet and gold. Snape's countenance was beyond description, as he stiffly shook hands with the elated Professor McGonagall, his expression akin to that of a man kissing a giant spider. Countless hats flew into the air. Fred and George even began to sing the Gryffindor anthem. Amidst the revelry, Ling Yun gazed upon his friends, observing the speechless Neville, the Ron who had finally discovered his worth, the Harry who brimmed with pride for his companions, and the Hermione radiant with wisdom. He raised his pumpkin juice in a toast to the dazzling scarlet and gold. Then, a genuine smile emerged from the depths of his heart. This world, despite its incessant troubles, possesses an undeniable charm. Chapter 24. Dobby's warning. Dobby trembled all over, shaking like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. His enormous, tennis ball-like eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions, wonder, curiosity, but predominantly a profound and bone-deep terror. Sir, the great sir. Dobby's voice was sharp and quivering. He sensed an extraordinary, almost euphoric magic drawing him closer. As he spoke, He nervously bumped his head against the adjacent wall. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby, you must not misuse magic. You must not disturb the great sir. Stop. Ling Yun's voice, though weakened from exertion, resonated with an irresistible, gentle authority. Dobby's actions ceased instantly. He raised his head, his large, watery eyes timidly gazing at Ling Yun. Ling Yun regarded the little elf before him and sighed inwardly. He understood that house elves were peculiar beings, wielding powerful magic distinct from that of wizards. Yet, their very nature was shackled to servitude, enslaved, commanded, and even mistreated. Such was their fate. Ironically, freedom was the most dreadful punishment for them. You need not be afraid. Ling Yun rose from the ground and approached Dobby, slowly crouching to align his gaze with that of the elf. This simple gesture left Dobby momentarily stunned. Never had a wizard regarded him at eye level. In his memories, wizards always towered above him. Your name is Dobby, is it not? Ling Yun inquired. Yes, sir. Dobby is Dobby. Dobby, you did not come to me solely because you sense good magic, did you? Ling Yun's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of Dobby's being. He could distinctly perceive the intense, anxious desire to confide that lay hidden beneath Dobby's awe. Upon being asked, Dobby's body quaked even more violently. His lips trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, yet fear held him back. His eyes reflected a tumult of struggle and anguish. Dobby could not speak. If he did, his master would punish him. His master would sear Dobby's hands with a branding iron. As he spoke, he fearfully raised his hands, revealing them marred by a web of old scars. Ling Yun's heart sank. He recognized that Dobby's master was Lucius Malfoy, a pure-blood wizard whose elegant exterior concealed an extreme cruelty and arrogance. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ling Yun's mind. Ding! Key character detected. House Elf Dobby, who has endured prolonged enslavement and abuse, resulting in profound self-loathing and fear, his soul bound by shackles. Triggering side quest, the Soul of Freedom. Task objective, to guide Dobby to recognize his self-worth, helping him break free from the shackles of servitude and attain true freedom. Task reward, Omniscience Beginner. Omniscience? The ability to communicate with all things? What a remarkable skill. It appears that liberating Dobby is even more crucial than I had previously imagined. Dobby. Ling Yun's voice grew gentler. Looking into my eyes, Dobby instinctively lifted his head. He beheld a pair of eyes, as profound as the starry sky and as pure as a crystal spring. Under the gaze of those eyes, his inner fears and struggles miraculously began to calm. Dobby, do you have something important you wish to share with me? Ling Yun's voice carried a peculiar, guiding power. It concerns Harry Potter, does it not? Harry Potter. At the mention of this name, Dobby sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on. Yes, yes. Harry Potter is in grave danger. A colossal peril. He could no longer contain himself and shouted. Dobby's master, Lucius Malfoy, intends to introduce a very wicked thing into Hogwarts. He aims to use this thing against Harry Potter. To frame Dumbledore. A diary, is it not? Ling Yun inquired calmly. Dobby's scream abruptly ceased. He gazed at Ling Yun with an expression of sheer disbelief. How do you know? I also know that within that diary lies the memory of a 16-year-old dark wizard named Tom Riddle. Ling Yun continued. I know he will use this diary to manipulate an innocent student into opening a chamber that has been sealed for 50 years. Then, he will unleash the monster within to attack those of Muggle descent. Each of Ling Yun's words struck Dobby's heart like a heavy hammer. Dobby was utterly astonished. He felt that the gentleman before him possessed more knowledge than even Dumbledore. Are you a great prophet? Dobby stammered. I am not a prophet. Ling Yun shook his head. I am merely someone who can hear the whispers of the heart. He looked at Dobby earnestly and said, Dobby, I can sense that you deeply wish to protect Harry Potter. You are a kind and brave little elf. No. Dobby shook his head repeatedly. Dobby is not brave. Dobby is merely a bad Dobby. No, you are very brave, Ling Yun asserted. You dared to defy your master's orders, risking punishment to come here and inform me. That is the greatest bravery. Your soul longs for freedom, yearning to protect those you wish to safeguard as a true, independent being. Your heart is far purer than many self-proclaimed noble wizards. Dobby was rendered speechless. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Kindness? Bravery? How could such words ever be applied to a lowly, dirty house elf like him? An unprecedented, unfamiliar emotion began to quietly blossom within the depths of his heart. It is a seed known as self-identity. Well, Dobby, Ling Yun rose to his feet, and I have received your warning. Thank you. However, Harry Potter's Dobby remained unconvinced. Rest assured. Ling Yun gazed at him, his eyes filled with a persuasive strength. With me around, no one can harm him. Dobby looked at Ling Yun, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately nodded gravely. He bowed deeply to Ling Yun, and then, with a pop, vanished from the spot. In the Chamber of Secrets, only Ling Yun remained. He looked down at the palm of his hand, where a spirit-gathering pill radiated a gentle golden light. This pill was the result of immense effort and dedication on his part. Once ingested, it would elevate his Tai Chi spirit nurturing technique to the second level. His consciousness would also experience significant enhancement. This was vital for him to accomplish the ultimate task of purifying the abyss of emotions. Yet, he recalled Dobby's warning. He remembered the chamber that was about to be opened, along with the basilisk within. He thought of the poor, red-haired girl who would be manipulated by Tom Riddle's memories. He considered his friend, Harry Potter, who would soon confront all of this. Perhaps this pill held a purpose more significant than merely elevating himself. A bold, even somewhat reckless plan began to take shape in Ling Yun's mind. He looked at the pill in his hand and smiled. Sometimes, the greatest power is not meant for the destruction of enemies, but rather for the protection of friends. Chapter 25, Christmas Holidays. Hogwarts Castle had suddenly become much more spacious. Only a small number of students remained at the castle. Naturally, Harry and Ron stayed behind. They were to investigate the heir of Slytherin and complete the extremely complex polyjuice potion hidden in the girls' restroom. Hermione, needing to supervise the two of them, also remained. Ling Yun, of course, did not leave either. He had much to accomplish. That afternoon, he found the trio secretly brewing potions in the Myrtle's restroom. Ahem. Ling Yun stood at the door and lightly cleared his throat twice. Hermione, stirring the cauldron, was startled, nearly spilling an entire bottle of powdered bicorn horn. Ling Yun, WH, what are you doing here? Hermione, upon recognizing him, sighed in relief but still felt somewhat guilty. After all, brewing illegal potions in an abandoned restroom was hardly a commendable endeavor. Why shouldn't I come? Ling Yun smiled and walked inside. Your potion smells rather unappealing. He glanced at the cauldron bubbling with a viscous liquid that emitted a foul odor reminiscent of dirty socks and remarked, This is the polyjuice potion, Ron said, his expression wary. How did you know? I guessed, Ling Yun shrugged. After all, aside from the desire to transform into someone else and engage in some clandestine activity, I cannot fathom any other reason that would compel you three to forsake the Christmas feast to linger in this domain of a weeping ghost all day. Hey, I heard that. A sharp voice pierced the air from the adjacent stall. The weeping Myrtle emerged from the toilet, floating in midair, casting a disgruntled gaze at Ling Yun. What has happened to my domain? I find it quite splendid here. All right. Your domain is indeed wonderful, Ling Yun replied dismissively, then redirected his attention to the cauldron of potion. I can sense your emotions. They are quite agitated and tense. He fixed his gaze on Hermione. Especially you, Hermione. Your spirit has been tightly wounded. This is not conducive to potion brewing. Fluctuations in emotion can destabilize magical potency, leading to deviations in the potion's effectiveness. Hermione paused, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Ling Yun's words. She had indeed been feeling quite anxious lately, torn between worrying that Harry and Ron would botch things up and the fear of being discovered by Snape. What should I do? She asked, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Ling Yun smiled and retrieved a small crystal vial from his robe sleeve. Inside was the azure forget-me-not potion he had concocted during their last potion class. Perhaps this will assist you, he offered. Add a single drop at the final step. It will neutralize the impurities caused by your emotional turbulence, rendering the potion more stable. Hermione gazed at the crystal vial, hesitating. Does this adhere to the recipe? Her scholar's instinct filled her with skepticism regarding any unconventional methods. Sometimes, the finest recipe is to break the rules, Ling Yun stated. Trust me. As Hermione looked into Ling Yun's calm, confident eyes, she recalled the miracle he had created in the library. Ultimately, she accepted the vial. All right, I shall give it a try. And this as well. Ling Yun turned to Harry, handing him a small, roughly carved peace charm made from an unknown wood. What is this? Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. A talisman, Ling Yun explained. I have imbued it with Easter blessings. While it may not possess significant offensive power, it will help you maintain your composure. Most importantly, his tone shifted to one of gravity. If you encounter an overwhelming fear like you did in your dream, crush it firmly. It cannot vanquish your foes, but it will alert me instantly if you find yourself in peril. Harry solemnly accepted the charm, gripping it tightly in his hand. A warm, reassuring sensation emanated from his palm. Thank you, Ling Yun. We are friends, are we not? Ling Yun patted his shoulder. Having completed his task, Ling Yun prepared to depart, aware that he had done all he could. The rest was up to them. However, just as he turned to exit the restroom, his senses jolted. A chilling wave of powerful emotions steeped in ancient resentment and hatred, surged forth like a tide from some hidden corner of the castle. This emotion is 100 times colder than despair's tendrils and 1,000 times more ancient than Voldemort's remnants. It is rife with a deep-seated loathing for mudbloods. Ling Yun's countenance darkened instantly. He understood that the long-sealed chamber, which had concealed a 1,000-year-old serpent monster, had been breached after 50 years. Chapter 26. The First Victim. That chilling, ancient emotion, saturated with profound hatred, was akin to a deep-water bomb cast upon a placid lake, sending ripples that lingered long after. Ling Yun stood at the threshold of the myrtle washroom, his expression so grim it seemed it could drip with sorrow. He realized that the gears of the narrative had begun to turn with increased velocity. Ling Yun, what troubles you? Harry inquired, observing the sudden change in Ling Yun's demeanor with concern. Nothing, he replied. I merely sense that the air within the castle has become rather foul. He offered no further elaboration. Revealing the existence of the chamber and the serpent would serve only to incite panic, a futile endeavor that could alert the lurking Tom Riddle and render him more vigilant. Continue your discussions. Ling Yun nodded at Hermione. Remember my words. Emotional stability is half the battle won. With that, he turned and departed, seeking a tranquil place to meticulously investigate the source of that emotion and its trajectory within the castle. As Ling Yun's figure receded, Ron murmured to Harry, "He always carries an air of mystery. But he has aided us, has he not?" Harry retorted, tightening his grip on the piece pendant in his hand. Hermione remained silent, her gaze fixated on the vial of forgetfulness water in her grasp, lost in thought. The eruption of events transpired more swiftly than Ling Yun had anticipated. Suddenly, a cacophony of panicked screams erupted from the second-floor corridor. Something has happened. Quick, come see. Oh my goodness. What is that? Driven by curiosity, the students surged toward the source of the commotion. Ling Yun, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were swept along in the tide of bodies to the scene. The sight before them elicited collective gasps of horror. The caretaker, Filch's cat, named Mrs. Norris, hung limply by her tail from the torch holder. Her body was rigid, fur disheveled, and her eyes wide with terror, as if she had glimpsed something profoundly dreadful. She had been petrified. Upon the wall beneath her, a ghastly inscription written in a color reminiscent of blood proclaimed, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir." At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. A wave of fear, akin to a plague, swiftly spread through the crowd. My cat! My cat!" A distraught, hoarse cry pierced the chaos. Filch, forcing his way through the throng, rushed forward. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of his beloved cat, he crumbled. Trembling, he extended a hand toward Mrs. Norris, yet hesitated in fear. "You!" Filch whirled around, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Harry, who stood nearest. "It is you. You have killed my cat." His voice was laden with bitterness and madness. "I did not," Harry retorted instantly. Yet, his rebuttal appeared feeble and insipid. For everyone was aware that Filch had always regarded him with disdain and frequently sought to trouble him. He possessed ample motive for malice. Just then, Dumbledore and several professors arrived, having heard the commotion. Make way! Make way!" Dumbledore urged as he pushed through the crowd, advancing towards the wall. He gazed at the inscription, then at the petrified Mrs. Norris, a flicker of gravity crossing his azure eyes. "Take it to my office, Argus," he instructed Filch. The professors began to disperse the crowd. Ling Yun paid him no heed. His focus remained fixed on Filch. He could distinctly sense the raw sorrow and despair emanating from the typically acerbic and loathed old caretaker, as though he had lost a cherished loved one. It appeared that even the most detested individuals harbored tender sentiments within. Ling Yun sighed inwardly. As he passed by Filch, he whispered in a voice audible only to the two of them, "It is not dead. It has merely been petrified by a potent dark magic. There is still hope." Filch's body jolted at his words, but Ling Yun had already melded into the throng, moving away. That statement pierced through the darkness of despair, engulfing Filch's heart like a beam of light. "There's hope? Is that true?" Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, the atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive. All the students were engrossed in discussions about the recent events. "The Chamber of Secrets? What is that?" One student recounted. "I heard my father mention it. It is a hidden chamber constructed by Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. It is said to house a monster that only Slytherin's heir can control, using it to purge the school of those unworthy of practicing magic." As he spoke, the student's gaze instinctively drifted towards several Muggle-born students, whose faces turned ashen in an instant. Fear was beginning to fester. Ling Yun chose not to partake in their discourse. He closed his eyes, pushing his consciousness to its utmost limits. The Heart Sutra began to flow gently, and his perception transformed into an invisible net, meticulously scanning every inch of Hogwarts Castle. He had to locate that serpent. The structure of the castle became increasingly vivid in his mind. Every hidden passageway, every room, every brick. Suddenly, his consciousness halted at the location of the girls' lavatory on the second floor. It was the very lavatory where the weeping Myrtle resided. He discerned a worn faucet, its side adorned with a minuscule, nearly imperceptible snake carving. A chilling aura seeped forth from it in wisps. This is it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Ling Yun's eyes snapped open, a glint of determination illuminating them. He had found it. However, he did not intend to act immediately, for he understood that even if he had located the entrance, he could not yet unlock it. For the key to unlock the chamber is a language he does not comprehend, Parseltongue. Moreover, he cannot afford to raise alarm. The Tom Riddle concealed within the diary is far more cunning than one might envision. Ling Yun rose and approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black night. He understood that the tranquility of Hogwarts had been irrevocably shattered. A tempest, sweeping across the entire school, was imminent. He could no longer remain a mere bystander, detached from the unfolding events. Chapter 27. The Dueling Club. The petrification of Madame Loris was akin to a massive stone cast into the seemingly placid waters of Hogwarts, sending ripples of anxiety throughout the student body. The Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin became the most fervently discussed topics. Fear gripped the castle, particularly among the Muggle-born students who felt a constant sense of dread, often preferring to walk in groups for safety. The demand for protective charms and peculiar magical artifacts surged among the students. Even Filch, typically acerbic, transformed his demeanor, prowling the corridor where Madame Loris had been petrified, scrutinizing each passing student with a suspicious glare. Unsurprisingly, his primary suspect remained Harry Potter. Amidst this palpable tension, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, with his splendid golden curls and a smile brighter than the sun, proposed a brilliant idea. He wished to establish a dueling club. In his own words, it was to impart essential dueling skills for unforeseen circumstances. This proposition was met with immediate enthusiasm from the students, for the chance to learn the art of combat openly was undeniably thrilling. On the inaugural evening of the dueling club, the Great Hall was teeming with students. The long dining tables had been removed, replaced by a gilded, elevated stage. Lockhart, clad in his favored magenta robes, stood before the audience like a peacock displaying its plumage, reveling in the cheers and adoration of the students. "I see you all," he exclaimed, arms wide open, beaming. "Do not fear. Your protector has arrived." Ling Yun stood at the back of the crowd alongside his close companions, observing the ostentatious figure on stage with a sense of incredulity. This individual's exuberance was nothing short of pure narcissism and flamboyance, akin to an overinflated, multicolored balloon ready to burst at the slightest prick. "Now, let me introduce my assistant," Lockhart announced, gesturing dramatically to the other side of the stage. Severus Snape emerged from the shadows, his already unappealing visage now more sullen than ever. It was evident he had no desire to be there, yet could not defy Dumbledore's arrangement. The old badass resentment was almost palpable. Ling Yun mused to himself, sensing Snape's overwhelming disdain and impatience as he regarded Lockhart with the look one might reserve for a luminescent, walking blob of mucus. "Now, do not worry," Lockhart addressed the students below, lamenting the plight of their unfortunate Professor Snape, who, after this demonstration, would undoubtedly remain unscathed. With that, he stood opposite Snape and raised his wand. "Disarm." Almost instantaneously, as Lockhart bowed, Snape unleashed his attack. His spell, swift as lightning, exhibited no regard for the rules of dueling. A crimson beam surged forth, and Lockhart was sent spiraling like a toppled gyroscope, emitting a wail as he crashed against the wall and slid down to the floor. A profound silence enveloped the hall, soon followed by an uncontrollable uproar of laughter, particularly among the Slytherin students, whose mirth echoed the loudest. Dusting himself off, Lockhart rose from the ground, tousling his hair as he attempted to salvage his dignity. What a splendid demonstration. Thank you, Professor Snape. However, I believe my stance was slightly amiss, which is why I was struck." A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Snape's lips. "Perhaps we should instruct the students on how to block hostile spells, Professor." He deliberately emphasized the word professor. "An exquisite idea." Lockhart promptly descended the steps. "Let us find 2 volunteers." His gaze swept across the crowd. "Potter, Weasley, how about you?" Weasley's wand was notorious for causing explosions at a mere incantation. As for Potter, Snape interjected with sardonic humor, "You shall partner with him, Malfoy." His eyes settled on the Slytherin contingent. Draco Malfoy strode up to the stage, brimming with pride, while Harry reluctantly followed suit. A highly anticipated duel between rivals was about to unfold. The two bowed to one another before raising their wands. Serpensortia, Malfoy struck first. A colossal black serpent erupted from the tip of his wand, landing at center stage, its head held high, flicking its tongue and hissing ominously. Gasps reverberated through the audience. Lockhart attempted to dispel the creature with a spell, but only succeeded in propelling it into the air, where it crashed down even more ferociously. It lunged towards a Hufflepuff boy, Justin Finch-Fletchley, who recoiled in terror, his face drained of color. In that critical moment, Harry reacted instinctively, rushing forward and issuing a series of hissing sounds, incomprehensible even to himself. Hisses. A miraculous scene unfolded. The rampaging black serpent abruptly halted, turning its head to regard Harry, as if it were listening. Then, it submissively lowered its head and lay still upon the ground. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Expressions of horror and revulsion spread across the faces of everyone present. What did he say? Goodness, he has a parcel mouth. Parcel tongue is the mark of Slytherin. It's the mark of dark wizards. Fear and aversion rippled through the crowd like a contagion. The Gryffindors, who had just regarded him as a hero, now gazed at him with suspicion and detachment. Harry was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. All he wished was to save Justin. Why did everyone regard him with such disdain? Ron, equally astonished, grasped his arm and led him away from the stage. Only Ling Yun remained, silently observing throughout. He could sense Harry's immense feelings of grievance, confusion, and the pain of isolation. He also felt the blind terror emanating from the surrounding students. Born of the unknown, a group of foolish individuals, their vision clouded by prejudice. Ling Yun shook his head inwardly. He knew he had to take action. Unlike Ron, who hastily sought to whisk Harry away, he slowly approached Harry's side under the gaze of all. He spoke not a word but stood there calmly. This simple gesture, like a silent declaration, resonated clearly with everyone present. I stand with him. This act left everyone in stunned silence, particularly the Ravenclaw students, who could hardly believe that their mysterious, prodigious exchange student would openly support a suspected dark wizard. Snape's expression darkened to a profound degree, his glare fixed upon Ling Yun. The contempt and suspicion in his eyes almost palpable. This boy was indeed cut from the same cloth as Potter. Harry, too, was taken aback. He lifted his gaze to Ling Yun, and amidst the scrutinizing stares from the crowd, only this person remained willing to stand beside him. A warm surge blossomed from within, dispelling the chill of isolation. Let us go, Ling Yun whispered, giving Harry a gentle pat on the shoulder. The mouth belongs to another, but the path is yours to tread. With that, he led Harry away, slowly departing the hall under the weight of complex gazes. He understood that his tranquil study abroad life was likely at an end, but he did not mind. Some things must be done, and some friendships must be safeguarded. Chapter 28, The Phoenix. The incident involving Parseltongue caused Harry's situation at Hogwarts to plummet drastically. He found himself utterly isolated. As he walked the corridors, students would avoid him as if he were a plague, whispering and pointing behind his back. Look, there's the heir of Slytherin. Keep your distance. He'll send snakes after us. Even some Gryffindors regarded him with suspicion and fear. Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff openly declared that Harry was the assailant of Madame Rosmerta, simply because he happened to be present at the scene. Harry felt as though he were suffocating. He longed to explain, but no one was willing to listen. His feelings of grievance, anger, and loneliness proliferated like wild weeds. Fortunately, he still had Ron and Hermione, two steadfast friends, unwaveringly by his side. And of course, there was Ling Yun. Though Ling Yun was not particularly loquacious, his silent support bestowed upon Harry immense strength. Each morning, he would still venture to the shores of the Black Lake, diligently practicing the cleansing heart technique under Ling Yun's guidance. In that serene state, he could momentarily forget his troubles and find a fleeting tranquility. However, misfortune seemed to follow closely behind. The day after the Duel Club incident, another piece of grim news arrived. Justin Finch-Fletchley, the Hufflepuff student who had nearly been attacked by a serpent during the Duel Club, and nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, had been petrified. The first witness to this alarming discovery was none other than Harry Potter himself. Now, it seemed there was no way for Harry to clear his name, even if he plunged into the Black Lake. Peeves the Poltergeist gleefully flitted through the corridors, singing in his sharp, jarring voice. "Oh, Potter, you wicked thing, murder Potter." Professor McGonagall appeared just in time to put a stop to Peeves' antics. Yet, her gaze towards Harry was filled with an unprecedented seriousness and complexity. "Potter, come with me," she said with an undeniable authority. Simultaneously, she dispatched another student to summon Ling Yun as well. Harry's heart sank to the depths of despair. He realized that this time, he might truly face expulsion. Following Professor McGonagall, he traversed the corridor until they reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Lemon sherbet, Professor McGonagall uttered the password. The gargoyle leaped aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Inside the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing at the snowy landscape outside. His expression, though not as grave as Professor McGonagall's, lacked its usual lightness. The tattered sorting hat rested upon a shelf beside him. "Professor, I have brought Potter," McGonagall announced. "Mr. Lingyun will arrive shortly." Dumbledore turned, his azure eyes gently scrutinizing Harry. "Take a seat, Harry." Nervously, Harry settled into a chair. Soon, Lingyun arrived, calmly nodding to Dumbledore and McGonagall before taking a chair beside Harry. "Harry," Dumbledore initiated the conversation, breaking the silence. "Is there anything you wish to tell me?" His gaze was both gentle and piercing, as if he could see into one's soul. Harry's heart raced. He recalled the talking diary and the boy named Tom Riddle within it. He longed to share everything with Dumbledore, yet fear gripped him. He feared that Dumbledore would, like others, deem him the heir of Slytherin. He dreaded losing the trust of the esteemed headmaster he revered above all. The childhood trauma of abandonment and misunderstanding compelled him to conceal the truth. "No, Professor," he replied. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, yet he refrained from pressing further. At that moment, Fawkes, the magnificent phoenix perched nearby, suddenly let out a melodious cry. It unfurled its splendid wings and flew down to alight upon Lingyun's shoulder. Then, with its small, bean-like head, it affectionately nuzzled against Lingyun's cheek. Everyone was taken aback. Professor McGonagall's mouth fell open in astonishment, forming an O shape. She was aware that Fawkes, a remarkably proud phoenix, permitted no one to approach it except for Dumbledore. Even Harry maintained only a friendly distance. Yet now, it displayed such affectionate behavior towards this exchange student from the East. Dumbledore's eyes were also filled with wonder. Meanwhile, Lingyun engaged in a silent exchange with Fawkes in his mind. "Hello, beautiful little creature." Lingyun conveyed a friendly thought to Fawkes using his recently acquired ability to understand all things. "Chirp, your scent is delightful, warm like the sun. You are beautiful as well." Lingyun sincerely praised. "Your song must surely heal all wounds." "Chirp, chirp. Of course, I am a most noble phoenix." Fawkes puffed out its chest proudly. To an outsider, it appeared as though a person and a bird were engaged in some mysterious, transcendent interaction that surpassed language. "It seems that Fawkes takes quite a liking to you," Dumbledore said with a smile, breaking the enchanting atmosphere. He turned to Harry. "I assure you, you will not be expelled." Harry could hardly believe his ears. "Really, Headmaster?" "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded. "However, I hope you remember, Harry, that even when no one at Hogwarts remains loyal to you, you shall still find help here." Now, only Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Lingyun remained in the room. Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself. "Do you truly believe Potter is uninvolved in this matter?" "I certainly do," Dumbledore replied. "Yet, I do not believe that everyone within the castle is unrelated to him." His gaze deepened. Then, he turned to Lingyun. "Lingyun, I would like to hear thoughts. Your unique perception should reveal things that elude our sight." Lingyun paused for a moment, aware that Dumbledore was granting him the opportunity to demonstrate his worth. "Headmaster, what I sense is an ancient magic steeped in resentment." Lingyun spoke slowly. "It is powerful, cold, like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. It seems devoid of independent will. It resembles more a weapon, controlled by someone hidden in the background, an incomplete soul crafted from memories." Lingyun's words left Professor McGonagall perplexed. However, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly brightened. A soul composed of memories? He contemplated a terrifying possibility, one that even he was reluctant to approach, a forbidden realm of dark magic. "Thank you, Lingyun." Dumbledore's expression grew exceedingly grave. "Your information is of utmost importance." He was acutely aware that the gravity of the situation had far surpassed his expectations. The foe he had presumed vanquished was making a resurgence in a manner he had never fathomed. Hogwarts now stood on the precipice of its most formidable crisis in half a century. Chapter 29. Hermione, the Cat-Eared Girl. Upon exiting Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly sinister. Despite Dumbledore publicly declaring that Harry was not the heir and vowing to uncover the truth, the shadow of fear still loomed over everyone. The students' gazes towards Harry had shifted from overt rejection to a more intricate blend of trepidation and suspicion, observing him covertly. Harry's days were still fraught with difficulty. The investigation, led by the trio, had reached an impasse. Their primary suspect, Draco Malfoy, incessantly bandied about the term mudblood, yet seemed devoid of any substantive action. To prove he was indeed the heir, they required irrefutable evidence. Thus, Hermione's audacious plan was thrust into the limelight. Brewing Polyjuice Potion. Transforming into a Slytherin student to infiltrate their common room and extract information from Malfoy himself was a venture fraught with peril. The Polyjuice Potion was a strictly controlled illicit substance by the Ministry of Magic, and merely brewing it could lead to their expulsion, let alone the audacity of trespassing on enemy territory. However, they found themselves bereft of alternatives. Hermione assumed the role of commander. Like a meticulous chemist, she diligently followed the recipe from Advanced Potions, meticulously handling an array of intricate ingredients: lacewing flies, leeches, and bicorn horn. Each step was executed with utmost caution. Fearful of any misstep, Ron and Harry became her aides, tasked with slicing some revolting, slimy materials or performing the laborious task of stirring. Occasionally, Neville would drop by to oversee the proceedings. He refrained from direct involvement in the brewing. After all, he had no desire to fall into Snape's clutches. He merely offered his calming draft to enhance the potion's quality whenever Hermione's nerves caused her magic to fluctuate. "I can hardly believe we are engaging in such an endeavor," Ron lamented, slicing through the slippery skin of an African tree snake, reminiscent of a slug. "If we are caught, we are doomed." "Shoo, keep it down," Harry retorted, silently pouring the ground bicorn horn powder into the cauldron. His thoughts were solely consumed with the urgency of identifying the heir and clearing his name. Days turned into a thick, foul-smelling liquid, bubbling grotesquely, its hue akin to that of putrid mud. Now, only the final and most crucial ingredient remained: a fragment of the body of the person they wished to transform into, typically a strand of hair. Obtaining hair from Crabbe and Goyle was not particularly challenging for Harry and Ron. They discreetly plucked 2 strands from the oblivious brutes during potions class. The most troublesome aspect lay with Hermione. She aspired to become a girl named Millicent Bulstrode from Slytherin, a towering and formidable figure who seemed quite intimidating. Hermione finally encountered her in the corridor, and in a brief altercation, she successfully yanked a strand of hair from the girl's robe. Everything was set. They each tossed their hair into their respective cups, then scooped up a spoonful of the bubbling, foul-smelling potion reminiscent of dirty socks and poured it in. The liquid within the cups immediately hissed violently, akin to boiling poison. Harry's potion transformed into a murky yellow-green, while Ron's became a repulsive dark brown. Hermione's cup, however, was yellow. Ron inquired with curiosity. "I don't know," Hermione replied, somewhat puzzled. Perhaps it was due to Millicent's lighter hair color? She dismissed the thought. "All right, are we ready?" Hermione gazed at the two, inhaling deeply. 1, 2, 3. The trio pinched their noses and downed the potion that appeared capable of slaying a dragon in one gulp. The taste was indescribable. Harry felt as though he had swallowed a cauldron full of overcooked cabbage. Ron's complexion turned green, and he immediately began to retch. Soon after, a violent transformation commenced. Their bodies contorted and distorted as if they were melting wax figures, and the sensation was both agonizing and surreal. In no time, Harry and Ron morphed into the likenesses of Crabbe and Goyle, both appearing rather brutish and dim-witted. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. "Goodness, you look ridiculous." "So do you." However, their laughter ceased abruptly when they turned to look at Hermione. She had not transformed into Millicent. Instead, she was curled up on the floor of the stall, emitting pained groans. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Harry and Ron rushed over, and upon seeing her condition, they were left astounded. Hermione's face was now covered in thick, black fur. Her eyes had turned into yellow, slit-like cat eyes, and her ears had morphed into pointed, upright feline ears. Even beneath her robe, a tail was faintly visible. "Goodness, Hermione, you've turned into a cat," Ron stammered. "I know." Hermione's voice quivered with distress. "The hair I took from Millicent's robe wasn't hers. It was from her pet cat. This was a grave error. The Polyjuice Potion was not intended for transforming into animals. Such a mistake could lead to dire, possibly permanent consequences." Harry and Ron were thrown into a panic. "What should we do?" "We must take you to the hospital wing." "No," Hermione immediately protested. "We can't let Madame Pomfrey know we brewed the Polyjuice Potion. We'd be expelled. Then what on earth do we do?" Ron fretted, pacing anxiously, as the three found themselves at an impasse. A serene voice resonated at the bathroom door. "It seems that your conspiracy has encountered a minor setback." It was Ling Yun, who had quietly appeared, leaning against the doorframe with an air of composure, observing them with interest. "Ling Yun," Harry and Ron exclaimed, as if they had encountered savior. "Quick, help Hermione." Ling Yun stepped inside, crouching down to assess Hermione's condition. He sensed the chaotic and volatile magic within her, a result of her failed transformation. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to lasting harm. Do not worry, Ling Yun reassured, extending his hand and gently placing it atop Hermione's head. The furry cat ears twitched instinctively. A wave of gentle, pure energy flowed from his palm into Hermione's being. She felt a soothing warmth envelop her, gradually alleviating the agonizing sensation of her body being torn apart. Thank you, Ling Yun, she murmured, her voice tinged with a soft cat-like timbre. It was but a trifling effort, he replied, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his robe and handing it to Hermione. This is a salve made from Easter herbs. Apply it once a day to hasten your recovery. Gratefully, Hermione accepted the vial. Well then, since your undercover plan has been thwarted, Ling Yun turned to Harry and Ron. Are the two of you resolved to continue, or will you concede? Harry and Ron exchanged determined glances, finding resolve in each other's eyes. We must go, Harry asserted. This is our only chance. Very well, Ling Yun nodded. I wish you the best of luck. Remember, speak less and observe more. Do not reveal yourselves. With that, he prepared to depart, leaving space for these two brave souls poised to venture into danger. After all, eavesdropping was of no interest to him. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 30. The diary. Harry and Ron's excursion into Slytherin yielded no valuable intelligence. Despite Draco's incessant boasting about his lineage and the superiority of pure blood, he seemed utterly oblivious to the matter of the heir. He even lamented, wishing the heir would swiftly capture that insufferable mudblood, Hermione. Meanwhile, Hermione endured her unfortunate existence as a cat-eared girl in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was baffled by her symptoms and could only administer an assortment of peculiarly flavored potions daily. Fortunately, thanks to Ling Yun's salve, her recovery progressed more swiftly than anticipated. On this particular day, when Ling Yun visited her, he discovered that she could now get out of bed and walk, though fine tufts of fur still lingered on her face. How do you feel? Ling Yun inquired. Much better, Hermione replied gratefully. Your salve is truly remarkable. Madame Pomfrey is eager to know your recipe. That is not possible, Ling Yun chuckled. It is a proprietary formula, not to be divulged. Just then, Harry and Ron arrived, their expressions downtrodden. Still no clues, they lamented. Ron plopped down beside Hermione's hospital bed. Lamenting, we have searched the entire castle and found nothing. Don't lose hope, Hermione consoled him. We will undoubtedly find it. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A black, seemingly ordinary, hardbound diary lay quietly on the floor of the Myrtle washroom, as if awaiting someone. Harry picked it up. The diary was quite old, its cover worn, yet devoid of any inscriptions. He opened it, revealing blank pages within. What is this? Ron inquired curiously, leaning in. I found it just now, Harry replied. He attempted to write with a quill, but the moment the ink touched the paper, it vanished without a trace. How strange, Harry furrowed his brow. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, far away in the Ravenclaw Tower, Ling Yun, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. His consciousness had detected a sinister, cunning, and temptingly dark magic emanating from the very diary Harry held. A Horcrux, the first Horcrux of Tom Riddle. Ling Yun's expression darkened instantly. He realized that the main event was finally about to commence. He rose immediately and headed towards the hospital wing. Upon entering the ward, he found Harry and Ron examining the diary. Where did you acquire this? Ling Yun's tone was unprecedentedly grave. Harry and Ron were startled by his intensity. I found it, Harry stammered. Ling Yun said nothing, merely extending his hand. Let me see. After a moment's hesitation, Harry handed over the diary. The instant the diary touched Ling Yun's fingers, he distinctly sensed a cold, malevolent consciousness reaching out from it, attempting to invade his mind. Humph, Ling Yun scoffed inwardly. The Heart Sutra activated automatically, and the vast emptiness swiftly crushed that audacious consciousness to dust. The diary seemed to tremble slightly. This object is perilous, Ling Yun stated, fixing his gaze on Harry. It is not an ordinary diary. It is a cursed item. It will drain the user's emotions and life force, then manipulate you in ways you cannot fathom. How do you know? Ron questioned skeptically. I can feel it, Ling Yun replied. Within it lies a profoundly evil soul. Harry and Ron were astonished. A soul hidden within a diary? This sounded utterly preposterous. Ling Yun, are you overly anxious? Harry said uncertainly. It is merely a blank diary. Ling Yun understood that mere words would not suffice to convince them. He needed to present evidence. From his robe sleeve, he produced a silver needle. This is the tool he often employs to test the toxicity of herbs. He then infused a faint thread of vital energy into the silver needle. The tip of the needle immediately glimmered with a faint golden light. With this silver needle, he gently pricked the cover of the diary. A soft sizzling sound resonated. A plume of black smoke emanated from the diary's cover, accompanied by a chilling, silent scream that seemed to echo directly in the minds of the three. Harry and Ron instinctively took a step back in fright. Did you see that? A mundane diary would not react this way. At that moment, Harry and Ron finally believed. Their gazes toward the diary were filled with trepidation. What should we do now? Harry inquired. Hand it over to me, Ling Yun replied. I will find a way to deal with it. Harry nodded without hesitation, now eager to distance himself from this object. Ling Yun took the diary and carefully wrapped it in a piece of black cloth. He understood that, with his current abilities, he could not completely destroy this Horcrux. However, he could temporarily seal it, preventing it from causing further harm. Remember, Ling Yun warned, looking seriously at the two, if you ever encounter something of unknown origin that speaks to you, keep your distance immediately. Then, come find me or consult Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Ron nodded solemnly. This experience serving as a vivid lesson in the practical defense against the dark arts. Ling Yun left the hospital wing with the sealed diary, believing he had successfully averted a crisis. He thought that as long as the diary was in his possession, Ginny Weasley would not be manipulated, and the monster of the Chamber of Secrets would not be unleashed. Yet, he was mistaken. He underestimated Voldemort's cunning, or rather, he underestimated the mad obsession of a 16-year-old genius dark wizard. He was unaware that Tom Riddle had left behind more than one contingency at Hogwarts. Chapter 31, The Altered Truth. Having obtained the diary, a great weight lifted from Ling Yun's heart. He believed that as long as he controlled this pivotal plot device, the narrative of the second year would likely remain free of significant disruptions. Ginny would not be possessed, the basilisk would not roam freely, and Hogwarts would return to its former tranquility. He even began to contemplate how to better promote his meditation course, and how to borrow a bit more precious potion ingredients from Snape. However, he was still too naive. He had underestimated Voldemort. A few days later, one afternoon, Ling Yun was in the library, engrossed in a tome on ancient runes. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his consciousness. A surge of intense, terrifying, and despairing emotions erupted from a corner of the castle. Something has happened, and it is serious. Ling Yun immediately closed the book and rushed toward the source of the emotional disturbance. Upon his arrival at the scene, he found a gathering of professors, their expressions grave. Dumbledore's countenance was ominously dark. Before them, on the wall, a fresh message was inscribed in blood-red letters. Her remains shall forever reside in the chamber. Beneath the message lay a solitary, familiar red diary. No, a chill ran down Ling Yun's spine. He distinctly recalled that he had taken a black diary from Harry. Furthermore, that very diary was sealed in his room using a specialized charm. So, from whence did this red diary originate? Ginny Weasley was missing. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with fear. Ron's sister, Ginny Weasley, had vanished. The inscription on the wall unequivocally announced her fate. She had been taken into the chamber by the air. This was impossible. Ron rushed to join the crowd, and upon seeing the words on the wall, he froze, his face draining of color. Ginny, he murmured, his legs giving way, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Harry was there to support him just in time. Ling Yun approached the red diary with haste. He sensed that this diary bore the same dark magic of Tom Riddle as the black one, albeit much weaker. It resembled a mere offspring, or perhaps a signal amplifier. Damn it! In an instant, Ling Yun comprehended the ruse. He had been deceived. Tom Riddle, that 16-year-old Dark Lord, had cunningly devised this scheme. The first Horcrux he created was not merely a simple diary, but a maternal entity alongside countless activatable offspring. Through the black maternal diary, he had sensed Harry's presence. Then, he had deliberately allowed Harry to find it, and subsequently orchestrated Ling Yun's acquisition of it. All of this was merely to lull them into complacency, making them believe the crisis had passed. In truth, his true objective had always been the timid, self-conscious, red-haired girl, Ginny Weasley. He had long since, by some means, placed another red offspring diary into Ginny's hands. Gradually, he had lured and manipulated her, transforming her into a puppet to unlock the chamber and release the basilisk. Now, when he deemed the time ripe, he unhesitatingly dragged Ginny into the chamber as a sacrifice to the basilisk, serving as bait to entice Harry. What a masterful ploy of subterfuge. Ling Yun's gaze turned icy. For the first time, he felt a profound urge to eliminate this unseen adversary. Professor McGonagall was urgently dispersing the crowd. "We must save Ginny," Harry declared resolutely to Ron. "But we have no idea where the chamber is." Ron exclaimed, nearly in tears. "I know." A voice echoed behind them. She revealed that she was the girl who had perished in the chamber 50 years ago. she beheld those enormous, yellow eyes. And the entrance to the chamber lay within this very washroom. The clues had finally converged. "Let us seek out Professor Lockhart," Harry promptly declared. As the instructor of defense against the dark arts, he surely possessed the means to assist them. With that, the two rushed towards Lockhart's office. Ling Yun observed their departing figures without interjecting. He understood that Lockhart, that inept fool, was utterly unreliable. What he needed to do now was something entirely different. He turned, maneuvering against the flow of people, racing towards his own room. He intended to retrieve the Black Mother diary he had sealed away. A premonition stirred within him. Perhaps Tom Riddle's scheme harbored a more profound objective. He aimed not merely to eliminate Harry. It seemed he also desired to enact some form of ritual through this incident. He discovered that a line of text had mysteriously emerged on the blank pages of the diary. "At last, you have arrived, guest from the East." Ling Yun's pupils constricted sharply. Had he been awaited? He merely picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and penned a question in the diary. "What do you truly intend to do?" The ink was instantaneously absorbed by the pages. Then, new letters gradually emerged. "I wish to do nothing. I merely wish to share with you an intriguing story. A tale of truth." In the next moment, Ling Yun felt an overwhelming, irresistible force emanating from the diary. His consciousness was forcibly drawn into the dark realm woven from ink and memory. The scenery before him spun wildly. When he regained clarity, he found himself standing within Hogwarts Castle 50 years prior. He beheld a young, handsome boy with black hair, Tom Riddle. He was earnestly reporting another student to the then headmaster, Professor Armando Dippet. The student in question was a tall, somewhat clumsy half-giant who was weeping. Rubius Hagrid. It was he. Tom pointed at Hagrid, his face contorted with anguish. "I witnessed him release that monster from its box. That very creature killed the poor girl." Hagrid, clutching a massive box, cried out in defense, "It was not me. Aragog is innocent. He did not kill anyone." Yet no one believed him. Headmaster Dippet gazed at Tom's handsome and sincere face, ultimately arriving at a decision. Rubius Hagrid was expelled. His wand was shattered, and he was forbidden from practicing magic again. Throughout the ordeal, a trace of compassionate sorrow graced Tom Riddle's visage, perfectly calibrated. However, Ling Yun, through his powerful consciousness, distinctly perceived a fleeting, triumphant smirk concealed beneath that flawless facade. He was lying. He was framing Hagrid. The scene concluded here. He gazed at the diary in his hands, his eyes cold as ice. "Is this the truth you wish to reveal to me?" Ling Yun scoffed inwardly. "Tom Riddle, you underestimate me far too much." Ling Yun recognized this as a psychological battle instigated by his adversary. Yet, Ling Yun was not Harry. He possessed a divine perspective, a powerful inner strength capable of discerning all illusions. "So you wish to play, do you?" The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a chilling smirk. "Very well. I shall indulge you in this game." He picked up a quill and inscribed another sentence in the diary. "A most intriguing tale. However, I believe you might also be quite interested in another truth. A truth regarding your mother, Mary Gaunt." Chapter 32. The Downfall of the Strong-Willed King. The moment Ling Yun wrote the name Mary Gaunt, he felt the diary tremble violently in his grasp. A torrent of dark emotions, replete with hatred and humiliation, erupted from the diary like a tsunami. "How do you know this name? Who are you?" The writing in the diary transformed from its previous elegant and composed script into a scrawl, twisted and chaotic as if a madman, exposed to their most grotesque scars, was howling in despair. Ling Yun smiled knowingly. He had struck a nerve. Tom Riddle, the future Dark Lord, harbored the greatest obsession in his life: to escape the shame of his ignoble, mixed-blood heritage. He abhorred his muggle father and loathed his weak, ineffectual witch mother, who had ensnared a man with love potions only to be callously abandoned. The name Mary Gaunt represented the greatest disgrace of his life, the most vulnerable chink in his emotional armor. "How I know this is irrelevant." Ling Yun continued to write leisurely in the diary. "What matters is that I understand your tragic plight. You have squandered your life in pursuit of the glory of pure blood. Yet you are merely a descendant of a pitiable woman, blinded by love. Your so-called identity as the heir of Slytherin is nothing more than a lavish facade to conceal your inner insecurities." Each of Ling Yun's words pierced like a poisoned dagger, ruthlessly embedding themselves in Tom Riddle's proud, yet fragile heart. "Silence! Silence! You filthy mudblood! I will kill you! I must kill you!" The black mist within the diary surged violently, as if a monster were poised to break free from its confines. But Ling Yun knew it could not. This was merely a Horcrux, a vessel harboring remnants of a soul. Its power stemmed solely from the absorption of others' emotions and life force. And now its primary target, Ginny Weasley, had been ensnared in the chamber, serving as the battery sustaining the basilisk and its own existence. It lacked the strength to confront Ling Yun. It was simply flailing in impotent rage. It seems our conversation may come to an end. A cold smile graced Ling Yun's face. He paid no heed to the diary's furious outbursts, instead opting to reseal it within the black cloth adorned with protective charms. This time, he imbued the fabric with the calming essence of the Tranquil Heart mantra. Such serene and harmonious energy proved far more terrifying to the cursed artifact, steeped in negativity, than sulfuric acid. The diary's struggles quickly diminished. Having completed this task, Ling Yun rose to his feet, acutely aware that he had successfully provoked Tom Riddle. An adversary blinded by rage often resorts to the most foolish of decisions, and he intended to exploit this. He cast his gaze outside the window, deep within the castle. The fateful battle was about to commence. He had to hurry. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron dragged a trembling, desperate coward to Myrtle's bathroom. His belongings were all packed. Just a final step remained, yet he was caught by Harry and Ron. Under the friendly greetings of their wands, this self-proclaimed hero finally revealed his true, pathetic nature. All his tales of valor were mere fabrications. He was simply adept at the Obliviate spell, having stolen the memories of true wizards who accomplished great deeds, then appropriated their stories as his own. "You can't make me go," Lockhart pleaded, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "I can't do anything. I can only cast this spell." "Perfect," Harry coldly replied. "You may find that spell useful shortly." He pointed his wand at Lockhart, compelling him to approach the tap marked with the small serpent emblem. "Say open." Hiss. A wondrous event unfolded. The tap began to emit a dazzling light, slowly rotating and descending. The entire basin slid aside, revealing a dark, wide, bottomless pipe. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had been unveiled. "Let us go," Harry urged, giving a slight shove to the still, trembling Lockhart. One by one, the three of them slid into the dark, sticky tunnel. At the end of the passage lay a foreboding corridor paved with countless bones. The air was thick with the scent of decay and death. They cautiously advanced over the skeletal remains. Suddenly, they beheld a massive, shed snakeskin. The skin measured a staggering 20 feet in length, glimmering with an eerie, emerald-green luminescence. "By Merlin's beard," Ron's voice trembled. What kind of snake could be that large? Upon catching sight of the serpent skin, Lockhart's eyes rolled back, and he fainted instantly. "What a worthless fool," Ron scoffed. Harry stepped forward and poked Lockhart with his wand. "Wake up." Lockhart slowly regained consciousness, only to perform an unexpected action. He sprang to his feet and snatched Ron's wand. The adventure ends here, children," he exclaimed triumphantly. "I must descend and inform them that the two of you have succumbed to madness upon witnessing Ginny's lifeless body. I shall employ this to erase your memories." He brandished Ron's tattered wand, held together by magical tape, aiming it at Harry and Ron. "Farewell, Oblivion," he bellowed. However, Ron's pitiful wand could not withstand such a formidable spell. With a resounding boom, the wand shattered. A burst of blue light rebounded, striking Lockhart himself. The immense force hurled Lockhart backward, crashing him against the wall, from where he slumped down like a puddle of mud. His eyes grew vacant and bewildered. "Who am I?" he muttered, gazing at his own hands with curiosity. "Do I reside here?" The spell had ricocheted, erasing his own memories. Worse still, the tremendous explosion triggered the collapse of the passageway. Countless massive stones tumbled from above, separating Harry and Ron. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron shouted anxiously from the other side. "Iem fine. Be careful." Ron's voice brimmed with concern. Harry surveyed the towering pile of rubble before him, realizing there was no retreat. He tightened his grip on his wand, inhaled deeply, and ventured deeper into the passage alone. Unbeknownst to him, a figure silently emerged from the shadow of a boulder not far behind. It was Ling Yun. He observed the blocked passage and glanced at Lockhart, who was cradling his head while studying his fingers, shaking his head in resignation. Truly, one cannot find a moment's peace. He disregarded Ron and Lockhart, confident that Ron would manage on his own. He simply extended his hand and pressed against the mass of obstructing stones. A thread of golden energy flowed from his palm, gradually infusing the rock. The once formidable boulders became as fragile as tofu before his energy. "Open," he commanded softly. The stones silently slid apart, revealing a narrow passageway. Ling Yun swiftly slipped through. The boulders then closed again without a sound. Ron remained oblivious on the other side. Ling Yun traversed the lengthy, dark corridor, ultimately arriving before a colossal stone door adorned with intricate carvings of serpents intertwined, each set with emerald eyes. He understood that beyond this door lay the final battleground. Without hesitation, He pushed open the heavy stone door. Chapter 33. Striking at the root. Behind the door lay a vast, foreboding, circular chamber. Towering stone pillars resembled the ribcage of a massive serpent, supporting the dimly lit ceiling. At the far end of the room stood a gigantic statue of Salazar Slytherin, nearly reaching the height of the ceiling. Its simian-like visage bore sparse, long whiskers, exuding an aura of ancient malevolence. At the foot of the statue, a small girl with red hair, dressed in Gryffindor robes, lay motionless. It was Ginny Weasley. Her complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if all her vitality had been drained away. Beside her, a tall boy with black hair stood with his back to the entrance, seemingly admiring his handiwork. Upon hearing the sound of the stone door being pushed open, he slowly turned around. It was a handsome, pale face, the very visage that Ling Yun had seen in the memories of a diary. Tom Riddle, Harry Potter. As Tom beheld the newcomer, a sly smile crept onto his face. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. However, when he discerned the identity of the visitor, his smile instantly froze. It's you? His voice brimmed with shock and disbelief. That mudblood from the East. He never anticipated that the first to intrude here would not be Harry Potter, but rather this detestable individual who had consistently thwarted his plans. Surprised? Ling Yun regarded him calmly, stepping forward steadily. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Upon hearing his full name, Tom's expression darkened further. It seems you know more than I had imagined. He fixed a menacing gaze upon Ling Yun, his murderous intent unmasked. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, donning a disingenuous, elegant smile once more. No matter who you are, since you have arrived, you shall stay here with this foolish Weasley girl and become my dinner. Your dinner? Ling Yun chuckled. With your form, which barely exists and relies on draining the life force of a little girl to maintain its semblance. You seek death. Tom was thoroughly enraged. He brandished the wand he had taken from Ginny, pointing it at Ling Yun. Yet, he hesitated to attack, as if wary of something. Your diary must be in quite a state now, I presume? Ling Yun remarked, seemingly able to read his thoughts with ease. Enveloped by my cleansing charm. Does it not feel as though your very soul is being purified, racked with agony? Tom's pupils constricted sharply. He finally understood why the connection between himself and that maternal Horcrux had grown so weak, on the verge of severance. It was this Eastern boy's doing. Who exactly are you? For the first time, Tom's voice carried a note of gravity. He realized that this individual before him transcended his comprehension. He was neither a wizard nor muggle. He possessed a mysterious power capable of directly affecting the soul, something Tom had never encountered. I am merely an exchange student passing through, Ling Yun shrugged, and I have come to conduct a thorough cleansing of this world, burdened as it is. Arrogant, Tom scoffed coldly. You? Do you truly believe you can stop me? Today, Harry Potter must die here. With the aid of his demise and the remnants of the soul I once left within him, I shall liberate myself from the shackles of this journal and be reborn. At last, he revealed his true intentions. This is not merely an act of vengeance. It is, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated and malevolent resurrection ritual. So it is. Ling Yun nodded, recognizing the perfection of the plan. Alas, you have miscalculated one thing. What is it? Tom instinctively inquired. Did you think I would grant you this opportunity? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Ling Yun's mouth. He ceased to engage in further trivial discourse with Tom, for he understood that the most effective approach to dealing with such an egotistical madman was not through debate, but rather by turning the table. Capture the ringleader first. Cut off the source of power. This so-called resurrection ritual has two pivotal elements. One is Harry Potter, the sacrificial offering, and the other is Ginny Weasley, serving as the battery and energy conduit. From the very beginning, Ling Yun's target was never Tom Riddle, but rather the unfortunate red-haired girl lying on the ground. In an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, bypassing Tom to appear directly beside Ginny. How dare you? Tom, both astonished and enraged, immediately brandished his wand, casting a vicious curse aimed at Ling Yun's back. Yet, Ling Yun's speed surpassed his own. With a mere flick of his wrist, an invisible barrier formed from his chi, effortlessly thwarted the spell. He then extended his hand to rest upon Ginny's forehead, infusing her nearly parched body with pure, life-giving Tai Chi energy. Simultaneously, he activated the Infinite Heart Sutra, forcefully severing the soul link between Ginny and Tom Riddle with his formidable consciousness. No. Tom Riddle emitted a piercing, incredulous wail. He could feel the energy conduit connecting him to Ginny being unceremoniously severed by an irresistible and tyrannical force. His body, which had nearly solidified, began to visibly fade into transparency and illusion. Meanwhile, Ginny, lying on the ground, gradually regained the rosy hue in her pale face. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She gazed around in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings and at Lingyun before her. You are safe now. Lingyun smiled gently at her and helped her to her feet. Roar! At that moment, the mouth of the enormous Slytherin statue at the far end of the room slowly opened. A deafening roar, filled with brutality and hunger, emanated from the dark maw. A gigantic emerald-green basilisk, adorned with fearsome fangs, began to slither forth from the shadows. Its enormous, lantern-like yellow eyes fixated upon everyone in the room. Did you truly believe this was the end? Tom Riddle, his body becoming almost translucent, emitted a venomous, frenzied laughter. Even if I cannot be resurrected, you shall all perish here today. Go, kill them, obliterate them, he commanded the basilisk in a serpentine tongue. The creature let out a deafening roar, its gaping maw lunging towards the nearest victims, Luna and Ginny. A foul, death-laden gust of wind surged forth. Ginny screamed in terror, shutting her eyes. Yet, in that moment of impending doom, another figure burst through the massive stone door. I will handle it. It was Harry Potter. He had finally arrived. Without glancing at Luna and Ginny, he raised his wand and charged at the colossal basilisk, fully aware that this was his destiny. Observing the resolute, slender silhouette of Harry, a faint smile of relief graced Luna's face. Excellent. The protagonist has finally made his entrance. Now, it was time for him to take center stage. As an external guide, Luna knew it was time to wrap things up. Her gaze shifted beyond Harry and the basilisk, landing on the almost completely transparent, frenziedly roaring Tom Riddle. The game must come to an end, she whispered. Then, she retrieved the sealed black diary from her robe sleeve. Chapter 34. The Boy Who Lived. In the heart of the battlefield, Harry engaged in a fierce struggle with the basilisk. The creature's massive form rampaged through the stone chamber, its tail slamming against the pillars with earth-shattering force, reducing them to rubble. Meanwhile, Harry maneuvered like an agile matador, darting between the columns, occasionally casting weak spells with his wand. However, these incantations merely sparked against the basilisk's iron-hard scales, inflicting no real damage. Useless. Harry Potter. Tom Riddle's ethereal figure shouted wildly from the side. You will soon be torn to shreds. Your flesh will become its finest sustenance. Suddenly, a magnificent phoenix, ablaze with golden flames, descended from heavens. It was Fawkes. Like a streak of golden lightning, it charged towards the basilisk's enormous yellow eyes. The creature let out a pained roar, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge Fawkes. Yet, the phoenix was more agile. Its sharp beak struck true, piercing the basilisk's eye. With a splash, two streams of yellow-green venom erupted from the basilisk's eye sockets. It was blinded. No, Tom Riddle bellowed in disbelief. After delivering this lethal blow, Fawkes did not depart. Instead, it circled in the air and dropped an object at Harry's feet. A tattered, patched-up sorting hat. Harry stared dumbfounded at the hat at his feet. Is this really the time for a hat delivery? However, he soon discovered something hard nestled within the hat. As he reached in to feel, he astonishingly pulled out a magnificent longsword, shimmering with silver light, adorned with a colossal ruby on its hilt. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. Only a true Gryffindor could extract it from the hat. A calm voice echoed in Harry's ear. Lingyun, supporting the still-shaken Ginny, cast an encouraging glance at Harry. Go, Harry. Lingyun urged. This is your battle. Use your courage to conquer it. In an instant, Harry's heart brimmed with strength. Grasping the longsword tightly, he gazed at the basilisk. Thrashing its head in a frenzy due to its blindness, his resolve solidified. No longer would he evade. Instead, he charged toward the massive statue of Slytherin. He intended to leverage the terrain to deliver a decisive blow to the creature. Witnessing Harry's bold advance, Lingyun knew that the pivotal moment was at hand. He redirected his focus to the increasingly frantic Tom Riddle. Now, it is our turn. Lingyun slowly raised the black diary in his hand. No, you cannot, Tom Riddle shrieked, seemingly sensing the impending doom. If you destroy it, I will vanish completely. Is it not precisely my goal? Lingyun's tone was frigid, devoid of emotion. He regarded the diary as though it were nothing but a piece of filthy refuse, a lamentable fragment of a soul, steeped in resentment, jealousy, and fear of death. You are unworthy of existence in this world. With that, he hesitated no longer. He channeled the pure, albeit recently cultivated, Tai Chi energy within him, infusing it entirely into the diary. This energy, imbued with balance and an enduring vitality, was the most formidable toxin for such a dark and malevolent object as a Horcrux. A piercing wail, more ghastly than human, erupted from the diary. A torrent of black ink surged forth, like a flood breaching a dam. Tom Riddle's phantasmal form twisted violently under the onslaught of this power, as if it were on the brink of being torn asunder. "I curse you! I curse you! You Easter mongrel!" He let out a venomous roar with his last vestige of strength. "Oh, is that so?" Ling Yun's face remained inscrutable. "Then, I shall await your fate." He intensified the output of his energy. Boom! A muffled sound resonated. The black diary, along with the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul within it, was utterly shattered by the overwhelming energy into the most primal, pure particles of existence, dispersing into the air. The Horcrux was destroyed, and at that very moment, on the other side of the battlefield, the tide of victory was also determined. Harry had successfully climbed atop the Slytherin statue, just as the basilisk opened its gaping maw to strike at him. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he plunged the sword of Gryffindor fiercely into the basilisk's upper jaw. The blade pierced through the creature's brain, and the monster that had plagued Hogwarts for a millennium let out a final, defiant wail before its colossal body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The battle had concluded. However, Harry's condition was dire. At the very moment he struck, one of the basilisk's venomous fangs had sunk deeply into his arm. The lethal poison coursed rapidly through his veins, causing his vision to blur and his body to grow cold. "Harry!" Ginny cried out in alarm as she rushed forward. Ling Yun followed closely behind, his brow furrowed as he observed the quickly darkening wound on Harry's arm. He understood that the basilisk's venom was exceedingly potent. Even Fox tears would only serve to temporarily alleviate the effects, failing to eradicate it completely, especially considering that the venom had already infiltrated his very soul. In that moment, Fox soared down, lowering his head to let his crystalline, pearl-like tears drip onto Harry's wound. The dark poison lightened slightly, and Harry's breathing became more stable. Yet, he remained unconscious, his soul still being ravaged by the remnants of the toxin. Fox tears alone were insufficient. Lin Yun's expression grew grave. He realized he had to take action. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved a precious item from his robe, one he had intended for his own ascension. It was a shimmering, dragon eye-sized elixir he had painstakingly concocted, the concentration pill, initially meant for his own advancement. Lin Yun felt a pang of regret as he gazed at the pill in his hand. Nevertheless, he resolved to consider it an investment for the sake of friendship. He refrained from administering the pill directly to Harry, knowing its potency was too overwhelming for Harry's current state, which would only lead to catastrophic consequences. Instead, Lin Yun placed the pill in his palm and activated the Tai Chi nourishment technique, gradually refining its properties into the purest, gentlest form of life energy. A soft, golden glow radiated from his hand as he gently pressed this luminescence against Harry's forehead. The life-infused energy surged into Harry's body like a highly trained medical unit, precisely locating the basilisk venom that had taken root deep within his soul, gradually enveloping, neutralizing, and purifying it. Harry's pallid complexion visibly regained its rosy hue, and his weak breaths transformed into strong, vigorous gasps. Finally, his long lashes fluttered, and his eyes slowly opened. "Am I still alive?" He gazed at Ling Yun and Ginny before him, his eyes filled with the bewilderment of one who has survived a great calamity. Indeed, the process of refining the concentration elixir had taken a significant toll on him. "You are, after all, a boy who has emerged unscathed from peril. Desiring death is not so simple." Chapter 35. The dust settles and new beginnings. The entire Hogwarts was abuzz with excitement. The Weasley couple embraced their daughter, lost and now found, overwhelmed with joy. Dumbledore looked upon the safe return of Harry, his cerulean eyes brimming with relief and pride, alongside a hint of deeper inquiry and curiosity regarding Ling Yun. He understood that Harry's victory over the basilisk was attributed to the courage of Gryffindor and the aid of Fawkes. However, Harry's survival from the lethal serpent's venom and the healing of the profound wounds within his soul were feats beyond the capability of Fawkes tears. There undoubtedly lay the influence of that young man from the East. Yet, he refrained from asking. Some secrets are best left unspoken. He merely announced that, in recognition of Harry and Ron's exceptional contributions to the school, they would earn 400 points for Gryffindor. This would be sufficient to allow Gryffindor to surpass Slytherin and claim this year's House Cup. As for Ling Yun, although he played a pivotal, almost directorial role in the events, he chose to remain in the shadows throughout. In the official narrative, he was merely a kind Ravenclaw student who happened to pass by and assist Ginny. Ling Yun was indifferent to this portrayal. He preferred to avoid the spotlight, relishing instead the quietude of a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Moreover, his gains from this experience far outweighed any accolades associated with the House Cup. Ding! Main quest. Chamber of Secrets crisis completed. In quest evaluation. Perfect. Quest rewards. Omniscience, intermediate. Tai Chi spirit cultivation, second level. In an instant, two immense streams of information and energy surged into Ling Yun's mind and body. His ability of omniscience received a tremendous enhancement. Previously, he could only engage in rudimentary telepathic exchanges with highly sentient beings like Fox. Now, he felt as though he could comprehend the whispers of the wind, the songs of the trees, and even the ancient sighs of the stone in the corner. Lamenting the passage of time, his connection to the world around him had become significantly more profound. The breakthrough to the second level of Tai Chi spirit cultivation ushered in a qualitative leap in his power. The golden chi within his dantian transformed from a small dragon into a true flood dragon, with its quantity increasing exponentially. His sea of spiritual consciousness expanded from a mere lake to an expansive ocean. He could distinctly sense that his five senses, mental acuity, and control over his own energy had ascended to an entirely new height. If he had previously been merely a novice in the chi refinement stage, he had now firmly crossed the threshold into the foundation establishment stage. In this magical world, he finally possessed a modicum of capital upon which to establish himself. The Chamber of Secrets incident had come to a close. Hogwarts has once again been filled with the joyful sounds of laughter. The petrified students, aided by Professor Sprout's nurturing of mandrakes, have regained their health. Gilderoy Lockhart, suffering from amnesia, has been sent to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries for long-term treatment. The position of defense against the dark arts professor has once again become vacant. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle's diary was utterly destroyed by Dumbledore before the eyes of all the professors, using the sword of Gryffindor. This was, of course, the red diary that had been disguised as the original, which was entrusted to him by Ling Yun. The true Black Horcrux had long been reduced to ashes by Ling Yun's pure energy within the Chamber of Secrets. This matter remained a secret known only to Ling Yun and Dumbledore. At the end of term feast, the Great Hall was adorned with the scarlet and gold of Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students celebrated exuberantly at the banquet. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were undoubtedly the brightest stars of the event. In contrast, Ling Yun sat quietly at the Ravenclaw table, savoring his own tranquility. He sensed that through this event, the bond among the trio had grown even stronger. Harry was no longer the self-doubting, insecure boy he once was. His gaze now held a steadfast confidence befitting a hero. Ron had also found his place, no longer merely the friend of the savior. He had proven his worth with his wisdom and composure, despite often causing chaos during the events in the chamber. Hermione, having weathered the cat ear crisis and the petrification incident, now understood that there are more significant things beyond the pages of books. Her intellect had acquired a touch of warmth. They were all growing. Ling Yun, as their catalyst and protector in this journey of growth, felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this is the true essence of an emotional mediator, not to forcibly change anything, but to gently nudge them forward in their times of need. At that moment, a small figure, clad in a tattered pillowcase, suddenly appeared beside Ling Yun. It was Dobby, with his eyes, akin to tennis balls, brimming with unparalleled admiration. "Great Mr. Ling Yun," he exclaimed in a high-pitched, excited voice. "Dobby is here to thank you. Dobby is free." As he spoke, he proudly lifted one foot adorned with a foul-smelling, old sock that had once belonged to Harry. Ling Yun paused for a moment, realization dawning upon him. After the events in the chamber, Harry had ingeniously used the destroyed diary to compel Lucius Malfoy to personally dissolve the master-servant contract with Dobby. His own side quest of liberating the soul had seemingly completed itself. Ding! Side quest, freeing the soul completed. Task evaluation, excellent. Task reward, universal knowledge, beginner, upgraded to universal knowledge, intermediate. The system's notification chimed in at an opportune moment. Ling Yun gazed at the blissful Dobby, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Could this be considered an effortless victory? "No need to thank me, Dobby," he chuckled. "You have earned your freedom through your own merit. Now that you are free, what are your plans?" "I wish to remain at Hogwarts," Dobby declared without hesitation. Dobby desires to serve the great Harry Potter and the even greater Mr. Ling Yun. However, he added with determination, Dobby requires a salary. It seemed that under the influence of Ling Yun and Harry, the little elf's self-awareness had fully awakened. "I believe Headmaster Dumbledore will be delighted to offer you a position," Ling Yun responded. At that moment, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Dumbledore rose and raised his goblet. "Let's toast to Hogwarts." "To Hogwarts." Everyone lifted their glasses in cheer. Ling Yun also raised his pumpkin juice, surveying the joyous sea before him, taking in the faces radiant with youth and hope. He recognized that the new academic year had come to a close, yet his own story was just beginning. His gaze drifted to the staff table, where Severus Snape, still wearing a stern expression, now bore a hint of lightness in his eyes. He glanced at the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy sat with his head bowed. Lost in thought, Ling Yun understood that he still had much to accomplish in this world, purifying the abyss of emotions. He softly uttered the name of his ultimate task. It sounded like quite an undertaking. He smiled and downed his pumpkin juice in one go. The road ahead was long, yet the future was promising. Chapter 36, Dementors. Summer days always seemed to pass swiftly. For Harry, this summer was a blend of paradise and torment. The paradise aspect came from finally experiencing genuine familial warmth at the Weasley household. Mrs. Weasley treated him as if he were her own son. Ron shared everything with him, and Fred and George devised endless pranks to involve him in. The torment, however, stemmed from the affectionate greetings of the Dursleys. His rotund uncle, Vernon Dursley, nearly locked him away in his room to starve over a trivial matter. Fortunately, Ron and the twins, piloting their flying Ford Anglia, staged a real-life spectacle of speed and thrill to rescue him from the prison on Privet Drive. Meanwhile, Ling Yun enjoyed a rather tranquil summer at the Leaky Cauldron. Dumbledore had thoughtfully arranged for him a long-term room at the establishment, with expenses covered by Hogwarts. Ling Yun accepted this with a clear conscience. For during the previous school year, he had worn many hats: director, bodyguard, and even part-time psychologist, all while addressing a millennium-old issue for the school. Surely, requesting a small compensation for emotional distress and special contributions was not unreasonable. His daily routine consisted of reading, wandering around Diagon Alley, and occasionally enjoying a meal at the Weasley residence. Certainly, the primary focus of his time was devoted to consolidating the recently attained second level of the Tai Chi spirit cultivation technique. The sensation of the foundation building phase contrasted starkly with that of the Chi refining stage. The golden true Chi dragon coiled within his dantian had gained the ability to manifest externally, transforming into an invisible barrier or a razor-sharp Chi sword. His sea of consciousness expanded vast and boundless. With his eyes closed, every rustle in Diagon Alley fell under his perception. He could hear the whispers of the unclaimed wands in Ollivander's shop, yearning to be chosen. He could see the unabashed greed reflected in the eyes of the goblins deep within Gringotts' vaults. He could even detect the stench of decay and darkness emanating from the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. This sensation was akin to possessing a 24-hour panoramic surveillance system, complete with emotional analysis capabilities. The only drawback was its mental toll. Thus, he often chose to temper his awareness, quietly blending in as an unremarkable Ravenclaw student. On this day, Harry and the Weasley family finally arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, preparing to purchase supplies for the new academic year. Upon spotting Ling Yun, Harry joyfully rushed over. "Ling Yun, you are indeed here. Long time no see." "Harry," Ling Yun smiled, observing that Harry had enjoyed a rather pleasant summer. He could sense that Harry's demeanor radiated much more positivity than during the previous term. The confidence befitting a hero had firmly taken root within him. Not just pleasant. Ron chimed in excitedly. "We even went to Egypt. My brother Bill works there. He took us to see the pyramids." Indeed, the pyramids were filled with mummy curses. How cool is that? Harry and Ron animatedly exchanged tales of their summer experiences. Hermione soon arrived, appearing unchanged, still the embodiment of a diligent scholar. However, Ling Yun could perceive that the tension that typically gripped her heart had noticeably eased. It seemed that the mindfulness techniques had subtly influenced her. Just as the trio reunited and chattered incessantly, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, unexpectedly appeared at the Leaky Cauldron, casting a pall of tension over the establishment. Fudge's countenance was grave, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He initially greeted Harry warmly, inquiring after his well-being, before beckoning Harry and Mr. Weasley aside to speak in hushed tones. Ling Yun refrained from eavesdropping intentionally, yet his formidable awareness still caught several key phrases: Sirius Black, Azkaban, escape, extremely dangerous, coming for Harry. It dawned upon him. The main narrative arc of the third academic year was officially set into motion. Indeed, after Fudge's departure, Mr. Weasley's expression turned incredibly somber. He repeatedly admonished Harry not to wander alone at school, and especially not to seek out trouble. Though Harry verbally acquiesced, Ling Yun could discern that a deep-seated curiosity and spirit of rebellion within him had been ignited. In this world, the more one attempts to restrict another, the stronger their desire to defy those constraints becomes, especially when that individual is Harry Potter. On the day of a new term at King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4, the Hogwarts Express billowed forth white steam. After much effort, Ling Yun and the inseparable trio managed to locate an empty compartment amidst the throngs of people. Not long after they settled in, a man entered, clad in tattered robes, his complexion gaunt and marred by several scars. "I apologize, everywhere else is full. Do you mind if I sit here?" His voice was gentle yet weary. The man nodded at them before leaning against the window, closing his eyes, and seemingly drifting into slumber. "Who is he?" Ron whispered. "R.J. Lupin." Hermione indicated a worn trunk on the luggage rack, emblazoned with his name, Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor. Ling Yun gazed at the slumbering figure, his expression tinged with complexity. He could vividly sense two starkly contrasting emotions warring within this man, battling fiercely over the years. One was human, gentle, benevolent, imbued with the essence of a wise scholar. The other was feral, bloodthirsty, steeped in self-loathing and anguish, a beastly soul. These emotions coiled around each other like two venomous serpents, mercilessly tormenting his spirit. Is this the tragedy of a werewolf? Ling Yun sighed inwardly. At that moment, the train suddenly decelerated, coming to a halt amidst a cacophony of screeching sounds. The lights in the compartment extinguished with a sharp pop, plunging the world into an icy darkness. "Have we arrived?" Someone inquired. "Impossible. It's barely past noon." A ripple of unrest stirred within the compartment as an unsettling chill began to permeate the air. Thick frost formed on the windows. Harry began to tremble violently, his complexion turning ashen. I feel unwell," he stammered, as if I can no longer feel joy. "It's a Dementor." Ling Yun's expression darkened. He realized that the Azkaban guards were here to search for Sirius Black. As soon as the words left his lips, the compartment door creaked open. A figure draped in a tattered black cloak, towering to the ceiling, materialized at the entrance. It bore no face. Only an unfathomable darkness lurked beneath the hood. An aura of despair and dread, capable of freezing one's very soul, enveloped the compartment in an instant. The entity slowly bowed its head, inching closer to Harry, as if it had detected the unique and once polluted essence of fear that lingered within him. For him, it was utterly irresistible, the finest delicacy. Harry emitted a pained groan, feeling as though his very soul was being gradually extracted from his body. Before his eyes, that blinding green light appeared once more, accompanied by the haunting scream of his mother in her final moments. He was on the verge of collapse. "Harry!" Ron and Hermione cried out in terror. At that critical juncture, Professor Lupin, who had been dozing by the window, abruptly opened his eyes. With a surprising agility that contradicted his weary appearance, he sprang to his feet. "Step back," he bellowed at the Dementor. He then raised his wand. "Expecto Patronum." However, before he could utter the incantation, another, calmer yet more commanding voice interjected. "Leave." It was Ling Yun. He had risen at some point, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry. He held no wand. Instead, he calmly regarded the creature before him, which emanated an aura of profound terror. He spoke but a single word. The voice was soft yet seemed to embody an undeniable truth that resonated throughout existence. The Dementor, poised to feast, suddenly froze. Its decayed form quivered beneath its hood, as if sensing a profound void within the seemingly insignificant, unthreatening boy before it. A void that was deeper and more desolate than the darkness beneath its own hood, an absolute nothingness. There was no fear, no despair, no joy, no sorrow. Nothing at all. For a creature that fed on emotions, this emptiness was far more terrifying than any Patronus charm. It was a fundamental negation of its very existence. It was akin to a bee, eager to sip nectar, but instead colliding headlong into a vacuum-sealed glass dome. Instinctively, it was engulfed by fear. The Dementor emitted a silent, terrified shriek. No longer daring to linger, it turned abruptly and fled like a wisp of black smoke scattered by the wind, hastily escaping the compartment. The entire event unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Lupin, wand in hand, stood gaping at the scene, having forgotten the incantation altogether. Ron and Hermione, mouths agape, wore expressions of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Was that it? The terrifying creature that had instilled despair in everyone had been frightened away by a single word? This was not magic. It was more magical than magic itself. Ling Yun watched the Dementor retreat, his gaze becoming profoundly introspective. Through that close encounter, he had finally discerned the true essence of the Dementors. They were not true beings. They were more akin to the embodiment of emotional abyss. They were the predators born from millennia of accumulated despair and fear, part of the world's cycle of negative emotions. Long-term task, purification of emotional abyss progress update. Unlocking new information. The truth of Azkaban. Task hint. Azkaban is not merely a prison. It serves as a pasture nourishing the emotional abyss. The Dementors are akin to the shepherd dogs of this pasture. The system's prompt confirmed Ling Yun's suspicions. He turned to see Harry, now unconscious and slumped in his seat. He realized that his tranquil study abroad life would likely be shattered from this moment onward. Professor, Ling Yun spoke calmly. I believe we could use a bit of chocolate right now. Furthermore, regarding what just transpired, I hope you can keep it confidential. Chapter 37. The Unscientific Eastern Sorcery. Lupin's mind was in a bit of disarray. As a seasoned wizard who had endured the First Wizarding War and faced Voldemort and his Death Eaters, he considered himself well acquainted with the world. Yet, what unfolded before him utterly upended his understanding. Dementors. They are entities that even the most formidable dark wizards fear. They embody pure, negative emotions and are immune to the vast majority of physical and magical attacks. Only the most advanced Patronus charm can repel them. Yet just moments ago, this youth from the East, named Ling Yun, simply stood there and uttered one word. Roll. And then, astonishingly, the Dementor truly rolled away, faster than a rabbit. It appeared less like an expulsion and more akin to a frightful retreat. A boy capable of scaring away a Dementor? Merlin S. Beard. One absurd turn of events. Lupin felt his worldview profoundly shaken. Oh, yes, chocolate. Lupin, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly rummaged through his tattered robes for a large piece of Honeydukes chocolate. He broke off a piece and handed it to Ling Yun. Quick, give it to Harry. Ling Yun accepted the chocolate, but did not immediately offer it to Harry. Instead, he first warmed it slightly with his own magical energy before carefully placing it into Harry's mouth. The warm chocolate soon melted within Harry's mouth, its sweet, comforting essence sliding down his throat. The pallor of Harry's face visibly regained a hint of color, and his breathing steadied considerably. You are quite adept at caring for others, Lupin remarked, genuinely impressed by Ling Yun's practiced movements. He turned his gaze back to Lupin. Professor, I believe we still have a little time to converse before the train arrives. Converse? About what? Lupin regarded him with a measure of caution. This boy felt too enigmatic. His calmness and composure were far from that of a mere teenager. He resembled an ancient being, one who had lived for centuries and seen through the complexities of life. Let us discuss the Dementors, Ling Yun suggested, as if he could see into Lupin's very soul. Or perhaps it was more fitting to say, let us explore the essence of fear. The essence of fear? Lupin furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by the implications of the conversation. No, you understand, Ling Yun asserted. As someone who has been tormented by fear for half a lifetime, no one comprehends it better than you. Lupin's body stiffened suddenly, his gentle eyes now brimming with shock and an almost imperceptible pain. How could he know? How could he possibly be aware of my circumstances? I do not grasp what you are articulating, Lupin instinctively denied, his voice growing somewhat hoarse. Professor, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Ling Yun maintained his calm demeanor. I am neither an official from the Ministry of Magic nor a journalist with a penchant for invading others' privacy. I am merely someone attuned to emotions. He paused momentarily before continuing. I can sense that within you lies a formidable yet uncontrollable fear. This fear erupts every full moon, consuming your sanity and transforming you into another creature. And you loathe that creature. You despise that incomplete, cursed version of yourself. Each of Ling Yun's words sliced through Lupin's carefully concealed wounds, revealing the raw scars he had hidden for over a decade. Lupin's complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his wand, his eyes filled with torment and suspicion. Who exactly are you? He managed to force out through clenched teeth. I am merely a passerby, a doctor, Ling Yun replied earnestly, a doctor specializing in treating emotional afflictions. I can sense that Dementors fear me. Why? Lupin inquired, almost reflexively, as it was the question he yearned to have answered. Do they find you unpalatable? Indeed, Ling Yun elucidated, Dementors feed on human joy and hope. They sustain their existence by draining these positive emotions, simultaneously emitting fear and despair as waste, thereby contaminating the surroundings to cultivate more sustenance. Though somewhat grotesque, this metaphor was remarkably precise. Lupin listened, utterly astonished. He had devoted his life to the study of dark magical creatures and had never encountered such a novel, yet logically sound theory. A normal wizard's heart is akin to a jar filled with various emotions, some sweet, some bitter, some sour. Ling Yun continued, when Dementors arrive, they consume all the sweet candies, leaving only excrement to fill your jar. Thus, you experience despair and suffering. The Patronus charm serves to create a protective shield composed of a more potent positive energy derived from pure, joyful memories, keeping Dementors at bay and safeguarding your jar of emotions. Lupin instinctively nodded. This explanation resonated deeply with him, enhancing his understanding of the Patronus charm. However, I am different, Ling Yun interjected, gesturing to himself. My heart is not a jar of candies. What then is it? Ron inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, while Hermione too leaned in, eager for enlightenment. My heart, Ling Yun smiled, is empty. Empty? The trio echoed in unison. Yes, empty, Ling Yun stated. Or perhaps it could be described as an absolute void. Within it, there existed neither sweets nor excrement, nothing at all. Thus, when that Dementor approached eagerly, seeking to feast upon my essence, it discovered that there was nothing to consume. Its apparatus, designed to siphon emotions, plunged headlong into a vacuum. For it, the sensation was 1,000-fold more unbearable than an attack from a Patronus. Consequently, it fled. Ron and Hermione were left in stunned silence. What principle is at work here? A physical assault? Lupin fell into profound contemplation. An empty heart? An absolute void? What a peculiar state of existence this is. He could scarcely fathom it. This notion transcended the realms of Western magical theory. It was an unfamiliar, enigmatic sorcery from the East. But what of Harry? Hermione inquired with concern. Why did he react so intensely? Because Harry's candy jar is unlike ours. Ling Yun's expression grew somber. His jar contained an abundance of pain and fear, elements that held fatal allure for the Dementors. They could detect the scent of their own kind emanating from Harry. That aroma was as enticing to them as catnip is to felines, compelling them to prioritize their attack on him. Upon hearing this, a look of deep remorse and anguish crossed Lupin's face. He recognized that a significant portion of Harry's suffering stemmed from the past transgressions of himself and his friends. Is there any way to assist Harry? Ron asked urgently. There is, Ling Yun nodded. The Patronus charm is one method, yet for Harry at this moment, it poses a daunting challenge. His joyful memories are too scarce to conjure a formidable Patronus. There exists another approach. Ling Yun's gaze returned to Lupin. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. A segment of Harry's fears originates from his childhood experiences, while another part arises from an entity he ought to trust but knows nothing about. Lupin's body trembled once more. He understood precisely whom Ling Yun was referencing. Sirius Black, his once dearest friend, whom he now regarded as a traitor who had betrayed them all. At that moment, the unconscious Harry slowly opened his eyes. He appeared somewhat weakened and bewildered. You're fine now, Harry. Hermione quickly reassured him. You were merely a bit fatigued. As Harry sat up, he noticed Professor Lupin and the empty chocolate wrapper. Thank you, Professor, he said politely. Then, his gaze fell upon Ling Yun, filled with gratitude and reliance. He understood that once again, Ling Yun had come to his rescue. The train began to move slowly once more, and the lights within the carriage illuminated again. The icy despair that had enveloped them dissipated entirely, as though everything that had just transpired had been but a nightmare. Yet all were acutely aware that it was no dream. Professor Lupin gazed at the three children before him and a mysterious Eastern youth, his heart a tumult of emotions. An instinctive premonition stirred within him. This year at Hogwarts would undoubtedly be anything but tranquil. The boy named Ling Yun might very well become the pivotal variable capable of altering the course of events. He cast a glance out the window, watching the scenery whirl by, then looked at his own hands, marred by scars and the passage of time. Perhaps it was time to confront certain matters he had evaded for 12 long years. Chapter 38, Defense Against the Dark Arts. The train finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station as dusk settled. The students disembarked and boarded the carriages drawn by the enchanted Thestrals, gliding towards the distant, illuminated castle. Along the way, Harry, Ron, and Hermione chattered excitedly about the events aboard the train. Dementors. They were truly Dementors. I've only read about them in books. Terrifying. I felt as if my bones were freezing solid. Ling Yun, you were so cool. You scared that creature away with just one word. How did you manage that? In response to the barrage of questions from his friends, Ling Yun merely smiled. Just a little Eastern trick, nothing worth mentioning. The more he downplayed it, the more the trio regarded him with admiration and an air of mystery. Professor Lupin did not share their carriage, avoiding the gaze of those strikingly green eyes that mirrored Lily's. The sorting ceremony and the opening feast commenced, as lively and grand as in previous years. At the feast, Dumbledore announced two significant matters. Firstly, due to Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's unfortunate injury, requiring long-term treatment at St. Mungo's hospital, Professor Remus Lupin will be taking over the defense against the dark arts class for the academic year. This news elicited a wave of cheers from the students. For anyone was preferable to a buffoon like Lockhart, especially since Professor Lupin appeared quite amiable. The second announcement, however, plunged the atmosphere of the hall to an icy stillness. Dumbledore, with an unprecedented gravity, declared that to protect the students, the Ministry of Magic had decided to station the Dementors of Azkaban at every entrance and exit of Hogwarts. He cautioned all students to provide the Dementors with no reason to harm them, for they would not differentiate between those they pursued and those who merely stood in their way. Thus, I urge each of you to remain within the school grounds. Do not give them any excuse. His words sparked an uproar among the crowd. Fear spread, like a contagion, through the hearts of the students. Ling Yun could distinctly sense the emotional atmosphere of the hall shift to one of murkiness and oppression. He glanced at Dumbledore at the staff table, whose face bore an expression of just the right mix of seriousness and resignation. Yet, Ling Yun was acutely aware that the old wizard was likely scheming something beneath that composed exterior. Allowing Dementors to inhabit Hogwarts? It was akin to unleashing a pack of wolves into a sheep pen. The sole explanation is that Dumbledore seeks to seize this opportunity to cultivate a particular individual. And who, other than Harry Potter, could that be? Truly, he is a formidable character, and Ling Yun silently commended Dumbledore in his heart. To nurture the savior, he would dare employ any means necessary. The topic of the Dementors became the focal point of discussion among all. Harry felt despondent, as if he were the very source of calamity. Had it not been for Sirius Black's intent to find him, the school would not have descended into its current state. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Harry, Hermione discerned his troubled mind and offered solace. This matter does not concern you. Indeed, the one to be condemned is that murderer, Black. Ron echoed in agreement. Ling Yun remained silent, aware that explaining Black's plight to them would be futile. Some truths must be uncovered by themselves. On the first day of a new term, the third-year Gryffindors attended their inaugural defense against the Dark Arts class. Upon entering the classroom, they discovered Professor Lupin had already arrived. Clad in a slightly tattered yet impeccably clean robe, he wore a gentle smile that invigorated all the students. The prospect of engaging in practical activities rather than tedious theories was exhilarating. This professor is to my liking. Lupin led them to the staff lounge, where Peeves was gleefully attempting to stuff bubblegum into a keyhole on a tall cabinet. Good afternoon, Professor. Peeves greeted Lupin with a cheeky grin. Upon hearing the lesson would involve boggets, Peeves' eyes sparkled with interest. The prospect of entertainment was undeniable. He promptly ceased his mischief and floated to the side, eager to observe. Now, can anyone tell me what a boggett is? Lupin inquired. Hermione's hand shot up like a spring. A boggett is a shape-shifting creature. It transforms into whatever it believes will frighten us the most. Absolutely correct. Lupin acknowledged with a nod. 10 points to Gryffindor. A joyful smile spread across Hermione's face. So, what is the spell used to confront a boggett? Ridiculous. Several students exclaimed simultaneously. Excellent. Lupin continued. This spell requires immense willpower. What you must do is envision your greatest fear as something exceedingly ridiculous. Then, recite the incantation aloud. He instructed the students to line up, the first being Neville. Poor Neville's face turned pale with anxiety. Neville, what do you fear the most? Lupin asked gently. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Professor Snape even chuckled. I see. What does your grandmother typically wear? She always wears a very tall hat adorned with a stuffed vulture and carries a red handbag. Good. Lupin said, now, close your eyes and envision Professor Snape adorned in your grandmother's attire. Imagine that scene. The clearer, the better. Neville shut his eyes, straining to conjure the image. The tension on his face gradually morphed into a suppressed expression of amusement, as if he dared not laugh. All right, prepare yourself. Lupin opened the cupboard door. Out stepped a figure clad in a black robe, with a sullen visage and a hooked nose. None other than Snape himself. His cold eyes bore down on Neville, causing his legs to tremble with fright. Focus, Neville. Lupin urged from the side. Taking a deep breath, Neville raised his wand and, summoning all his strength, shouted, ridiculous. In an astonishing turn of events, the fearsome Snape's dark robe transformed instantaneously into a long green dress adorned with lace trimmings. Upon his head sat a precariously tilted hat, embellished with a vulture's carcass. In his hands, he clutched an enormous red handbag, striking an awkward pose. Laughter erupted throughout the common room, a cacophony of unrestrained mirth. Even Peeves, the poltergeist, rolled in the air, laughing uncontrollably. As Neville beheld the spectacle before him, he too succumbed to laughter, realizing for the first time that Professor Snape might not be so terrifying after all. Following this, the students approached one by one. Ron's boggett manifested as a colossal spider, which, upon his incantation, donned comical roller skates and skated chaotically across the floor. Parvati Patil's boggett morphed into a gruesome, massive snake, which she transformed into a ridiculous toy clown springing forth from a box. When it was Harry's turn, all eyes were upon him, curious about what the savior of the wizarding world feared most. Harry stepped forward, and the boggart floated out from the cupboard. It did not transform into Voldemort, but rather into a decayed Dementor, cloaked in black. A chilling wave enveloped Harry once more, and his mother's piercing screams echoed in his ears. His legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing him. At that moment, Professor Lupin rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry. Step back. Upon seeing Lupin, the Dementor boggart hesitated before morphing into a shimmering, round moon. Ridiculous. Lupin calmly uttered the incantation. He then closed the cupboard door. Well, that concludes today's lesson, he remarked, turning to the students with a weary smile. A splendid exercise. Each of you shall receive 10 points. The students departed, still buzzing with excitement. Harry lingered, his complexion pale, feeling a wave of shame wash over him for having been so paralyzed by fear in front of everyone. Are you all right, Harry? Lupin inquired with concern. I'm fine, Professor, Harry replied, shaking his head. Harry, what you fear most is fear itself. This signifies that you are indeed a remarkably brave individual, Remus offered in consolation. However, at that moment, a calm voice interjected from the side. Professor, you just lied. Leaning against the wall was Ling Yun, who had remained unnoticed until now. He had refrained from participating in the recent exercise, driven by curiosity about what form the boggart would take in the face of his own fears. Would it manifest as that chasm of emotions, or perhaps the world of his past, nearly forgotten? He wished to shield his fears from the eyes of others. Ling Yun? What did you just say? Harry inquired, perplexed. I said the professor lied, Ling Yun replied, his gaze directed sharply yet clearly at Remus. What he truly fears is not the moon. Rather, it is himself on the night of the full moon. Chapter 39. Dumbledore's Schemes and Deals. At the utterance of Ling Yun's words, Remus's complexion turned ashen. For the first time, a palpable sense of panic and shock flickered in his gentle eyes. He gazed at the young Eastern boy before him, feeling as though all his secrets had been stripped bare, exposed to the unforgiving light of day. This sensation was 1,000 times more terrifying than facing a boggart. I don't know what you're talking about, Remus stammered, his voice dry and hoarse, realizing how feeble his defense sounded. Is that so? Ling Yun chose not to press further. He understood that some scars, once unveiled, could inflict profound agony. To add salt to the wound would be excessively cruel. Oh, all right. Although Harry's mind was rife with questions, he obediently nodded, casting a worried glance at Professor Lupin before departing the staff room. Now, only Ling Yun and Remus remained. The atmosphere thickened with an awkward tension. Please, take a seat, Professor. Ling Yun gestured towards an armchair nearby, while he casually perched himself on the table. After a moment's hesitation, Remus complied, appearing akin to a condemned man awaiting judgment, his hands nervously wringing together. What do you want from me? Remus finally broke the silence, unable to fathom how this young man had uncovered his deepest secret. Could it be that Snape had confided in him? No, that was implausible. Despite his animosity, Snape would not divulge such matters to a student. I do not wish to do anything, Ling Yun replied, leaping down from the table to stand before Remus. I merely wish to convey something to you, Professor. Your affliction may, perhaps, be curable. What? Remus's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his features. The werewolf curse, curable? How could that be? For centuries, countless powerful wizards and healers have been powerless against the werewolf curse, which clung to the soul like an inextinguishable malignancy. Are you jesting? Remus's voice trembled, a fragile hope flickering within the depths of despair, a glimmer of light he dared not trust. I never jest about such matters. Ling Yun's expression was earnest. The werewolf curse, at its core, is not merely a magical affliction. It resembles a feral, emotional virus stemming from primal instincts. This virus lurks deep within your soul, and during the full moon, the moon's power acts as a catalyst, igniting it and temporarily consuming the rationality and emotions that belong to your human side. Hence, you transform, losing control. Ling Yun elucidated the essence of the werewolf curse through his unique emotional theory. Lupin listened, bewildered. Emotional virus? Catalyst? These terms were entirely new to him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt this explanation resonated more closely with the truth than anything he had encountered in magical tomes. But how can it be cured? Lupin inquired, urgency in his voice. It is difficult, Ling Yun replied, shaking his head. This virus has deeply fused with your soul. Eradicating it entirely is nearly impossible. The glimmer of hope in Lupin's eyes flickered and dimmed instantly. However, Ling Yun continued, though we cannot eradicate it, perhaps we can learn to control it. Control? Yes, control, Ling Yun affirmed. Since it is an emotional virus, if your heart is strong enough to suppress the feral instincts, then you may retain your human rationality even after transformation. Much like an animagus. The thought of maintaining one's reason after transformation, akin to an animagus, struck Lupin like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkened corners of his heart that had been shrouded for years. He had never contemplated such a possibility. What must I do? Lupin's voice trembled with emotion. The cleansing heart technique, Ling Yun replied, the method I taught to Harry. It will aid you in calming your mind and uncovering the purest, most resilient strength that resides within Remus Lupin. Yet, he added, this alone is insufficient. You will also require an external potion to help suppress that feral energy. The Wolf's Bane potion? Lupin immediately thought of the brew concocted by Snape. No, Ling Yun shook his head. The Wolf's Bane potion merely counters one poison with another. It addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause and carries significant side effects. What I propose is an entirely new potion. A glint of wisdom sparkled in Ling Yun's eyes. It is a tranquilizer derived from Eastern herbs, combined with Western potion-making theories, specifically targeting the emotional virus. To brew this potion, I need your assistance. I require something from you. What is it? Your saliva, shed during your transformation on the night of the full moon, Ling Yun stated calmly. Lupin's expression froze instantly. What kind of absurdity is this? My saliva after transformation? Are you certain you are not jesting? Observing the myriad of emotions on Lupin's face, Ling Yun recognized that his request was indeed rather outrageous. Professor, please trust me, Ling Yun earnestly declared. The saliva of a werewolf contains the most primal, undiluted samples of emotional viruses. I require it to study the structure of the virus, thus enabling me to concoct the most efficacious antidote. This is far too perilous. Lu Ping immediately retorted. On a full moon night, I am utterly uncontrollable. I cannot allow you to approach. You need not worry about that. Ling Yun replied with a smile. I possess a method to obtain what I desire without your awareness. All you must do is agree to my request and trust me. Lu Ping fell into a prolonged silence, wrestling internally between reason and emotion. Rationality whispered that the youth's words were utterly implausible and fanciful. Yet, the deep-seated yearning for healing rendered him incapable of denial. At last, he raised his head to meet Ling Yun's gaze, his weary eyes filled with resoluteness. Very well. I consent. Upon exiting the staff lounge, Ling Yun's spirits were elevated. He recognized that he had made yet another significant investment. Should he successfully develop the calming agent, not only would it alleviate Lu Ping's suffering, but it would also deepen his own comprehension of the abyss of emotions. More importantly, he had gained Lu Ping's trust, which was crucial for his future endeavors to unravel the injustice surrounding Sirius Black. Mr. Ling Yun, the headmaster requests your presence, announced Professor McGonagall, her expression grave as she stood at the end of the corridor. Here we go again, Ling Yun muttered under his breath. This old man seems to be monitoring me. The moment I make a slight move, he is already aware. Once again in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore retained his characteristic jovial demeanor, warmly inviting Ling Yun to partake in a mound of cockroaches. Headmaster, are you seeking me regarding Professor Lu Ping? Ling Yun inquired directly. Not entirely, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. Regarding Remus, I trust you are aware of your own limits. His azure eyes regarded Ling Yun with appreciation. I summoned you for another matter, concerning Harry. Today, in class, he was quite unsettled by a boggart transformed into a Dementor, which left him feeling rather disheartened. He approached me, hoping to learn how to combat Dementors. The Patronus charm? Ling Yun asked. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. I had initially intended for Remus to teach him, seeing as he is an expert in this area. However, Dumbledore's tone shifted. After witnessing your Eastern sorcery on the train, I suddenly conceived a bolder idea. He gazed at Ling Yun, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Ling Yun, would you be willing to collaborate with Remus to serve as Harry's private tutors? One to instruct him in the Western Patronus charm, and the other to teach him the Eastern calming technique. I am fascinated to see what marvelous chemical reactions may arise when these two entirely distinct systems of power collide within a single individual. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, silently marveled at the old fox's shrewdness. It was evident that this was not solely for Harry's benefit. He clearly intends to use Harry as a specimen to observe firsthand the merits and differences between the Eastern and Western systems of power. Additionally, he can gain a deeper understanding of his own abilities as an emotional conduit through Harry, making it a clever strategy that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. What say you? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Are you willing to accept this intriguing challenge? Ling Yun gazed at Dumbledore's face, which was brimming with curiosity, and sighed inwardly. Could he refuse? Certainly not. After all, Teaching Harry was already part of his plan, and learning the Patronus charm from Lupin would also be advantageous for him. I accept. Ling Yun nodded. However, I have one condition. Oh, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I require access to the restricted section of the library, Ling Yun stated, revealing his intention. I need to consult some materials on ancient dark magic and soul magic. This would greatly aid my understanding of the abyss of emotion. A hint of hesitation crossed Dumbledore's face. The books in the restricted section are perilous. I am confident in my abilities to handle them, Ling Yun replied, his tone imbued with assurance. Dumbledore regarded him in silence for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. He retrieved a signed parchment from his drawer. This is my permission. Madame Pants will allow you entry upon seeing it. However, remember this, my child, Dumbledore's tone turned serious. Knowledge is power, but it can also be poison. Never allow the knowledge you pursue to consume your true self. Ling Yun accepted the parchment, nodding solemnly. I understand. Thus, an unspoken agreement was forged. Chapter 40. Snape's surprising revelation. Having acquired Dumbledore's special permit, Ling Yun felt as though he had received the key to unlock the doors of a new world. The restricted section of the Hogwarts Library is a legendary treasury, housing countless rare tomes on dark magic, ancient scripts, and various forbidden knowledge. For Ling Yun, who was eager to comprehend the essence of the power dynamics within this world, it was akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. Without delay, that very night, he took the parchment and knocked on Madame Pants's office door. Madame Pants, the librarian who resembled a malnourished vulture, regarded Ling Yun with a look that suggested her nose was out of joint. Clearly, the last encounter, where Ling Yun had bested her with his knowledge, still lingered in her mind. What is it? She inquired in a sharp tone. Ling Yun remained silent, merely extending Dumbledore's note. Madame Pants received the note with suspicion, scrutinizing it carefully. Upon confirming Dumbledore's distinctive, flowing signature, her expression darkened further. The restricted section? She exclaimed, her voice rising an octave. You wish to enter the restricted section? What could a second-year student possibly want? Research, Ling Yun replied succinctly. Research? I fear you wish to study how to blow up my library once more, Mrs. Pants remarked with a hint of irritation. Yet, daunted by the principal's orders, she dared not defy them. Reluctantly, she fished out a rusted, seemingly ancient key from a bunch of keys. Follow me, she said, her countenance dark, as she led Ling Yun to the furthest corner of the library. There stood a black wooden door, secured with thick iron chains. Mrs. Pants unlocked it and pushed open the heavy door. A melange of musty paper, dust, and a faint trace of dark magic assailed him. Remember, you have only 2 hours. Mrs. Pants cautioned, and you must not take any books outside. Ling Yun nodded in understanding and stepped inside. The wooden door creaked shut behind him. The forbidden section was shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by a few flickering candle flames suspended in midair. The towering bookshelves loomed high, reaching the ceiling, filled with an array of oddly bound tomes that exuded an air of menace. Some are shackled by chains, trembling slightly, while others bore eyes on their covers, watchfully scrutinizing the unexpected visitor. A stifling, perilous atmosphere enveloped the air, likely rendering ordinary students incapable of standing firm. He activated the Sutra of Infinite Abundance, harmonizing his essence to an absolute state of emptiness and void. The dark, magical energy emanating from the books, rife with malice and temptation, dissipated like a drop of water in the ocean upon contact with him. Amused, he even gestured a shushing sign toward a book with a mouth, poised to scream at him. Astonishingly, it complied and closed its mouth. Ling Yun's objective was clear. He approached the shelf containing tomes on soul magic and Horcruxes. It wasn't long before he discovered a book titled Revelations of Advanced Dark Magic. This very tome had been borrowed by Hermione from Dumbledore in the original narrative. Within its pages lay a detailed account of the methods and principles behind Horcrux creation. Ling Yun flipped through it swiftly, nearly skimming the text. For him, the specifics of the crafting process were secondary to the profound magical theories regarding the splitting of the soul. Through murder, one could rend the soul, sealing the fragmented pieces within an object to achieve immortality. However, each act of tearing would inflict irreversible and immense trauma on the primary soul. The soul would become increasingly unstable, and humanity would gradually erode away. Ling Yun furrowed his brow as he absorbed these words, recalling the haunting, incomplete wails he had sensed in Harry's dreams from the depths of Voldemort's fractured soul. It dawned on him that the creation of Horcruxes was, for Voldemort himself, a perpetual torment. His so-called immortality is nothing more than transforming himself into a pitiful monster, cobbled together from countless tormented fragments of souls. What a fool! Ling Yun closed the book, shaking his head. In his desperate attempt to evade death, he chose a way of existence that is far more agonizing than death itself. This obsession has warped to an extreme. At that moment, his consciousness suddenly detected a faint yet familiar surge of dark magical energy. This energy emanated from the top shelf of the bookcase, from a seemingly inconspicuous black diary, forgotten in a corner. No, a chill ran through Ling Yun's heart. This aura belongs to Tom Riddle's diary. However, hadn't he reduced that diary to ashes with his true energy in the Chamber of Secrets? The one Dumbledore destroyed was merely the red fragment he had provided. So where did this one come from? Could it be another fragment of the original? Countless thoughts flashed through Ling Yun's mind in an instant. He immediately soared upward, landing silently on the top shelf, and retrieved the diary. The cover was black, pristine, showing no signs of wear. Upon opening it, he found it entirely blank. Yet Ling Yun could distinctly sense a dark consciousness within, identical to that of the previous Horcrux belonging to Tom Riddle. This consciousness, however, was exceedingly weak, like a flickering candle about to extinguish. More like a backup? Damn! How terrified of death could this Tom Riddle be to create so many elaborate backups and fragments? He was nothing short of an indestructible cockroach. Ling Yun's expression darkened. He knew that this object absolutely could not be kept. He was preparing to purify this backup with his true energy, just as he had done before. But at that moment, a bold and somewhat mad thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps this object could serve a different purpose? A surprise for a certain oily old bat who always sought to trouble him. A smirk, reminiscent of Dumbledore's cunning smile, crept across Ling Yun's lips. He did not immediately destroy the diary. Instead, he produced a blank talisman and a brush crafted from cinnabar from his robe sleeve. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood, imbued with his essence, to fall into the cinnabar. Then, he swiftly began to inscribe an extraordinarily complex, high-level sealing spell on the talisman. The Taiji 2 instrument's soul-locking spell. This spell not only seals the dark consciousness within the diary, but also forcibly links this consciousness to another person's emotions in a one-way manner. In simpler terms, the linked individual will continuously receive a torrent of emotional waste from Tom Riddle, filled with resentment, jealousy, and a profound fear of death 24 hours a day. However, Tom Riddle was unable to extract any energy from his adversary. This was nothing short of the most insidious, intangible torment on a psychological level. Having drawn the protective sigil, Ling Yun silently affixed it to the back cover of the diary. The golden runes flickered momentarily, merging into the diary's essence. Once this task was completed, Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction before exiting the restricted section. The time had come. Madame Pants awaited at the door with a scowl. He felt quite elated, already envisioning the astonished expression of a certain hooded professor during a quiet, late-night patrol of the restricted section upon discovering this overlooked Horcrux. Professor Snape, I sincerely hope you will appreciate this token I have prepared for you. Ling Yun mused joyfully within. Days later, in potions class, Snape's demeanor was more dismal than ever. His eyes were shadowed, filled with irritation and impatience. He glared at everyone, particularly at Harry. Potter, what on earth occupies that shriveled, monkey brain of yours? Snails? A concoction of leech juice and porcupine quills? Are you attempting to blow us all to smithereens? Gryffindor loses 50 points. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the classroom, as students fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Only Ling Yun, nonchalantly tending to his ingredients, sensed Snape's tumultuous emotions, an amalgamation of anger, confusion, and an inescapable, lingering vexation. It seemed a voice within his mind incessantly roared and cursed, proclaiming, "The Dark Lord shall not perish. I curse you. I curse you, filthy mudblood. I shall kill you. I must kill you." These voices drove Snape's psyche to the brink of collapse. He even questioned whether he had fallen victim to some profound, confounding curse. Despite exhausting every method, he could not escape the incessant clamor. Unbeknownst to him, the true architect of his torment sat innocently in his classroom, gazing at him with feigned innocence. Ah, it appears the gift has been successfully delivered, Ling Yun thought, nodding in satisfaction. The outcome exceeded my expectations. Chapter 41. Harry's Patronus Training. Since Ling Yun had enhanced his potion, Snape's days had become rather eventful. Each night, he was tormented by Tom Riddle's howls of resentment and frustration, depriving him of sleep. In class, his emotions became exceedingly volatile, resembling a powder keg ready to explode. Gryffindor emerged as the primary victim. Within the span of a mere week, Snape had deducted over 100 points from their house for the most absurd reasons. Harry bore the brunt of Snape's ire, who regarded him as if he wished to devour him whole. Potter, your gait induces a physiological discomfort in me. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Potter, the air you breathe taints my subterranean classroom. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Harry, what have I done wrong? I am merely an innocent child, eager to attend class. Faced with Snape's relentless targeting, Harry's emotions spiraled into a deeper turmoil. His feelings of injustice and anger found no outlet, directly leading to his heightened susceptibility to the Dementors at night. On several occasions, he awoke from nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. At last, the special training for the Patronus charm, arranged by Dumbledore, commenced. On the first weekend evening, Harry and Ling Yun arrived at Professor Lupin's office. The atmosphere within was devoid of the oppressive gloom characteristic of Snape's chamber. Instead, it radiated warmth. The shelves brimmed with an array of books on the defense against the dark arts, and a steaming cup of red tea rested on the desk. "Good evening, Harry," Ling Yun. Lupin greeted them with a gentle smile. "Good evening, Professor." "Very well, Harry," Lupin stated directly. "Before we begin, I must caution you. The Patronus charm is an advanced form of magic, far beyond your current level. Many individuals never master it in their lifetime. I'm not afraid." Harry's gaze was resolute. He had grown weary of the helplessness he felt in the presence of the Dementors. "Excellent," Lupin nodded in approval. He retrieved a box identical to the one he used during class from a cabinet. Inside resided a boggart. "We will use the boggart to simulate the Dementor," he explained. "The incantation is Expecto Patronum. What you must do is concentrate all your will on a memory of the utmost joy and happiness in your life. Allow that joy to fill your being, then recite the spell." The happiest memory? Harry's mind was blank. His childhood was virtually devoid of joy. "I can't think of one," Harry said, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. "Consider the sensation of your first ride on a broomstick," Lupin guided. "Or think of the moment when Gryffindor won the Quidditch match and you caught the golden snitch." A spark ignited in Harry's eyes. "Yes, I've thought of something." "Good," Lupin affirmed. "Now prepare yourself." He opened the box. The boggart immediately transformed into a Dementor clad in a black cloak, sending a chill through the air. "Expecto Patronum," Harry exclaimed, hastily raising his wand. However, the happiness he conjured faltered in the face of the all-consuming despair embodied by the Dementor. The tip of his wand emitted only a faint wisp of silvery smoke before his legs weakened and darkness enveloped him. "Harry," Lupin rushed forward, using his own Patronus to dispel the boggart. Ling Yun quickly approached, supporting Harry and infusing him with a gentle surge of comforting energy. Harry soon stirred awake. He felt a profound sense of failure and disappointment. "It's all right, Harry," Lupin reassured him gently. "It's common to feel this way the first time. Your joy simply isn't strong enough yet." Ling Yun interjected with piercing clarity. "The first time you ride a broom, the first time you win a match, these are merely fleeting thrills rather than true happiness. Genuine joy emanates from within. It is a warm force that sustains you through the darkest of times." Ling Yun cast a meaningful glance at Harry, his eyes deep with understanding. "For instance, the first time you realized you were a wizard, the moment you were to escape the pain of your old home and embrace a brand new world. Or when you first arrived at Hogwarts and forged true friendships with Ron and Hermione." Ling Yun's voice softened. "Consider the image of your parents smiling and holding you close as you practiced the Patronus charm." Harry's body jolted. He lifted his gaze, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Ling Yun. Yes, those were indeed the most precious and warm memories nestled deep within his heart. How had he not thought of them before? "Try again," Ling Yun encouraged, taking a deep breath. Harry nodded resolutely. He stood once more, gripping his wand tightly. This time, he dismissed the superficial excitement and closed his eyes, delving into his heart's core. He recalled the overwhelming joy and relief he felt when Hagrid first found him and revealed, "Harry, you are a wizard." He remembered the warmth that enveloped him when Ron clumsily shared his snacks on the Hogwarts Express. He thought of Hermione stepping forward to protect them in the face of the troll, stirring profound gratitude within him. Finally, the smiling faces of his parents emerged in his mind. An unprecedented, formidable power surged from the depths of his soul. "Are you ready?" Lupin opened the box once more. The Dementor reappeared. Yet this time, Harry felt no fear. He opened his eyes, clarity and determination shining within them. "Expecto Patronum," he exclaimed. A magnificent silver stag, resplendent with majestic antlers, burst forth from the tip of his wand. The stag exuded strength and purity, raising its head to emit a silent roar as it charged fiercely at the Dementor. The boggart, the Dementor, could not muster any resistance against such a powerful, love-fueled force and was instantly shattered, dissipating into the air. "I did it!" Harry exclaimed, breathless, as he watched the silver stag gracefully bounding around the room. Lupin stood in stunned silence, mouth agape, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions, shock, pride, and a deep sense of nostalgia. James, he murmured instinctively, recognizing the stag as the enigmatic form of his dearest friend, James Potter. The Guardian, a profound mark left by James for Harry, stood as a testament to their bond. "Well done, Harry," Ling Yun approached, patting him on the shoulder. "I knew you could do it." "Thank you, Ling Yun. It was you who helped me discover my true strength." He gazed at Ling Yun, his eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. "Ling Yun, thank you," he said sincerely. "You not only aided Harry, but also awakened something within me." He pondered that perhaps he, too, should attempt to seek out that resilient strength belonging to humanity, buried deep within his heart, through the Eastern practice of tranquility. Perhaps he could indeed conquer the inner demons that had haunted him throughout his life. Ding! Significant emotional shift detected in key character Remus Lupin. Self-loathing begins to dissolve, and a glimmer of hope is emerging. Long-term task. Illuminate the depths of the ice spring. Snape. Prerequisite. Resolve Lupin's emotional turmoil. Completion. 30. The system's notification echoed in Ling Yun's mind. He smiled, realizing that tonight's special training had yielded fruitful results. Not only had Harry mastered the Patronus charm, but Lupin had also begun to untangle his emotional knots. Even Snape's S-class task had made progress. This was a remarkable trifecta of success. A splendid victory. Chapter 42. The secret of the Marauder's map. News of Harry successfully conjuring a corporeal Patronus spread like wildfire throughout Gryffindor, leaving everyone astonished and in awe. A third-year student had mastered such advanced magic. Truly, he was the chosen one. Consequently, Harry's confidence soared. He felt emboldened enough to face a swarm of Dementors. However, he was acutely aware that none of this would have been possible without Ling Yun's guidance. His trust and reliance on Ling Yun had reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin embarked on his journey of self-redemption. Each night, he practiced the tranquility technique taught by Ling Yun in his office. Initially, the results were not discernible. His heart, tormented by the werewolf's curse for years, was laden with pain and self-loathing. Achieving calmness felt like an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Lupin possessed an indomitable will. He did not relent. Through steadfast perseverance, he gradually managed to reach a semblance of inner peace. In this state, he could more clearly sense the wild, feral energy within him. He even attempted to channel and soothe it. Though the process remained arduous and painful, he glimpsed hope, a hope for freedom that had struggled in the darkness for over a decade. However, all of this stirred immense displeasure in one individual, Severus Snape. He noticed that Lupin's recent state seemed excessively improved. No longer did he bear the appearance of a frail man on the verge of collapse. In his gaze, there lingered an unfamiliar glimmer, one that unsettled him deeply. The wolf's bane potion he had meticulously concocted was intended to maintain his human form, yet it still left him in excruciating torment. Could it be that the lad from the east had been meddling behind his back? Paranoia gripped Severus Snape once more, compelling him to scrutinize every movement of Lupin and Ling Yun with heightened vigilance. That day marked the first opportunity of the academic year for the students to venture into Hogsmeade. Excitement buzzed among the third-year students and above as they prepared to explore the sole all-wizarding village in England, eager to indulge in its delights. Honeydukes, Zonko's joke shop, and the three broomsticks, all of which beckoned to them with irresistible allure. Yet, Harry found no joy in the prospect, for he had not secured the signature of Uncle Vernon, rendering him unable to join his friends in Hogsmeade. While Ron and Hermione eagerly prepared for their outing, Harry was left to languish alone within the castle's walls. "Don't be disheartened, Harry," Hermione offered in consolation. With a forced smile, he bid farewell to them, then wandered despondently towards Gryffindor Tower. Just then, a voice called out to him. "Hey, Harry." It was Fred and George, the twin brothers, their faces brimming with intrigue. Pulled him into a secluded corner. "We believe you deserve a little compensation," Fred announced. "A treasure that will grant you a deeper understanding of Hogwarts than any of us." George added. They produced an unassuming blank piece of parchment from their pockets. "What is this?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "This is no ordinary parchment. Simply point your wand at it and solemnly declare, 'I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.'" With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Harry complied. Miraculously, intricate ink lines began to materialize upon the blank parchment. Soon, a complete map of Hogwarts, detailing every secret passage and room, unfolded before his eyes. Even more astonishing were the countless moving black dots, each accompanied by a name. "It's a Marauder's map," Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the twins grinned proudly. "We borrowed it from Filch's office. With this, you can sneak into Hogsmeade undetected." In that instant, Harry's spirits lifted as he gazed at the passage leading to the cellar of Honeydukes, filled with yearning. However, just as he was about to make his move, another figure silently appeared behind them. It was Ling Yun. "What an intriguing map," he remarked calmly. The trio jumped in surprise. "Ling Yun, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to Hogsmeade?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. "I harbor no interest in shopping." Ling Yun's gaze fell upon the Marauders' map, where he sensed four formidable, yet mischievous and rebellious magical forces. The moon-faced, the insect-tailed, the large-footed, and the pointed fort. He recognized these as the creations left behind by Harry's father and his companions. "Do you intend to use it to venture in a Hogsmeade?" Ling Yun inquired. Yes." The twins scratched their heads in response. "I advise you, it will be prudent not to." Ling Yun shook his head. "Why?" Ron questioned, bewildered. "Because this map is not secure." Ling Yun's expression deepened. "It possesses a backdoor that even its creator overlooked." "A backdoor?" The three exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Ling Yun pointed to a seemingly empty corner of the map. "Here, a very discreet scrying charm has been cast," he explained. "Anyone who knows a specific incantation can access the backdoor and see everything displayed on the map. I happen to have sensed the exact same magical resonance emanating from one individual." "Who?" Harry asked eagerly. Ling Yun regarded him and slowly uttered a name, Severus Snape. "What?" The three exclaimed in shock once more. "Snape knows the secret of the Marauders' map? How is that possible?" "I refuse to believe it," Fred retorted immediately. "We've used this map for years, and Snape has never discovered it. That is because he was unaware that the map was in your possession," Ling Yun stated. "However, the situation has changed. Recently, due to personal matters, he's been exceedingly tense and suspicious, almost surveilling every corner of the castle. If Harry were to sneak out with this map now, I assure you that within 10 minutes, Snape would appear in the Honeyduke cellar like a bat sensing blood, ready to catch you red-handed." After hearing Ling Yun's analysis, the trio fell silent. They recognized the possibility that Ling Yun's words held truth. They had all witnessed Snape's recent demeanor as if the world owed him 5 million galleons. "What are we to do then?" Harry asked despondently. "Am I truly to just watch others have fun?" "Do not fret," Ling Yun smiled. "With a backdoor, we merely need to seal it." He produced from his robe a blank talisman and a cinnabar brush. "Watch closely as I demonstrate a technique from the east, the firewall." He infused a thread of pure chi into the brush's tip and swiftly inscribed a complex pattern composed of countless tiny golden runes on the back of the Marauders' map. "The Taiji Mizu Zone Formation, combined with the Mirage Charm," Ling Yun explained as he drew. "This formation will entirely sever Snape's scrying capabilities. Even if he were to know the incantation, all he would behold would be a blank parchment. Yet this symbol is even more intriguing." A wicked smile curled at the corners of Ling Yun's mouth. "It would document every instance of Snape's prying, and then, at the most unexpected moment, return the favor in a rather creative manner. For instance, it might cause his cauldron to explode unexpectedly during class, or transform his cherished greasy shampoo into an unremovable bottle of pink dye." Harry and the twins were wide-eyed in astonishment. Could it truly be done this way? How utterly mischievous, but how exhilarating. Having completed his task, Ling Yun tucked away his quill and clapped his hands. Now this map was undoubtedly secure. "Go on, Harry. Enjoy your journey to Hogsmeade." Harry gazed at the map in his hands and then at Ling Yun, rendered speechless with excitement. He felt that Ling Yun was nothing short of a celestial being sent to rescue him. "Ling Yun, you are incredibly generous." Fred and George, one on each side, enthusiastically patted Ling Yun on the shoulder. "From now on, you shall be the 7th brother of the Weasley family." Ling Yun smiled quietly, saying nothing. He watched as Harry, map in hand, dashed towards the statue of the one-eyed witch. He knew that once again, he had inadvertently altered the narrative. In the original story, Harry's first trip to Hogsmeade had ended with Snape catching him red-handed, almost exposing the Marauders' map. Yet now, with his technical support, Snape's scheme was destined to fail. Moreover, he would receive an unexpected surprise. "I hope Professor Snape enjoys his pink hair," Ling Yun thought joyfully to himself. Chapter 43. Taking a Person as a Pet. Harry's inaugural journey to Hogsmeade was immensely enjoyable. He purchased an array of peculiar candies from Honeydukes and marveled at the various hilarious prank items at Zonko's joke shop. He even secretly pelted Malfoy and his 2 minions with snowballs, a sensation that was utterly delightful. Meanwhile, Snape was experiencing quite the opposite. He remained ensconced in his office, utilizing every method possible to uncover the secret of the Marauders' map. Yet each time he looked, he was met only with a blank parchment, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be that those little trolls had discovered the map's secret and employed some complex confounding charm? Impossible. With their limited skills, How could they possibly deceive him? Just as he was lost in contemplation, a row of neatly arranged potion ingredients in his office suddenly erupted into a spontaneous dance. Leeches tapped, danced in their bottles, and the beetles' eyes played bumper cars in their jars. A whole bottle of dragon liver leapt from the shelf, shattering upon impact. The entire office was left in disarray. Snape's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a cauldron. He was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly fallen victim to some mischievous enchantment. However, after a thorough examination, he could find no traces of magic, which only served to heighten his agitation. Time flew swiftly, and soon the end of the term arrived. Harry, Ron, and Hermione chose once again to remain at school, as they had received a startling piece of news. Sirius Black had infiltrated Hogwarts. He had even slashed the portrait of the fat lady. The entire castle was once again plunged into panic. The Dementors patrolling the grounds had become increasingly frequent, further darkening Harry's mood. He increasingly believed that Black was indeed targeting him. That night, he was haunted by a nightmare. In his dream, he found himself in a decrepit, eerie house where he encountered Black, who was gazing at him with a grotesque, frenzied look, incessantly muttering, "He is at Hogwarts. He is at Hogwarts." Harry awoke from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. He confided in Ling Yun about the experience. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun furrowed his brow. He understood that Harry's dream was not merely a figment of imagination, but rather a reflection of Black's genuine intentions. However, the individual Black was seeking was not Harry, but rather another who had lived in Hogwarts under a different guise, Peter Pettigrew, or more specifically, Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, who had lived for 12 years and had even lost a toe. It seemed that the time had come to unveil the truth, Ling Yun thought to himself. He could no longer afford to wait. If he delayed further, there was a risk that Lupin might forget to take his Wolfsbane potion on the night of the full moon, though Snape would undoubtedly deliver it on time, or that Black and Lupin might encounter each other prematurely at the Shrieking Shack, leading to chaos. He needed to take the initiative. He sought out the trio, who were currently in the common room, overwhelmed with preparations for their final exams. "I need your assistance," he stated directly. "What is it?" The three of them immediately set aside their books, recognizing that if Ling Yun was asking for help, it must be a grave matter. "I have uncovered a secret regarding Sirius Black," Ling Yun declared seriously. "A secret that could potentially upheave the entire magical world. The answer to this secret lies hidden in one location." "Where?" came an eager inquiry. "The Shrieking Shack." "What?" Ron exclaimed, the first to react. "That is the most infamous haunted house in all of Britain. It is said to harbor terrifying spirits. Legends are not always rooted in truth," Ling Yun replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, we have an official guide." His gaze fell upon Ron's pocket, where Scabbers seemed to sense something amiss, fidgeting restlessly. "Ling Yun, what exactly are you implying?" Hermione asked, perplexed. "What I mean is," Ling Yun looked intently at Ron, articulating each word carefully, "the identity of your pet rat may not be as simple as you assume." "Scabbers?" Ron retrieved the plump mouse from his pocket. What significance could it possibly hold? It was merely an old, lethargic common mouse, wasn't it? Ling Yun extended his hand, causing the mouse, Ban, to bristle with terror at the sight of him. It emitted a high-pitched squeal, desperately attempting to wriggle free from Ron's grasp. This fear emanated from the depths of its soul, a primal instinct. "Look," Ling Yun remarked, "it is frightened of me. Is it because you possess a more intimidating presence?" Ron speculated uncertainly. Ling Yun responded, "I appreciate your compliment." He then shifted his focus. "Hermione, do you remember your cat, Crookshanks?" "Of course, what about it?" She replied. "Hasn't he been relentlessly pursuing and attempting to bite Ban since the start of term?" "Indeed," Ron interjected with frustration. "That wretched cat nearly devoured Ban." "That is because Crookshanks has the bloodline of a Kneazle," Hermione explained. "They inherently possess the ability to discern untrustworthy individuals." "No, it is more than that," Ling Yun interjected, shaking his head. "Crookshanks can detect the scent on Ban that does not belong to a mouse, a scent that belongs to an animagus." "Animagus?" Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison, fully aware of what an animagus was, a wizard capable of transforming at will between human and animal forms. This requires exceptional magical talent and must be meticulously registered with the Ministry of Magic. "Are you suggesting?" Hermione asked incredulously, gazing at the mouse in Ron's hand. "That Ban is a person?" "Impossible," Ron retorted immediately. "It has been with us for 12 years. How could we not have noticed if it were human?" "That is because it is exceptionally adept at disguising itself," Ling Yun asserted. "A coward who betrayed his best friend, caused their demise, framed another friend to feign his own death, and ultimately transformed into a mouse, hiding within a wizarding household for 12 years. Each of Ling Yun's words detonated in the minds of the trio like heavy bombs, leaving them in stunned silence. They gazed at the trembling mouse in Ron's hand, their expressions filled with shock and revulsion. Is he Peter Pettigrew? Harry asked, his voice trembling. Indeed, Ling Yun confirmed with a nod. Now, do you understand why we must go to the Shrieking Shack? Because there, another individual awaits him. Someone who has waited 12 years to exact vengeance for himself and his best friend. Sirius Black. At that moment, the truth was irrevocably unveiled. Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt as though their minds had gone blank, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation, too immense for them to immediately comprehend. Let's go, Ling Yun said, rising to his feet. It is time to witness this long-delayed judgment. He led the still-shocked trio into the castle courtyard. The irritable Whomping Willow, known for its propensity to attack anyone who dares approach, stood resolutely nearby. How shall we proceed? Ron inquired. Quite simply, Ling Yun replied as he approached the tree. He uttered no incantations, nor invoked any spells. Instead, he extended his hand and gently pressed it against the gnarled trunk of the tree. Gradually, he infused the trunk with a serene and tranquil energy. A miracle unfolded. The frenzied, Whomping Willow, which had been thrashing its branches wildly, began to cease its assaults. Its tumultuous emotions, soothed by Ling Yun's calming energy, gradually settled. Ultimately, it resembled an ordinary willow, quietly allowing its branches to droop. At the base of the tree, a dark, gaping hole was revealed. Is this truly possible? The iron triangle stood astonished, rendered speechless by Ling Yun's Eastern sorcery. Let us proceed, Ling Yun declared as he ventured first into the opening. A confrontation that would determine the fates of countless individuals was about to unfold within the fabled haunted house. Chapter 44. Collecting spit. The passage leading to the Scream Shack was long, dark, and reeked of dampness and decay. The four illuminated their wands, cautiously advancing within. Ron's grip tightened around the squirming rat, his expression filled with revulsion and disgust. The thought that he had shared his life with such a despicable traitor for 12 years made him feel nauseous. At the end of the passage was a trapdoor. Ling Yun pushed it open and climbed up. Before him lay a dilapidated room. The wallpaper hung in tatters. A thick layer of dust covered the furniture, and the windows were boarded up. The entire space exuded an air of abandonment and sorrow. Is this the Scream Shack? Hermione whispered. Indeed, came the reply. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from above. Subsequently, a gaunt man, clad in tattered prison garb, with tangled hair and a haggard visage, descended the stairs. His eyes were sunken, yet within them burned a fierce flame of madness and vengeance. Upon seeing Harry, his body jolted. The madness in his eyes revealed a complex blend of pain, guilt, and relief. Harry, he murmured. It was Sirius Black. It's you, Harry exclaimed, raising his wand, his gaze filled with hatred. You betrayed my parents. You caused their deaths. No, Harry, it wasn't me. Sirius shouted passionately. It was that traitor. Him. His gaze locked onto the rat in Ron's grasp. Give him to me. Harry, let me kill him. I have waited 12 years for this day. Sirius's emotions teetered on the brink of chaos. Like a furious beast, he lunged towards Ron. Yet, at that moment, another figure burst through the doorway, Professor Lupin. He brandished his wand, placing himself protectively in front of Harry and Ron. His expression was equally complex. As he gazed upon this familiar yet foreign visage of his once dearest friend, his eyes brimming with anguish and inner turmoil. Sirius, is it really you? Remus. Sirius halted in his tracks, relief flooding through him. Thank goodness you're here. Come, let us vanquish him. For James and Lily. No, Sirius. Lupin shook his head, a smile that resembled more of a grimace than joy gracing his features. I cannot believe I allowed myself to believe them for 12 long years. I thought you were the traitor. I was such a fool. The two friends, tormented for 12 years, were finally reunited. Yet the atmosphere was laden with sorrow and regret. Enough, a calm voice shattered the oppressive silence. It was Ling Yun. He had remained a silent observer throughout, keenly aware of the volatile emotions swelling within the confines of the small room. Hatred, anger, guilt, sorrow, fear, a veritable cauldron of emotional turmoil. I think before you take action, we ought to allow the main character to make an appearance. Ling Yun's gaze fell upon the rat in Ron's hand. Ron, release it. After a moment's hesitation, Ron complied, letting the rat, named Scabbers, go. The moment it was freed, it darted toward the exit like a bolt of lightning in a desperate bid to escape. But Ling Yun was swifter. With a mere flick of his wrist, an invisible surge of energy materialized into a great net, ensnaring the rat in place. A scream, not belonging to any rodent, echoed through the air, a cry filled with terror. Under the pressure of the energy, the rat's body began to contort violently. Soon, It transformed from a plump rodent into a short, stout, balding man with shifty eyes, a pitiful figure of a middle-aged man. Peter Pettigrew. He knelt upon the ground, trembling, casting a pleading gaze upon the assembly. Sirius, Remus, my old friends, he wept, you cannot kill me. I didn't mean to. It was him who forced me. You know I couldn't stand against him. His cowardly, despicable demeanor incited a wave of revulsion among all present, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione utterly speechless. It turned out that Ling Yun's words had been entirely true. Be silent, you filthy traitor. Sirius roared, lunging forward, delivering a fierce punch to Peter's face. Lupin joined him, both men unleashing a torrent of blows upon Peter, channeling all the pain and resentment accumulated over the years onto this wretched soul who had destroyed their lives. Peter lay on the ground, battered and bruised, akin to a beaten dog, continuously begging for mercy. Kill him! Kill him! Sirius's eyes had turned a deep crimson. He raised his wand, aiming it at Peter's head. However, at that moment, Harry rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Peter. No! Harry exclaimed loudly. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Harry, what are you doing? Step aside. Sirius bellowed. This scoundrel is responsible for your parents' demise. I know. Harry's voice trembled slightly. Yet his gaze remained resolute. But my father wouldn't want his two closest friends to become murderers. We should hand him over to the Dementors and let them pass judgment on him. Harry's words fell like a bucket of cold water on Sirius and Lupin, whose minds had been clouded by rage. They looked at Harry, seeing in him the embodiment of the justice and compassion that James had always represented. Their wands gradually lowered. You are right, Harry, Lupin said, a look of relief spreading across his face. You are more mature than your father. Sirius also sheathed his wand, gazing at Harry, his wild eyes for the first time reflecting the tenderness of a godfather. A long overdue trial, 12 years in the making, concluded in a manner that none had anticipated. Yet, just as everyone exhaled in relief, the expression on Lupin's face suddenly changed. He abruptly looked up towards a window. What's wrong? Ron inquired. The moon. Lupin's tone became grave. The group instinctively glanced outside, where a full, silver moon was slowly rising from behind clouds. Upon seeing the moon, Professor Lupin's face drained of color. He had forgotten. Tonight was the night of the full moon, and Snape, having been mentally disoriented by Lupin's prank, had forgotten to deliver the wolfsbane potion. A howl erupted from Lupin's throat, a sound not belonging to humanity, filled with anguish and fury. His body began to convulse violently, transforming. His bones cracked audibly as long, gray fur sprouted from his skin. He was about to transform. Run! Sirius shouted, instantly morphing into a massive black dog, charging forth to restrain the now irrational Lupin, taking advantage of the chaos. Peter Pettigrew transformed back into a rat and swiftly scurried out through the door. Don't let him escape. Harry yelled, but it was too late. The entire shrieking shack descended into utter chaos. Harry and Hermione recoiled in fear. The black dog and the fully transformed werewolf engaged in a ferocious struggle. Yet amidst this turmoil, only Ling Yun remained calm, standing steadfast. He observed the werewolf attacking his best friend with no trace of fear, only a glimmer of curiosity and anticipation. At last, the moment had arrived. From within the folds of his robe, he produced a long-prepared, empty crystal vial, inviting me to discern the essence of this emotional virus's original sample. In a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing between the battling werewolf and the black dog. His intent was not to intervene, but to collect the drop of saliva, brimming with ferocious energy, that hung from the werewolf's maw. Chapter 45. The target is the werewolf. Within the confines of the shrieking shack, a tempest raged. Fully transformed, Lupin had morphed into a colossal, fearsome werewolf, exuding an aura of raw power. His eyes, devoid of any trace of human rationality or warmth, were now consumed by pure, bloodthirsty madness. With a ferocious swipe, he struck down the black dog, which was serious in transformation, and lunged with his gaping maw towards Hermione, the weakest looking among them. Hermione! Be careful! Harry and Ron cried out in terror. Hermione's face drained of color, her body froze in fear, and she forgot to raise her wand. The sharp claws of the werewolf were poised to tear into her throat when, in that critical moment, a figure appeared before her like a specter. It was Ling Yun, calmly extending a hand to meet the werewolf's unstoppable claws. With a dull thud, the claws capable of shattering boulders collided with Ling Yun's palm, as if crashing against an invisible yet unyielding wall, halting their advance entirely. For the first time, a flicker of confusion crossed the werewolf's frenzied eyes. It could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant biped could possess such formidable strength. "Apologies, but this path is blocked," Ling Yun remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a deft twist of his wrist, a gentle yet irresistible force of Tai Chi surged forth, sending the massive werewolf hurtling backward like a discarded sandbag, crashing heavily against the wall. The entire shrieking shack trembled violently. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in stunned disbelief. What was this sorcery? He had caught the werewolf's strike with his bare hands and hurled it away. This defied all logic. It was even more unbelievable than Voldemort's resurrection. Dazed and disoriented, the werewolf shook its head and rose from the ground, apparently infuriated. It abandoned its pursuit of the others, channeling all its wrath toward Ling Yun. With a deafening roar, it leapt forward on all fours like a cannonball, hurtling toward Ling Yun, the stench of death and madness enveloping the air. Yet, Ling Yun remained steadfast, motionless, a hint of amused curiosity playing on his features. Just as the werewolf's razor-sharp teeth were about to sink into his neck, Ling Yun's body tilted at an astonishing angle. Barely escaping that fatal bite, he swiftly extended 2 fingers, akin to a precise surgical scalpel, and in a flash, pressed them against a vital acupoint on the side of the werewolf's neck. "Freeze!" he intoned sharply. Instantly, a surge of pure Tai Chi energy coursed through, halting the frenzied werewolf in its tracks. Its entire form became rigid in midair, frozen in a forward lunge, utterly motionless, as if ensnared by an unparalleled binding spell. No, it was far more terrifying. While its body could still sense pain and its consciousness could still contemplate, its limbs were entirely unresponsive. It felt as though its soul had been confined within a motionless prison of its own corporeal vessel. In the werewolf's bloodthirsty eyes, the emotion of fear finally flickered. Within the shrieking shed, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had completely abandoned rational thought, their minds overwhelmed by the surreal spectacle before them. Even the black dog, which had just risen, stood frozen in place, its expression a portrait of confusion, as if pondering, who am I? Where am I? And what has transpired? Now, it was time to proceed with the sampling. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. He retrieved an empty crystal vial and approached the suspended werewolf. Then, under the watchful, bewildered gazes of the onlookers, he cautiously scraped a single, glistening droplet of saliva from the werewolf's sharp, salivating fangs. Having completed this task, he contentedly sealed the vial and tucked it away into his robe. "All right, big black dog, your friend is now in your care. Once I release his acupoint, he will experience a momentary stiffness, approximately half a second. Seize the opportunity to tackle him down, drag him outside to an isolated spot, and wait for dawn." With that, he flicked his fingers, releasing the werewolf's acupoint. The instant the werewolf regained its freedom, it indeed experienced a brief paralysis. Sirius, though still dazed, was driven by instinct. He immediately lunged forward, using his massive form to pin the newly mobile werewolf to the ground. Then, dragging it, he rolled and scrambled out of the shrieking shed. The room was left with only Ling Yun and the now petrified trio. Ling Yun," Harry stammered. "What was it you just did?" "Oh, this?" Ling Yun gestured to his fingers. "It is an ancient Eastern spell known as acupoint striking, specifically designed to deal with those disobedient, furry big dogs." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed, "We can't believe you. You're a nefarious one from the East. What do you mean by furry big dogs?" "That's a werewolf, a creature capable of slaughtering an entire village, one of the most dangerous dark magical beings. And you trivialize it as a disobedient big dog? Today, you've thoroughly ground our worldview into the dirt. Enough of this, days." Ling Yun clapped his hands. "The true culprit may have fled, yet our hero deserves to be vindicated. Hermione, you must immediately visit the headmaster's office and inform Professor Dumbledore of all that has transpired here. Remember to recount every detail with utmost clarity, including the matter of Peter Pettigrew." Awakened from her daze, Hermione swiftly turned and dashed towards the secret passage. As for Pettigrew, a glint of cold light flickered in Ling Yun's eyes. He could not escape. He had long left a trace of consciousness on that coward, a mark only he could perceive. Now, Hogwarts unfolded before him like a detailed map. Even the smallest of mice, should it hide in the crevices of the ground, could be unearthed by him. When Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge hurriedly arrived beneath the Whomping Willow, they were greeted by a sight that would remain etched in their memories forever. Sirius Black, the infamous murderer of legend, was wearily guarding the unconscious Lupin in the form of a black dog. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron sat nearby, while Ling Yun leisurely leaned against the trunk of the tree, playfully teasing a mouse, bound by an invisible force and squeaking in distress, having lost a toe. Fudge and Dumbledore found their minds somewhat overwhelmed. What kind of magical realism had unfolded in Hogwarts tonight? Ultimately, through Dumbledore's decisive intervention and the use of Veritasrum, Pettigrew confessed to all his crimes. The injustice against Sirius Black was finally rectified, faced with irrefutable evidence. Minister Fudge had no choice but to concede that he had apprehended the wrong man. He left Hogwarts, dragging the bound Pettigrew with him. Casting a wary glance at Ling Yun filled with deep trepidation, he sensed that this individual was far more perilous than the so-called Dark Lord. Sirius was temporarily placed in an utterly secure location by Dumbledore, as he required time to recover his weakened body and spirit, tormented for 12 years in Azkaban. Harry finally reunited with his long-lost godfather after 12 years. Although the journey had been somewhat convoluted, the outcome was favorable. Ding. Main quest. The Lament of Azkaban completed. Quest evaluation. Perfect. Quest reward. Infinite Heart Sutra, second layer. Fragment of emotional law, fear. Two immense streams of information surged into Ling Yun's mind once more. His Infinite Heart Sutra ascended to the second layer. His sea of consciousness transformed from a mere ocean into a vast expanse of true stellar seas. His comprehension and application of mental power reached an entirely new pinnacle. The fragment of emotional law, representing fear, proved to be an unexpected surprise. It resembled a dark seed, falling into the ocean of Ling Yun's consciousness. In an instant, Ling Yun felt he had attained the deepest understanding of the essence of fear. He could even harness the power of this fragment to instigate fear, to influence, or even manipulate the fears of others. This approached a godlike ability. It seemed the depths of emotional realms in this world were even more profound than he had imagined. Ling Yun gazed towards the horizon where the sun was about to rise. Softly sighing, the path ahead remained long, yet he now possessed a formidable trump card. Chapter 46. The game has only just begun. In the tranquil chamber, Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils, it appeared as though galaxies were swirling unfathomably deep. He had ascended to the second layer of the Heart Sutra. His sea of consciousness was no longer the tranquil ocean it once was, but had truly transformed into an expansive ocean of stars. Countless stars flickered within, each one symbolizing an emotion, a thought, or a fragment of a law. He sensed that his perception of the world had reached an entirely new dimension. If previously he had the perspective of a divine player, now he was akin to a game master who could see the underlying code of the game. Thus it was. Ling Yun extended his hand, an intangible, black essence coiled around his fingertips. This was the fragment of emotional law, fear. It was neither magical power nor true energy, but a more primordial force, a power capable of directly unsettling the deepest fears within living beings. With a mere thought, the black mist silently merged into the air. Far beneath, in the potions office of the underground classroom, Severus Snape, who had been in a foul mood due to Sirius Black's unjust vindication while concocting a malevolent potion, suddenly shivered. He felt the temperature in the entire office drop several degrees. The spider specimen, submerged in formalin and possessing 8 eyes, seemed to fix its murky gaze upon him all at once. Was it an illusion? Snape furrowed his brow, shaking his greasy hair, and continued slicing the roots of a plant with a silver dagger. However, the next moment, his hand holding the dagger froze. He beheld not his own gloomy visage reflected in the cauldron's swirling green potion, but the handsome face he had loathed and feared all his life. A face adorned with a hint of a mocking smile. James Potter. Hey, you slimy git. Still playing with your disgusting snitches? The voice resonated directly in his mind. Get lost, Snape instinctively shouted in fury, waving his wand to cast a spell forcefully at the cauldron. Bang! The cauldron shattered, the green potion splattering everywhere, corroding the floor into a series of sizzling pits. The entire office was left in disarray. Severus Snape gasped for breath, his complexion ashen. It was but a mere illusion, he insisted to himself. Yet, the profound terror and loathing emanating from the depths of his soul felt alarmingly tangible. Unbeknownst to him, in the distant Ravenclaw Tower, Ling Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. A modest appetizer, Professor Snape, I hope it pleases you. This principle of fear proved to be even more effective than he had anticipated. It could precisely unearth the most profound fears nestled within a person's heart, magnifying and materializing them. It was, in essence, a masterstroke of psychological assault. However, such power bore significant repercussions. Should the wielder's mental fortitude waver, they could easily be consumed by the very fear they sought to wield, devolving into a madman whose sole purpose was to spread terror. Fortunately, Ling Yun possessed the Heart Sutra. His mind was an absolute void, impervious to any emotion that dared to linger within. On the following day, news of Sirius Black's exoneration spread like wildfire through the wizarding world, courtesy of the Daily Prophet's urgent edition. A ripple effect ensued. The individual condemned for 12 years as a heinous murderer was, in fact, innocent. This was undoubtedly the greatest scandal of the century. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge found himself in a quagmire. At the ministry, he faced relentless inquiries from the Wisingamot and various pureblood families, enduring a barrage of scorn. Yet, what troubled him most was not how to placate the public or manage Peter Pettigrew, but rather the enigmatic exchange student named Ling Yun. Fudge sat in his office, perusing the succinct report his aides had hastily compiled regarding Ling Yun. The document was brief and straightforward. A student from Ravenclaw, hailing from a mysterious Eastern Cultivation Academy, excelling academically, yet reclusive and disinclined towards socializing. That was all. Just that simple. Yet, Fudge understood that this individual was anything but ordinary. Subduing a werewolf single-handedly? Capturing an animagus who had eluded capture for 12 years with a mere piece of dogbane? Such feats seemed more ludicrous than the legendary Qin Shi Huang demanding tribute. This person warranted scrupulous surveillance. Fudge issued a directive to his senior undersecretary, the toad-like Dolores Umbridge. He was far too dangerous, even more uncontrollable than the so-called Dark Lord. Her penchant lay in exerting absolute control over unpredictable variables. As the final days of the term approached, an odd atmosphere enveloped Hogwarts. Harry emerged as the greatest hero, having not only cleared his godfather's name, but also apprehended the true culprit behind his parents' demise. Though the journey was steeped in elements of magical realism, the outcome was favorable. Day by day, he radiated joy, greeting everyone with a smile that reflected genuine happiness. Ron, too, basked in newfound fame. As the brave soul who had shared a bed with the traitor Peter for 12 long years, he drew sympathy wherever he went. This irked him, yet he felt a tinge of pride. Hermione, meanwhile, had become the busiest of them all. Yet Ling Yun has resumed his role as a discreet observer. He spends the majority of his days sequestered in his chamber, diligently fortifying his mastery of the second layer of the Heart Sutra. Concurrently, he meticulously examines the fragment of the Law of Fear. He discovers that this shard resembles a Pandora's box each time he engages with it. He gains deeper insight into the essence of fear. However, he also senses an increasingly potent, intangible temptation emanating from the abyss of emotion, beckoning him to wield this power, to disseminate fear, and to ascend as the new sovereign of terror. Do you wish to transform me into the second Voldemort? Ling Yun scoffs inwardly in your dreams. He employs the vast emptiness of the Heart Sutra to firmly suppress and purify that seductive force. His aspiration is to be a conduit of emotions, not their slave. At long last, the semester draws to a close. Harry bids a reluctant farewell to his godfather. Sirius, still physically frail, must retreat to a secret location for recuperation. Yet he assures Harry that once he regains his strength, he will come to fetch him to live together. This fills Harry with anticipation for the forthcoming summer. On the Hogwarts Express, the trio, along with Ling Yun, once again finds themselves in the same compartment. I can hardly believe this academic year has come to an end, Ron reflects, feeling as though it were all a dream. Indeed, Hermione agrees, nodding. So much has transpired. Harry remains silent, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery, a foolish grin adorning his face. He steals a glance at Ling Yun, who sits across from him. Had it not been for Ling Yun, he wonders what fate might have befallen him this year. Perhaps his soul would have been drained by the Dementors, or he would still be in anguish over Sirius's plight. This enigmatic friend from the East, though perpetually shrouded in mystery, always brings him hope at the most critical junctures. Ling Yun, Harry summons his courage to speak. Thank you. He expresses sincerely. We are friends, are we not? Ling Yun smiles. The train gradually glides into King S. Cross Station. A new journey is about to commence, and Ling Yun is acutely aware that a greater storm looms ahead. The Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort's resurrection. The depths of emotional turmoil in this world have yet to be fully plumbed. The card of fear he holds may soon prove invaluable. He glances at his palm, as if perceiving the formless darkness entwined around his fingertips. The game has only just begun. Chapter 47. Let the show begin. In the upper suite of the Leaky Cauldron, Ling Yun sits cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed. Throughout the summer, he has virtually isolated himself here. In the words of the bar's proprietor, Tom, this gentleman from the East is indeed a quiet guest, far more agreeable than those wizards who are perpetually inebriated. Ling Yun is not indulging in relaxation. Rather, he is racing against time to solidify his cultivation. In the second layer of the Infinite Heart Sutra, amidst the vastness of stars and oceans, his consciousness effortlessly enveloped the entire Diagon Alley, extending even into the depths of Noctur Alley. He could overhear the goblins and Gringotts conversing in their sharp tongues about the fluctuating exchange rates of galleons. He could perceive the cursed dark artifacts within Borgin and Burks, emanating an aura thick with malice and resentment. This omniscient sensation could easily lead one into a state of intoxication. Yet, Ling Yun remained ever vigilant. He understood that this was merely an illusion of power. Each day, he devoted considerable time to cleansing his consciousness with the void energy of the Infinite Heart Sutra, safeguarding himself from the corruption of this overwhelming influx of information and preventing himself from becoming lost in the delusions of power. Another focal point of his cultivation was, of course, the shard of emotional law, fear. This entity resembled a double-edged sword. Wielded correctly, it served as a formidable weapon, but mishandled, it could inflict harm upon oneself. After more than a month of exploration, he had begun to gain preliminary control over this force. He could silently implant a seed of fear within his target's heart without alerting anyone, only to then detonate it, much like what he had done to Snape previously. Naturally, he could also reverse the process, using this shard to absorb and purify the fears harbored within others. This was, after all, the duty of an emotional mediator. On that afternoon, Ling Yun was in his room, attempting to merge a wisp of Tai Chi true energy with the power of the law of fear. He sought to discover the chemical reaction that would arise from the collision of these two fundamentally different systems of power. However, just as the experiment reached its midpoint, a polite knocking interrupted his meditation. Ling Yun furrowed his brow. He seldom received visitors here. Albus Dumbledore occasionally sent outlines of lessons on calming techniques via owl, but never appeared in person. The trio of friends, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, were currently confined by Mrs. Weasley in their humble abode, unable to venture out until the start of term. Who could it be? He suppressed his aura and approached the door. To his surprise, standing outside was none other than Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, the earnest red-haired man employed in the Ministry of Magic's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. At that moment, Mr. Weasley bore a look of nervousness and unease, clutching a heavy box wrapped in black cloth. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ling Yun," he greeted, his face breaking into a friendly smile upon seeing Ling Yun. "Good afternoon, Mr. Weasley," Ling Yun replied, somewhat taken aback. "What brings you here?" "Professor Dumbledore sent me," Mr. Weasley said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I've encountered some rather tricky and peculiar matters at work lately, and he mentioned that you might be an expert in this area and could perhaps offer some advice." "Expert?" Ling Yun chuckled inwardly. Dumbledore certainly had a knack for presenting him with challenges. This is not merely an attempt to consult him as an expert. It is evidently a scheme to discreetly convey certain internal intelligence from the Ministry of Magic through Mr. Weasley, thereby preparing him for the impending storm. This cunning old fox always prefers to maneuver in such a roundabout manner, orchestrating a grand strategy. "Please come in, Mr. Weasley," Ling Yun said, stepping aside to allow him entry. Mr. Weasley entered the room, casting a curious glance around. The space was sparse, containing only a bed and a desk, devoid of any superfluous items. It was a stark contrast to the room he had envisioned, one brimming with Eastern mystique and adorned with various charms and magical artifacts. "Please have a seat." Ling Yun poured him a glass of water. "Thank you," Mr. Weasley replied, sitting down with a certain formality, carefully placing a black box on the table. "This is the item in question." He pointed at the box, his expression growing serious. "We discovered this during a recent raid at Malfoy Manor." "Malfoy Manor?" Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. "Lucius Malfoy has been quite active within the ministry lately. He has made substantial donations to St. Mungo's hospital and has developed a close rapport with the minister," Mr. Weasley explained. "Thus, this inspection was somewhat perfunctory. However, we still uncovered some items that should not have been present." As he spoke, he removed the black cloth covering the box. Inside lay an ancient, gem-encrusted silver mirror. The surface was obscured, rendering any reflection indecipherable. Yet, within Ling Yun's perceptive awareness, the mirror emanated a distinctly sinister and malicious emotional resonance. It possessed the capacity to amplify even the faintest twinges of jealousy and suspicion to an alarming degree. "This is a mirror of jealousy." Mr. Weasley's voice trembled slightly. "Anyone who gazes into it will be consumed by overwhelming jealousy in a short span of time, leading them to commit grievous acts." Ling Yun's countenance darkened. This object was indeed malevolent. It was akin to a source of emotional contagion, specifically designed to infect and magnify the negative sentiment of jealousy. "I can sense a powerful, arrogant, and malevolent spiritual imprint lingering upon this mirror. Ling Yun spoke slowly. He extended his hand, not making contact with the mirror, but merely tracing his fingertip in the air above it. A faint, imperceptible force of fear was infused into the mirror. He was probing, testing the reaction of the one who left the spiritual imprint to the essence of fear. Suddenly, the mirror quivered violently. In that fleeting moment, Ling Yun beheld a vision. A proud man with platinum blonde hair stood before the mirror, a cruel smile gracing his features. Yet beneath that smile, Ling Yun detected a deeply buried, pathological jealousy towards a certain entity, coupled with an acute fear of his own deluded lineage. It was Lucius Malfoy. His envy was directed towards Dumbledore. He is filled with fear of Voldemort. How intriguing. Mr. Weasley, what do you intend to do with this mirror? He inquired. However, destroying it proves to be quite arduous. We have attempted numerous methods, all to no avail. Perhaps I could give it a try, Ling Yun suggested. You? Mr. Weasley was momentarily taken aback. Ling Yun offered no explanation. He simply extended his finger and swiftly inscribed a complex, golden incantation upon the mirror's surface using his vital energy. The Tai Tranquility mantra. The golden runes flickered and vanished, merging seamlessly into the mirror. The malevolent aura of jealousy that emanated from the mirror was immediately subdued by a force of profound equanimity. The mirror transformed into an ordinary, albeit somewhat unsightly, silver mirror. Mr. Weasley was utterly astonished. Is that all it takes? Faster than the Ministry of Magic's premier cursebreaker? What manner of magic is this? He stammered. Mr. Weasley gazed at Ling Yun, his eyes filled with awe. Professor Dumbledore was indeed correct. This young man from the East is truly a master of hidden expertise. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Ling Yun, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, rising in excitement to express his gratitude. It was merely a trifling effort, Ling Yun replied. His intervention stemmed not solely from a desire to assist Mr. Weasley, but also from a significant revelation he had gleaned from the mirror. Lucius Malfoy, the seemingly loyal Death Eater, harbored a heart far less devoted to Voldemort than he outwardly portrayed. Beneath his facade lay a tumult of jealousy and fear. This, indeed, was a weakness that could be exploited. He cast a glance out the window. Summer vacation was drawing to a close. The Quidditch World Cup, a fierce competition among the top 3 teams, loomed ahead. The new academic year was destined to be anything but tranquil. He ought to prepare some intriguing scripts for the impending grand performance, a narrative woven with themes of fear and jealousy. Chapter 48, The World Cup. The atmosphere at the Quidditch World Cup final was akin to a tempest of emotions. 100,000 wizards converged from across the globe, exuding a cacophony of fervent emotions, enthusiasm, excitement, pride, tension, and anticipation intertwined, forming a vast and chaotic energy field. Were an ordinary wizard, sensitive to emotions, to step into this whirlwind, they would likely find themselves overwhelmed within 10 minutes, disoriented and mentally unhinged. Yet, Ling Yun reveled in it. He sat in the highest tier of the box, alongside the Weasley family, Harry, and Hermione. With closed eyes, he channeled the Infinite Heart Sutra, gradually radiating his vast consciousness like a sea of stars. He did not focus on the match itself. Instead, he assumed the role of a master sommelier, meticulously savoring and analyzing the components of this emotional ocean. The supporters of the Irish team exuded vibrant, confident, and optimistic shades of emerald green. In contrast, the supporters of the Bulgarian team emanated a profound, somber red tinged with a sense of resilience and tragic nobility. He was capable of discerning the emotions of each individual within a throng of 100,000. The portly witch, ecstatically jubilant at the Irish team's goal. The young wizard, nearly tumbling from his broom in excitement at Crumb's exquisite feint. The fairy, consumed with dismay over a lost wager. Such sensations were utterly fascinating, akin to the world transforming into a book of emotions, each page waiting to be turned at his whim. Hey, Ling Yun, what are you doing? The match has commenced. Ron nudged him with his elbow, his face alight with excitement as he gestured towards the field. Ling Yun opened his eyes and smiled. Oh, nothing much, just absorbing the atmosphere here. Indeed, the match was thrilling. The Irish chasers moved in perfect harmony, fluid as a stream, while Bulgaria's seeker, Victor Crumb, soared through the air like a black falcon, showcasing unparalleled aerial finesse. The score oscillated between the two teams, the excitement in the stadium reaching a fever pitch. Yet beneath this fervor, Ling Yun discerned a dissonant note. A cold, malevolent emotion was quietly germinating in a corner of the crowd, spreading insidiously. His consciousness swiftly pinpointed the source, a group of individuals cloaked in black robes and hoods. They offered no cheers for either side, merely casting mocking and cruel glances at the revelers around them. Death Eaters. A heaviness settled in Ling Yun's heart. It appeared that the narrative would unfold as expected. The match ultimately concluded in a dramatic fashion. While the Irish team emerged victorious, Crumb captured the Golden Snitch, leaving supporters of both sides ensnared in a complex blend of elation and disappointment. The jubilation reached its zenith. At that very moment, the cold malice erupted in full force. Amidst the night, screams and explosions reverberated. A group of Death Eaters, clad in black robes and white masks, materialized at the center of the camp. Wielding their wands, they ruthlessly assaulted the defenseless wizards. The camp administrator, Mr. Roberts, and his family were hoisted into the air like marionettes, subjected to their cruel whims and torment. Panic spread like wildfire, a plague of fear engulfing the crowd as they screamed and scattered. The camp descended into chaos. "Hurry, children, follow me, Mr. Weasley urgently beckoned the group, sprinting towards the nearby woods. Ling Yun trailed at the rear, his expression tranquil, yet his gaze sharpened with intensity. His consciousness, like an invisible net, encompassed everything around him. He observed that the Death Eaters were not merely engaging in mindless destruction, they were reveling in it. They delighted in the pure terror emanating from those around them. These fearful emotions coalesced into tendrils of black energy, greedily absorbed by some dark mark upon them. They were feeding. So that was it. Ling Yun understood that the power of the Death Eaters was intrinsically linked to negative emotions. They were in essence beneficiaries or slaves of the abyss of despair. Just as the crowd rushed into the woods to find a place to conceal themselves, a voice suddenly echoed from a nearby clearing. The bones reappeared. A green light soared into the sky, exploding into a massive figure of a skull, composed of countless flickering green stars. A great serpent emerged from the mouth of the skull, writhing in the air like a tongue. The Dark Mark. All who beheld this emblem, whether Death Eaters or fleeing wizards, instantly halted in their tracks, their faces betraying sheer terror. It was a primal shudder, as if the specter of death had descended upon them. The entire camp was engulfed in a profound silence. Even the brazen Death Eaters ceased their assaults, vanishing like phantoms in the face of their own dread. Ling Yun's gaze was fixated upon the mark. With the aid of the fragments of the Law of Fear, he could perceive the immense power of terror encapsulated within that symbol more clearly than anyone else. It was not merely an image. It was a living totem of fear, nourished by the fears and deaths of countless souls. Through this totem, Ling Yun could even trace back and sense the emotional state of the caster at that very moment, a tumultuous blend of fervor, loyalty, despair, and a morbid longing to prove oneself. Ding! Detected an unknown powerful emotional source. The Dark Mark. Long-term mission update. Purification of the abyss of emotions. New intel unlocked. Emotional totem. Triggered side quest. Behind the mark. Mission objective. Identify the true culprit behind the Dark Mark's release and explore their inner obsessions. Mission reward. The voice of the system resonated at the opportune moment. A cold smirk graced Ling Yun's lips. He turned to Harry and Hermione beside him and instructed, "Stay here and do not move." With that, he flickered and transformed into a shadow, stealthily advancing towards the direction of the caster. He did not wish to alert the arriving ministry officials. He knew that those bureaucrats were only capable of misjudging, like the poor house elf, Dobby, and were of little use otherwise. He was determined to witness firsthand who had unleashed the Dark Mark. Soon, he discovered the figure behind a thicket, a person clad in a cloak, trembling and gasping for breath. Clutching Harry's wand tightly, Ling Yun did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he lingered in the shadows, using his vast consciousness, as expansive as the sea of stars, to meticulously probe the depths of the individual's mind. Anger, resentment, the anguish of abandonment, hatred towards a father, and fervent adoration for a master. All manner of extreme emotions swirled chaotically within this person's psyche. This is a lamentable individual, driven utterly mad by his own obsessions. Little Bataclouch. "So it was you," Ling Yun whispered to himself in his heart. He refrained from approaching, aware that the moment was not yet ripe. Silently, he inscribed upon Little Bataclouch a mark of consciousness, one that only he could perceive, forged through the power of the Law of Fear. This mark resembled a GPS locator. Wherever he fled, he could not escape Ling Yun's grasp. Having accomplished this, Ling Yun slipped away quietly. What ensued was identical to the events in the original narrative. They discovered the glimmering object, stumbled upon Harry's wand, and then commenced a foolish and chaotic trial. Ling Yun merely observed with cold detachment. He knew that from this night onward, The illusory peace of the magical world had been irrevocably shattered. The Dark Lord was poised to return, and he had finally identified the most perilous adversary lurking within Hogwarts. The game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Ling Yun gazed at the distant flames, gradually extinguishing, and a menacing skull in the sky, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 49. No Cut. No Stop. The turmoil at the Quidditch World Cup and the emergence of the Dark Mark loomed over everyone like a storm cloud. The students, no longer brimming with the exuberance they had upon arrival, whispered among themselves, their faces marred by traces of fear and anxiety. My father said, it was definitely the Death Eaters. Ron lowered his voice, confiding in Harry and Hermione. They've always created panic in crowded places. It's terrifying, Hermione murmured, recalling the muggles suspended in midair, resembling mere puppets. Harry remained silent, instinctively touching the scar on his forehead. At the moment the Dark Mark appeared, his scar throbbed painfully once more, a pain resonating with Voldemort's emotions. Ling Yun sat nearby, eyes closed in contemplation. He did not partake in the trio's discourse. His consciousness was engrossed in processing the vast emotional data gathered from the World Cup. The fervor, excitement, pride, despair, and ultimately, the fear and hopelessness of the crowd of 100,000. These were the nutrients of the abyss of emotions and the most precious samples for his study of the essence of power in this world. He discerned that wizards' emotions appeared more pure and intense than those of ordinary individuals. Their joys and sorrows bore strong magical fluctuations, perhaps one of the roots from which their ability to wield magic sprang. Ling Yun, what are your thoughts? Hermione suddenly turned to him and inquired. Yet, the calm and profound aura surrounding him instilled a sense of inexplicable comfort within her. What do you mean? Ron asked, perplexed. His words only deepened the somber atmosphere within the carriage. At the opening banquet of the new term, Dumbledore announced a significant piece of news. Due to certain well-known reasons, this year's Quidditch Cup would be suspended. Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointed sighs swept through the hall, especially among the students of Gryffindor. There were hopes that Harry would lead them to yet another championship victory. However, Dumbledore shifted the tone of the conversation, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, I believe you will have even more thrilling and exciting activities to partake in. For after a century, Hogwarts will once again have the honor of hosting a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament. The entire hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The Triwizard Tournament. How splendid. Can we participate? It is said that many have perished in previous contests. A surge of exhilaration, curiosity, and a tinge of fear swiftly replaced the earlier disappointment, becoming the dominant sentiment within the hall. Ling Yun could distinctly perceive the electrifying atmosphere that enveloped the grand space. He cast a glance at Dumbledore seated at the staff table, whose face bore a look of satisfaction. It was clear that Dumbledore was employing this strategy to divert the students' attention, alleviating the dread instigated by the Dark Mark. A masterful emotional counterplay indeed. Dumbledore continued to elaborate on the tournament's rules and introduced the esteemed guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Finally, he gestured to the center of the hall, where an ancient wooden cup, intricately adorned with elaborate carvings, materialized before them, the Goblet of Fire. The moment it appeared, Ling Yun felt a jolt within his consciousness. An ancient and awe-inspiring magical aura, tinged with a hint of hunger, emanated from the cup. It was not malevolent like a Horcrux, nor was it filled with pure malice like the Dark Mark. Instead, it resembled a judge faithfully fulfilling an ancient covenant, yet simultaneously, it embodied the essence of a ravenous beast yearning to savor the most potent and pure emotions: courage, wisdom, glory, and even the fear that accompanies death. These were its sustenance. Thus, Ling Yun understood that the Triwizard Tournament was, in essence, a ritual of emotional sacrifice. At that moment, the grand doors to the hall were thrust open, and a man clad in a black travel cloak, leaning on a long wooden staff and bearing a face marred by scars, limped into the room. One of his eyes was normal and black, while the other was a large, swirling, bright blue magical eye. Mad-Eye Moody, or rather, it should be referred to as Barty Crouch Jr. The instant he entered, Ling Yun's consciousness immediately locked onto him. It was him, the very individual who had unleashed the Dark Mark at the World Cup. Although he had transformed into Moody's guise through Polyjuice Potion, the unique tempest of fervor, resentment, and despair that swirled within his soul could not be concealed. Before Ling Yun's consciousness, which had ascended to the level of the stars and the seas, his disguise was as transparent as the Emperor's new clothes. Ding! The target behind the side mission has been confirmed, triggering a new task. The flaw of the film Emperor. Task objective: Gradually unveil the disguise of young Barty Crouch without alarming Voldemort. Explore the deeper motivations behind his actions and thwart his ultimate scheme. Task Reward, Fragment of the Emotion Law, Jealousy, Tai Chi Spirit Cultivation, 3rd level. The bountiful rewards ignited a spark in Ling Yun's eyes. He glanced at Moody, who was enthusiastically embracing Dumbledore, and then at the Goblet of Fire, exuding an aura of hunger. He realized that, this academic year, as an emotion transporter, he had much to attend to. A mad director, a troupe of actors manipulated by emotions, and a judge eager to savor feelings. This grand performance promised to be far more thrilling than anything portrayed on film. A playful smile curled at the corners of Ling Yun's mouth. Chapter 50, The Soul-Draining Curse. Moody's Dark Arts Defense class quickly became the most anticipated and feared course of the new semester. His erratic magical, I seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of all. His gravelly voice, laced with obsession and vigilance, rendered every student restless. Today marked his first formal lesson. Dark magic manifests in myriad forms. Standing at the podium, Moody rapped his battered wand against the blackboard. They will transform. They will disguise themselves. You must remain ever vigilant. Eternal vigilance. Ling Yun sat calmly in the back of the classroom, observing him. He could sense young Barty Crouch earnestly attempting to mimic the true Moody. His tone, his gestures, even the paranoid vigilance born of wartime trauma. The imitation was nearly flawless. Alas, while he deceived others, he could not fool Ling Yun's perception. Beneath the veneer of obsession, Ling Yun could distinctly discern the fervent and vengeful heartbeat of young Barty Crouch's soul. Enough of this idle chatter. Moody, young Barty, flashed a grotesque grin. Today, we shall engage in something practical. Who can tell me which spells the Ministry of Magic prohibits wizards from using against their own kind? Hermione's hand shot up first, as usual. Yet Moody did not acknowledge her. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on Ron. You, Weasley. Ron jumped in surprise, stammering as he stood. My dad said one. Is the soul-draining curse? Exactly. Moody nodded approvingly. Your father certainly knows that one. It caused quite a stir for the Ministry back in the day. He retrieved a glass jar from the podium, containing 3 enormous black spiders. He pointed his wand at one and intoned, Soul Departure. The spider immediately ceased its struggles and began performing a series of comical antics under Moody's command, dancing, somersaulting, even swimming in place. The classroom erupted in muffled laughter. Yet Ling Yun remained stoic. He could distinctly sense the consciousness of that spider, thoroughly enveloped and enslaved by a formidable, unyielding will. Its body no longer belonged to itself. It had become a mere marionette. This direct infringement upon the soul's volition instilled a flicker of instinctive discomfort within Ling Yun. Absurd, isn't it? Moody's voice suddenly turned frigid. What if I were to cast this curse upon you? Laughter in the classroom abruptly ceased, replaced by expressions of terror on the students' faces. There are 2 more. Moody's voice grew even harsher, Cruciatus Curse. He directed his wand at the second spider. A flash of crimson light flickered. The spider began to convulse violently, twisting grotesquely. Its 8 legs contorted at unnatural angles, conveying a silent, excruciating agony through its body language to everyone present. Neville's face turned pale as a ghost. Ling Yun could feel the resurfacing of his buried fears regarding his parents' torment, now rekindled by this brutal spectacle. Stop! Hermione finally could no longer contain herself, screaming, Please stop. This is too cruel. The spider lay on the desk, barely alive, motionless. The final one. Moody's gaze swept across the room, eventually resting upon Harry's face. Avada Kedavra. He uttered the forbidden name in a voice barely above a whisper. A blinding green light shot forth from the tip of his wand. The third spider instantly froze, then silently toppled from a desk. It was dead. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. Fear gripped everyone's throats like icy hands. Only one person survived this curse. Moody's magical eye fixated intently on Harry, who sat there in the classroom. Harry felt his scar begin to throb once more. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Moody seemed quite pleased with the students' reactions. However, before we conclude, I wish to allow you to experience the sensation of the Cruciatus Curse firsthand, so that you may learn how to resist it. A mad grin spread across his face. One by one, he began to cast the curse upon the students. Most were unable to withstand it. Performing various ludicrous antics under Moody's command, some mimicked squirrel jumps, while others burst into operatic song. It was Harry's turn. Soul extraction. Harry felt his mind go blank in an instant. A voice echoed in his head, Jump onto the table. Jump. But another voice resisted. No. He summoned all his strength to fight against that command. Ultimately, he merely bent his legs slightly, refraining from leaping. Well done, Potter. Moody appeared quite pleased. You possess the will to resist. Finally, it was Ling Yun's turn. All eyes were fixed upon him. They were all intrigued by the reaction of the enigmatic Eastern Exchange student. Souls seemed to leave their bodies. A cruel smirk played upon the lips of young Barty Crouch. He was determined to uncover the secrets of this unsettling boy. An invisible force of will, akin to a probing needle, forcefully penetrated Ling Yun's mind. Yet, contrary to expectations, the soft, malleable consciousness he sought to control did not manifest. Instead, he encountered a void, a boundless, absolute, serene emptiness. Here, there were no thoughts, no emotions, no memories. Nothing at all. It was akin to tossing a stone into the black hole of the universe, without even causing the slightest ripple. Young Barty Crouch was taken aback. His formidable will, capable of commanding a fire dragon, seemed utterly insignificant and laughable in the face of this void. He felt as though his very will was being devoured and assimilated by this emptiness. An unprecedented panic seized his heart. He abruptly severed the link of the spell. Instinctively retreating a step, he gazed at the Eastern youth, who remained seated with an unsettling calm, not even blinking. For the first time, the crazed magic I displayed an emotion called fear. The classroom fell into silence. Everyone witnessed Professor Moody casting a spell upon Ling Yun. Yet, Ling Yun remained motionless, as if nothing had transpired. You resisted? Moody's voice was somewhat hoarse. Ling Yun slowly raised his head, looking at him with a polite yet distant smile. Resisted? Professor, I believe you may have misunderstood. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Did you truly cast a spell just now? I felt nothing at all. Chapter 51, Jealousy. I felt nothing at all. Ling Yun's statement struck the stillness of the classroom like a boulder. All the students stared at him, dumbfounded. Felt nothing at all? What a jest. That was the soul-sucking curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Even the most steadfast of wizards would feel their minds blank and wills severely shaken upon facing it for the first time. And you claim to have felt nothing? This is not magic. It is even less magical than Professor Snape suddenly announcing 100 points for Gryffindor. Young Barty Crouch, or rather Moody, was left speechless by this remark. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Of course, he had cast the spell. Moreover, he had employed his strongest will. He had intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the background of this Eastern boy. Yet, his will had vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. The other party even had the audacity to question whether he had cast a spell at all. This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation, a profound sense of humiliation, more intense than being confined in a box by the true Moody for a decade. Searched within him, it appeared that Mr. Ling Yun's willpower far exceeded my expectations. Young Barty Crouch suppressed the tumultuous waves within, forcing a few words through clenched teeth. Gryffindor. No. Ravenclaw. 10 points. For the first time, as he awarded points to another house, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Class dismissed. He nearly roared, concluding this lesson that had stripped him of his dignity. The students, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly gathered their belongings and fled the stifling classroom. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately surrounded him. Ling Yun, you were incredible, Ron exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. How did you manage that? Even Harry seemed on the verge of leaping with excitement. Indeed, Ling Yun. Harry regarded him with a look akin to that of gazing upon a marvel. It felt as though someone were shouting in his mind, rendering thought impossible. Your clemency must be exceptionally refined, Hermione inquired with a look of curiosity. To her, only the most adept of clemens could achieve such an effect. That would be accurate, Ling Yun smiled, offering no further elaboration. He certainly could not divulge that his mind was akin to a black hole, possessing an innate passive ability that rendered it impervious to intrusion. Such a notion would be far too fantastical. He understood that today, a spectacle would undoubtedly instill great caution and suspicion in young Barty Crouch toward him. Yet, this was precisely his intention. An enemy concealed in the shadows is not terrifying. The true fear lies in being oblivious to their existence. Now, he had successfully planted a seed of doubt in Barty Crouch's mind, one that would impede his future actions, thereby revealing more vulnerabilities. Time flew by. The student from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang had arrived at Hogwarts. The girls from Beauxbatons were elegant and beautiful, their carriages drawn by magnificent, winged horses descending from the skies. The boys from Durmstrang, robust and stern, emerged from their ghostly ship, which slowly ascended from the depths of the Black Lake. The Hogwarts students were left in awe. At the feast, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Finally, the most exhilarating moment arrived. The Triwizard Cup was to select 3 champions. Dumbledore stood before the goblet of fire, and the entire hall fell silent. The blue flames within the goblet suddenly ignited into red. Sparks flew. A fiery tongue leapt skyward, from which a charred parchment emerged. Dumbledore grasped the parchment. The champion from Durmstrang, he pronounced in a resonant voice, is Victor Krum. A thunderous applause erupted from the Durmstrang table. Krum stood, his expression unreadable, and walked before Dumbledore before entering the adjacent chamber. Shortly thereafter, the goblet spewed forth a second parchment. The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour, a girl of astonishing beauty. Adorned with flowing silver locks, gracefully rose to her feet amidst the cheers of her companions and stepped into the room. At last, the champion of Hogwarts had arrived. The flames of the goblet of fire flickered upward once more. The third parchment soared forth. The champion of Hogwarts, Dumbledore intoned, is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in exuberance. Their house had finally produced a champion. Cedric, the handsome and honorable head of Hufflepuff, made his entrance as the crowd erupted in applause and congratulations. Splendid, Dumbledore joyfully proclaimed. Now we have 3 champions. I believe, yet his words remained unfinished. The goblet of fire suddenly underwent another transformation. Its crimson flames surged higher than ever before. Then a fourth parchment drifted slowly out from within. Dumbledore instinctively reached out to catch it. Gazing at the name inscribed on the parchment, his smile froze in an instant. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. All held their breath, watching Dumbledore. They sensed that something was amiss. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore read the name in a hushed voice, filled with astonishment. Harry Potter. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Harry sat there, dazed, his mind a blank slate. He heard his name, yet he had done nothing. He had not cast his name into the goblet of fire. Harry Potter! Harry Potter! Dumbledore called out his name twice more. Go on, Harry. Hermione gently nudged him at his side. Only then did Harry come to his senses, rising unsteadily to his feet. He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, akin to searchlights, illuminating him with shock, doubt, envy, and anger. He traversed the long aisle, approached the staff table, and received the parchment bearing his name from Dumbledore's hands. As he moved towards the Chamber of Champions, the hall erupted in chaos. He cheated. He is merely 14. How could he possibly circumvent the age line set by Dumbledore? This is unjust. A cacophony of voices filled the air. At the Gryffindor table, Ron's expression darkened considerably. He watched Harry's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with disbelief and a deep-seated envy. Why? Why must it always be Harry? The boy who lived, the youngest seeker, and now, once again, Hogwarts' second champion. All the accolades belonged to him. And what of Ron? Forever the insignificant, superfluous, impoverished boy trailing in Harry's shadow. A fierce, bitter jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He even entertained a dreadful thought. Harry must have cast his name into the goblet himself. He deceived everyone. He deceived me. Ling Yun sat at the Ravenclaw long table, absorbing everything around him. He could distinctly sense the tempest of emotions raging within Ron. He also felt Harry's helplessness, confusion, and the unjust fear emanating from another room. Moreover, he could perceive the murky emotional atmosphere in the Great Hall, thickened by jealousy and suspicion. These emotions were incessantly drawn in by the goblet of fire, causing its flames to blaze even brighter. A warning echoed in Ling Yun's mind. Warning. Significant emotional fluctuations detected in key figure Ron Weasley. The King's confidence mission is in jeopardy. Jealousy is consuming his rationality. Ling Yun sighed, aware that it was time for him to take action. He glanced towards the staff table, where Moody's face was etched with seriousness and anger. Young Barty Crouch wore a barely perceptible smirk of triumph. His scheme had succeeded. Not only had he made Harry a champion, but he had also planted a bomb capable of shattering the friendship between Harry and his closest companion. Engaging in psychological warfare, Ling Yun's gaze turned icy. In the presence of this emotional mediator, you are yet too inexperienced. Chapter 52, Fractures. The farce surrounding the Goblet of Fire was temporarily quelled by Dumbledore's authoritative intervention. Despite the vehement protests from Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang, and Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons, the contract of the goblet was binding. Once chosen, one must compete. Thus, Harry Potter, a mere 14-year-old boy, was unwillingly thrust into the role of the fourth champion in the Triwizard Tournament. This revelation plunged all of Hogwarts into an oddly charged atmosphere. The gazes of students towards Harry grew increasingly complex, especially among Hufflepuff. Others viewed him as a greater hero, convinced he was destined to create miracles. Harry's life descended into chaos. Wherever he went, he faced pointed fingers. He longed to explain, Yet no one believed him. Most painfully, his best friend, Ron Weasley, also doubted him. That evening, after emerging from the Champion's Chamber, Harry eagerly sought Ron to share his bewilderment, only to be met with Ron's cold response. "Congratulations, Harry. You finally got what you wanted, didn't you? No more hanging out with a poor bloke like me." With that, Ron pulled the curtains of his bed shut, shutting Harry out completely. Those words pierced Harry's heart like a dagger. He would rather endure 1,000 taunts from Malfoy than hear Ron utter such sentiments. In the following days, the two fell into a frigid silence, avoiding conversation, skipping classes together, and deliberately steering clear of one another in the common room. The entire Gryffindor felt the weight of this oppressive atmosphere, while Hermione found herself caught in the middle, torn between them. She believed in Harry, yet she also understood Ron. She endeavored to mediate, but each attempt ended in failure. That evening, Ling Yun found Ron alone in the corner of the Gryffindor common room, pretending to work on his potions essay. The flickering firelight cast shadows on his freckled face, revealing an air of solitude and anguish. Ling Yun could distinctly sense the intense jealousy within him, fiercely battling against his longing for friendship and his self-loathing. He resembled a child lost in a tempest of emotions, unable to find his way. Without uttering a word, Ling Yun withdrew a set of jade ghost stones from a robe and placed them on the table before Ron. The crisp sound of the stones breaking the silence echoed through the room. Ron looked up, seeing Ling Yun gazing at him with calmness. "Not this again," he replied, his tone tinged with impatience. "I'm not in the mood for games." "I know," Ling Yun responded. "I did not come to play." She gestured towards the board, where a precarious endgame was already laid out. A formidable cluster of white stones dominated the center of the board, aggressively surrounding a solitary group of black stones that appeared to be on the verge of collapse. "This white group represents Harry," Ling Yun stated calmly. "He is currently the celebrated hero, basking in everyone's attention and support, appearing incredibly powerful." Ron's expression darkened. "And this group of black stones represents you," Ling Yun continued, pointing to the besieged black stones. "You perceive yourself as weak and insignificant, suffocated by his brilliance. You believe you are merely a shadow, an inconsequential accessory." Each of Ling Yun's words struck at Ron's deepest vulnerabilities. His fists clenched tightly. "What do you want to say?" he asked through gritted teeth. "What I wish to convey is that what you see is merely the surface." Ling Yun picked up a black stone and gently placed it on the board in a seemingly inconspicuous position. With the placement of that stone, the dynamics of the entire board subtly shifted. The black stones, previously appearing vulnerable, seemed to be infused with new life. They resonated with another seemingly scattered group of black stones on the board, forming a vast, concealed encirclement. Unbeknownst to the white stones, they had unwittingly fallen into the heart of this trap. Their momentum was stifled. They had become dead stones. Ron stared at the board in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend what he saw. How is this possible? One stone reversed the entire situation? "And go, this is known as dragon slaying," Ling Yun remarked nonchalantly. "Sometimes, the most formidable adversaries are not vanquished outright, but rather dismantled from within. Harry may appear to be thriving at present, but in truth, he is in peril. He has been thrust into the spotlight, becoming the target of everyone's attention. He resembles those besieged white stones, seemingly strong, yet walking a precarious path. As your gaze fell upon Ron's eyes, you realized that you were the one capable of saving him." "Me?" Ron pointed at himself, disbelief etched on his face. "Yes, you. You affirmed. You possess something he lacks. Harry has courage and talent. However, at times he is too impulsive and overly emotional. He fails to see the bigger picture. But you, Ron Weasley, possess an innate tactical genius. I have heard Harry speak of your unmatched prowess in wizard chess, commanding those pieces as though they were real soldiers. That is your gift, a talent rarer and more significant than any aptitude for flight. On the battlefield of the future, Harry may be the sharpest sword, charging forth into battle. Yet you shall be the hand that wields the blade, the true king orchestrating the strategies from the shadows." Ron was utterly taken aback. A tactical genius? A king? These were notions he had never imagined could be associated with him. He had always perceived himself as a failure, someone who paled in comparison to his brothers and friends. "But I have done nothing," he stammered, his voice trembling. "To be the one who restrains him in his impulsiveness. To be the one who analyzes the situation when he is confounded. To be the sole individual capable of perceiving the dangers lurking behind his brilliance, when all others are dazzled. Friendship is not about who is stronger or who is more renowned. It is about complementing one another, about guardianship. It is about entrusting one's back to another." After your words, you rose, folding the chessboard. "Ponder this well, your majesty." With that parting remark, you turned and ascended the staircase. Ron found himself alone in the common room, sitting there in a daze. A king, a tactical genius. I entrust my back to you. An unprecedented and unfamiliar emotion began to take root within him. A seed named responsibility and worth. He mused that perhaps you were right. Perhaps he could indeed become someone different. He rose swiftly and ascended the staircase towards the boys' dormitory. He sought Harry to convey his apologies, to assure him not to fear, for he was still there. Chapter 53. The Fire-Breathing Dragon. Ron and Harry reconciled. Under the guidance of your theory of kings and generals, Ron finally gained clarity. No longer did he envy Harry's radiance. Instead, he began to perceive Harry's challenges through the lens of a tactical master. He became Harry's steadfast support and advisor, accompanying him daily to the library for research, assisting in analyzing potential tasks for the Triwizard Tournament, and even studying recordings of previous champions' competitions in an attempt to uncover patterns. This touched Harry deeply and brought him an unprecedented sense of reassurance. The trio was once again unbreakable. Meanwhile, you received another reward from the system for successfully dispelling Ron's jealousy. Ding. Side quest: the King's Confidence Completion Rate, 80. The emotion of jealousy has been initially alleviated, and self-confidence is gradually being restored. Although the task remains incomplete, this reward has already left Ling Yun quite satisfied. A torrent of intricate information regarding jealousy surged into his consciousness. He discovered that jealousy is a remarkably peculiar negative emotion. It is neither as pure as fear nor as direct as anger. It is a cocktail of various feelings, including inferiority, desire, resentment, and discontent. To resolve it, one cannot merely suppress or stifle it. Instead, one must peel back the layers like an onion to uncover the core source of inferiority, and then replace it with self-assurance and self-acceptance. What a complex matter, Ling Yun mused. The deeper his understanding of emotions became, the more he realized how arduous and distant his ultimate task of purifying emotions truly is. Soon, the details of the first event in the Triwizard Tournament were leaked. Hagrid covertly took Harry to the edge of the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night. There, Harry beheld 4 true adult dragons imported from Romania. One was a majestic Swedish shortsnout, another an elegant Welsh green, a third covered in menacing spikes was the Chinese fireball, and the largest and most ferocious of all was the pitch-black Hungarian horntail. The first task was to steal a golden egg from beneath the noses of these fire-breathing beasts. Harry was struck dumb with fear. This was not a competition. It was tantamount to a death sentence. He conveyed this news to Cedric, and then, with a nudge from Moody's kind reminder, began fervently practicing the summoning charm. He aimed to summon his firebolt from the castle. However, the results of his practice were far from satisfactory. Faced with the legendary dragons, which invoked ultimate terror, his inner fear severely hampered the stability of his magical power. He summoned a haphazard assortment of items, books, quills, and even one of Ron's stinky socks, but the firebolt he desperately needed remained elusive. That night, after yet another unsuccessful practice, Harry despondently sat by the Black Lake, cradling his head in despair. I'm doomed. I will surely be roasted to a crisp by that great black dragon. He muttered to himself, if you have already succumbed to fear before even stepping on the field, then you are indeed doomed. A calm voice resonated behind him. Ling Yun. Harry felt as if he had found a savior. What should I do? My summoning charm is utterly ineffective. It is not your spell that is ineffective, Ling Yun replied as he sat beside him. It is your heart that is in disarray. Your mind is consumed with thoughts of how terrifying that dragon is, how searing its flames are, and how sharp its teeth are. Your heart is filled with fear, and fear is the greatest enemy of magic. It will scatter your magical energy like sand, rendering it impossible to coalesce. I know, Harry said in frustration, but I can't control it. The moment I think of that dragon, Then do not try to control it, Ling Yun replied. What? Harry was taken aback. Do not attempt to suppress your fear. Ling Yun gazed at him, his eyes profound. Instead, strive to comprehend it, to feel it, even to embrace it. Having spoken, he extended his hand and pressed it against Harry's forehead. A faint yet exceedingly pure essence of a law of fear gradually flowed from his fingertips into the ocean of Harry's consciousness. Boom! Harry felt as if his mind had been detonated by a bomb. The scenery before him shifted instantaneously. He was no longer seated by the tranquil Black Lake. Instead, he found himself within a vast lair, reeking of sulfur and flames. A colossal, pitch-black Hungarian horntail loomed before him, its molten gold eyes fixed intently upon him. Huh! Fiery gusts erupted from its nostrils. Harry screamed in terror, instinctively preparing to flee. Do not move. Ling Yun's voice resonated directly within his mind. Look into its eyes, Harry. Observe closely. Summoning all his courage, Harry raised his gaze to meet the dragon's enormous golden eyes. Beneath the initial brutality and ferocity, he seemed to discern something different, a flicker of vigilance, unease, perhaps even a profound fear. It is afraid, Ling Yun's voice continued to guide him. It fears you. Fears all creatures that approach its lair. It fears that what it protects may be harmed. Ling Yun's will directed Harry's perspective, slowly shifting it to reveal a nest of enormous dragon eggs, smooth as obsidian, lying quietly beneath the dragon's massive form. It is not merely a monster, Harry. It is a mother, safeguarding her offspring with her very life. Harry's body quaked with a sudden realization. Mother. The word struck a chord deep within him. He recalled the image of the red-haired woman who had shielded him from Voldemort with open arms in his nightmares. What difference was there between this dragon and his mother? Both were fiercely protecting what they held most dear. In an instant, the overwhelming fear within Harry began to wane, replaced by a complex tapestry of sympathy and understanding. As he regarded the Hungarian horntail again, fear was no longer his sole emotion. He no longer saw a creature intent on tearing him apart, but rather a magnificent mother, filled with vigilance and anxiety. He thought, I do not wish to harm your offspring. I merely seek to take away that golden, false object. The moment this thought arose within him, he sensed the brutal aura emanating from the dragon diminish slightly. Do you feel it? Ling Yun's voice echoed once more. Emotions possess the remarkable ability to be contagious. When one ceases to fear them and instead endeavors to comprehend their essence, they can sense your benevolence. Of course, this does not imply that they will refrain from striking. The instinct to protect the young remains intact. However, your intentions have shifted. You no longer seek to conquer it. Rather, you aim to obtain that golden egg in a manner that inflicts minimal harm upon both parties. Your heart transitions from confrontation to resolution. Now, attempt your spell once more. The illusions before you recede like the tide. His visage bears a trace of shock and bewilderment. Yet the essence of his being has undergone a subtle transformation. He rises and raises his wand. This time, he does not dwell upon the terror of the dragon. In his mind, there exists only the clear objective of the fire arrow. What he requires is not a weapon to vanquish the dragon, but rather a nimble tool that will assist him in swiftly seizing the golden egg. His heart is imbued with an unprecedented calmness and focus. Fire arrow, come forth, he proclaims with fervor. This time, there are no summoned stinky socks. Far away in the Gryffindor Tower, a brand new, gleaming fire arrow trembles violently. It shatters the window, racing through the night sky like a genuine bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the direction of the Black Lake. Whoosh! A sound pierces the air. The fire arrow comes to a steady halt in Harry's hand. Success! Harry gazes at the fire arrow in his grasp, then at his companion Ling Yun, rendered speechless with excitement. He understands that he has achieved all this thanks to Ling Yun. This friend from the East has once again rescued him with his extraordinary, inexplicable Eastern magic. Thank you, Ling Yun. Go on, Harry, Ling Yun encourages, patting his shoulder with a smile. Show everyone how a true warrior wins the contest with wisdom and courage. Chapter 54. The Revival of Eastern Magic. The day of the first event in the Triwizard Tournament has finally arrived. Hogwarts Quidditch Pitch has been transformed into a vast arena filled with rocks and obstacles for dragon combat. The stands are teeming with spectators. Students from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang have gathered here, poised to witness this once-in-a-century spectacle. The atmosphere is both tense and fervent. Ladies and gentlemen, booms Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, his voice amplified by magic, brimming with enthusiasm. Welcome to the first challenge of the Triwizard Tournament, Dragon Encounter. As his words resound, the stands erupt in gasps and cheers. In the tent backstage, the faces of the four champions appear pale. Victor Crumb, the stoic seeker from Durmstrang, remains silent, fixating intently on his wand. Cedric Diggory, the handsome Hufflepuff champion, glistens with beads of sweat upon his forehead. Only Harry, despite his own anxiety, possesses an unwavering and tranquil gaze. He is a mother. Your heart, transitioning from confrontation to resolution, resonated like a talisman, suppressing the inner fears with a peculiar force known as understanding. Soon, the drawing commenced. Fleur drew the Welsh Green Dragon, Cedric drew the Swedish Short Snout, and Victor obtained the Eastern Fireball Dragon. Naturally, what remained for Harry was the most ferocious and largest of them all, the Hungarian Horntail. When Harry drew the small model of the Black Fire Dragon, the atmosphere within the tent plummeted to icy depths as everyone cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Taking a deep breath, Harry gripped his wand tightly. The competition was officially underway. The first to enter the arena was Cedric. displaying his cleverness. He employed a transfiguration spell to transform a rock into a Labrador, successfully drawing the attention of the Swedish shortsnout. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward and retrieved the golden egg, though his face was singed by the dragon's fiery breath, leaving a significant portion of his robe scorched. Nevertheless, he triumphed, and the Hufflepuff students erupted into fervent cheers. Next to compete was Fleur. She cast a hypnotic spell, attempting to lull the Welsh green dragon into slumber. Initially, her efforts bore fruit as the dragon's eyelids began to droop. However, just as she was about to claim the golden egg, the dragon sneezed, unleashing a torrent of flames that ignited Fleur's skirt. She screamed, extinguished the flames with her wand, and, in a rather disheveled state, managed to secure the golden egg. Victor was the third to take his turn, showcasing the formidable prowess of a Durmstrang student. He eschewed any elaborate techniques and instead struck the Eastern Fireball dragon directly in the eye with a powerful hex. Although this sent the dragon into a frenzied rage, smashing half of the real dragon eggs in its nest. Much to the judge's ire, he emerged unscathed with the golden egg in hand. Finally, it was Harry's turn. As he stepped out of the tent and into the colossal dragon arena, the hearts of all present soared to their throats. He was to face the Hungarian Horntail. The black behemoth coiled majestically in the center of the arena, guarding its precious clutch of eggs. Its spiked tail impatiently swept the ground, leaving deep gouges in the rock with each swipe. Now entering the arena, our youngest champion, Harry Potter, Ludovic Bagman announced, his voice tinged with anxiety. Harry did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he stood firm, raising his wand. Accio Firebolt. A clear and confident shout echoed throughout the arena, rendering the crowd momentarily speechless. The summoning charm? What was he attempting? Just as the spectators pondered, a streak of black lightning arced through the sky from the distant castle, hurtling towards him. It was the Firebolt. By Merlin's beard, he had summoned his broomstick. The stands erupted into chaos. Harry flipped over, mounted his broom, and soared into the air. He resembled a crimson shadow, gracefully spiraling through the sky. The Hungarian Horntail was infuriated by this diminutive fly darting above it. With its gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames, aimed directly at Harry. He yanked the broom sharply, narrowly evading the lethal blaze at an astonishing angle. Gasps erupted from the stands. However, the ensuing spectacle left everyone bewildered. Contrary to expectations, Harry did not exploit the speed advantage of the firebolt to taunt the dragon and seek an opportunity. Instead, he executed a series of seemingly purposeless aerial maneuvers. He soared high, then skimmed low, spiraling to the left of the dragon and then circling to its right. His flight path was elegant and fluid, yet utterly devoid of aggression. He resembled a ballet dancer performing in the air. "What is he doing?" Ron asked nervously. I don't know," Hermione replied, equally perplexed. Only in a corner of the teacher's stand did a flicker of approval grace Professor Lupin's face. He understood what Harry was attempting. Through his actions, Harry was conveying a message to the dragon. "I mean you no harm. I simply wish to take something from you. Ierbo no malisa." The Hungarian Horntail seemed to sense this shift. Its savage assault began to waver. No longer did it spew flames indiscriminately. Instead, it regarded the small figure in the sky with a wary, scrutinizing gaze. Its attacks grew increasingly methodical, resembling a warning rather than a lethal pursuit. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity amid the dragon's attack, Harry dove. Like a cannonball, he hurtled towards the clutch of dragon eggs. The dragon was momentarily taken aback by his sudden movement. By the time it reacted and prepared to breathe fire, it was too late. Harry's hand had securely grasped the golden, gleaming egg. With a swift pull on the broom, he ascended once more, narrowly evading the dragon's furious tail swipe. He had succeeded. He had obtained the golden egg. The entire arena fell into a profound silence for several seconds, followed by an eruption of fervent cheers that surpassed any previous outburst. Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. Ludo Bagman's voice trembled with excitement. Harry Potter. He did not attack the dragon. He engaged in a form of communication with the dragon that we have never witnessed before. He earned the dragon's respect through his aerial prowess. No one could comprehend what had just transpired, but they all beheld the outcome. Harry Potter had emerged unscathed, clutching the golden egg. In the teacher's stand, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He gazed at Harry, casting a glance towards the distant Lingyun, a profound smile gracing his lips. Mad-Eye Moody, with his frenzied magical eye, fixated intently on Lingyun, his expression rife with suspicion and a hint of deep-seated apprehension. Meanwhile, the headmaster of Durmstrang, Karkaroff, hastened to Severus Snape's side. "Severus, did you see that?" His voice trembled ever so slightly. That was no ordinary flying skill. That Potter boy and the exchange student from the East, they are problematic. There's a dangerous aura about them, one that I recognize all too well. Snape remained silent, his cold, fathomless eyes surveying Harry, who basked in the adulation of the crowd, and then glancing at Ling Yun, who remained composed like an outsider throughout. His countenance was darker than ever before. He was acutely aware of that aura. It was a formidable force, one that directly influenced the mind and emotions. More bewildering and challenging to defend against than dark magic itself. Eastern sorcery, Snape muttered through gritted teeth. In that moment, his unease and suspicion reached a pinnacle. He resolved that he must take action. He could no longer allow this Eastern boy to continue exerting his insidious influence over Potter. Chapter 55. The Invitation to the Ball. The conclusion of the first event plunged Hogwarts into a sea of revelry. The four champions successfully retrieved the golden eggs, despite the perilous nature of the challenge. There were no casualties. Harry Potter, in an unprecedented and perhaps unparalleled manner, triumphed over the ferocious Hungarian Horntail, earning the title of a true hero. His popularity surged, surpassing Cedric's, making him the most luminous star at Hogwarts. However, the celebratory atmosphere was short-lived, for a new dilemma loomed over the upperclassmen: the Christmas ball. The four champions were required to perform the opening dance with their partners. This news detonated like a bomb among the students. For the girls, it was a delightful prospect. They could don their most exquisite gowns and share a romantic evening with their crushes. Yet for the majority of boys, it was akin to a waking nightmare. Asking for a partner? That instilled fear far greater than facing a dragon. In an instant, the castle was enveloped in a peculiar blend of anticipation, anxiety, shyness, and hormones. Ling Yun could distinctly sense the intensity of this tempestuous whirlwind of adolescent emotions. He even fancied that if this energy could be harnessed, it might illuminate all of Hogwarts. Harry and Ron were undoubtedly the most severely affected. As a champion, Harry was compelled to find a partner, his sights set on the beautiful Ravenclaw girl, Cho Chang. Yet, despite mustering his courage several times, he could not bring himself to approach. The sensation was far more nerve-wracking than facing Voldemort himself. Meanwhile, Ron found himself ensnared in a different, more intricate anguish. He gazed upon the resplendent Victor Krum, a celebrated Bulgarian seeker idolized by countless girls, who spent his days immersed in the Hogwarts library. Ron understood that Krum's singular purpose for frequenting the library was none other than Hermione Granger. The revelation that Krum was pursuing Hermione sent a tumult of emotions swirling within Ron, akin to a cauldron of bittersweet flavors. On one hand, he felt that Hermione and Krum together was akin to a flower growing from manure. In his eyes, Hermione was the flower and Krum the manure. On the other hand, he envied Krum's audacity and forthrightness, while he himself lacked even the courage to invite Hermione. In a fit of jealousy, he had uttered some rather unkind words to her. "You can't possibly be considering going to the ball with him, can you? He is from Durmstrang. He is our enemy. You're just blinded by his fame." Those words struck Hermione deeply, leading to a fierce argument and an unhappy parting. Ling Yun observed all of this unfold. He understood that such turmoil was a natural aspect of adolescence, a growing pain that must be endured. He refrained from intervening, knowing that certain paths must be traversed by them alone, and some hurdles must be overcome independently. As an emotional guide, he could not always play the role of caretaker. He merely needed to offer a gentle pull when they were on the verge of falling into a pit. Furthermore, he himself had become a central figure in the unfolding drama surrounding the ball. Since the conclusion of the first task, his renown at Hogwarts had risen dramatically. The enigmatic Eastern exchange student, who communicated with dragons through mere glances, had captivated the curiosity and desire of numerous girls. Each day, students from various houses approached him with an array of excuses. "Ling Yun, I have a question about an ancient runes assignment I can't solve. Could you assist me?" "Ling Yun, I've heard that Eastern tea is delightful. Do you have any to share?" Even Cho Chang, after being invited by Cedric, had slyly inquired whether he would be willing to be her second choice. To all such advances, Ling Yun politely and distantly declined, stating, "I'm afraid I'm not interested in the ball. I am here to learn and research, not to socialize." His demeanor as a studious, ascetic figure only served to intensify the fascination of the girls around him. That afternoon, Ling Yun was engrossed in the library, studying an ancient tome on emotional magic. This book, borrowed from the restricted section, had become accessible to him following his previous arrangement with Dumbledore, granting him the privilege to enter freely. Within its pages were chronicled numerous ancient spells woven through emotion, such as crafting the most robust shield charm through love, casting the most malevolent curse through hate, and conjuring the most vivid illusions through fear, each revelation expanding Ling Yun's horizons. This allowed him to attain a deeper comprehension of the essence of emotional depths. Just as he was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, a muffled, oppressive sob interrupted his thoughts. He lifted his gaze, tracing the sound to the corner of the bookshelf. There sat a girl with chestnut hair, curled up with her knees hugged to her chest, her shoulders trembling. It was Hermione. After quarreling with Ron, she had secluded herself here to cry. Ling Yun sighed. It seemed that the role of a caretaker was inescapable. He closed the book, rose, and approached her. Without uttering a word, he withdrew a clean handkerchief from the sleeve of his robe and offered it to her. The handkerchief had been subtly imbued with a calming spell using his inner energy. Hermione looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ling Yun. She accepted the handkerchief and wiped her tears. A refreshing and serene aura emanated from the cloth, instantly soothing her heart, which had been racing with indignation and fury. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with congestion. "Did you argue with Ron again?" Ling Yun seated himself on the floor beside her. Hermione nodded, her eyes reddening once more. "He is being unreasonable. How dare he say such things about me? Who I choose to attend the ball with is my own business. He is merely jealous." Ling Yun incisively pointed out. "Jealous?" Hermione was taken aback. "Yes, jealous," Ling Yun affirmed. "He envies Crumb for his fame, strength, and bravery. More importantly, he is envious of Crumb's audacity to invite you, a courage he himself lacks. Thus, he resorts to such childish and hurtful tactics to mask his own insecurities and cowardice." Hermione was struck into silence. She had never contemplated the matter from this perspective. She had always assumed Ron's anger stemmed purely from her friendship with an enemy. "What should I do then?" she asked, feeling somewhat at a loss. "You need not do anything," Ling Yun replied. "This is his own inner turmoil, a battle he must face alone. Don your most splendid gown, and with your chosen partner, revel in the night that is rightfully yours. Do not allow anyone's words to make you doubt your worth. You are exceptional, Hermione. Your brilliance requires no validation from anyone." Ling Yun's words flowed into Hermione's heart like a warm current. She gazed at the young man before her, whose calm and profound eyes seemed to see through everything. For the first time, she felt that someone truly understood her. "Thank you, Ling Yun," she said sincerely. "You're welcome." Ling Yun stood, brushing the dust from his robe. "However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor." "What favor?" Hermione inquired eagerly. A mysterious smile graced Ling Yun's lips. "I have recently been researching a new potion and require some rather unique materials. I wish to uncover the secrets they conceal." Chapter 56, The Secret of the Egg. Hermione looked at Ling Yun, his intelligent brown eyes still slightly puffy from recent tears. However, more than anything, it was a clarity and curiosity awakened within her. "What is it?" she inquired immediately, completely forgetting her earlier grievances. For Hermione Granger, nothing could capture her attention more than a brand new, uncharted realm of knowledge. "I wish to investigate that golden egg." Ling Yun's tone was calm, yet Hermione could discern the profound interest contained within. "Harry's, is it?" Hermione paused for a moment, recalling that the object emitted only a piercing scream, rendering it incomprehensible. "Sound is merely one of the vessels of information," Ling Yun remarked. "What it harbors is far more intricate than mere noise. I sense that within that golden egg lies a very peculiar magic, an ancient magic rooted in emotion and sound. I wish to experience it up close." Hermione entendit gasped l'ingénieuse intention. As Harry's champion, the golden egg was his personal possession, making it difficult for outsiders to access. However, if she were to borrow it, Harry would undoubtedly oblige. "No problem," Hermione readily agreed. "I shall seek out Harry at once." She was now filled with gratitude and trust towards Ling Yun, and was more than willing to assist in this small endeavor. Moreover, she herself had developed a strong, academic curiosity regarding the emotional magic Ling Yun had mentioned. That evening, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione successfully borrowed the golden egg from Harry. He had no objections, as he was not making any headway in his own research and might as well let Ling Yun, this mysterious Eastern expert, take a crack at it. "Are we doing it here?" Ron asked nervously, eyeing the shimmering egg. He certainly did not wish to endure that eardrum-piercing noise once more. "No," Ling Yun shook his head. "The emotional field here is far too chaotic. I require a quiet and undisturbed place." He pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let's go to the room of requirement." "The room of requirement?" Harry and Ron looked perplexed. Hermione's eyes lit up. "Isn't that the legendary room that appears only when one truly needs it?" "Exactly," Ling Yun nodded. Under Hermione's guidance, the three swiftly made their way to the 8th floor of the castle. to the corridor adorned with a tapestry depicting a troll being beaten by a giant club. All right, now, focus, Ling Yun instructed Harry. Think in your mind that you need a completely quiet room suitable for studying magical artifacts. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. As he passed the blank wall for the third time, a smooth, black wooden door materialized out of thin air. By Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. The trio pushed the door open. The room was spacious, arranged like an alchemist's laboratory. In the center stood a massive stone table, surrounded by various instruments that flickered with a faint light, all beyond their comprehension. The air was imbued with a tranquil and ancient aura. All right, Harry, place it on the table, Ling Yun instructed. Harry carefully set the golden egg in the center of the stone table. You all step back a bit, Ling Yun commanded. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately retreated to the corner of the room, their expressions tense as they observed. Ling Yun approached the stone table, refraining from hastily opening the golden egg. Instead, he seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes, beginning to circulate the Infinite Heart Sutra, attuning his consciousness to an absolute state of ethereal clarity. He then extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and slowly pointed towards the golden egg. His fingers did not touch the eggshell, but halted an inch away. A faint, golden essence emanated from his fingertips, akin to a wisp of smoke, gradually permeating the golden egg. A soft hum resonated as the egg seemed to tremble gently before it opened of its own accord. However, this time, it did not emit that piercing shriek. The melody was peculiar. It appeared not to travel through the air, but rather to directly engage the souls of those present. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, after only a brief moment of listening, felt dizzy and uneasy, as if myriad voices were calling to them from the depths of their being, urging them to plunge into the cold, dark abyss of the sea. Guard your minds. Ling Yun's voice resonated like a morning bell, echoing in their minds. The three of them jolted, awakening from that strange state, their faces reflecting a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Ling Yun remained seated, his countenance tranquil. His consciousness had wholly immersed itself in the internal realm of the golden egg. He perceived that the sounds were not mere noise. They formed a magical array composed of countless distorted, vengeful sound runes. These runes represented the language of mermaids, a form of expression that conveyed emotions directly. They narrated an ancient secret regarding the treasures at the lake's bottom, while simultaneously employing the most primal and instinctual methods to tempt and intimidate any creature that heard their voices. Understanding dawned upon Ling Yun. This was not a riddle, but a trap. It tested not only intellect, but also the warrior's heart, gauging its strength to withstand the temptations and fears emanating from the soul. Ling Yun's consciousness began to attempt the interpretation of the sound runes, not through forceful unraveling, but by embracing and accepting these runes laden with negative emotions with the vastness of his own heart. Gradually, the twisted and violent runes began to soften and clarify under his purifying influence, as the cacophony of temptation and intimidation was filtered away. Only the purest essence of the riddle's information remained. Come find us, sing aloud beneath the water. We await your visit there. We have stolen your most cherished treasure. But as time passes, hope wanes. It shall never return, forever buried. The answer crystallized clearly in Ling Yun's mind, and the golden egg quietly closed once more. What happened? Harry inquired eagerly. It's done. Ling Yun rose to his feet, a faint smile gracing his face. He revealed the contents of the riddle to the three companions. Singing underwater? Stealing a treasure? An hour? Ron was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the connections. What could the most cherished treasure possibly be? Harry inquired. I have no idea, Hermione replied, shaking her head. It may be something symbolic. No, it is not symbolic, Ling Yun interjected suddenly. What do you mean? The three turned their gaze toward him. Ling Yun's expression grew serious. While I was deciphering the information earlier, I sensed an overwhelming desire and malice emanating from the mermaids. They truly wish to keep your treasure at the bottom of the lake forever. Moreover, Ling Yun looked at Harry. I can feel that a significant portion of that malice is directed toward you. Toward me? Harry was taken aback. Yes, Ling Yun affirmed, because you are the champion. To them, you are an invader attempting to seize their treasure. Therefore, the second task is far more perilous than you imagine. You will face not only the underwater environment, but also those mermaids filled with hostility. Ling Yun's words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the common room. Harry's heart sank. He had initially thought that unraveling the riddle would herald a resolution, only to find himself confronted with an even graver challenge. He gazed at the golden egg in his hands, its smooth surface seemingly reflecting the depths of an unfathomable, dark lake. Beneath the water, countless cold eyes fixated on him. A shiver coursed down his spine. Chapter 57. The Myrtle's lavatory. Ever since he uncovered the secret of the golden egg, Harry had succumbed to a new wave of anxiety. The underwater task was far more daunting than battling a dragon. He was a poor swimmer, struggling even with the basics, let alone enduring an hour submerged while contending with a host of malevolent mermaids. He began spending all day in the library with Hermione, fervently researching every spell related to underwater breathing. Perhaps a bubblehead charm will suffice? Ron suggested. No, Hermione immediately dismissed. The bubblehead charm provides only limited air and is quite cumbersome underwater. More importantly, it cannot withstand the mermaid song attacks. What about transfiguration? Transforming into a fish? Harry proposed whimsically. Theoretically feasible. Hermione adjusted her glasses, but that is an exceedingly advanced form of transfiguration, one even Professor McGonagall might struggle to execute flawlessly. You won't have time to learn it now. Once again, their investigation reached an impasse. Meanwhile, the storm of invitations for the Christmas ball escalated. The entire castle was permeated with the pungent scent of adolescent hormones. Summoning every ounce of courage, Harry finally approached Cho Chang. Yet, before he could utter a word, he witnessed Cedric Diggory, the dashing Hufflepuff champion, hastily securing the invitation from Cho. Harry's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. He felt as though he were the most unfortunate soul in the world. Disappointment in love and uncertainty in his sporting endeavors plagued him. Meanwhile, Ron continued on his self-destructive path. He watched as Hermione spent her days with Krum in the library, and the flames of jealousy within him blazed ever brighter. Yet, he could not bring himself to extend an invitation to Hermione. In an attempt to mask his own cowardice, he even sought out Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, only to be met with a disdainful gaze and a merciless rejection. This incident rendered him the laughingstock of Gryffindor. Fred and George even composed a song to mock him, delivering a devastating blow to Ron's self-esteem. He began to wallow in despair, wearing a perpetual scowl and responding to everyone with indifference. The bond among the trio had plummeted to an icy abyss. Ling Yun observed all of this keenly, understanding that it was a necessary growing pain they must all endure. As their emotional mediator, he could not always be their caretaker. He merely needed to offer a gentle nudge when they teetered on the brink of despair. That evening, Harry once again found himself in the library, poring over materials until the late hours, only to leave empty-handed. Dragging his weary body down the deserted corridor, he inexplicably halted by the Myrtle's washroom. The underwater melody resonated in his mind, and an idea flickered through his thoughts. Perhaps he should venture to that legendary prefect's washroom, said to wash away all troubles. He retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket. Enhanced by Ling Yun's Eastern Firewall technology, the map had become his ideal companion for nocturnal escapades. He skillfully avoided Filch and his cat, as well as the professors who patrolled at night. At last, he arrived at the 5th floor, standing before the door adorned with a mermaid painting. The scent of pine wafted through the air as he uttered the password. The door swung open, revealing a sight that left Harry utterly speechless. This was no mere washroom. It was akin to a miniature swimming pool. A vast, pool-like marble bath dominated most of the room, surrounded by over 100 golden faucets, each topped with a different color gem. White linen curtains adorned the windows, and soft white towels lay in the corners. The entire room exuded a soothing, delightful fragrance. Harry shed his clothes, cradling the golden egg in his arms, and cautiously slipped into the warm water. The sensation of comfort elicited a satisfied sigh from him. He placed the golden egg on the surface of the water, took a deep breath, and submerged himself. As his head fully immersed in the water, that familiar, sorrowful, and alluring melody began to play once more. This time, the discordant noise was absent. Every word resonated with perfect clarity. Harry listened intently, committing each syllable to memory. However, just as he prepared to surface, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A sudden voice interjected, belonging to a girl, imbued with a sense of grievance and sorrow, accompanied by soft weeping. It was Moaning Myrtle. She had inexplicably joined them in the bath. "Are you here to mock me as well?" She floated before Harry, her eyes brimming with tears. "And no," Harry exclaimed, taken aback, hastily waving his hands. At that moment, the two utterly distinct sounds, the mermaid's song and Myrtle's lament, strangely resonated within the water. Harry felt the golden egg in his grasp suddenly become scalding hot. It began to emit a brilliant golden light. The water in the bath started to ripple violently under the illumination of this radiance. To his astonishment, ethereal, flowing images materialized upon the surface of the water. He beheld the dark, unfathomable depths of the Black Lake. He glimpsed a peculiar mermaid village formed of enormous rocks and seaweed at the lake's bottom. He saw shadows bound to stone pillars. As he recognized their faces, his heart sank. It was Ron. It was Hermione. And also, Fleur's sister, that charming little girl. They were the treasures most cherished by the champions. A weighty dread gripped Harry's heart. Yet, the next scene sent a chill down his spine. He saw, surrounding those bound figures, countless menacing Grindylows with sharp fangs and claws. They lurked hungrily, eyeing those precious beings. Even more shocking was the final image. He witnessed a small girl, clad in tattered school robes and wearing glasses, with black hair, being dragged into the unfathomable darkness by a swarm of Grindylows. The girl struggled, emitting silent, piercing screams, her face a portrait of despair and agony. It was moaning Myrtle. This was the vision of Myrtle just before her demise. Terror surged through Harry at this horrifying sight, causing him to abruptly surface from the water, gasping for breath. The golden egg in his hand returned to its normal state, and the illusions upon the water's surface vanished. "What is the matter?" Myrtle inquired curiously, observing his pallid complexion. He merely stared blankly at the golden egg, his eyes filled with shock and an unprecedented fear. He understood that the second task was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. It was not merely a rescue mission. It was a confrontation with death itself. Chapter 58. Luna's invitation. Harry fled from the prefect's bathroom in distress. That night, he remained awake, tormented by thoughts. The following morning, he approached Cedric, bearing the weight of 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, and recounted everything that had transpired in the bathroom the previous night. An emotional amplifier? Cedric pondered, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. He had not anticipated that the golden egg possessed such a function. It was no longer merely a magical artifact. It resembled more a small causality weapon fueled by emotions. "It seems that the emotional magic of this world is even more profound than I had imagined," mused Lingyun. "What should I do?" Harry gazed at him in despair. "Whenever I close my eyes, I only see the image of the Myrtle being dragged to the bottom of the lake. I fear that I too might." "Do not be afraid," Lingyun reassured him, gently patting his shoulder. A wave of soothing energy flowed through him, calming Harry's heart, which was racing with fear. "What you witnessed was merely the memory of the Myrtle, not your future. As for the methods of breathing and fighting underwater, we have time to devise a plan." Lingyun's words provided Harry with a slight reprieve, yet the dilemma of finding a dance partner still loomed over him like a mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. He lacked the courage to invite any other girls. Ultimately, on the eve of the ball, he reluctantly accepted the invitation from Parvati Patil. Meanwhile, Ron, having endured the public humiliation of being rejected by Fleur, had completely given up. He even uttered more hurtful words to Hermione. "You can't possibly be thinking of going with that Bulgarian fool. He is our enemy. You're simply blinded by his fame. Do you really believe he likes you? You just want a Hogwarts student as a partner to gather intelligence." These caustic remarks struck Hermione like daggers, piercing her heart deeply. Her eyes brimmed with tears. But instead of erupting in anger as she had in the past, she merely cast a long, disappointed glance at Ron, filled with resolute disillusionment. Without uttering a word, she turned and walked away. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, a flicker of regret flashed through Ron's mind. Yet, his pitiful pride prevented him from lowering himself to apologize. He could only watch her walk further and further away. As for the other key figure in this dance partner debacle, Lingyun continued to lead his scholarly life, shuttling between the library and the request room. He politely yet distantly declined the advances of the girls who approached him. "I apologize, but I have no interest in the ball. I am here to study and research, not to socialize." His ascetic demeanor did not deter the girls. On the contrary, it only deepened their fascination. Even among the students, bets were placed on who could ultimately win the heart of this enigmatic Eastern scholar. The highest odds were on Ravenclaw's Cho Chang, followed by several attractive girls from Gryffindor. Even Slytherin had someone wagering on Pansy Parkinson. That afternoon, as Lingyun prepared to head to the library as usual, he was intercepted at the entrance of the Great Hall, not by a single individual, but by a group of Ravenclaw girls. At the forefront was a girl with flowing golden hair and sparkling eyes, who appeared somewhat eccentric, Luna Lovegood. However, today she seemed considerably more composed than usual, accompanied by several upperclassmen from Ravenclaw. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, admiration, and a hint of excitement as they watched Lingyun. "Is there something amiss?" he inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. He was not fond of being the center of attention. "Mr. Lingyun," it was not Luna who spoke, but a senior beside her. Her name was Marietta Ekmo, a close friend of Chiozhang. "We are aware of your disinterest in the ball," Marietta stated, "and that you have declined all invitations. However, we believe your method of refusal lacks creativity." Lingyun thus We have resolved to invite you in a manner you may find difficult to refuse. With that, she and several girls stepped back simultaneously, revealing their true ace, Luna. From a necklace she always wore, crafted from a butterbeer bottle cork, Luna procured a scroll of parchment. Unfurling it, she cleared her throat and began to read aloud in her ethereal, dreamlike tone to the esteemed emotional conduit from the East, the walking human library. The hidden glory of Ravenclaw, Mr. Lingyun. This introduction elicited laughter from the surrounding students, even causing the corners of Ling Yun's mouth to twitch. What nonsensical title. We, the Ravenclaw Knowledge Exploration Society, extend to you our most sincere invitation. We invite you to partake in a field study concerning the impact of collective adolescent hormonal surges on the societal structure of wizards. Location, the Hogwarts Christmas Ball. Objective, as a core observer, to personally experience and document the emotional fluctuations of adolescent wizards under the catalyst of music, alcohol, albeit pumpkin juice, and opposite-sex attraction. We believe this investigation will provide invaluable, first-hand, and vivid experimental data for your illustrious, emotional conduit endeavors. Upon finishing, Luna rolled up the parchment and gazed earnestly at Lingyun with her dreamy eyes. Therefore, Professor Lingyun, for the sake of academia and research, will you accept our invitation to become my research partner? The entrance to the hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared, dumbfounded by the spectacle. What sorcery was this? An invitation to a dance partner could be so creatively executed, transforming a romantic ball into a solemn, academic field study? Truly, the essence of Ravenclaw. All eyes were on Lingyun, brimming with curiosity. How would this ascetic academic respond to such an academically charged and irrefutable invitation? Would he still refuse with his disinterest in social engagements? Chapter 59. Emotional Transactions. Lingyun gazed at Luna before him, feeling for the first time that his intellect was somewhat inadequate. A field study? Emotional fluctuation curves? Experimental data? What on earth was this girl's mind concocting? He could sense that Luna's emotions at this moment were remarkably pure. It was a profound curiosity towards the unknown world, a genuine desire for exploration. She seemed to regard this ball as a vast laboratory filled with peculiar bubble, snot monsters, and bothersome flies. And he was chosen as her most suitable experimental partner. How intriguing. A subtle smile, one he had not even recognized in himself, graced Lingyun's lips. He discovered he was unable to refuse. This reason aligned perfectly with his identity as an emotional guide. Attending the ball was not for dancing or socializing, but rather to conduct a grand academic study on emotions. This rationale was impeccably valid, aligning seamlessly with his persona as a reclusive academic. Very well, Lingyun slowly uttered a single word. Wow. The surrounding students erupted in astonishment. He actually agreed. The scholar who had rejected every girl in the school had accepted Luna Lovegood's invitation, although it was in a rather peculiar manner. Marietta and her friends joyfully embraced one another. Their plan had succeeded. A faint smile graced Luna's face as well. So, Professor Lingyun, she said, to ensure the rigor of our research, I believe we need to sign a research collaboration agreement. She produced another scroll of parchment and a quill from her pocket. Lingyun glanced at it. Written in a crooked script were several clauses. First, both parties shall participate in this emotional field study on the principles of equality, voluntariness, and mutual benefit. Fourth, upon the project's conclusion, both parties shall share all research data and jointly compose an academic paper titled on the role of adrenaline and dopamine in irrational behavior of adolescent wizards during the Christmas ball. Lingyun, he felt his worldview refreshed once again. He glanced at the end of the parchment. The signature line bore a flamboyant name, Lingyun. Below it, in smaller text, read, signed on behalf of the other party, possessing equal legal effect. Lingyun was utterly speechless. He looked at the seemingly eccentric yet profoundly wise girl before him, and for the first time felt a sense of having met an equal. Very well. He chuckled helplessly and tucked away the collaboration agreement. Pleasant collaboration, Miss Lovegood. Pleasant collaboration, Professor Lingyun. Luna smiled back at him. The news that the reclusive scholar Lingyun finally had a dance partner spread like a Category 12 hurricane throughout Hogwarts. Countless hearts of young girls shattered. They could not comprehend where they had faltered. Was it to Luna's golden hair? Or her enchanting, dreamy eyes? Ultimately, they arrived at a conclusion. They had lost to academia. It turned out that to win over this Eastern scholar, one could not rely on beauty or gentleness. It required scholarly prowess. In an instant, the library of Hogwarts witnessed an influx of students delving into the realms of emotional psychology and social behavior. Of course, this is merely a prelude. Meanwhile, Hermione, upon receiving this news, found herself profoundly inspired. Gazing into the mirror, she confronted the reflection of herself, melancholic due to Ron's words, and suddenly perceived the absurdity of her predicament. Why should I doubt and denounce myself based on the words of an immature boy who cannot even confront his own feelings? Ling Yun is right. I'm exceptional. My excellence requires no validation from anyone. The ball is my night. I should adorn myself in the most exquisite gown and revel in its splendor with my chosen partner, rather than wallow in self-pity here. Having come to this realization, Hermione's spirits soared. She dismissed Ron's sour visage and enthusiastically engaged with Parvati and Lavender in discussions about ball gowns and hairstyles. She even took the initiative to approach Krum, conversing with him gracefully about the history of Bulgarian magic. Krum, observing this confident and composed girl, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, felt his admiration deepen. He discovered that he indeed harbored feelings for this clever, somewhat stubborn, muggle-born witch. Meanwhile, this development pricked Ron's heart like 1,000 thorns. He watched as Hermione no longer mourned for him, but instead appeared more joyful and self-assured than ever. He saw her standing alongside Krum, and they looked so perfectly matched. His jealousy, far from diminishing, proliferated wildly like unchecked weeds. Yet, the more envious he became, the more he recoiled, unable to approach her. He could only observe from afar, tormenting himself in a nearly masochistic manner. Finally, in the last hour before the ball commenced, Ron could no longer contain himself. He beheld Hermione, resplendent in a beautiful gown he had never seen before, preparing to accompany Krum to the Great Hall. In a sudden rush of impulsiveness, he dashed forward, intending to utter something. However, as he stood before Hermione and Krum, confronted by Krum's imposing stature and Hermione's radiant smile, all his courage deflated like a punctured balloon. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged. Ultimately, he clenched his fists, his face flushed, and, like a coward, turned away and fled. Your friend seems to have something to say, Krum remarked to Hermione in his halting English, watching Ron's retreating figure. Observing Ron's flustered departure, Hermione's smile gradually faded. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes. Anger, disappointment, sadness, and a twinge of heartache she herself had yet to recognize. Let's not keep everyone waiting, she murmured. Chapter 60. The Battle of Jealousy. On the night of the Christmas ball, Hogwarts Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland. Upon the ceiling, snowflakes that shall never melt drift gracefully. The walls are adorned with shimmering silver icicles. Hundreds of Christmas trees, laden with frost, encircle the hall, each topped with a live, melodious owl. The entire venue is enveloped in a dreamlike and romantic atmosphere. Students don their most exquisite attire, gathering in clusters, their faces radiant with excitement and anticipation. Harry and his partner, Parvati Patil, stand somewhat awkwardly in a corner. Harry is clad in a conventional black tuxedo, while Parvati dazzles in a vibrant Indian-style sari. Together, they present a rather disjointed tableau. Harry's gaze inevitably drifts to the other side of the hall, where Cedric Diggory is engaged in lively conversation with Cho Chang, who is resplendent in a silver gown. A perfect match, they embody the adage of beauty and grace. A sour pang of envy bubbles within Harry, akin to sipping a tart plum drink. Hey, Harry, Ron's voice calls from behind him. Ron is dressed in a tattered, wrinkled antique tuxedo, its lace frills yellowed with age. Seemingly over a century old. Merlin's beard. Ron, where did you unearth that from? Harry cannot help but tease. Shut it, Ron retorts, his face turning a shade of crimson. It's the only formal wear we have. Mum says it holds sentimental value. Beside him, Padma, Parvati's twin sister, stand with an expression of utter disillusionment, clearly resigned to her partner's lack of finesse. At that moment, the grand doors of the hall swing open once more, drawing the gaze of every attendee. Victor Krum strides in, adorned in a striking crimson military-style robe reflective of Durmstrang's fashion, his stern visage betraying no emotion. Yet, accompanying him is a figure that elicits gasps from the crowd, Hermione Granger. No longer the disheveled girl with a messy ponytail and school uniform. She is transformed. Her chestnut hair is elegantly styled, smooth and refined. She wears a flowing gown of blue satin that appears to shimmer with movement, complemented by delicate makeup that enhances her features. As she descends the staircase, her intelligent brown eyes sparkle with confidence and poise. She is no longer the insecure girl seeking validation through grades. She is herself, a radiant, beautiful, and wise Hermione Granger. The hall falls into profound silence. All eyes are transfixed upon her. Harry stands agape, unable to believe his eyes, while Ron's mind has completely short-circuited, staring blankly at Hermione as she glides past him without so much as a glance. He felt as though his heart were gripped by an invisible hand, fiercely constricting. Jealousy, regret, shock, and an emotion he had never before encountered, one that could only be described as awe, collided tumultuously within his chest. It dawned on him that she could be so breathtakingly beautiful. He realized that he had missed out on the existence of such a radiant being. "Take heed, Mr. Potter. Your drool is about to spill," came a cold voice, startling Harry from his reverie. It was Snape, who had inexplicably materialized behind them. "And you, Mr. Weasley," he continued, his gaze slicing through Ron's ludicrous antique suit like a knife. "If you continue to gawk at Miss Granger with that foolish, troll-like expression, Gryffindor can expect a deduction of 50 points. With that, he vanished like a wisp of dark wind. At that moment, two more figures with an even more peculiar aura appeared at the entrance of the hall, Ling Yun and Luna. Ling Yun remained clad in his simple black Eastern robe, standing in stark contrast to the ostentatious Western attire surrounding him. Yet his calm and profound demeanor rendered him as an unmissable star in the night. Luna, on the other hand, wore an extraordinary gown fashioned from countless shimmering silver beetle wings. Adorning her ears were earrings fashioned from carrots, giving her an appearance akin to a whimsical forest fairy, having stepped straight out of a fairy tale, eccentric yet enchanting. Together, they presented a striking juxtaposition, one as serene as still waters, the other as lively as the breeze, creating a most bizarre yet inexplicably harmonious academic atmosphere. "Very well, Miss Lovegood," Ling Yun remarked as he glanced at his pocket watch. "The ball has officially commenced, and thus, our field study may begin." "Indeed, Professor Ling Yun," Luna nodded, retrieving a scroll of their collaboration agreement and a quill from her beetle-winged skirt. "According to Article 3 of the agreement, please, Party B, Luna, commence your verbal report on your micro-emotional fluctuations to Party A, Ling Yun." Luna tilted her head in contemplation, then began to report in a dreamy tone. "At present, my emotion is anticipation, with a value of approximately 73, as I am curious whether those boys, intoxicated by alcohol and hormones, will behave like raucous creatures in the dance hall. Simultaneously, there is a hint of anxiety, valued at around 21, as I worry that the beetle wings on my dress might be trampled by the dancers. They are, after all, quite precious to me." Ling Yun listened impassively, swiftly jotting down notes in a small notebook. The surrounding students regarded this peculiar academic duo with the bemusement reserved for extraterrestrials. At that moment, Dumbledore announced the official commencement of the ball. The four champions were required to take to the floor with their partners for the opening dance. As the music began, Cedric and Cho glided across the floor like a pair of golden deities, their movements elegant and perfectly synchronized. Krum and Hermione danced exceptionally well. Although Krum appeared stoic, his steps were remarkably steady. Under his guidance, Hermione smiled like a true princess. In stark contrast, Harry and Parvati's performance was nothing short of a disaster. Harry trod on Parvati's feet multiple times, and her face was etched with impatience. Fleur and her partner, Roger Davies, the Ravenclaw prefect, also seemed somewhat disconnected. Meanwhile, Ling Yun and Luna refrained from joining the festivities, opting instead to retreat to a corner to continue their peculiar field research. Notably, Mr. Weasley's mood was undergoing a tumultuous transformation. Ling Yun pointed towards Ron, who was seething with jealousy, his feelings soaring to a critical point. Concurrently, a sense of self-loathing and regret burgeoned within him. Luna nodded along, sketching a graph on parchment. His emotional trajectory resembled that of an irritable creature, its tail stepped on. Meanwhile, Ron remained blissfully unaware, his attention fixated on the dance floor, particularly on Hermione, who twirled and smiled alongside Krum. The pain was excruciating. He could bear it no longer. He felt as though he was suffocating. With a sudden burst of energy, he rose abruptly, disregarding Padma's startled exclamation, and stumbled out of the brightly lit Great Hall. He needed a breath of cold air to regain his composure. Chapter 61. Return to your romantic field. By the frigid shores of the Black Lake on a winter's night, the biting wind cut through him. Ron sat alone on a cold stone, repeatedly tossing pebbles onto the frozen surface of the lake. Plop, plop. The stones crashed against the ice, emitting a dull thud akin to his current mood. The cheerful music and laughter from the hall faintly echoed, amplifying his sense of isolation, pathetic and sorrowful. Why'd he run out? He could not fathom it. He merely felt that remaining in that place would drive him mad. Witnessing Hermione dance with Krum was more agonizing than any curse could inflict upon him. "I am such a fool." Ron hurled a stone into the lake, sending icy shards flying. A complete, irredeemable fool. He loathed his cowardice, despised his jealousy, and resented his pitiable self-esteem. If only he had been braver, had invited Hermione sooner. Even a simple, friendly query, "Hey Hermione, would you like to accompany me to the ball?" Might have altered everything. Would the one dancing beside her now have been him? Yet there are no ifs. He had ruined it. He had pushed away the one girl who had quietly supported and cared for him, casting her into the arms of a man 100 times his superior. Truly, he deserved this, Ron Weasley. He chuckled bitterly, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just as he wallowed in endless self-loathing, a calm voice broke through behind him. A solitary figure stands here, braving the chill winds, yet finds no resolution to any dilemmas. Ling Yun, clad in his flowing black Eastern robe, stands tall against the biting breeze. His countenance betrays no emotion, and his eyes reflect a stillness akin to an unfathomable lake. "What brings you here?" Ron's tone is sharp, laced with irritation. "Are you here to mock me? Your jest holds no appeal." Ling Yun approaches him and takes a seat. Every year, Hogwarts witnesses hundreds of boys, much like yourself, tormented by the issue of finding a partner for the dance. You are neither the first, nor will you be the last. I'm nothing like them, Ron retorted immediately. They simply cannot find a partner, while I, his words falter, and you, have willingly pushed away the very partner you desired most. Ling Yun completed a sentence. Ron's face flushed crimson, as though stripped bare before an audience. "This is none of your concern," he shouted in a fit of rage. Ling Yun paid no heed to Ron's fury. He merely retrieved a familiar, intricately carved go board from his robe sleeve. "This again?" Ron's voice dripped with impatience. "I know you're not in the right frame of mind," Ling Yun said. "I merely wish to present you with a game." He unfolded the board and swiftly set up a complex endgame scenario. The black and white stones clashed fiercely, creating a scene of intense conflict. This cluster of white stones represents Harry. Ling Yun indicated a corner of the board. He is the valiant warrior, the focal point, the sword that draws everyone's gaze. He stands at the center of the dance floor, capturing all attention. And this group of black stones symbolizes Crumb. He gestured towards the formidable black stones. He is the powerful ally, the shield chosen by Hermione, steadfastly guarding her side. Ron's expression darkened. "And what of you?" Ling Yun's gaze locked onto Ron's eyes. "Look where you stand." Ron followed his finger to the corner of the board, where a solitary, neglected black stone lay. It seemed insignificant, detached from the main battle. A mere afterthought. "This is me, isn't it?" Ron's voice was laced with bitterness. A worthless pawn, forgotten by all. "No." Ling Yun shook his head. He picked up the solitary stone and gently placed it at the center of the board, in a position that appeared unremarkable yet proved crucial. The crisp sound of the stone's placement echoed clearly in the hushed surroundings. With this single move, the dynamics of the entire board shifted dramatically. The seemingly formidable black formation, belonging to Crumb, revealed a fatal flaw. Meanwhile, Harry's white stones found themselves in a precarious position, lacking the necessary support. The tide of the game turned from a stalemate to a collapse, all due to that one stone's movement. Ron stared agape at the board, disbelief etched across his face. "How is this possible? You're not a mere pawn, Ron." Ling Yun's voice resonated with calm strength. "You are the king, overseeing the entire battlefield, orchestrating the grand strategy." "King?" Ron murmured the word repeatedly. "Indeed, the king," Ling Yun stated. "Harry is the sword that charges forth, while Hermione serves as the unyielding shield. Yet, they require someone to guide them. You possess an innate brilliance as a tactical mastermind. You perceive dangers that elude their sight and conceive strategies beyond their imagination. However now, the king has forsaken his throne, consumed by jealousy and insecurity, retreating to a corner in self-pity. You have allowed your sword to confront peril alone. You have sent your shield to seek refuge in others. Tell me, what kind of king relinquishes his own army?" Each of Ling Yun's words struck Ron's heart like a heavy hammer. He gazed at the chessboard, which had come alive with the repositioning of a single piece, and then looked at himself. The king, a tactical genius. Am I truly that person? Yet Hermione, her voice trembling, chose Crumb. She chose Crumb not for his fame or strength, Ling Yun pointed out incisively, but because Crumb dared to invite her. He bravely stepped forward and uttered the words you have long harbored in silence. In the battlefield of emotions, courage is the most formidable weapon that conquers all. You have not lost to Crumb. You have succumbed to your own cowardice. Ron was utterly stunned. He looked into Ling Yun's calm eyes, which seemed to penetrate the depths of his own vulnerabilities and weaknesses. He found himself unable to refute the truth in Ling Yun's words. "What should I do then?" Ron's voice was laced with confusion and helplessness. It all felt too late. "No, it is not too late," Ling Yun shook his head. He put away the chessboard and rose to his feet. "The ball has not yet concluded. Go and tell that girl she is mistaken. Even if the outcome is not as one might hope, at the very least, you must fight like a man rather than acting like a coward, tossing stones at the lake." With that, Ling Yun turned and walked toward the illuminated castle, leaving Ron alone at the lakeside. An unprecedented, unfamiliar courage began to quietly blossom within him. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his robes, and glanced at the deep black lake. Then, at the brightly lit hall in the distance. His gaze transformed, no longer filled with confusion and insecurity, but rather a resolute brilliance befitting a king. He set off, striding purposefully toward the castle. Chapter 62, The Ancient Beast. The atmosphere of the ball reached its zenith at midnight. The band played vibrant rock music, and young wizards reveled in the dance floor, twisting and turning with exuberance. The air was thick with the aromas of sweat, hormones, and butterbeer. Harry had long since freed himself from the clumsy dance partner, Parvati, and sat alone in a corner, glumly sipping pumpkin juice. He felt like an extraneous presence. The ball was, for him, an utter torment. Just as he was engulfed in boredom, he inadvertently spotted two familiar figures, Snape and Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang. They were concealed behind a massive ice sculpture, engaged in a hushed yet fervent argument. Harry's curiosity was instantly piqued. He stealthily approached, hiding behind another ice sculpture, straining to listen. "Your mark, is it not becoming increasingly clearer, Severus?" Karkaroff's voice trembled with barely concealed panic. "And so what?" Snape's voice remained as frigid as ever. "That is my concern, not yours." His tone brimmed with impatience. "You must help me. Severus, you must inform Dumbledore. We need to devise a plan." Karkaroff stood alone, pale and trembling, as Harry concealed himself behind the ice sculpture, his heart racing. The revelations detonated in his mind like a series of bombs. He felt as though he had once again unwittingly been ensnared in a vast conspiracy. Overwhelmed, he resolved to leave the cacophonous hall and seek solace elsewhere. He recalled the golden egg he had carelessly discarded in his dormitory. Perhaps he should study that enigma once more. At the very least, it would provide a temporary respite from his troubling thoughts. He remembered what Ling Yun had previously said to him. It tests not just intellect, but also the heart of a true warrior. Your joy is not yet formidable enough. True happiness emanates from within, a warm force capable of guiding you through all darkness. Taking a deep breath, Harry resolved to try again. He would no longer fixate on superficial, fleeting pleasures. Instead, he reminisced about the awe he felt upon first witnessing the myriad of magical items in Diagon Alley. He recalled the warmth of receiving a Christmas gift for the first time, the feeling of being cherished. He thought of Sirius in the shrieking shack, telling him, "You are not your father. You are your own person," and the profound understanding that brought him. Finally, the image of his parents smiling as they embraced him resurfaced in his mind. That pure, selfless love surged within him like a powerful current, instantly filling his entire being. He felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and strength within his heart. He infused a touch of magic into the golden egg. This time, he did not attempt to force a solution. Instead, he endeavored to soothe and neutralize the sorrowful and alluring negative emotions belonging to the mermaid within the egg. Using the power of love emanating from his heart, a miracle unfolded. The golden egg slowly opened. The familiar melody echoed once more, but this time, the song was clearer and imbued with a deeper sorrow, devoid of much of the previous noise. Harry listened intently, not only grasping the content of the riddle. He felt as though his consciousness was being drawn by the melody, sinking once more into the depths of the dark, frigid lake. Once again, he beheld the vision, the mermaid's village, and Ron and Hermione bound to the stone pillars. Yet this time, the vision was rendered with greater clarity and realism. He could even feel the bone-chilling cold of the water, catch a whiff of the faint, fishy scent of the aquatic plants, and see the glimmering, greedy green light in the eyes of the Grindylows. He understood that this was no mere illusion. The golden egg was revealing the true nature of the second task. He steeled himself against the rising tide of fear and meticulously observed his surroundings. He needed to memorize the terrain, the number of Grindylows, and the patrol routes of the mermaids. All of this was invaluable intelligence crucial for his survival. As he concentrated on his reconnaissance, an unsettling change occurred. From the depths of the lake, in the darkest abyss, a pair of enormous, yellow eyes, akin to lanterns, slowly opened. They did not belong to a mermaid or a Grindylow. They belonged to a legendary water monster, larger than the Hungarian horntail. Its body was encased in thick, rock-like scales, and its mouth bristled with sword-like teeth. A primal, destructive malice filled its gaze. The moment it opened its eyes, the entire lake bed trembled violently. The once ferocious mermaids and Grindylows quaked in fear, scattering in all directions. The beast seemed to sense Harry's intrusion, slowly turning its head. Those colossal yellow eyes pierced through the fabric of time and space, locking onto Harry's consciousness with an unyielding grip. A roar, foreign to this world and brimming with fury and brutality, erupted deep within Harry's soul. With a gasp, Harry coughed up blood, his body soaring backward like a puppet with severed strings. The golden egg slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a sharp thud and closing tightly. He felt as if his head were being torn asunder. The pure malevolence emanating from the ancient beast seared into his soul like a red-hot brand. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He realized he had entangled himself in grave peril. The true danger of the second task was not the mermaids or the Grindylows, but rather the unknown, primordial beast slumbering at the bottom of the Black Lake. Chapter 63. The Voice of the Golden Egg. Harry felt as though he were on the brink of death. The agonizing rift in his soul rendered even breathing a struggle. He understood he had provoked an entity he should never have confronted. I'm doomed this time, truly doomed. He lay on the frigid floor as his consciousness began to wane. Just then, the door to the common room swung open, and a figure hurriedly entered. It was Ling Yun. Upon entering, he was immediately met with the sight of Harry lying on the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, alongside the now serene golden egg. Damn! Ling Yun's expression darkened in an instant. He felt acutely that Harry's soul had sustained grave injuries. It was a mark of trauma inflicted by a higher echelon of pure malevolence. He hastened forward, crouched down, and placed his hand upon Harry's forehead. A stream of pure, gentle Tai Chi energy gradually flowed into Harry's body. This life-imbued energy, like a warm current, began to mend Harry's nearly shattered soul bit by bit. The color returned to Harry's face at a visible pace, and his breathing became much steadier. Harry slowly opened his eyes, his voice frail. I saw a monster at the bottom of the lake, I know. Ling Yun replied gravely, do not speak, just rest. He then picked up the golden egg, cautiously probing into it with his consciousness. In an instant, a surge of ferocious, destructive malice surged back toward his awareness. Ling Yun's heart quaked, and he immediately activated the Infinite Heart Sutra, using the vast expanse of emptiness to firmly suppress that malevolence. He beheld within the ocean of information contained in the golden egg a profoundly deep imprint, saturated with a sense of brutality. That imprint was akin to a virus, contaminating the entire information of the egg. How could such a formidable creature be hidden beneath this dark lake? This was entirely beyond the scope of the original narrative. In the original tale, the second task merely involved confronting mermaids and Grindylows. When had a primordial beast emerged? Could it be that his arrival had triggered some sort of butterfly effect? Ling Yun's brow furrowed tightly. He realized the situation had become perilous. Given Harry's current strength, he would not only be incapable of rescuing anyone. The moment he entered the water, he would likely be crushed by the monster's oppressive force, obliterating his very soul. A solution must be found to eliminate this beast, or at the very least, a method to withstand its terrifying pressure. The following day, Harry's condition had improved significantly. Ling Yun's energy had temporarily stabilized his soul's injuries. Yet the dread stemming from the water monster still loomed over him like a dark cloud. He recounted everything he had witnessed the previous night to Ron and Hermione. Both were rendered speechless by the revelation. A primordial beast? Ron's voice trembled. What chance do we stand? We might as well forfeit. No, Harry countered immediately. Hermione and your sister are still in its grasp. I must save them. But how will you do that? Ron exclaimed, nearly in tears. It's a primordial beast. Even Dumbledore might struggle against it. There must be a way. Hermione, though her face bore concern, exhibited a resolute gaze. Her scholarly mind began to race with possibilities once more. Since it is a water monster, it must surely possess weaknesses. Let us venture to the library and unearth all tomes pertaining to ancient aquatic magical creatures. There must be clues within. Thus, the Iron Triangle once again plunged into the vast ocean of knowledge. Meanwhile, Ling Yun had devised his own plan. He understood that conventional magical texts would likely prove inadequate against such formidable beings. He sought knowledge that was older and more potent. Within the entirety of Hogwarts, there existed but one location that housed such wisdom, the restricted section. Clutching the special access pass bestowed upon him by Dumbledore, he returned to the library. Madame Pants regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, her expression a curious blend of disdain and curiosity. However, upon sighting Dumbledore's signature, she reluctantly opened the portal to forbidden knowledge. Ling Yun stepped into the restricted section, his purpose resolute. He made a beeline for the shelves that contained texts on ancient barrier magic and soul defense spells. He sought a form of magic capable of offering protection at the soul level. He perused the ancient volumes, each exuding an aura of antiquity. The guardian powers of ancient runes, the construction and application of soul barriers, on the intrinsic connection between emotion and mental defense. These were all forbidden knowledge, unattainable in the ordinary sections. Ling Yun absorbed this wisdom like a parched sponge. He discovered that although Western soul magic differed entirely from Eastern spiritual cultivation, their essence bore remarkable similarities. Both relied upon formidable willpower to forge a barrier that safeguarded one's mind from intrusion. As he immersed himself in this sea of knowledge, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. What nefarious dark magic are Potter's little minions researching now? It was Severus Snape, who had inexplicably appeared in the restricted section. Clutching a tome on advanced potion analysis, his piercing, icy gaze fixed intently upon Ling Yun. "Good evening, Professor Snape," Ling Yun replied calmly, closing his book. "I'm merely fulfilling a research assignment set by Headmaster Dumbledore." He waved the access pass in his hand. Snape scoffed, clearly unconvinced by his words. "A research assignment? I dare say you resemble more of a student seeking to procure a means for your dim-witted friend to cheat." His gaze landed on the book titled The Construction and Application of Soul Barriers. Soul barriers? How presumptuous! Snape's lips curled into a cruel smirk. With Potter's empty skull, trampled by a troll, he dares to construct soul barriers? It is nothing short of a grand jest. "Professor, you seem to harbor a deep-seated prejudice against Harry," Ling Yun remarked coolly. "Prejudice?" Snape echoed, as if amused by the notion. "I merely state a fact. He, like his father, is an arrogant, self-important fool who revels in ostentation." "Is that so?" Ling Yun's gaze sharpened slightly. Yet what he sensed was quite the contrary. "What I perceive is the profound anguish within you, stemming from an inability to protect your beloved, engendering an endless cycle of regret and torment. You have contorted this suffering into a loathing for Harry, for you dare not confront the feeble and helpless self that has driven your beloved into the abyss." Ling Yun's words struck like a searing blade, deeply penetrating Severus Snape's heart. His body trembled violently, and his complexion turned ashen in an instant. He fixed his gaze upon Ling Yun, his eyes brimming with shock, fury, and a boundless terror of being utterly exposed. "You seek your own demise." Snape erupted in wrath. He raised his wand with fervor, a venomous green curse poised to escape his lips. Yet, at that very moment, from the depths of the restricted section, an ancient bookshelf concealed a forgotten tome, its dark cover suddenly emanating a faint yet insidious wave of jealousy. This emotion flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly, even to Snape. However, Ling Yun discerned it clearly. His pupils contracted sharply as his gaze transcended the enraged Snape, locking onto the book with unwavering intensity. The title inscribed on the cover in archaic, twisted script read, "The Origins and Applications of the Jealousy Curse." Chapter 64. The Seeds of Jealousy. That fleeting, malicious wave of jealousy struck Ling Yun's mind like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he comprehended its origin. This emotion did not emanate from Snape, nor from the cursed tomes in the restricted section. It originated from Ron Weasley. It was Ron's pent-up jealousy after the ball, resonating through an unknown medium with the ancient book on the jealousy curse. This resonance, in turn, influenced the emotional atmosphere throughout Hogwarts. Perhaps it was this intense fluctuation of emotion that awakened the ancient beast lurking at the bottom of the Black Lake, which feeds on negative sentiments. Thus, the root of all this turmoil lay in Ron's jealousy, a splendid demonstration of the butterfly effect. Ling Yun's heart sank. He realized he must address Ron's inner demons immediately. Otherwise, the seed of jealousy would inevitably burgeon into a catastrophic calamity. What? Angered by my insight into your thoughts? He needed to stabilize the raging old bat before him. Snape trembled with fury, his wand quivering slightly in response to his master's wrath. Yet, he refrained from uttering the dreadful curse, knowing that Dumbledore was nearby. He could not cast an unforgivable curse upon a student under the watchful eye of the headmaster. The sharp-tongued Potter's lackey, Snape spat through gritted teeth. "I warn you, boy. Keep your distance from Potter. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret your presence at Hogwarts." Upon finishing his words, he vanished like a wisp of black wind into the shadows of the bookshelf. Ling Yun watched his retreating figure and exhaled in relief. He understood that Snape's threats were not mere empty words. He would likely become a target of this potion's master. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. He hurried to the bookshelf, emanating an aura of jealousy, and seized the book titled The Origins and Applications of the Jealousy Curse. The cover was crafted from an unknown black leather, its surface cold and slick to the touch. Ling Yun opened the book, which detailed an ancient and malicious form of dark magic. This magic required neither elaborate incantations nor immense power. It merely demanded one thing as a catalyst: pure, intense jealousy. The caster could imbue their jealousy into an object. And when another person made contact with that object, the jealousy would invade their heart like a virus, magnifying the darkness within them, ultimately aiming to manipulate or even destroy the target. So that was it. Ling Yun closed the book, his expression turning grave. He recalled the character Ginny, who had been manipulated by Voldemort's diary, and Draco Malfoy, who had cursed Katie Bell out of jealousy with a necklace. The emotional magic in this world was far more perilous and insidious than he had imagined. He needed to find Ron immediately. In the Gryffindor common room, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. Ron sat alone on a sofa in the corner, shielding his face with a thick book, yet he could not absorb a single word. His mind was occupied with images of Hermione and Krum dancing gracefully at the ball, along with Ling Yun's words by the lakeside. King? General? Those terms struck his fragile self-esteem like hammers. On one hand, he yearned to embody the person Ling Yun described. On the other, he was tormented by overwhelming feelings of inferiority and jealousy. He felt as if he were being torn apart by these conflicting emotions. They both appeared weary. Once again, they had found no records concerning the water creature. Hermione expressed her frustration, stating that the complete guide to European aquatic magical creatures made no mention of it. Perhaps it was not a European creature at all? Harry speculated. We can search the resources on Asia and America tomorrow. As they spoke, they approached Ron. Ron, are you all right? Hermione inquired cautiously. Since the ball, they had not exchanged a proper word. Ron did not look up, but merely grunted in reply from behind the book. Hermione sighed inwardly at his demeanor. She wished to say something, yet did not know where to begin. Just then, the door to the common room swung open, and Ling Yun stepped inside. As he entered, he walked straight towards Ron. Ron, I need to speak with you. Ling Yun's tone was grave. Ron finally set his book aside, looking at Ling Yun with eyes brimming with wariness and impatience. I have nothing to discuss with you. No, you do, Ling Yun asserted, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating Ron's innermost thoughts, delving into the realm of jealousy. Jealousy? Ron's expression shifted dramatically. Harry and Hermione were taken aback as well. I don't know what you're talking about. Ron's voice escalated, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You know, Ling Yun maintained his calm demeanor. Your jealousy towards Harry, the jealousy towards Krum. You have made this jealousy your adversary. Each day, you battle against it. Yet the more you fight, the stronger it becomes. For it is an integral part of you. Shut up. Ron sprang to his feet, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Ling Yun. How dare you say that? You know nothing. I know everything, Ling Yun replied, his tone unwavering yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I understand that you feel overshadowed by your brothers, living in Harry's limelight. I know you yearn for recognition, for validation. Yet, you fear failure, fear ridicule. Thus, you have chosen jealousy as a shield for your fragile self-esteem. You view anyone who surpasses you as an enemy, belittling them to gain a semblance of false superiority. Each of Ling Yun's words sliced through Ron's deepest wounds like a scalpel. Ron's body began to tremble violently. His lips quivered as he attempted to retort, yet no words emerged. For everything Ling Yun said was undeniably true. Harry and Hermione were equally astonished. They had never contemplated the depths of Ron's concealed anguish and turmoil. What am I supposed to do then? After a long silence, Ron's voice emerged, strained and filled with despair. Do not resist it, Ling Yun advised. Utilize it. Utilize it? Ron was taken aback. Indeed, utilize it. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Jealousy, at its core, is a yearning for something greater. You envy Harry because you desire his courage and acclaim. You envy Krum because you long for his strength and confidence. This is not inherently negative. It is akin to a fire. You can allow it to consume you or harness it as a driving force. Transform your jealousy into your aspirations. Do you wish to be braver than Harry? Then learn how to remain composed in the face of danger. Do you wish to be stronger than Krum? Then delve into how you can compensate for your magical limitations with intellect. When the day arrives that you truly become the person you aspire to be, you will discover that the jealousy you once felt has quietly dissipated without your notice. The entire Gryffindor common room lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Ron stood there, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, contemplating the notion of harnessing jealousy and transforming it into a driving force for progress. This idea was both novel and profoundly revolutionary. He had never fathomed that the negative emotions that had tormented him for years could serve such a purpose. Harry and Hermione were similarly engrossed in deep contemplation. Ling Yun's words were not solely directed at Ron. They resonated with anyone who had ever been ensnared by jealousy. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Ron's mind. Ding. Key individual Ron Weasley experiencing significant emotional fluctuations. The king's confidence mission has taken a major turn. Jealousy is being guided and transformed. The completion rate stood at 90. A subtle smile graced Ling Yun's lips, signaling the success of his psychological counsel. However, just as he prepared to intensify his efforts to vanquish Ron's inner demons, the door to the Gryffindor common room was abruptly thrust open from the outside. A petite figure with fiery red hair stumbled into the room. It was Ginny Weasley. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and her hands clutched a black, hardbound diary with a vice-like grip. Her eyes, hollow and filled with terror, pleaded for help as she gazed at Harry and Ron, emitting a faint, mosquito-like whimper of desperation. Then, her eyes rolled back as she collapsed. In that instant, a chilling, malevolent aura, steeped in deep-seated hatred and reminiscent of the ancient basilisk, flickered just behind the tapestry adorned with the Gryffindor banner. Chapter 65. The proper use of jealousy in the Gryffindor common room. The crackling flames in the fireplace could not disperse the bizarre atmosphere, rife with astonishment, relief, and confusion. Harry and Ron stood like two stunned wooden posts, fixated on Ling Yun, or more precisely, on the peculiar golden egg he held, its surface adorned with strange green patterns. The only way? Ling Yun, surely you jest? Ron interjected, expressing disbelief. He claimed to have vented all his negative emotions onto that thing. How could this possibly serve as a means to conquer that ancient beast? Indeed, Ron hastily concurred, his face etched with guilt and unease. I sullied it, Harry. It's now brimming with my jealousy and resentment. Those are the worst of negative emotions. That water monster thrives on consuming this, doesn't he? Bringing this down, there is tantamount to delivering takeout to it. As Ron spoke, his reasoning seemed increasingly valid, and his expression grew more despondent. I'm doomed. I not only pilfer my friend's possession, but transformed it into the enemy's ultimate delicacy. I am truly an irredeemable fool. He had already begun to stage an internal drama titled The Shame of the Weasley Family. Who informed you that negative emotions are invariably detrimental? Ling Yun gazed at the two lively souls, shaking his head in exasperation. He approached the hearth and settled into the most comfortable armchair, leisurely placing the tainted golden egg upon the table before him. Your comprehension of emotional magic remains at a kindergarten level. Ling Yun's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, reminiscent of Snape reprimanding first years during potions class. Harry and Ron instinctively straightened their posture, while Hermione could not resist inching closer, retrieving her notebook and quill, prepared to document every word. First and foremost, you must grasp what that so-called ancient beast truly is. Ling Yun extended a finger. It is not an ordinary magical creature. Rather, it embodies a conceptual manifestation. Concept? Hermione's eyes sparkled, as this term precisely pierced her knowledge gap. Indeed, Ling Yun nodded. It feeds on negative emotions, yet it is in essence a primal and pure amalgamation of negativity. For instance, hunger, possession, and destruction. It possesses no complex intellect, only instinct. It attacks whoever harbors the most intense emotions, perceiving them as the greatest threat to its territory. Therefore, Harry, when you endeavor to dismantle the golden egg with your profound love, your pure positive emotions seem to it like a spotlight piercing the darkness. Thus, it will target you. Harry nodded in understanding. The golden egg itself originally contained the songs of mermaids, filled with sorrow and temptation, representing a complex and ambiguous emotional spectrum, allowing it to exist as a riddle. However, now, Ling Yun gently tapped the green-veined golden egg with his finger. It has transformed. Ron, you infused it with your intense jealousy, potent enough to distort reality. This jealousy has ceased to be a convoluted emotion. It has become remarkably pure and directed. Ling Yun turned to Ron and inquired, Ron, tell me, what were you most envious of regarding Harry at that moment? Ron's face instantly flushed crimson, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Admitting his jealousy before Harry was more uncomfortable than kissing a giant eight-eyed spider. Speak aloud. Ling Yun's tone remained calm. This is not a judgment, but an analysis of our soul weapon. Ron took a deep breath, as if resolving to plunge into the depths of vulnerability, and shouted with his eyes closed, I am envious of him. I envy that he is a warrior. I envy that he can be the center of attention. I envy the glory that everyone covets. I envy his courage to invite Hermione. No, I envy his audacity to invite anyone. Upon finishing his outburst, Ron slumped onto the sofa, deflated like a puncture balloon. Harry observed him, his heart a mixture of emotions. He felt no anger, only a pang of sympathy. He approached and patted Ron's shoulder. It's all right, Ron, we are friends. Well done. Ling Yun smiled approvingly at Ron's candidness. Behold, he said, pointing to the green veins upon the golden egg. This jealousy, Its essence is not merely resentment, but a morbid yearning for glory and an insatiable desire for possession. The ancient beast itself embodies this very desire. What transpires when these two emotions, originating from the same source yet manifested in divergent forms, collide? Hermione's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, as if she perceived a portal to an entirely new realm of knowledge swinging open before her. Resonance? Or repulsion? She asked uncertainly. No, it is contamination, Ling Yun articulated with deliberate precision. Like a virus, we shall use this egg of jealousy to infect the beast's primal, simplistic mind. We will instill in it, too, the seed of jealousy. Make it jealous of Harry? How could that be? Harry thought this notion utterly preposterous. Why is it impossible? Ling Yun countered. When the beast sees Harry, this intruder who is not only unscathed by its intimidation, but possesses glory and courage that it lacks. The egg of jealousy will plant a seed within its heart. It will begin to ponder, why does this little one possess such attributes? Why do I lack them? Its aggression will no longer stem from the instincts of a predator, but from an incomprehensible, absurd impulse to annihilate the object of its envy. The common room fell into a profound silence. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gaped, their minds utterly overwhelmed. Using emotions as weapons? Implanting a virus of jealousy within an ancient beast? What absurd Eastern sorcery is this? This transcends the realm of magic. It is a dimensional assault of psychology and metaphysics. Very well. Harry struggled to digest this outrageous scheme. Even if this method were feasible, what about Ginny? He glanced at the diary wrapped in black cloth, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. Before we confront that formidable creature in the depths of the lake, we must first deal with this minor nuisance. Ling Yun's gaze also fell upon the restless diary. He sensed that even though its connection to Ginny had been severed by his energy, the soul fragment within the diary remained rife with resentment and bitterness. Furthermore, the information he gleaned from that flicker of consciousness unsettled him further. Tom Riddle's resurrection ritual has Harry as the sacrifice. This plan must be thwarted. I need to see someone. Ling Yun rose, returning the egg of jealousy to Harry. Keep a vigilant watch over it. Do not allow it to be tainted by any other emotions, especially you, Ron. I promise. Ron immediately accepted it with utmost caution, as if it were a bomb. Ling Yun then grasped the diary wrapped in black cloth. This little item, I believe, someone will find more interest in than us. He glanced out the window towards the towering tower where the headmaster resided. It is time to inform Hogwarts backend administrator that the virus within his servers has begun to mutate. Chapter 66, Dumbledore's Shock. In the principal's office, Dumbledore found himself lost in contemplation, gazing at a sizzling pile of cockroaches. The recent events had been numerous and chaotic. The unexpected occurrences at the Triwizard Tournament, the sudden awakening of the beast at the bottom of the Black Lake, and the enigmatic young man from the East named Ling Yun, whose mystery surpassed even the ancient dark magic tomes hidden in the restricted section. Who was he? What was his true purpose for coming to Hogwarts? What kind of power system did his unheard-of theories on emotion and Eastern sorcery represent? As Dumbledore prepared to grasp a cockroach, attempting to divine the future from its crispness, a knock echoed through the office. Enter, he called. The door swung open to reveal Harry Potter and the perplexing Ling Yun. Dumbledore's expression remained unfazed upon their arrival. His cerulean eyes sparkled with wisdom behind the crescent-shaped lenses. Good afternoon, Harry, Ling Yun. Would you care for some cockroaches? They're perfectly cooked today, crisp on the outside and tender within, with a hint of licorice. Thank you, Professor. But we've just eaten, Harry replied, waving his hand dismissively. Ling Yun stepped forward, placing a black cloth-wrapped object on a Dumbledore's vast desk, cluttered with various peculiar silver artifacts. Sir, I believe you should take a look at this. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the wrapped item, though he refrained from touching it immediately. He regarded Ling Yun with gentle curiosity. Is it yet another intriguing Eastern trinket? No. Ling Yun shook his head, his expression unusually grave. It is an old friend you dealt with personally 50 years ago. He slowly unwrapped the black cloth to reveal a black, hard-covered diary. The moment Dumbledore laid eyes on the diary, his smile vanished. The warmth in his blue eyes transformed into a piercing sharpness. A surge of formidable and imposing magical energy flickered from his seemingly frail form. The air in the office felt as if it had solidified, and Fawkes, perched nearby, emitted a warning cry. The Diary of Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's voice turned low and hoarse. He extended his hand, yearning to touch the diary, but halted mid-air. He sensed a chilling and malevolent soul essence lurking within its pages, one he knew all too well. How'd it come to be here? Dumbledore lifted his gaze, fixing Ling Yun with an intense stare. And why has it appeared so many years earlier than expected? I believe this may be what they call the butterfly effect, Ling Yun shrugged. I have altered certain people and events. These changes, when combined, ultimately triggered an unforeseen storm of drama. He then succinctly recounted how Ginny had been manipulated by the diary, how she had fainted in the common room, and how he had severed their soul link with Tai Chi energy. Some cards, after all, need not be revealed too soon. Upon hearing Ling Yun's account, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave. He gazed at Harry, his eyes filled with concern and a tinge of guilt. Harry, my child, it is my negligence that has subjected you to these trials. He then turned to Ling Yun, his gaze laden with complexity. To forcibly sever the soul link, Ling Yun, your power has once again surpassed my imagination. It was a mere trifle, Ling Yun replied, yet this is merely a superficial remedy. The fragment of the soul within is the crux of the matter. Indeed, a Horcrux, Dumbledore sighed, finally uttering the forbidden term. He succinctly elucidated the concept of Horcruxes to Harry. Upon learning that Voldemort had resorted to murder and the tearing of his own soul in pursuit of immortality, a look of revulsion and confusion crossed Harry's face. Why would he do such a thing? Is immortality truly so paramount? For one who cannot comprehend love, death is the very essence of his fears, Dumbledore remarked, and Tom fears death more than anyone. What shall we do to destroy it? Harry inquired. It is a formidable challenge, Dumbledore shook his head. Horcruxes are among the most malevolent creations in the magical realm. Only a select few substances can utterly obliterate them, such as basilisk venom or fiendfire. Basilisk venom? Harry was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Dumbledore observed him with a meaningful look. Perhaps this is fate's design. You are destined to confront him once more. At that moment, Ling Yun retrieved another item from his pocket. The golden snitch, tainted by Ron's jealousy. No, it was the golden egg. Professor, regarding the second task, we have encountered an even greater predicament. Ling Yun recounted how Harry had seen an ancient beast's apparition within the egg and how Ron had inadvertently altered it. If the previous discussion on Horcruxes had cast a pall of seriousness and complexity over Dumbledore, the jealousy-tainted golden egg and Ling Yun's proposal for an emotional virus now left the venerable wizard, who had lived for over a century, utterly astonished. His mouth slightly agape, his wise eyes fixed intently on the egg emanating an eerie green glow, as if he sought to penetrate its essence entirely. To combat a primordial beast that feeds on negative emotions with jealousy? Dumbledore murmured, feeling his intellect strained. This line of thought, this methodology, transcended the bounds of his comprehension of magic. It represented a novel knowledge system he had never encountered, a formidable force that weaponized the ethereal nature of emotions. He gazed at the remarkably composed young man before him, and memories of Eastern prophecies resurfaced in his mind. Émotionnel conduit. Could this be the true essence of conduit? Not merely guidance and purification, but also manipulation and exploitation. The voice of Ling Yun, Dumbledore, trembled ever so slightly as he stated, "Your plan is utterly insane." However, he posed the most crucial question. How can you guarantee that the beast will be swayed by jealousy, as you envision? After all, this was a gamble with Harry's life at stake. I cannot guarantee it 100%, Ling Yun candidly admitted. Yet, as he spoke, a glimmer of confidence illuminated his eyes. I trust my judgment. I also believe in Harry's courage. More importantly, he turned to Dumbledore, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I am confident that within your office, apart from the pile of cockroaches, there must be some valuable items that could enhance our odds. Dumbledore paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. You little rascal. You are even more cunning than Slytherin. After his laughter subsided, he rose and approached a colossal glass cabinet within his office. Inside were an array of peculiar magical artifacts he had collected in his youth. From this collection, he retrieved a seemingly unremarkable silver whistle. This is the siren's whistle, Dumbledore explained. Blowing it will mimic the enchanting song of the sirens. While it may not inflict harm on that primordial beast, it should be sufficient to capture its attention. Next, he produced a small vial filled with a shimmering substance that resembled liquid moonlight. This is moonlight essence. Consuming it will significantly enhance your mental resilience for a brief period, aiding you in resisting the beast's psychic pressure. He entrusted both items to Harry. Remember, Harry, courage is not recklessness. Wisdom is your most formidable weapon. Finally, his gaze fell upon the ominous black diary. Dumbledore's expression turned icy. I will handle this personally. However, before I do, I may require your extraordinary Eastern sorcery. He looked towards Ling Yun. I wish to ascertain Tom's true intentions. Chapter 67, The Alchemy of Emotions. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Harry felt his head spinning. Horcruxes, primordial beasts, emotional viruses, the siren's whistle. moonlight essence within a mere afternoon. He had absorbed more information than in all 3 years at Hogwarts combined. Lingyun, are we truly going to proceed with this? Harry uncertainly inquired as he walked down the corridor. Using Ron's jealousy to confront that creature, he immediately shook his head vehemently. No way. I'm not ready to fight that monstrous thing in the water. Enough of that. We have more pressing matters at hand. Lingyun reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. What matters? Alchemy, Lingyun replied, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. They all sighed in relief upon learning that Dumbledore was not only aware of everything, but had also provided them with 2 powerful magical tools for their support. However, when Harry articulated the plan to taint the beast with jealousy, Ron's countenance fell once more. Must I truly rely on my own envy? He gazed at the golden egg he had sullied, his eyes rife with a tumult of emotions. It felt akin to a public execution. Do not think like that, Ron. Hermione consoled from the side. Did not Lingyun say? This is not a negative affair. It is an exploitation of your innate talent. Though Hermione herself found the notion of such a talent to be somewhat peculiar. Indeed, Lingyun approached, seizing the tainted egg. However, the jealousy contained within this egg is still too crude and chaotic. It resembles unrefined or laden with impurities. If we were to present it directly to the beast, it would not achieve the desired effect of contamination. Rather, it might serve as a potent tonic for it. We must refine and purify it. Purify? How do we purify it? Ron inquired, perplexed. It is quite simple. Lingyun's gaze settled on Ron. To untie the knot, one must have tied it. I require your assistance. Ron, or rather, I need your emotions to act as the catalyst for this alchemical process. Thus, under Lingyun's suggestion, the trio ventured to a place where they would not be disturbed, a room of wishes granted. In Harry's imagination, the room transformed into a sleek, luminous alchemical laboratory. At its center stood a vast stone table, surrounded by an array of sophisticated instruments that glimmered with a faint light. Lingyun gently placed the tainted golden egg at the center of the stone table, then turned to Ron with a serious expression. Ron, now close your eyes. What? Ron was taken aback. I know, Lingyun clarified. I do not mean for you to wallow in that emotion. Rather, I want you to analyze and deconstruct it. You need not feel ashamed, nor should you resist it. You merely need to observe it, as an onlooker would. Much like Hermione analyzing a complex ancient spellbook in the library. Seek out the core code of your jealousy. Guided by Lingyun, Ron, though reluctant, closed his eyes. Hermione and Harry stood anxiously by, scarcely daring to breathe. All right, Ron, tell me, when you see Hermione dancing with Crumb, what's the first thought that crosses your mind? Lingyun's voice resonated with the authority of a seasoned psychologist. Excellent. That is anger and a propensity for violence, an impurity to be stripped away. And then, besides anger, what else? Sadness. Ron's voice dropped. I feel as though Hermione will no longer pay me any heed. She has found someone 100 times better than I. That is insecurity and the fear of loss, another impurity to be discarded. And then there is jealousy. Ron's voice was laced with bitterness. I envy Crumb. He is so renowned, so strong, an international seeker, and I am nothing. No, that is still too vague. Lingyun shook his head. Fame and strength are merely superficial attributes. You must identify the most pivotal point. What is it that leads you to believe he is more deserving of Hermione's affection than you? Ron fell silent, delving deeply into the recesses of his heart. After a prolonged moment, he finally whispered the answer. It is glory. He possesses the dazzling glory that belongs to a victor. While I do not. This is it. Lingyun's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight. He extended his finger, pointing like a sword, and inscribed a complex golden rune upon the golden egg. Separate the essence from the dross. He exclaimed softly. As he moved, an invisible, ashen aura seemed to be extracted from Ron, merging seamlessly into the golden rune. The golden egg on the stone table began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The chaotic, resentful green patterns on its surface gradually faded away, replaced by more delicate and sharper emerald runes, seemingly sculpted from the purest essence of jealousy. Imbued with a sense of possessiveness, these runes appeared almost alive, flowing languidly across the surface of the golden egg, ultimately converging into an ancient, twisted rune symbolizing possession and desire. The entire golden egg ceased to emanate that uncomfortable aura of resentment, instead radiating a pure, sharp light of jealousy that could pierce the very soul. This spell, which directly manipulated the emotions of others for alchemical purposes, exacted a considerable toll on him. At last, the egg of jealousy was truly complete. Harry and Hermione were utterly astonished. Is this truly alchemy? No cauldron, no flames, merely utilizing a person's emotions as the raw material? Is Eastern magic so idealistic? Following this extraordinary emotional purification, Ron appeared significantly lighter. He opened his eyes, gazing at the rejuvenated golden egg. His expression no longer burdened by guilt or inferiority. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of clarity and relief. He seemed to finally grasp the words Ling Yun had previously imparted to him. Transform jealousy into your ambition. Perhaps he truly could become that strategic king. At that moment, Hermione, who had been quietly perusing her book, suddenly exclaimed, "I found it." She held up a thick, nearly disintegrating tome, her excitement palpable. Ancient magical creatures and the origins of concepts. It contains records. She continued, it states that at the dawn of magic, there existed powerful entities that were not flesh and blood, but embodiments of pure concepts. The beast in the Black Lake is likely a living specimen of the primordial concept of possessiveness. Hermione's discovery utterly validated Ling Yun's theory. That beast was indeed no ordinary monster, and jealousy, as the ultimate evolution of possessiveness, undoubtedly constituted the most potent conceptual weapon against it. Splendid, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Now we are only left with one question. How do we deliver this bomb right to the giant's doorstep? Chapter 68, The Surprise Inspection. Just as the trio was deep in thought about how to deliver the bomb, the door of the request room was suddenly and violently blown open from the outside. A tremendous crash echoed. A figure clad in black robes, with a complexion so grim it seemed to exude shadows, appeared at the entrance. It was Snape. His penetrating black eyes, akin to poisoned daggers, locked onto the center of the room, where the golden egg emitted an eerie green glow. Very well. Snape squeezed out through clenched teeth. His voice was frigid and ruthless, like a serpent hissing in one's ear. Potter, I have long known you to be no good. Utilizing forbidden, dark magical artifacts to prepare for the Triwizard Tournament, you are just like your arrogant father. He provided Harry no opportunity for defense, directly condemning him. And you, Miss Granger, our know-it-all, how could you be involved in such a sordid affair? Gryffindor loses 100 points because of the three of you. Snape's gaze ultimately settled on Ling Yun, his expression rife with disdain and suspicion, nearly materializing into a palpable force. You, the deceiver from the East, are the one pulling strings behind the scenes, aren't you? Inciting Hogwarts champions to employ this unheard-of, malevolent Eastern sorcery? What is your true intention? Snape's wand was now aimed at Ling Yun. His recent days had been exceedingly difficult. Ever since he stumbled upon that black diary in the restricted section, his mind had been plagued with inexplicable, venomous howls filled with malice. I curse you, filthy mudblood. The Dark Lord shall not perish. These voices tormented him, robbing him of sleep and pushing him to the brink of madness. He had exhausted all techniques of mental shielding, yet could not silence them. He knew for certain this was connected to that Eastern boy. Today, he had finally found a weakness. He was determined to expel this boy, along with that insufferable Potter, from Hogwarts. Faced with Snape's wrath, Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned pale, too frightened to speak. However, Ling Yun remained calm. He even offered Snape a polite smile. Good evening, Professor Snape. You seem rather displeased. Is it due to the nightmares you've been having lately? Ling Yun's words pierced precisely into Snape's most sensitive nerve. Snape's body stiffened. How could he know? It appears, Professor, that you have some misunderstandings regarding emotional magic. Ling Yun slowly rose, positioning himself in front of the golden egg. What lies before us is not a dark magical artifact. It is merely a work of art, a piece of performance art, steeped in postmodern deconstructionism and centered around the theme of jealousy. Harry, Ron, Hermione, performance art? How are we unaware of this? Snape's countenance darkened, as though charred like the bottom of a cauldron. Do you take me for a fool, boy? He bellowed. I could palpably sense the insidious and malevolent energy emanating from it. Perhaps it resonates with you, Professor, because your own heart is filled with such sentiments? Ling Yun's tone remained unhurried. As a master of potion making, well versed in the essence of various plants and creatures, you should grasp how captivating emotions, as a fundamental energy, can be. Unless, Ling Yun's gaze turned somewhat sympathetic as he regarded Snape. Unless your own emotions have become so chaotic and murky that you have lost the ability to perceive the essence of things. You seek death. Snape completely lost his composure, unable to tolerate the tongue of this Eastern youth any longer. The wand in his hand glowed ominously green. An unforgivable curse was about to escape his lips. However, at that moment, another, older, and more authoritative voice resonated at the doorway. Enough, Severus. Dumbledore appeared at the entrance, his usual smile in place. Yet his azure eyes bore an undeniable authority. Headmaster, Snape reacted to Dumbledore like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fur bristling in alarm. You have arrived just in time. Look at them. Potter and this Eastern boy, they're studying this vile thing. He pointed accusingly at the green-tinged golden egg. Dumbledore stepped inside, casting a glance at the egg and then at Ling Yun. Subsequently, he acknowledged Ling Yun with a look of approval and curiosity that Snape could not comprehend. Severus, I believe you may have misunderstood, Dumbledore stated calmly. I am fully aware of and support Mr. Ling Yun and Mr. Potter's academic research on ancient conceptual magic. Academic research? Snape felt as if a giant troll had stomped on his head. To label an egg brimming with jealousy as academic research? Headmaster, are you serious? Have you also fallen under this Eastern boy's enchantment? But, Headmaster, there are no buts, Severus, Dumbledore interjected. Harry is a champion of Hogwarts. He has the right to prepare for the competition in any manner that does not violate school regulations. And Mr. Ling Yun, as our esteemed academic exchange student from the East, brings invaluable knowledge that holds immeasurable worth for the entire magical world. We should encourage, not suppress. Dumbledore's words rang with grandiosity and were impeccably articulated. Snape was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. He could only glare at Ling Yun and Harry with those resentful eyes, as if to say, "You shall regret this. I will eventually find your weaknesses." Finally, Snape swirled his dark, bat-like cloak and departed in a huff, resembling a tempest of shadow. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Ron and Hermione let out a long sigh of relief, having genuinely feared for their fate moments ago. Well, children, Dumbledore turned to them, the sternness on his face dissipating, replaced by a familiar, sly smile. It appears your academic pursuits have been progressing rather smoothly. However, I must remind you that time is of the essence. The second task is tomorrow. With that, he turned away, humming a little tune as he exited, leaving the trio and Ling Yun exchanging bewildered glances. Tomorrow, they exclaimed in unison, suddenly recalling that it was indeed the day of the competition. We're doomed. We haven't even figured out how to deliver the egg. Ron fretted, pacing anxiously. Harry wore a similarly tense expression, while Ling Yun remained composed. He gazed at the emerald green egg in his hand, now imbued with emotional refinement. A glimmer of wisdom flickering in his eyes. Who says we need to deliver it? He mused. Sometimes, the best delivery agent is the target itself. Chapter 69. The Final Preparations. The best delivery agent is the target itself? Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at Ling Yun, utterly perplexed by his words. Ling Yun, could you articulate something we can comprehend? Ron couldn't help but retort, every time you speak, I feel as though my brain is undergoing an incomprehensible potion experiment. Ready to explode. Ling Yun chuckled, opting not to clarify directly. He approached the colossal stone table, seized a feather quill, and swiftly began sketching on a blank parchment. He was delineating the topography of the lake's depths, depicting a merfolk village, columns with hostages bound to them, and the lair of an ancient beast that likely lurked in the darkest abyss. The meticulousness of the map astounded Harry. It was identical to what he had seen in the egg's vision. How do you know this so clearly? Harry asked, astonished. The trio retorted, we don't believe you. You, an Eastern outsider, haven't spoken a single truth. All right, look here, Ling Yun said, marking several circles on the map. This is the location of the hostages. This is where the beast resides, and these are the likely paths the other three champions may take. Normally, Harry, you would need to dive into the lake, evade the beast, rescue the hostages, and escape, correct? Harry nodded. However, Ling Yun shook his head, the success rate of this plan is virtually zero. The beast's mental pressure is no joke. The moment you enter its hunting ground, you will be immediately targeted. At that point, don't even think about rescuing anyone. You won't be able to move at all. What should I do then? Harry asked, his face filled with despair. Thus, we shall take the opposite approach. In Ling Yun's eyes sparkled the light of wisdom. We shall not evade. Instead, we shall proactively lure it. He pointed to a relatively open body of water on the map, distant from the hostage village. Harry, once you enter the water, your first task is not to search for people, but to head here. And then, using the siren's whistle bestowed upon you by Dumbledore, create the loudest commotion to draw it in. What? Harry gasped. Am I supposed to seek it out? Isn't that tantamount to suicide? Certainly not, Ling Yun replied. Before you proceed, we must undertake some preparations. He turned to Ron and Hermione. You two need to venture into the Forbidden Forest before the contest begins. What for? Ron inquired. To gather some luminescent fungi. Ling Yun elucidated, the kind that emits a faint glow in the darkness. The more, the better. Then, Hermione, you will need to employ an advanced transfiguration spell to disguise these fungi as galleons. Galleons? Hermione paused momentarily, but her astute mind quickly grasped Ling Yun's intent. You aim to create a false treasure to capture its attention? Precisely, Ling Yun affirmed with a nod of approval. That ferocious beast embodies greed. Nothing captivates it more than glittering objects that appear valuable. When Harry sounds the whistle to draw it near, Ron, you shall use the bludgeoning curse to toss these counterfeit coins into the water. The swirling coins, combined with the siren's song, will surely induce a fleeting moment of confusion and indecision in that great creature. And Harry, you must seize this opportunity to swiftly infiltrate the hostage village from another direction. Ron and Hermione felt their blood surge with excitement. This plan was intricately woven, audacious, and ingenious. It was reminiscent of the most complex game of wizard's chess they had ever played. However, Harry still harbored concerns. What if I manage to infiltrate, but that beast realizes my presence and pursues me? That brings us to our final and most crucial preparation. Ling Yun's expression grew serious once more. He fixed his gaze upon Harry and spoke deliberately. Before you enter the water, you must also safeguard your soul. Protect my soul? Indeed, Ling Yun affirmed. The true terror of that beast lies not in its minions, but in its mental dominion. It exudes a primordial malice capable of directly intimidating your very essence. Ordinary magical defenses will be ineffective against it. Thus, I must teach you a method to internally shield your mind. Ling Yun sat cross-legged and instructed Harry. Take a seat opposite me. Harry complied. Now, close your eyes and clear your mind as we practice with the mind-calming technique. Harry followed suit. Excellent. Ling Yun's voice seemed to resonate directly within his mind. Now, do not observe, but listen. Listen to your breath. Listen to your heartbeat. Then, gradually, slow and elongate your breath. Imagine yourself not breathing through your nose, but rather through your entire being, every inch of your skin inhaling the essence of life. Envision transforming into a stone, sinking into the depths of the ocean, surrounded by water currents that cannot disturb you, enveloped by darkness that cannot engulf you. You are you, an eternal existence, independent of all external turmoil. Ling Yun's voice resonates with a peculiar rhythm, infused with a pure essence of Tai Chi energy, guiding Harry into an unprecedented state of profound meditation. This practice, rooted in the ancient Taoist technique known as turtle breathing, not only allows one's breath and heartbeat to diminish to the bare minimum for prolonged underwater stillness, but also enables the spirit to enter a state of absolute tranquility akin to a simulated death. Severing all external mental distractions, this is the true barrier of the soul. Harry felt his body growing lighter and heavier simultaneously, as if he had genuinely become a stone. Everything from the outside world receded into the distance. The terrifying roars of the beast, the whispers of his classmates, Snape's torment, all became inconsequential. His heart was enveloped in an unprecedented, absolute serenity. When Harry opened his eyes again, the world appeared transformed. His vision was clearer, his hearing sharper, and his mind unfathomably calm and lucid. How do you feel? Ling Yun inquired. I feel magnificent, Harry replied with genuine admiration. I believe I could calmly reason with the dragon. Excellent. Remember this feeling, Ling Yun advised as he rose. Gillyweed can only alter your body, but this turtle breathing technique will truly safeguard your soul. The combination of both during the competition will ensure your success. The final preparations were complete. Harry gazed at his three friends before him, filled with an unprecedented sense of confidence and courage. Ron, once a friend plagued by insecurity and jealousy, would now serve as his most reliable tactical advisor. Hermione, the ever-knowledgeable bookworm, would employ her intellect to create the perfect battlefield for him. And Ling Yun, the enigmatic friend from the East, would provide him with the most formidable weapon and the sturdiest shield through his incomprehensible magic. We are a team, Harry declared earnestly as he looked at them. Of course, they echoed in unison. The following day, by the Black Lake, throngs of people gathered. The second event of the Triwizard Tournament was about to commence. The atmosphere in the stands was tense yet fervent. Harry stood by the lake, gripping the emerald-green golden egg tightly, alongside a clump of slippery gillyweed. He glanced toward Ling Yun, who formed a reassuring gesture with his lips. Go, Ling Yun communicated telepathically, in a manner only they could comprehend. Go and become the hero that all monsters shall envy. Harry took a deep breath and placed the gillyweed into his mouth. Then, at the signal from the judge, he leaped into the icy, fathomless depths of the Black Lake. Chapter 70, Shadows of Death. The chill was penetrating, an immediate sensation upon his entry. However, the effects of the gillyweed soon took hold. He felt slits form on either side of his neck, transforming into gills akin to those of a fish. His hands and feet sprouted webbing. The frigid water no longer posed a threat. Instead, it felt as welcoming as air. He opened his eyes to a world shrouded in a murky, emerald-green tranquility. Countless strands of aquatic plants swayed before him, while curious little fish darted around his side. Cool. He marveled silently to himself. He attempted a few strokes, feeling as if he were a true fish, agile and free. He recalled Ling Yun's advice and refrained from swimming directly toward the center of the lake, where the merfolk village might lie. Instead, he dove toward another area, relatively open yet densely populated with aquatic vegetation. As he descended deeper, the light diminished and the water pressure increased. A subtle, chilling malice began to seep in from all directions. Harry's heart tightened abruptly. He quickly centered his thoughts and began to practice the turtle breathing technique that Ling Yun had taught him. His breathing became exceedingly long and faint, and his heartbeat gradually slowed. He entered a state of absolute tranquility, where both self and surroundings faded away. The cold malevolence seemed to lose its target, circling around him before becoming less aggressive. Effective. A surge of joy welled within Harry. He continued to plunge deeper. Soon, he encountered some unfriendly native creatures, Grindylows. These green little water monsters, with their long fingers and sharp teeth, lunged out from the shadows of the aquatic plants, attacking Harry with fervor. In the past, he would have clumsily reached for his wand to defend himself. But now his mind was tranquil. He didn't even draw his wand. A deft sidestep allowed him to easily evade one Grindylow-esque charge. Then, he seized another Grindylow by its long, slippery leg and swung it around like a mace, smashing it into the approaching companions. Bang! Several Grindylows were sent reeling, shrieking as they scattered in panic. Harry looked at his webbed hands in astonishment. So, in a state of absolute calm, his reactions and strength could become so formidable. Having dealt with these nuisances, Harry finally arrived at the fishing spot designated by Ling Yun. He retrieved the silver siren's whistle from his pocket, took a deep breath, and blew into it with force. The sound resonated, as if enchanted, piercing through layers of water and echoing towards the depths of the Black Lake. Almost instantly upon the song's emergence deep within the abyss of the lake, in that most shadowy realm where even light dares not venture, a pair of colossal eyes, resembling yellow lanterns, gradually opened. A ferocious, primordial pressure, imbued with a sense of impending destruction, surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the entire Black Lake. All aquatic creatures, be they fish or Grindylows, trembled in fear beneath this overwhelming force, desperately fleeing in every direction away from the source. Those yellow eyes turned toward the direction of the haunting melody. Its immense shadow, reminiscent of a mountain, began to shift slowly. On the shore, Ling Yun had his eyes closed, his consciousness weaving an invisible net that enveloped the entire Black Lake. Everything occurring at the lake's bottom was vividly portrayed within his mind. It has arrived, Ling Yun whispered. Now is the moment. From a large pocket, he retrieved a handful of shimmering galleons, cleverly disguised by Hermione's transfiguration spell. With all his strength, he hurled these coins into the center of the lake like a catapult. With a whoosh, countless gleaming coins traced elegant parabolic arcs, plummeting into the water with a cacophony of sound. At the lake's bottom, the ancient beast, advancing toward Harry, suddenly halted its movements. Its simple, instinct-driven mind received two signals, both irresistibly alluring. One was the sorrowful and seductive song, while the other radiated with the promise of wealth and brilliance. Which path to choose? Which to devour? The enormous yellow eyes flickered between Harry and the descending coins, displaying a human-like expression of indecision. Well done. Harry rejoiced at the sight. He immediately ceased his whistling and, like an arrow released from a bow, propelled himself toward the merfolk village with all his might. He had to reach the destination before that colossal creature made its choice. Navigating through dense aquatic vegetation and circumventing massive rocks, he finally beheld a peculiar village constructed from enormous stones and seaweed. At the heart of the village lay a small square, adorned with several stone pillars. Ron, Hermione, Fleur's sister, and Cedric's secret love, Cho-Chang, were tightly bound to the pillars by magical ropes. Their eyes were closed, as if entrapped in a deep slumber. Not a single merperson could be seen in the vicinity. The entire village was shrouded in a deathly silence and palpable dread, evidently frightened into hiding by the ancient beast. Harry dared not linger for even a moment. He swam to the first pillar, drew his wand, and with a slicing spell, severed the ropes binding Ron. Next, he turned to Hermione. Just as he prepared to rescue Fleur's sister, a surge of immense malevolence, causing his very soul to shudder, struck him from behind. The colossal creature ultimately relinquished its gaudy, worthless gold coins, opting instead for Harry, the seemingly more delectable, living delicacy. The shadow of death instantaneously enveloped him. Chapter 71, Detonation. In a moment of dire peril, Harry chose neither to flee nor to confront the threat head-on. His mind, under the influence of the tortoise breath and soul guard spell, was remarkably calm. He made a bold and unexpected decision. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, wrapping his arms around Gabrielle Delacour, who was bound to the stone pillar. Then, he raised the emerald-green golden egg, which he had clutched tightly from the very beginning. "Come forth, you great, clumsy beast!" Harry roared in his heart. He concentrated all his emotions, all his pride, into this singular moment. "I am Harry Potter. I am the boy who lived. I am the warrior who triumphed over the Hungarian Horntail. I am Hogwarts' sole hope. I am, without a doubt, the most radiant hero in this world." An invisible, powerful aura brimming with glory and confidence erupted from him. At that moment, he opened the golden egg, utterly tainted by Ron's jealousy. There were no piercing screams, nor sorrowful melodies. The instant the egg was unveiled, a pure and exquisitely concentrated emerald green energy erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. This energy did not disperse outward. Rather, guided by the green magical runes, it formed a beam of light that enveloped Harry with precision. In an instant, he was shrouded in a thin layer of an eerie, green glowing emotional halo. The ancient beast, which had charged behind Harry, froze as its gaping maw prepared to close. Its enormous yellow eyes were filled with confusion and an unfamiliar emotion it had never experienced before. In its simple mind, dominated by possession and hunger, a complex question emerged for the first time. What is this sparkling essence surrounding the little one? Why do I not possess it? Why is it his to have? By what right? A nameless fury ignited deep within its soul. This flame was neither hunger nor anger, but a more intricate and tormenting fire known as jealousy. It gazed at Harry not as a delectable morsel, but as a detestable rival who had stolen what rightfully belonged to it. Roar! The ancient beast unleashed a frenzied roar, filled with frustration and resentment. Its attacks transformed from precise, lethal bites to a desire to obliterate everything in sight. It aimed to destroy the wretched little one who evoked its displeasure. Boom! 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 Great stone pillars crumbled one after another beneath its furious onslaught. The village of mermaids was instantly transformed into a desolate ruin. The entire bottom of the Black Lake trembled violently, as if a cataclysmic underwater earthquake had occurred. Success! Harry beamed with joy as he beheld the ferocious beast, now engulfed in chaos and fury. Ling Yun's plan had truly succeeded. Seizing the opportunity, he used his wand to sever the ropes binding Gabrielle and, grasping her hand, swam vigorously towards the surface. However, he soon halted his progress. Cedric and Crumb had also arrived on the scene. Cedric was engaged in a fierce struggle with several Grindylows that had emerged amidst the turmoil, attempting to rescue Cho, who was ensnared. Crumb, however, fared worse. He appeared to have sustained an injury during his descent, with one arm bleeding profusely. His shark-like transformation had also begun to waver. Meanwhile, the maddened beast, in its reckless rampage, violently swung its massive tail toward the two of them. The force of that tail could obliterate them both, along with the stone pillar, into mere pulp. No, without a moment's hesitation, Harry reversed his course and swam towards them. He understood that by fleeing, he could safely complete the competition. Yet, he found himself incapable of abandoning his classmates to their fate before his very eyes. This was his destiny as the savior. The instinctual choice of Harry Potter. On the shore, Ling Yun witnessed the unfolding events at the lake's bottom with clarity. When he saw Harry resolutely turn back, a flicker of appreciation graced his face. This was the mark of a true warrior, he murmured to himself. However, the expression soon shifted to one of gravity as he sensed a perilous change in the beast's emotions beneath the lake. The pure courage and love emanating from Harry, a force ignited by the desire to protect his comrades, clashed with the raw jealousy contained within the golden egg. One embodying virtue, the other vice, two diametrically opposed. Quintessentially powerful emotional forces converged upon the creature. It was akin to pouring a basin of ice water into a cauldron of boiling oil. This was dire. Ling Yun's countenance shifted abruptly. An explosion was imminent. No sooner had he uttered the warning than the ancient beast at the lake's bottom abruptly ceased all movement. Its colossal form began to contort and swell in an erratic manner. An indescribable tempest of chaotic emotions erupted from it, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. A scream, alien to this world, filled with agony and contradiction, tore through the very fabric of the Black Lake. echoing throughout its depths. Then, under the horrified gaze of all present, the beast's body burst forth, akin to a balloon inflated to its utmost limit, erupting with a resounding pop. It did not dissolve into flesh and blood, but rather transformed into the most primal, chaotic dark energy, sweeping across the lake's bottom like a tempestuous black storm. Harry, Cedric, and Crumb, along with the hostages they sought to rescue, were hurled into the air by a tremendous energy storm. Harry felt as though his head had been struck by 1,000 hammers simultaneously. The soul barrier he had constructed with the turtle breath protection spell shattered instantly under the chaotic energy onslaught. Darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness entirely. In the fleeting moment before oblivion, he perceived a golden light, shooting like lightning from the shore into the water, enveloping him and his friends. The light was warm, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Chapter 72. Hero. When Harry awoke once more, he found himself lying on a hospital bed within the school infirmary. The sunlight streaming through the window was warm and bright. Ron and Hermione stood by his bedside, their faces etched with concern. "Harry, you're awake," Hermione exclaimed with delight. "What happened to me?" Harry struggled to sit up, feeling a persistent throbbing in his head. "What about the competition?" Ron recounted the events that transpired. It turned out that at the moment the beast self-destructed and everyone was engulfed by the energy storm, Ling Yun wasted no time in intervening. He transformed an exceptionally pure form of Tai Chi energy into a vast, golden protective shield that enveloped the entire lakebed arena, effectively warding off the chaotic dark energy. Then, as if fishing, he retrieved all the unconscious competitors and hostages without leaving a single one behind. The entire process flowed seamlessly, so swift that all the judges and spectators were left momentarily stunned. When they beheld everyone safe and sound on the shore, the stands erupted in cheers. Although the competition had unfolded in a rather bizarre manner, the outcome was fortuitous. Harry, having saved everyone and demonstrated unparalleled moral integrity, was unanimously awarded the highest score for the second task by the judges. Cedric and Crumb also benefited from his assistance, completing the challenge successfully and earning commendable scores. As for Fleur, despite her inability to finish the task, her attitude towards Harry underwent a complete transformation due to his rescue of her sister. No longer did she refer to him as that little boy. Instead, she rushed over to give him a warm, French cheek kiss, leaving Harry blushing profusely. In that moment, Harry Potter once again became the most radiant hero of Hogwarts. "So did I win?" Harry, still incredulous, asked. "Of course." Ron puffed out his chest in pride. "And who came up with the idea?" "That was Ling Yun's idea," Hermione pointedly interjected. I contributed too. I was the one who contaminated that egg," Ron argued defensively. Their playful banter lightened the atmosphere in the hospital room. "What about Ling Yun?" Harry inquired. Hermione gestured towards the window, "has been standing alone in that tower over there since he rescued you all afternoon. No one knew what he was doing." Harry followed her gaze and beheld a shadowy figure standing atop the highest tower of the castle, facing the wind. His cloak billowed dramatically in the breeze. He stood there silently, resembling an ancient, unchanging statue, separated from the world by an imperceptible barrier. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged within Harry. He realized that his potential to become a hero, to triumph in the competition, and to earn the admiration of all hinged entirely upon this enigmatic friend. Yet, Ling Yun consistently concealed himself in the shadows. He neither sought recognition nor flaunted his prowess. He embodied the essence of a true, detached mediator, guiding them towards light and victory while confronting the unknown darkness alone. Atop the tower, Ling Yun's expression was grave. He was not admiring the scenery, nor relishing the joy of victory. His consciousness was entirely focused on the black diary in his hand. Just moments ago, when the fearsome creature at the lake's bottom had self-destructed, unleashing a torrent of chaotic negative emotional energy, he distinctly felt the soul artifact in his grasp pulsate violently, akin to a famished heart yearning for sustenance. It craved, greedily desiring to absorb the overwhelming emotional tempest capable of driving any wizard to madness. Though ultimately isolated by Ling Yun's energy barrier, the fleeting tremor revealed to him a more terrifying truth. Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, may not have created the soul artifacts solely for the sake of immortality. Rather, these artifacts appeared to function as emotional receptors and energy converters. He was utilizing them to incessantly gather a myriad of negative emotions, fear, hatred, jealousy, despair, from across the globe. These were the very sources of his power. The Triwizard Tournament, a stage that captivated the entire European magical community and stirred the deepest emotions of the champions, presented itself as an extravagant feast of emotions for him. He sought not only to utilize Harry's blood to resurrect his body, but also to drain the most intense emotions from everyone in the arena at the moment of his revival, propelling himself to an unprecedented pinnacle of power. What a grand strategy it was. Ling Yun's gaze turned icily resolute. He finally comprehended the true meaning of his ultimate task, to purify the abyss of emotions. Voldemort was not merely a dark wizard. He, or rather the power system he represented, was a tangible outlet for the world's emotional abyss. As long as this outlet remained unblocked, the world's negative emotions would continue to flow into his grasp, ultimately culminating in a cataclysmic disaster. At that moment, Ling Yun felt the diary in his hand tremble once more, ever so slightly. A familiar inscription, composed of ink, gradually emerged upon the blank page. What a splendid performance, esteemed guest from the East. Your comprehension of emotions exceeds my imagination. I can see that I underestimated you before. It was Tom Riddle. Remarkably, he was actively engaging in communication with Ling Yun. Ling Yun's pupils constricted sharply. He understood that the other was brazenly flaunting and provoking him. He was utterly unconcerned about whether his plans had been discerned, for he was confident that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and stratagems were in vain. And he was on the verge of acquiring that absolute power. He simply gazed silently at the words, his expression betraying no turbulence. Yet within, he had already reached a momentous decision. There could be no further delay. It was imperative to devise a means to destroy this Horcrux before the commencement of the third task, to sever entirely the most crucial emotional receptor in Voldemort's resurrection ritual. Chapter 73, Tom's Class Notes. The conclusion of the second task elevated Harry's popularity at Hogwarts to an unprecedented pinnacle. Not only had he triumphed in the competition, but through his actions, he had garnered the respect of all, including the other three champions. Cedric had become a close friend, often engaging in discussions about magic with him. Fleur no longer referred to him as the little boy, but affectionately called him my brave Harry. Even the typically aloof Crumb acknowledged him with a nod when they encountered each other in the library, though his expression remained as stony as ever. The entire Hogwarts was enveloped in a serene and joyous atmosphere, as if the shadows cast by the Horcrux and the ancient beast had been entirely dispelled. However, only Ling Yun understood that beneath this tranquility, a far more dreadful storm was brewing. He isolated himself in the room of requirement for 3 full days. Diligently studying the Black Diary, he endeavored to purify the soul fragments within using his Tai Chi energy. Yet, each attempt ended in failure. Tom Riddle's fragment of soul proved far more tenacious than he had anticipated. It resembled a piece of taffy, steeped in resentment and darkness for 50 years, foul and unyielding. Although Ling Yun's energy could suppress it, inflicting considerable pain, complete eradication was beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, he unearthed an even more disconcerting reality. The 16-year-old Tom Riddle was engaged in study. He no longer howled in impotent rage and curses as he had before. Instead, he had grown exceedingly quiet. Like the most diligent student, he eagerly analyzed and absorbed Ling Yun's Tai Chi energy with avarice. It seemed he sought to discover a means to unravel this power system from the East, which he had never encountered before, perhaps even to wield it for himself. This revelation sent a chill down Ling Yun's spine. This adversary was indeed formidable. His capacity for learning and his obsession with power have reached a pathological level. It is imperative that he ceases this form of study. That night, Ling Yun finally emerged from the room of requirement. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet his gaze shone with an unusual brilliance. He understood that a direct confrontation would be futile. He must adopt a different approach. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind, aptly announcing, "Ding, warning. The residual soul of S-rank target Tom Riddle is undergoing self-evolution. Emotional pollution and counter-emotion principles have been preliminarily analyzed. The danger level of the resurrection ritual has escalated. New side mission triggered. Sever the source. Mission objective. Discover a method to destroy the diary Horcrux before the commencement of the third project. Mission rewards. Tai Chi Spirit Cultivation, 3rd tier. Fragment of the Emotion Law Pride. The generous rewards made Ling Yun's eyes momentarily sparkle, but they also instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. The 3rd tier of Tai Chi Spirit Cultivation could facilitate his direct breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. The fragment of the Emotion Law, Pride, was something he had long coveted. The system's provision of such bountiful rewards clearly indicated the formidable difficulty of this task. To destroy a Horcrux, Dumbledore had stated that only the venom of a basilisk or fiendfire could achieve this. The basilisk had been slain by Harry, although its fangs remained. Obtaining one without arousing Dumbledore's suspicion would be exceedingly difficult. As for fiend fire, that forbidden dark magic, which even the caster cannot control, Ling Yun would not dare to approach. That would not solve the problem. It would only exacerbate it. Was there, then, a third method? A method uniquely his own? Ling Yun's gaze instinctively fell into his pocket, where lay the seemingly unremarkable golden egg that had already been purified. A bold, even somewhat mad, thought began to take shape in his mind. If this golden egg could be tainted by the negative emotion of jealousy, could it not also be imbued with another, more potent, pure positive emotion? If the Horcrux serves as a vessel for malevolence, could he not artificially create a weapon to embody the highest form of goodness? Using magic against magic, employing emotion to counter emotion. As this idea took root in his mind, it burgeoned with fervor. Perhaps it was worth a try. A wild gleam flickered in Ling Yun's eyes as he turned and made his way toward Gryffindor Tower. He needed the assistance of someone who embodies the purest and most powerful positive emotions in this world, Harry Potter. When Ling Yun found Harry and shared his audacious plan, Harry's initial reaction was, "Ling Yun, have you been neglecting your rest? Are you feeling quite all right?" Transforming the golden egg into a heart-shaped bomb, then using it to obliterate Voldemort's diary? This notion appears more absurd than any tale penned by Lockhart. "Harry, do you believe me?" Ling Yun refrained from elaborating further, merely gazing earnestly at him. Harry, locking eyes with Ling Yun's calm, yet powerful gaze, hesitated for a moment before finally nodding emphatically. "I believe. Then follow me." With that, Ling Yun led Harry back to the room of requirement. "Now, Harry, I need you to undertake a task." Ling Yun's expression was gravely serious. A task that may prove even more challenging than facing a dragon or a beast. "What is it?" Harry inquired anxiously. "I require you to delve deep within your own soul, to uncover that most potent protective magic your mother bequeathed you, the love mark that Professor Dumbledore spoke of." "How am I to accomplish this?" Harry felt somewhat lost. He was aware of the protection within him, yet it was intangible and elusive. He had no idea how to seek it out or wield it. "Use the calming technique I taught you," Ling Yun instructed. "Do not dwell on joyful memories, nor contemplate the Patronus charm. This time, what you seek is not joy, but love. The purest, most selfless love, a mother's willing sacrifice to protect her child. It resides within your being, within your soul. It has always been safeguarding you. Now find it, feel it, and then bring it forth." Chapter 74. The Great Love. Under Ling Yun's guidance, Harry sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He commenced the calming technique, gradually immersing his spirit into the boundless, tranquil darkness. This meditation was unlike any he had experienced before. He did not pursue the ethereal state of forgetting himself. Instead, he concentrated all his thoughts deep within. He was searching for the love mark his mother had left him, as mentioned by Dumbledore. Initially, he felt nothing. His heart remained a familiar, cold darkness, filled with the shadows of his childhood. There were Uncle Vernon's roars, Dudley's fists, and the suffocating solitude of the cupboard. These negative emotions, like shackles, firmly bound the deepest part of him. "Do not be afraid, Harry." Ling Yun's voice seemed to resonate from another realm, gentle yet powerful. "Do not resist this pain. They are part of you. Embrace them, traverse through them. Beyond the deepest darkness, there will surely be light." Harry heeded Ling Yun's guidance. He ceased to evade those painful memories. Instead, he quietly observed them, experiencing their presence. He then realized that when he no longer feared these memories, they seemed less terrifying. They were akin to layers of black mist. He extended his hand gently, parting the first layer of mist. It was the indifference and cruelty of the Dursleys. He pushed aside the second layer of fog, revealing the ostracism and mockery he faced from other children at school. Layer after layer, he continued until he reached the final veil, the densest black mist symbolizing the fear of Voldemort. In that moment, he beheld a faint yet profoundly warm golden light emanating from the depths of his heart and soul. Cautiously, he reached out to touch this light. In an instant, an indescribable, immense, and warm torrent enveloped his entire consciousness. He heard a gentle female voice softly humming a lullaby in his ear. Before him appeared the smiling face of a red-haired woman, her emerald green eyes brimming with the tenderest love in the world. Lily Potter, his mother. "Mother," Harry instinctively murmured. Two streams of hot, clear tears cascaded from the corners of his tightly shut eyes. Yet these tears were not born of sorrow or pain, but rather pure, blissful happiness, overflowing with love. He had finally found it, the greatest power that had protected him for 14 years. "Right now, Harry," Ling Yun's voice resounded in his mind. "Place your hand upon that golden egg. Infuse it with all that you feel, with your mother-esque love." Without hesitation, Harry pressed his hand against the cold, smooth surface of the golden egg. He channeled the surging torrent of love from his heart unreservedly through his palm into the egg. Buzz. The golden egg began to tremble violently. The emerald green, magical runes of jealousy that adorned its surface melted and disintegrated upon contact with this supreme, pure energy of love. As if snow meeting the scorching sun, in their place emerged intricate, beautiful golden sacred runes, woven from the purest sunlight and starlight. These runes flowed gracefully across the surface of the golden egg, ultimately converging into an ancient angelic mark representing protection and sacrifice. The golden egg transformed. No longer a bomb filled with jealousy and possessiveness, but a relic radiating soft and warm golden light, suffused with a sense of sanctity and guardianship. It was no longer a weapon. It became a vessel embodying a mother's greatest and most selfless love. As the transformation of the golden egg reached completion, Harry emerged from that wondrous state. He opened his eyes to behold the warm, softly glowing golden egg in his hands, traces of tears still lingering on his face. Yet he felt as if he had undergone a baptism at the very core of his soul. His gaze became clearer and more resolute. I did it. He looked at Ling Yun, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, you did it. Ling Yun gazed at him, a genuine smile illuminating his face. You surpassed my expectations, he remarked. He took the radiant golden egg of holy light from Harry's hands and then retrieved the black diary, imbued with a malevolent aura, from the other end of the stone table. As these two objects, embodying diametrically opposed attributes, drew near, an invisible yet powerful force of repulsion emerged between them. The golden egg emanated a warm glow, seemingly intent on purifying the surrounding darkness, while the diary exuded a chilling silence capable of devouring all. Good and evil, life and death, two primal forces stood in stark opposition within that small room. A smile of anticipation graced Ling Yun's face, akin to one about to witness an extraordinary fireworks display. Let us see whether the morbid obsession of a 16-year-old boy with immortality is more potent than a mother's love. With that, he gently pressed the resplendent golden egg toward the soul-bound diary that radiated endless darkness. An ultimate confrontation of love and hatred was about to unfold in his hands. Chapter 75. The Golden Egg of Holy Light. As the golden egg, embodying the supreme love of Lily Potter, made contact with the diary steeped in Tom Riddle's boundless resentment, there was no cataclysmic explosion, nor any earth-shattering surge of magical energy. The room, imbued with a sense of wish fulfillment, fell into an eerie and absolute silence, as if time itself had been momentarily suspended. Harry felt as if his soul were being cleaved in two. One half basked in a warm, golden sea, the embrace of his mother, while the other was dragged into a cold, dark abyss, embodying endless death and solitude. Buzz. The diary reacted first. Ink-like black tendrils writhed from its cover, akin to serpents come to life, desperately surging forth to push the warm egg away, seeking to corrupt and consume it. Simultaneously, a sharp, frigid voice, brimming with the arrogance and cruelty typical of youth, roared within Harry's mind. Love? What a laughably cheap word. A self-deluding lie of mortals. Look at you, Harry Potter. What has your pitiful mother's love protected you from? She is dead, and I shall attain immortality. Give up before this great and immortal darkness. Your flickering light is but a joke. Harry's mind felt as though it were being stirred by a red-hot iron rod. The sheer malice made him feel nauseous, and the loving energy connecting him to the golden egg began to waver. Steady now, Harry. Ling Yun's voice was calm, as if commenting on the goblins in a neighbor's garden. Harry, despite the gravity of the situation, nearly lost his composure. He is currently attacking you with mental pollution. Ling Yun continues to guide Harry. There is no need for you to engage in debate with him, nor should you attempt to understand him. You only need to experience love. Experience love? Harry asked, filled with anguish. Yes, Ling Yun replied, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do not solely dwell on your mother's sacrifice. Consider something more specific. For instance, the tenderness she showed while changing your diapers, the patience she exhibited while feeding you, the joy she felt while holding you and humming off-key lullabies in your ear. Love is not an abstract concept. Love is the diaper, the bottle, the off-key song. Harry was taken aback. He had never contemplated love from this perspective before. He began to imagine a young, clumsy mother, her hands fumbling as she changed her child's diaper for the first time, eventually bursting into laughter. He envisioned her holding him close, her voice the softest in the world, uttering words he could not fully comprehend, yet felt infused with boundless warmth. In that instant, the golden stream of energy transformed. It was no longer a solemn, protective light. Instead, it morphed into a warmth that was more embracing, infused with the essence of everyday love. If the previous love was a holy sword capable of severing all evil, then this new love resembled a cozy, fragrant blanket that enveloped everything. What is this? Such mundane, trivial, nauseating sentiment. The Tom Riddle in the diary was utterly shattered. He could grasp grand hatred, comprehend the fear of death, even understand a distorted love that sacrifices for a purpose. Yet, he was entirely incapable of understanding or resisting this most ordinary and pure maternal love, brimming with the essence of life. This was utterly unreasonable. The golden light no longer clashed with the dark mist. Rather, it enveloped, permeated, and assimilated the clawing shadows with a gentle grace, like mercury flowing. The diary began to tremble violently. Pages fluttered wildly, automatically turning. The once venomous, cursed black ink, under the radiance of the golden light, faded rapidly as if washed away by cleansing water. In its place appeared lines of fresh writing in golden ink. Tom Riddle's daily observations. October 1st, clear skies. That insufferable slughorn praised Lily Evans again in potions class. It was merely luck. October 3rd, overcast. I discovered a beautiful snake, and I named it Nagini. It seems to like me. October 10th, rain. I despise the rain. I miss my mother. No, I do not have a mother. I am the strongest. Harry stared wide-eyed at the content that resembled a child's diary, continuously emerging from the Horcrux. He even chanced upon a rather pretentious sonnet penned by Tom Riddle, filled with the angst of eternal life, its clumsy rhymes and awkward metaphors causing Harry's toes to curl in discomfort, nearly prompting him to excavate Hogwarts Castle on the spot. Is this the inner world of the Dark Lord? How disillusioning. Ling Yun could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. It turns out that the so-called Horcrux is essentially a cryptic, virus-laden diary belonging to a troubled adolescent. Shut up. Do not read. You vile mortals. Get out of my mind. The diary emitted a final, exasperated, and shame-filled mental roar. Then with a soft thud, a visible crack appeared on the black cover of the diary. A plume of smoke, mingling with the musty scent of ink and the youthful exuberance of hormones, wafted from the fissure, eventually dissipating into the air. Everything had come to an end. Harry slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Though weary, he felt as if the shackles deep within his soul had been utterly unbound. An unprecedented sense of relief enveloped him. Ling Yun stepped forward and picked up the now-cracked diary, which no longer exuded any malevolent aura. As he leafed through its pages, he discovered they had all turned blank. The fragments of Tom Riddle's soul, along with his unknown dark history, had been thoroughly purified by that warm maternal love. However, just as Ling Yun was about to close the diary, an all-too-familiar system notification suddenly erupted in his mind, sounding an unprecedentedly urgent alarm. Ding! The S-Class Horcrux, Tom Riddle's diary, has been successfully purified. Warning! The Resurrection Ritual's final protocol has been forcibly activated. Remaining Horcrux energy will be automatically redistributed. Warning! The backup energy point located deep within the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts has been activated prematurely. Chapter 76, Pilgrimage. The smile on Ling Yun's face solidified the instant he heard the cacophony of frantic alarms in his mind. What is happening? Harry, just recovering from the overwhelming sensation of his soul being cleansed, noticed Ling Yun's expression shift from sunny to stormy in an instant. It seems we have stirred up a hornet's nest. Ling Yun's tone carried a subtle sense of defeat as he gazed at the now harmless, defunct diary in his hand. Managing a wry smile. Let me briefly summarize the situation for you. Ling Yun explained to the bewildered Harry in the simplest terms possible. We have successfully eradicated one of Voldemort's manifestations. Isn't that a good thing? Harry questioned, somewhat perplexed. Upon resolving this manifestation, his magical energy, that emotional abyss, immediately activated its emergency protocol, redirecting all energy originally intended for the diary to a backup energy point. Harry was left in a fog, yet he grasped the key phrase. So, things have become worse? That is one way to interpret it. Ling Yun nodded slightly. We are not disarming a bomb. Rather, we are transforming a timed explosive into a pressure-triggered landmine. And just now, we have decisively stepped on it. Where is the backup energy source? Harry's heart sank. Ling Yun raised his head, his gaze piercing through the walls of the room of requirement, looking out at the Forbidden Forest, which appeared as a black sea under the moonlight. Hogwarts, deep within the Forbidden Forest. As soon as the words left his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the two. The Forbidden Forest, a place that, for Hogwarts students, was an immense source of negative emotions. It was akin to standing beside a powder keg, surrounded by a warehouse full of gasoline. We must stop him. Harry immediately stood up, his face devoid of hesitation. The reunion with his mother's spirit, that warmth filled with the vitality of love, had not rendered him weak. On the contrary, it had become the most formidable armor, enveloping his soul. He was now more aware than ever of what he was fighting for. Not for the elusive title of the boy who lived, nor for the greater good spoken of by Dumbledore, but for the hope that more people might possess the kind of happiness his mother had, one that could hum a tuneless lullaby under the sun. I thought you would first ask what we should do. Ling Yun looked at Harry, a glimmer of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Let's go and figure out as we proceed. Harry picked up his wand, inspecting it. They could not simply sit here and wait for him to finish, could they? Ling Yun smiled. Indeed. He stuffed the already tattered diary and the now dim golden egg into his pocket. Let us go and deliver a physical disconnection to him. The two spoke no more, swiftly departing the room of requirement. The Hogwarts castle at midnight was tranquil and serene. The armor lining the corridors cast elongated shadows in the moonlight. The fat lady in the portrait was snoring loudly. Unbeknownst to anyone, two young boys traversed this serenity, heading toward a battle that could determine the fate of the entire magical world. When they finally arrived breathless at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they both came to an abrupt halt. The sight before them sent a chill deep within their souls. The entire Forbidden Forest had changed. The air no longer carried the familiar dampness mingled with earth and decaying leaves, but instead was filled with a pure malice that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. The sound resonated like a colossal, pulsating heart. With each beat, the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. Yet what sent shivers down their spines the most were the spiders, thousands of them, large and small, converging from all directions of the forest. They no longer regarded the humans entering their domain with hostility or vigilance. They ignored Harry and Ling Yun standing at the forest's edge. All the spiders seemed to be under the control of some invisible force, marching in orderly, densely packed formations, akin to a well-drilled army poised to charge into battle. Racing towards the innermost depths of the Forbidden Forest, towards the pulsating heart of fear. At the forefront of this procession, Harry beheld a colossal, furry figure he never wished to encounter again. Aragog. The enormous, aged acromantula was behaving unusually. Its murky, clouded 8 eyes glimmered with a fervent, insatiable red light, a fervor foreign to its nature. It appeared to be infused with a renewed, more youthful, and sinister vitality. They were on a pilgrimage. Ling Yun observed this bizarre scene, muttering to himself, "What on earth is Voldemort up to?" Harry gripped his wand tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. His instincts had already detected the source of that heart. There, an overwhelming wave of pure terror, so immense it rendered even the ancient beast of your insignificant, was wildly coalescing, compressing, and transforming. Voldemort was not merely creating a monster. He was artificially gestating a living god of fear at the very heart of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 77, Pettigrew. Your fear is slightly overflowing, Harry. This bodes ill for our forthcoming endeavors. Ling Yun's gaze swept across the seemingly endless black torrent composed of carapaces and long legs. Additionally, the notes regarding your arachnophobia in your personal dossier have been highlighted in bold red. Harry was in no mood for jest. The sight before him was more unsettling than facing the Hungarian horntail. This was no mere biological entity. It was a manifestation of a concept, a living embodiment of density and dread writhing before him. Thousands of spiders, from tiny hatchlings to adult giants larger than hounds, moved as if puppeteered by unseen strings, advancing with a spine-chilling gait into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Their multifaceted eyes glowed with the same alien, fervent red light. This was not a pilgrimage. It was clearly a sacrificial offering to a malevolent deity. We cannot charge through, Harry concluded in despair. Even if I could fly, they would ensnare me in their webs. Why charge? Ling Yun countered. Confrontation has always been the most foolish choice, especially when the enemy's minions can respawn infinitely. We are here to dismantle the crystal, not to clear the minions. Harry gazed at him bewildered. Dismantle what? What minions? After a moment's pause, Ling Yun looked at Harry and proposed a solution. We cannot sever the server nor eradicate the virus from all terminals. Thus, we can only choose to become invisible. Invisibility cloak? Harry immediately thought of his prized possession, but the cloak could only obscure one's form, not mask scent or sound. Their perceptive abilities. I am not referring to invisibility on a physical level. Ling Yun shook his head, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I speak of conceptual invisibility. He extended a finger, a pure strand of Taiji energy, shimmering with a faint golden glow, swirling at his fingertip. If the entire Forbidden Forest communicated through fear, then any creature infused with intense emotions, be it your anger, anxiety, or even the urgency of nature's call, would be instantly recognized by this network, akin to fireflies illuminating the night. But what if we could transform ourselves into mere stones? A confident smile graced Ling Yun's lips, envisioning a being devoid of emotion, thought, or even presence. In a system that only recognizes emotional signals, we would become non-existent. Harry listened, dumbfounded. This theory transcended the boundaries of his magical knowledge. It seemed more enigmatic than the pinnacle of transfiguration. Are you ready? Ling Yun did not afford him much time for contemplation. We are about to catch a ride. However, this ride may be a bit bumpy and perhaps not very pleasant. With that, he sat cross-legged, his hands forming a peculiar seal before him. The technique of turtle breath and soul guard, with a heart like still water. An invisible aura emanated from him, gradually expanding to create an imperceptible field with a diameter of about 3 meters. Within this realm, all sounds appeared absorbed, the lights softened, and even the flow of air slowed to a gentle whisper. Standing within this domain, Harry felt his heart, once racing with fear, miraculously calm itself, not suppressed, but rather as if it had lost the reason to beat. All emotions, whether fear, tension, or curiosity, dissipated into the tranquility of this aura. He truly felt on the verge of becoming a stone. Let us proceed. Ling Yun rose, taking the first step towards the oncoming tide of spiders. Harry swallowed hard, sensing his legs weaken. This was far more exhilarating than facing Voldemort in a duel. Gritting his teeth, he closely followed Ling Yun. They ventured into the dark river. A giant 8-eyed spider, the size of a human head, crawled past Harry's feet. Its furry legs brushed against his robe, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, nearly triggering a fainting spell. Yet the spider completely disregarded him. Its 8 glowing red eyes seemed oblivious to the 2 humans nearby, mechanically following the throng, continuing forward. Soon a second, a third, and 100 more followed. Countless spiders flowed past them like water over pebbles in a stream. They could see the 2 of them, yet they were imperceptible. In the eyes of these creatures governed entirely by fear, these 2 beings devoid of emotional fluctuation were indistinguishable from a true stone. By Merlin's beard, Harry thought in awe. He gazed at the back of the dark-haired youth beside him, his expression turning remarkably complex. This fellow's magic, or rather, his sorcery, was nothing short of a glitch in all the rules. He possesses an uncanny ability to resolve every issue in a manner that is utterly incomprehensible yet undeniably admirable. The 2 of them traversed the throngs of spiders, akin to 2 droplets merging into a torrent, unhurriedly advancing towards the deepest recesses of the Forbidden Forest. As they journeyed further in, the pulsating hum resonated with increasing clarity. The malice in the air thickened, almost tangible, as if it were on the verge of solidifying into black ice crystals. Ling Yun's expression gradually grew solemn. His consciousness penetrated through layers of obstruction, reaching the source of that pulsating heart. There, he beheld an altar constructed of countless spider webs and corpses, resembling a massive nest. At the center of the altar stood not a monster, nor an arcane sigil, but a man, a diminutive figure clad in a tattered, mud-streaked black suit, stooped in posture, bearing a sycophantic yet fervent smile. It was Peter, the diminutive star. He raised a wand aloft, which was not his own, but rather one fashioned from yew and phoenix feathers, belonging to another, Voldemort's wand. He presided over this nefarious ceremony. Yet, this was not the cause for Ling Yun's sudden pallor. Behind Peter, shrouded in shadows, his consciousness detected another presence, faint yet unmistakably familiar, an emotional resonance that was a complex amalgamation of extreme weakness, unwillingness, pain, and a trace of guilt. Ling Yun's pupils contracted sharply. He halted, grasping Harry's arm with urgency. Wait, his voice, for the first time, bore a hint of uncontainable astonishment. What is it? Harry felt his heart sink as he observed Ling Yun's expression. They are bound tightly to the stone pillars of the altar by thick strands of spider silk. Was a man clad in a black robe, his body marred with injuries. His greasy black hair clung chaotically to his pallid face, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. He appeared to be in a semi-conscious state, yet his spirit was engaged in a futile final struggle. The situation has changed. Ling Yun's tone was as frigid as the winds of Azkaban. On the altar, there was not only Peter. Professor Snape was also present. Snape? Harry felt as though his brain had been struck by a giant's club, buzzing in disbelief. He blinked, questioning whether his overwhelming fear of spiders had induced some absurd hallucination. Yet, the man ensnared by spider silk, with greasy hair pressed against his pale cheek, emanated an aura that seemed to scream, "Stay away," undeniably identified as severe as Snape. How could he possibly be here? Harry lowered his voice, his tone a blend of astonishment, disdain, and a complexity he himself could not fully comprehend. Was he here to gather ingredients in the Forbidden Forest and inadvertently stumbled into a spider's den? This conjecture seemed implausible, even to Harry himself. Severus Snape, a man who walks as if the very wind accompanies him, commanding the goblins within a 3-meter radius to alter their course, could hardly commit such a rudimentary mistake. The situation, indeed, is far more dire. Ling Yun's voice bore no trace of fluctuation, as if he were merely stating an established fact. His emotional turmoil was exquisitely tantalizing. Tantalizing? Harry found himself momentarily stifled by this descriptor. Ling Yun's gaze pierced through the intricate web of shadows, precisely locking onto Snape, his consciousness acting as the most delicate probe, analyzing the chaotic realm of the man's mind. Allow me to illustrate. If the fear provided by these spiders is akin to the common salt used to create a rich broth, then Professor Snape, at this moment, resembles a piece of Iberian ham, cured through ancient magic for 30 years, possessing a unique flavor that could elevate the entire concoction. Harry he now harbored profound doubts about whether Ling Yun's mind was filled with a tome titled The Gastronomy of Hogwarts. He is not a captive, Harry. Ling Yun's tone grew serious. He is an amplifier, a catalyst. The raw energy of fear offered by these spiders must be refined and seasoned through his complex soul, laden with pain, regret, repression, and resentment, to transform into the highest grade of negative emotion required for Voldemort's resurrection ritual. Ling Yun's explanation sliced through the essence of this malevolent ceremony like a cold scalpel. A shiver coursed through Harry's bones. He despised Snape, genuinely and deeply. He loathed Snape's bias, his cruelty, the way he regarded Harry as if he were merely a walking pile of troll dung. Yet to witness him, like a piece of meat upon a butcher's block, being drained to the most agonizing depths of his soul to nourish the very foe that had slain his parents, was something Harry found insurmountable. We cannot leave him there. Harry's voice was hoarse, his grip tightening around his wand. This decision felt profoundly uncomfortable, akin to being forced to consume an entire plate of jelly bean-flavored snot. Yet he felt compelled to proceed. I knew you would say that. A faint smile of approval graced Ling Yun's face. Congratulations, Harry. The brilliance of your humanity has once again triumphed over your personal aversions. If Dumbledore were to learn of this, he would surely reward you with extra points. Is this truly the moment for such remarks? Harry felt a surge of frustration. Absolutely. Maintaining a sense of humor aids in preserving our sanity under pressure. Ling Yun patted his shoulder. Now, for the task update. The original plan was to infiltrate the control room and cut the power. It has now shifted to dismantling an operational signal amplifier beside the nuclear reactor, while also ensuring the amplifier itself is taken away. The level of difficulty has increased by 3 to 5 times, I dare say. The two of them melded into the ranks of the spider horde, stealthily advancing towards the altar center. As they drew nearer, the scene upon the altar became more vividly discernible. Peter Pettigrew, that repugnant, rat-like man, was presently engulfed in a morbid fervor, raising Voldemort's wand high, reciting ancient and malevolent incantations, while his beady eyes sparkled with greed for power and sycophancy towards his master. The colossal Aragog, an immense 8-eyed spider, loomed atop the altar, its gigantic form resembling a vast bellows. Countless visible tendrils of pale, crimson fear emanated from the arachnid, swirling upwards and merging into Aragog's being. Through the compression and transformation within its body, these ethereal currents morphed into thick, dark red energy, which was then funneled into Severus Snape at the altar center. With each infusion of energy, Snape's body convulsed uncontrollably, his tightly shut eyes wincing in agony, his pale lips bitten until they bled. It was evident that his mental defenses were on the brink of collapse, besieged by this ruthless assault targeting his emotions. Meanwhile, the wand of Voldemort, hoisted high by Peter Pettigrew, voraciously siphoned the refined, potent dark energy from Snape. The wand's crimson tip grew increasingly bright and sinister. We cannot afford to wait any longer, Harry exclaimed anxiously. At this rate, Snape will perish. Even if he survives, his mind will be irreparably damaged. Calm yourself, Ling Yun interjected, restraining him. Impulsiveness is the devil, Harry. Should you charge out now, it would merely provide Pettigrew with another subject for experimentation, serving no purpose. Ling Yun's mind raced with calculations. A direct assault was futile. The sheer number of spiders posed a formidable threat, and Aragog itself was a gigantic menace. A stealthy attack was equally difficult. Despite his ineptitude, Pettigrew wielded Voldemort's wand. maintaining a high level of vigilance. The only viable strategy was to incite chaos, an overwhelming turmoil capable of halting the entire ritual. Harry, Ling Yun's gaze fixed upon him. I require you to act as bait. Bait? Harry echoed. Indeed. A gleam of both wisdom and madness sparkled in Ling Yun's eyes, a perfect bait that even Pettigrew and the remnants of Voldemort would find impossible to disregard. Do you recall our exploits in the Room of Requirement? In an instant, Harry comprehended Ling Yun's intent, his heart racing. You mean the love bomb? No. This time we shall elevate the stakes. A dangerous smile curved Ling Yun's lips. I want you to step forward to stand before all the spiders and unleash your most potent emotion, not love, nor the joy of a Patronus, but rather the unique pride of the boy who survived, the champion of the Triwizard Tournament. The focal point of the entire wizarding world. With this singular emotion, he would confront another. Harry Potter's radiant pride would stand against the pervasive fear of the Forbidden Forest. It was a plan of sheer brilliance and madness. Yet, just as Harry prepared to nod in agreement, ready to embrace this audacious endeavor, he halted. He turned, casting a glance filled with jealousy and schadenfreude at the man bound to the stone pillar, barely clinging to life. Snape seemed to sense his gaze, gathering every ounce of strength to slowly lift his head. His pitch-black, unfathomable eyes pierced through the disheveled curtain of black hair, fixated intently on Wormtail Peter. In those eyes, there was neither plea for mercy nor fear, only the purest, bone-deep disdain, as if he were gazing upon a loathsome rat that had dared to ascend the dining table. The intensity of that gaze inflicted a sharp pain upon Peter. A twisted, cruel smile contorted his repugnant face as he emitted a shrill, rat-like cackle, pointing the tip of his wand menacingly at Snape's chest. The Dark Lord craves your suffering, Severus, he intoned in a melodious yet revolting tone. This will be the final and most exquisite seasoning. The regret of your life shall serve as the most perfect sacrifice to herald his return. The crimson light at the wand's tip surged suddenly. Chapter 79. For the Return of the Dark Lord. The scarlet glow atop Voldemort's wand resembled a ripe, poisonous berry, ready to burst. The sickly smile on Wormtail's face twisted further in ecstatic delight, rendering his rodent-like visage increasingly grotesque. He reveled in this moment, basking in the false sense of power that came from trampling a former classmate, a formidable wizard, beneath his feet. Harry's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Instinctively, he prepared to rush forward, but a firm, steady hand pressed down upon his shoulder. It was Ling Yun. His expression remained as tranquil as a frozen, deep lake. Do not rush. Ling Yun's voice resonated directly in Harry's mind, a pure mental connection more effective than mere telepathy. The main event has yet to commence. Charging out now would only serve to offer your head to the warm-up act. But Snape, he will not perish. Ling Yun's assessment was coldly calm. Voldemort still requires this prime ham to brew his final concoction. He will not allow him to spoil easily. Our task is not to rescue him, but to shatter that cauldron. In a fleeting moment of their exchange, Wormtail had already raised his wand. For the return of the Dark Lord, he shrieked, his voice grating like nails on a chalkboard. Yet, just as he was about to utter the incantation, a face flashed unexpectedly in his mind. A bespectaculaire visage, with disheveled black hair, bearing a hint of disappointment and sorrow, James Potter. Following swiftly was another face, handsome and rebellious, yet now filled with seething rage at betrayal, Sirius Black. These two phantoms flickered by in an instant, as ephemeral as an illusion. Yet the chilling guilt that pierced his soul caused Wormtail's heart to skip a beat. His hand trembled, and the concentrated red light at the wand's tip instantly dimmed, sending a weak spell astray, striking the web binding Snape, leaving only a charred blemish. Who? Wormtail exclaimed in terror, casting frantic glances around him, his small eyes brimming with the panic of a thief caught in the act. In the Forbidden Forest, only the sound of the wind and the disconcerting rustle of countless spiders scuttling could be heard. There was nothing there. He must be too tense. He whispered as self-reassurance, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Clearing his throat, he once again pointed his wand at Snape's pallid chest. Slowly, Snape opened his eyes, though they were filled with weakness. The deep-seated disdain within those obsidian orbs remained undiminished. This gaze pierced the already fragile pride of Peter Pettigrew anew. You soon shall not be laughing, Severus. He screeched in a fit of anger and shame. He raised his wand once more, this time altering his incantation. Before him, the visage of a long-lost friend no longer materialized. Instead, he felt his silver hand, bestowed upon him by Voldemort, grow suddenly icy and piercing. It seemed to possess a will of its own, tightening inch by inch as if to warn him that another misstep would result in it mercilessly constricting his slender neck, akin to that of a rat. Peter Pettigrew yelped in fright, stumbling backward, nearly collapsing onto the ground. He gazed in terror at his unmoving silver hand. An illusion? Yet another mirage? Perched atop the altar, the eight-eyed giant spider, Aragog, shifted uneasily, displaying a hint of impatience towards the erratic behavior of the ritual's host. Its immense form stirred restlessly, emitting a low, thunderous growl. A barely perceptible ripple of disturbance coursed through the entire network of fear, a consequence of the server administrator's continuous blunders. Now, Ling Yun's gaze darted like lightning toward Harry. Understanding immediately, Harry ceased his concealment, inhaling deeply as he stepped forth from the dark torrent of spiders. He neither ran nor shouted. He simply stood quietly in the clearing before the altar. In that moment, he was no longer the orphan hiding beneath the stairs, nor the bewildered newcomer to the magical realm. He closed his eyes, and his entire aura underwent a transformative upheaval. Memories flooded back. The thunderous cheers of Gryffindor's stands when he first caught the golden snitch, Dumbledore's approving gaze after he vanquished the basilisk, the exhilaration of soaring through the skies on Buckbeak, breaking free from all constraints, and the fragrant kiss from Fleur, along with Cedric's firm embrace, after he heroically rescued everyone from the Black Lake. I am Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the dragon slayer, the champion of Hogwarts. An indescribable, radiant golden aura erupted from his slender frame. It was not mere magic, nor the warm joy of a Patronus charm. It was something more domineering, more flamboyant, and infused with the exuberance of youth, uniquely, profoundly prideful. This golden pride detonated like a high-powered signal bomb, cast into a broadcast channel filled only with the noise of fear. Zing! The entire forbidden forest reverberated with a piercing electrical hum. The marching spiders abruptly halted, their fervent red, compound eyes reflecting a newfound expression of chaos for the first time. Their instincts screamed, compelling them to succumb to the familiar terror emanating from the altar. Yet, an entirely novel and dazzling emotion, incomprehensible to them, forcefully invaded their operational systems like an overpowering virus. What is pride? Can it be consumed? The simplistic minds of the spiders crashed entirely. The once orderly battalion of spiders instantly descended into disarray. Some began to spin in place, while others turned on their companions. The relentless flow of fear energy directed towards the altar was severed by at least 70% in an instant. Upon the altar, the diminutive figure of Peter stared, dumbfounded, at the boy who had suddenly appeared, seemingly radiating a halo of divine light, momentarily forgetting his purpose. Harry Potter? What was he doing here? Was he ensnaring himself? A colossal mix of surprise and panic gripped his heart like the hands of giants, nearly rendering him breathless. However, the ones most profoundly affected by this upheaval were neither the small spiders nor Peter, but rather Aragog. As the core switch and signal amplifier of this fear network, it bore the brunt of the prideful emotion's most direct and violent impact. Roar! The aged, colossal eight-eyed spider emitted a painful yet furious growl. Its 8 murky eyes, clouded with a white haze, flickered erratically between an eerie red and its original milky hue, reminiscent of a malfunctioning old light bulb. Ultimately, all 8 eyes synchronized, fixating on a singular color, red. A deeper, more ferocious crimson, brimming with a desire for destruction. It no longer regarded the rituals on the altar, nor the diminutive man who had treated it as a mere tool. Its massive form, akin to a small mountain, slowly turned away from the altar. Those 8 blood-red eyes locked onto the figure of Harry Potter, whom it perceived as radiant yet exceedingly bothersome. Chapter 80. Not a big deal. Aragog's 8 crimson eyes, like searchlights, focused intently on Harry. This was no longer the hollow fervor of manipulation, but rather a more primal, unadulterated rage. The situation had exceeded expectations. Harry felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck, as if ice had been pressed against it. The golden aura of pride began to waver under the weight of the overwhelming murderous intent directed at him. Stay calm. Ling Yun indicated that the matter was not grave. Harry's lips twitched slightly. Roar! Aragog did not afford them much time for discourse. Its colossal, fortress-like form suddenly lurched forward. 8 massive legs, shrouded in black bristles, struck the ground with the force of battering rams. In the next instant, it surged forth, not in a crawl, but in a full-on charge. The earth trembled beneath its weight, and the trees that stood in its path were effortlessly splintered by its armored shell. It resembled an out-of-control heavy truck barreling towards Harry. Move! Ling Yun shouted as he seized Harry by the collar and deftly flung him sideways. The two tumbled clumsily behind a massive oak tree. Almost simultaneously, Aragog's enormous body, accompanied by a howling wind, thundered past the spot where they had just stood. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as Aragog collided with a distant pile of boulders, sending debris scattering. "Did you see that?" Ling Yun exclaimed, brushing the dust from his clothes and pointing at the colossal spider struggling to extricate itself from the rubble. In its frenzied state, its attack power had surged while its intelligence had plummeted. It now moved in a straight line, embodying the epitome of a brute. Harry leaned against the tree trunk, panting heavily. He watched the massive creature thrash its head in a futile attempt to dislodge the stones embedded in its shell. Feeling his legs grow weak. "What do we do now?" Harry asked. "We can't just play hide and seek with it forever." "Certainly not," Ling Yun replied, his gaze drifting beyond the rampaging spider to the altar now in disarray. "Our objective has never been it." On the altar, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew cowered, clutching his head like a frightened mouse, squeaking in panic. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the fearsome deity he summoned would engage in battle with the Chosen One before fully manifesting. Meanwhile, the once unified swarm of spiders had descended into chaos, some gnawing at one another, others aimlessly scuttling about. The entire wicked ritual had unraveled due to this unforeseen internal strife. The only figure maintaining any semblance of stability was Severus Snape, bound to a stone pillar by strands of spider silk, groggily awakening from the violent tremors. He opened his eyes, his dark gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene before him. When his eyes fell upon the disheveled head peeking from behind the tree, his pupils constricted in shock. "Potter? What is he doing here?" "Harry," Ling Yun's voice broke through Snape's astonishment. "It's time for you to continue your role as bait. Do I have to provoke it again?" Harry felt a surge of anxiety rising within him. "No, this time it's a kite," Ling Yun corrected, a more sophisticated tactic. "Do you see the altar? Do you see that short, scrawny ritualist atop it?" Harry nodded. "Envision them as a bowling pin," Ling Yun said, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, "and Aragog is the bowling ball. You are the one to roll it. Do you understand?" In an instant, Harry comprehended the plan. The plan was simple, brutal, yet imbued with a certain wicked wisdom. With determination, Harry emerged from behind the oak tree. Aragog's 8 blood-red eyes immediately locked onto him once more, and it let out an enraged hiss, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for the little figure that had embarrassed it. "Hey, you great, ugly, furry beast!" Harry summoned his courage and shouted, even making a face at it. "Come and get me, you slow-moving giant." This provocation, laden with Gryffindor bravery, had a profound effect. Aragog's fury was ignited to its fullest extent, charging once again, faster and fiercer than before. "Over here!" Harry turned and ran, his heart racing wildly as if it might leap from his throat. The wind howled past his ears, and the immense sense of pressure from behind followed him relentlessly. He could even catch the foul odor of the giant spider, a nauseous mix of decay and earth. On the altar, Peter Pettigrew watched in horror as the rampaging beast, drawn by the wretched Potter's taunt, charged directly toward him. His mind was a blank slate. Run. This was the sole thought racing through his mind. He scrambled to escape the altar. However, just then, a dark, ghostly figure appeared silently behind him. Ling Yun, like a seasoned specter of the battlefield. He took advantage of the chaos caused by Aragog's charge, stealthily infiltrating the altar. Peter felt a cold hand lightly rest on the nape of his neck. The grip was not forceful, yet it caused his blood to freeze in an instant. He beheld the gentle smile of an unfamiliar Asian face. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Mr. Pettigrew." Ling Yun's voice was soft as a lover's whisper, yet to Peter's ears, it was more terrifying than a Dementor's kiss. "The party you presided over is far from over. The grand finale is about to commence." With that, Ling Yun gently pushed him. Peter emitted a piercing scream, losing control as he was propelled toward the colossal 8-eyed spider charging towards him. For Peter Pettigrew, time seemed to stretch into a viscous, translucent thread of sugar. The world around him slowed. He saw the 8-eyed spider, its face magnified countless times, covered in menacing black bristles. The 8 blood-red, lantern-sized eyes reflected his own distorted visage, twisted in sheer terror. He could even distinctly count the fangs beside its maw, dripping with dark green venom. He longed to scream, to scurry away like a mouse, to kneel and beg for mercy. But he could do nothing. A gentle yet irresistible force cradled his back, sending him soaring in a perfect arc toward the abyssal maw of the beast. In the final second of life, an absurd thought surged into his fear-filled, peanut-sized brain. The posture of that Eastern youth, as he pushed me, resembled that of someone hurling a bowling ball. Bang! Contrary to expectations, the gruesome scene of being devoured and chewed into a bloody pulp did not unfold. The rotund, blubbery form of the diminutive star, Peter, collided solidly against Aragog's armor-like, shielded visage. The impact was significant. For Aragog, it felt akin to a full-speed steam locomotive crashing into a plump, squawking pigeon, mildly damaging yet profoundly insulting. Eek! Peter emitted a cry that was neither human nor animal, a wail infused with agony and terror. He hung limply between Aragog's massive pincers, resembling a drenched rag, the force of the collision rendering him instantly unconscious, with only his legs twitching uncontrollably. Aragog's furious charge came to an abrupt halt, its colossal body carving two deep furrows in the ground due to inertia. It paused, shaking its immense head in confusion. A severe system error manifested in its simple mind, filled with wrath and pride. The target was that glowing little creature. The attack path was straightforward. Why then had an unexpectedly plump and foul-smelling ornament appeared in the midst? This defied the logic of attack, the laws of physics, and the stature befitting an ancient, malevolent deity. Roar? Aragog let out a low, bewildered growl. Its 8 blood-red eyes darted between the disoriented Harry, whom it had just collided with, and Peter, dangling at its maw. Well done, Harry. Ling Yun's voice resonated through the chaotic altar, laced with genuine admiration. Perfect. A flawless strike. Harry, leaning against the oak, gasped for breath, utterly bewildered by the meaning of it all. Yet, witnessing the war beast come to a halt was sufficient. The plan had succeeded. Above the altar, Ling Yun wasted no time in capitalizing on the precious moment bought by Peter's face-scraping sacrifice. He turned and approached the man bound to the stone pillar by spider silk, who gazed at the unfolding scene with an expression of profound complexity. Snape felt his worldview being relentlessly crushed, reshaped, and shattered within mere seconds. He awoke to find himself the sacrificial offering of an evil ritual, presided over by the coward he had despised all his life, Wormtail. Then his most loathed student, Harry Potter, leapt from the spider's lair, appearing foolishly luminous. Following this, the glowing imbecile provoked Aragog, the living fossil of the Forbidden Forest. A creature even Dumbledore was reluctant to confront lightly, in a manner he could not comprehend. At last, the enigmatic Eastern transfer student materialized at the altar like a phantom, hurling the tail of a worm as if it were a mere stone. It was cast toward the charging Aragog. The entire act flowed with a grace akin to a flowing stream, epitomizing audacity and imbued with a Gryffindor-like, bewildering madness. Yet, remarkably, it succeeded. Snape gazed at the Eastern youth approaching him, an absurd emotion swelling within him, one more ludicrous than the kiss of a Dementor. Throughout his life, he had traversed the shadows, danced upon the knife's edge, and engaged in the most perilous subterfuge between the two most formidable wizards ever known. He believed he had discerned the ugliness of human nature and had grown accustomed to the cruelty of fate. But what was this scene before him? Was the fool truly himself? Professor Snape, it seems your predicament is worse than I had envisioned. Ling Yun's voice interrupted Snape's internal tempest. Ling Yun crouched down, meticulously examining the strands of spider silk that bound Snape. These threads exhibited an eerie, semi-transparent black hue, pulsating with a faint, ominous red glow. They were deeply embedded in Snape's flesh, continuously siphoning his magic and emotions. Do not touch, Snape rasped, his voice tinged with habitual bitterness, yet more so with weakness. This is the soul-binding thread, Aragog's silk, intertwined with the Dark Lord's soul magic. Any external force will unleash the most malevolent curse. A curse? Ling Yun raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the term. What manner of curse could rend your soul apart in endless remorse? The corners of Snape's mouth twisted into a sardonic arc. Though given his current state, the expression appeared somewhat ludicrous. It sounds rather fitting for your current emotional state. Ling Yun nodded, as if engaging in an academic discussion. Snape. He resolved to remain silent. Communicating with this fellow from the East would severely jeopardize his already brief existence. Ling Yun ceased his discourse. He extended a finger. At its tip, a strand of pure, warm, golden energy of Tai Chi gently coiled. Rather than touching the strands, he delicately tapped at the junction where the silk met the stone pillar. I can momentarily disrupt its logic. A soft hum resonated, akin to the plucking of a string. Snape felt an immediate release. The deep, soul-extracting agony vanished in an instant. He slid down the pillar, weak and spent. Lifting his gaze, he regarded Ling Yun with the eyes of one observing a creature of myth. This youth had not wielded a wand nor uttered an incantation. With merely a fingertip, he had unraveled the vile soul magic laid by Voldemort himself. This transcended mere magic. It was a path, an understanding and application that surpassed the confines of rules. Snape's throat felt parched. He yearned to inquire, yet was at a loss for where to begin. Do not rush to express your gratitude, Professor. Ling Yun rose to his feet, effortlessly draping one of Snape's arms over his shoulder. Our troubles had only just begun. At that moment, a more ferocious and enraged roar echoed from nearby. Aragog had finally flung away that detestable trinket clinging to his jaws. Peter Pettigrew flew through the air like a discarded sack, cast into the shadowy woods, his fate uncertain. With the nuisance eliminated, Aragog's 8 blood-red eyes shifted once more towards the altar. This time, his target was no longer merely Harry. It was the 3 despicable, diminutive humans atop the altar who, in his eyes, had led him in circles. "Harry, come here," Ling Yun shouted. Harry immediately understood and scrambled onto the altar, positioning himself beside Ling Yun to support the nearly incapacitated Snape. "What do we do now?" Harry asked, gazing at the colossal war beast, which was recharging for another charge, his heart racing in his throat. "Do not fret," Ling Yun replied, his expression still serene. "I have a plan B." "What is plan B?" Harry inquired. "Run," Ling Yun answered. Snape interjected, "Your Hogwarts heroics are often quite unnecessary." As Ling Yun dragged Snape away, he remarked that running when faced with insurmountable odds is an ancient and practical wisdom inscribed in the genes of all beings. There is no shame in it. However, just as they were preparing to execute this grand plan B, the entire altar suddenly trembled violently, not due to Aragog's assault, but from the depths below. The ritual array, interrupted by Peter Pettigrew, with its wicked runes etched in blood and corpses, did not dissipate after losing the energy supply from the Horcrux. Instead, it seemed to activate some hidden program. All the runes glowed with a sinister, unsettling crimson light, a vast, chaotic energy imbued with the essence of primordial darkness, surged from the center of the array, shooting skyward. This energy lacked a specific target. It resembled a ravenous, untamed beast, greedily seeking a host to devour in the air. It swept past the enraged Aragog, the barely alive Snape, and the still shaken Harry. Ultimately, its gaze settled upon Ling Yun, who stood among the 3, harboring an exquisite golden energy that it had never encountered before yet found irresistibly delectable. Chapter 82, an incongruous script. The pure dark energy erupting from the center of the array, akin to a shark sensing blood, swiftly locked onto its target after a brief moment of circling. It emitted a silent, soul-shaking roar, transforming into a streak of black lightning that hurtled towards Ling Yun. "Be careful! Step back, Potter!" 2 voices exclaimed almost in unison. A surge emanated from Harry, who, without a moment's hesitation, raised his wand before Ling Yun, despite his trembling legs. Another force came from Snape, who leaned against Ling Yun for support, expending his last ounce of strength in an attempt to push the boy away. Yet it was too late. Ling Yun did not flinch. He did not even alter his position, which cradled Snape. He stood there, quietly observing the dark torrent, capable of instilling dread in any wizard, as it surged towards him. In the horrified gazes of Harry and Snape, that black energy, akin to a massive, voracious serpent, swiftly enveloped Ling Yun entirely. There was no explosion, no scream. The world fell into a profound silence. The thick black mist enveloped Ling Yun completely, forming a writhing cocoon that exuded an ominous aura. "Ling Yun!" Harry cried out in despair, ready to charge forward. "Don't move, you fool!" Snape seized his arm with astonishing strength. "Do you wish to be consumed as well? This is beyond your capacity to confront." Snape's complexion was as pale as parchment, his gaze fixed intently on the black energy cocoon. As a master of mental occlusion, he could perceive more acutely than Harry the terrifying clash occurring within that cocoon. It was a primal struggle between spirit and energy. However, the dreadful scene he had anticipated, Ling Yun's youthful soul being torn apart, corrupted, and assimilated, did not materialize. On the contrary, he sensed that the black energy cocoon was not expanding outward. Instead, it was contracting inward at an exceedingly slow, yet undeniable pace. It was as if what was being devoured was not the young Eastern lad, but rather the ancient dark energy itself. Within Ling Yun's mental realm, the vast and chaotic dark energy burst in like an overzealous intruder, forcefully kicking open the door. It was ready to unleash devastation, spread terror, and consume all that belonged to this youthful soul. Yet it paused bewildered. Where was this place? There were no cries of fear, no painful memories. Here there was nothing. An infinite vacant void. The sky was void, the ground was void, and all around was void. Not even a semblance of treasure could be found, nor even a decent table. This household was starkly barren, impoverished to the core, and eerily silent. The dark energy, akin to a husky stumbling into a minimalist showroom, spun around in confusion, momentarily at a loss for where to begin. Just then, a gentle voice resonated through the emptiness. "Greetings, traveler from afar. Would you care for a cup of tea?" Ling Yun sat cross-legged upon a semi-transparent lotus formed from golden qi. A small table, also fashioned from qi, set before him. On the table rested 2 steaming cups of pure heart tea, releasing wisps of fragrant white steam. The dark energy fell silent. In its chaotic and instinctual consciousness, for the first time, an emotion that could only be described as incomprehensible emerged. This script felt amiss. Since there was no tea to be had, why not assist me with a small favor? A genial smile spread across Ling Yun's face as he extended his hand, gently beckoning. Suddenly, within the void, a colossal hamster wheel, constructed from countless intricate golden runes, materialized. Beside it, a diminutive, incessantly rotating counterboard appeared. "I see you are brimming with vigor. Idleness does not suit you." Ling Yun gestured towards the wheel and, in a tone of negotiation, addressed the massive dark energy, suggesting, "Why not take a couple of laps? Consider it a contribution to the spiritual civilization of this world." The dark energy, finally snapping out of its bewilderment, felt a sensation more unbearable than mere consumption and destruction. Insult. This was a blatant affront. It emitted a furious roar, coalescing into a massive black hammer, which it hurled down upon Ling Yun with great force. Ling Yun remained motionless. He merely extended 2 fingers and delicately pinched the oncoming hammer. The principle of Tai Chi, yielding to overcome strength. That formidable hammer, capable of shattering mountains, was rendered powerless the moment it made contact with his fingertips, all its ferocious energy dissipated by an invisible, swirling force. Then, propelled by this very force, it was involuntarily directed towards the immense golden wheel. With a resounding crash, the dark energy was forcefully thrust into the wheel. Before it could comprehend the situation, the gigantic wheel, under Ling Yun's command, began to spin rapidly. No, the dark energy emitted the most stifled and desperate roar it had ever known. This ancient dark energy, once proud and mighty, was now truly running on a hamster wheel within a human's mental realm. Meanwhile, the numbers on the adjacent counterboard began to ascend rapidly. 0001. 0002. Outside, Harry and Snape could only watch as the black energy cocoon enveloping Ling Yun writhed and struggled violently for a brief moment, before abruptly falling silent. Then, to their incredulous gaze, the immense, pitch-black energy began to surge into Ling Yun's body as though drawn by an invisible black hole. Rushing in with great speed, within mere seconds, all the dark energy vanished without a trace. The altar returned to a state of tranquility. Ling Yun stood quietly, as if nothing had transpired. He slowly opened his eyes, which were as calm and devoid of emotion as if nothing had happened. All set, he released his grip on Snape and brushed off his robes, as if merely shaking off some dust. "Professor, are you well? Do you need me to summon the nurse?" Snape could only stare at Ling Yun with a gaze reserved for monsters, demons, or some indescribable entity that transcended his understanding. His heart, long rendered devoid of emotion by years of brewing potions and suppressing feelings, was now engulfed in a tempest of unprecedented magnitude, absorbing it. Could it be that he had consumed the very essence of pure dark energy, a force that even Voldemort could only channel and exploit? This transcended mere strength. It was an utter obliteration of boundaries. At that moment, not far off, the 8-eyed giant spider Aragog, having regained a modicum of sanity due to the cessation of its energy supply, sensed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. The crimson glow in its 8 eyes had dimmed significantly. It gazed at the 3 diminutive humans upon the altar, and for the first time, a flicker of trepidation crossed its gaze. After a brief hesitation, it ultimately chose to retreat. Its colossal form turned slowly, dragging its weary limbs, vanishing into the depths of the forbidden forest shadows. Thus, a crisis potent enough to annihilate the entire forbidden forest came to an absurd and anticlimactic conclusion. Harry watched the beast retreat, then glanced at the unscathed Ling Yun beside him. Feeling a sense of bewilderment wash over him, he opened his mouth, intending to inquire about something, but Ling Yun suddenly let out a gentle burp. Then, patting his stomach, he remarked in an earnest tone, "The taste is rather pungent, reminiscent of unwashed, muddy mushrooms." Disappointing. Harry, Snape. Snape's obsidian eyes were fixed intensely upon Ling Yun's face, as though he sought to pierce through to his very soul. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to squeeze out a few words, directing his inquiry towards Harry. "Potter, What manner of creature is your friend?